watch a man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss, come on, new one's better. It's a playground, better watch a man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss, come on, new one's better. Moves like Jagger, piss, come on, new one's better. We ain't in a mix, no grabber. Them trick bang fraud like scammer. Explain me real, that's a real born capper. Pass don't matter, build strong, still pray this thing don't shatter. When shit gets real, to the real don't scatter. Got bread and batter, 4 hands on the bread like platter. Said it's cold out, they ain't back in beef, got the phones out. Watching where I sleep and where I roll round. Guess I'm grown now, they ain't even there when it goes down. It's a playground, better watch a man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss, come on, new one's better. It's a playground, better watch a man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss, come on, new one's better. My new one's bad, that's my baby. He let me shine and never shady. Girl, same cute, but that don't faze me. If you ask him, then he say he got a queen and that she crazy. Please never play me. He said, please never break me. He's switching to Mercedes, thinking that it faze me. I can love you through the dark and all my days, but you just never break me. It's a playground, better watch a man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss, come on, new one's better. Playground, better watch a man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss, come on, new one's better. Playground, bitches got a ring and feel the safe now. They see a pretty bird and I don't wanna cage out. It's a playground, telling me mine I don't play about. I tell them rise up, used to cry river shit done dried up. I lost a couple bros on the climb up. I don't mind, but ain't lost nothing that ain't mine. Cause it's a playground, better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss, come on, new one's better. Playground, better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss, come on, new one's better. My new one's bad, he ain't entertained, he don't move like that. Tell him move right back, touch shots over time, let to shoot right back. Robust, you can tell how we move like that. It's a playground, bitches got a ring and feel it's safe now. I see a pretty bird, I wanna cage out. There's bad games on the road like a playground, like a playground. It's a playground, better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss, come on, new one's better. It's a playground, better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss, come on, new one's better.
down to my toes, immobilized, as if my
brain completely froze. Colder I go. Colder I go. So still, calm like the waters at the sea. Silence as if to say my mind's actually at peace to some degree. To some degree. If time's supposed to heal, why do I feel like I can live out? Say it'll get better. How can they know? Water, dry like the cinders in the flame. Bubble, heating. Now it's time to evaporate. Now I think. The pain that's in my throat continues to grow.
Welcome everybody to the OWCS Mid-Season Championship. Ubi here with Jen, and we'll be taking questions from the audience right now.
Who do you think is the best team?
Best team?
Yeah, the boys.
Crazy Raccoon, obviously. EWC 2024 champs. Lip is the best hits game in the world. You can't ban against them either.
Wait, what was the question? Favorite team? Oh, the Gatos Guapos, obviously.
But Weibo's the Chinese super team. Gu Shui, Leave, Shy. Surely they get their revenge, surely.
OWCS APAC champions, Kala Hex, Punk, Rack Attack, legends of the game.
Oh, but you have to consider the Diva Symmetra style of Alcatzia. No one can beat that.
The Gatos Guapos. Come on.
Wrong animal.
Variety is a spice of life, Jen. The OWCS Mid-Season Championship starts now.
What's up, guys? Avril here at the Boulevard at the Esports World Cup. We are here for the Overwatch 2 Mid-Season Championship, where after a long stage 2 and many qualifiers, we have brought together the top 16 teams from across the world, including regional champions Crazy Raccoon, GK Esports, Alcatzia, and Weibo Game, to see who will be the best at Overwatch 2 and who at the end of the Esports World Cup will be the club champion.
Now, of course, we're entering week 4 of the Esports World Cup, with all these organizations vying for the Esports World Cup Club Championship. More than 20 esports taking place, and the total prize pool of $27 million in the club championship. Now, Team Vitality, they're doing great so far, they're number 1. But tied for 3rd is Team Falcons. Crucially though, Team Falcons, they haven't won an esport yet. And if you want to win the club championship, you have to win one. So could Overwatch be the game where Team Falcons grab their first win here at the Esports World Cup?
Now, of course, every team here competing at the Esports World Cup is elite in their respective title. They have earned the right to compete here at the Esports World Cup by qualifying and proving that they are the best. And that skill, that talent, it's represented by each team's key, which shows their right to continue to compete at the tournament. As teams are defeated, their keys will be crushed and lost to time. And of course, the best team, the eventual champion, will be able to place their key in that final trophy and claim ultimate victory here at the Esports World Cup. But if that's too many details for you, we do have a video explainer to jump into to go into all details, keys, totems, Esports World Cup.
No competition is as ruthless as the Esports World Cup. Its trophy system is no exception. The Club Championship Trophy, awarded to the one club that rose above the rest and reigned supreme across all EWC games. The Game Trophy. When a competitor closes their eyes, it's all they see, and it's not complete until it's sealed with a champion's key. Every participant earns a key engraved with their name. That's their right to compete. This year, returning champions hold a key unlike any other. Only one can place their key into the Game Trophy and become an EWC champion. The frame of the champion's key is embedded into the totem, a stone marker of legacy displaying every champion of the year. The keys of the eliminated will be crushed. The champions select 3 broken keys as a personal token, a reminder of who they have humbled. Beneath the totem, a resin block holds the remaining keys, a graveyard of fallen contenders. Will your dreams be broken or your name carved in gold and stone? At EWC, nothing is granted, everything is earned.
What's up, everybody? Danny Lim here. The matches are about to begin, but before that, I want to show you guys something really cool. Right behind me are the keys, 16 keys for one of each teams that are participating in the mid-season championship. As you guys can see, there's 2 special keys, starting with Crazy Raccoons, 2024 EWC champion, and also Team Falcons with their Team Falcons logo, because they were the club champions last year as well. I mean, 16 teams at the end of the tournament this year. There's only going to be 1 key left. Who is it going to be? We'll find out.
How's it going, guys? It's Mr. X here at the EWC Totem. This is where the winners for Overwatch 2 will take their frame and put it into the totem to secure their spot in Overwatch history here at the Esports World Cup. And that's not all these teams are playing for. They're playing for the Club Championship Trophy. It's a beautiful trophy here. It goes to the best performing club at the Esports World Cup. $27 million to that top club. Let's take a look at how it works.
This is the Esports World Cup Club Championship, the ultimate cross-game competition that will crown the best esports club in the world. Let's break down how it works. Clubs will be able to compete at the Esports World Cup in as many titles as they can qualify for. The clubs will then earn points based on their placement in each title. To qualify for the club championship, a club will need a top 8 placement in at least 2 competitions. But to win the championship, a club must place first in at least 1 competition. At the end of the Esports World Cup, the 24 clubs with the highest number of points will earn a share of the $27 million, with the winner taking home a staggering $7 million. And of course, the title of the best esports club in the world. Who will rise above and write their place in history? Watch it all here at the Esports World Cup.
What is up, Overwatch family? It's Mr. EWC, aka Chris Puckett, the host of Overwatch's 1st and 2nd season. I'm joined by the big brains. We've got Avril and my man Jake, and a very special guest to start the show, the head of Global Director of Esports at the Falcons, Grant Rousseau. Grant, welcome to the show, man. How are we feeling today?
Yeah, feeling good. Like, it's finally Overwatch is here. This is the one I've been excited for, so I'm glad we're finally at that day now.
For great reason. Now, last year, the Falcons were our club champions. You guys were witness raising the trophy at the end of the 8-week competition. What was it like winning the first ever club championship at an Esports World Cup?
It's so hard to put into words because there was so much work that went into it, and then you get that moment where you just lift the trophy for 10 seconds and just all these emotions come flooding. So it's just it's indescribable. It was the best feeling in the world.
Now, I had a chance to stay here for 6 of those weeks last year. It was a fantastic time, and I got to watch a number of different esports. You started off with a tournament win week 1 in Warzone, and that kind of relieved the pressure. You guys went on to top the leaderboard, take home the lion's share of that prize pool. But this year, that's not the case. We're going into week 4 without a trophy yet. Are you guys starting to get nervous?
Yeah, I mean, there was no stress last year in the sense that we got that result straight away. I think these last few weeks are way stronger for us. I think week 4 is really when it kicks off for Falcons. But yeah, if you ask me that question week by week, it's going to be more and more stress each time.
As we take a look here at the numbers, Jake, Falcons currently in 3rd with Vitality and Gen G right above them.
So, you know, the Overwatch Team Falcon squad, they may have come from the last chance qualifier, but Kevin and I have been talking, and we think this team is actually a very serious contender to get the gold here in Overwatch. Talk to me about this Falcons Overwatch team, about, you know, I know you, Director of Global Esports, you're involved with bringing those teams together. So tell me a little bit about this team, your experience with them as players and as teammates.
Yeah, I mean, we came off the back of an amazing season, 2nd EWC, 1st in the championship. And it's been a bit of a weird split. We know that, like 9K coming into head coach. We brought in Merit, we brought in someone. And yeah, fair to say that the split itself wasn't the best, and we had to fight through last chance qualifier. But we were trying to figure out both our best roster and how we want to play the game. And it just took a bit longer than expected. And also someone coming from sort of the NA side needed to almost catch up. I mean, mechanically it's insane, but needed to catch up in terms of communication. So it's just taken a bit longer than we thought. But now I feel like we're completely ready for it.
Game on.
I mean, you guys obviously club champions from last year as well, so you must feel a decent amount of pressure coming to this year to defend that title. It's your second year at the Esports World Cup now. What kind of lessons have you guys learned as an organization since last year coming to this one?
One thing I think we didn't expect was we had the pressure as the management, right, in terms of the club championship, but we thought players would be very focused on game by game, right, their own game, winning their game. We didn't think the championship would affect them, and actually we realized like quite heavily it did, and so that you've got sort of the double pressure of Falcons wanting to win championship and obviously winning your game. So it's been a lot of work about our relationship with the players and the environments we create around them to ensure that they're just focused, there's no feeling of pressure on them, and they're just playing to the best of their ability.
Grant, whether it's chess, EA Football Club, Call of Duty, Overwatch, we know the Falcons fans run deep, and they are all over Riyadh. What is it like playing with the Riyadh buff?
It's a huge buff. Sometimes players, it's like it can be a lot, but seeing the fans out there this time, this year they've got drums, they've got flags, like it's on another level this year. So it feels amazing in the crowd, and for players, I know they really, really feel it, and it just really helps them get going.
So talk to me a little bit, Grant, about this event in particular, right? Not just being in Riyadh here in front of the fans, but here at the Esports World Cup, we have bigger stadiums this year. You know, it looks like there's even more pressure in terms of that fan element with how many people have come out to support. What do you see as far as this event? Is it unique for you guys, you know, as far as bringing all these different teams from different games together in one place?
Yeah, I mean, operationally, it's ridiculous, right?
Sure.
Trying to make sure everything, but it was a little bit easier this year in the sense that we had built the teams last year, right? It was such an arms race last year to now where it's much more about just improving and extrapolating what we have. But at the same time, it's a very different feeling between trying to win the crown and trying to defend the crown. And that's a different kind of stress and pressure on the players, from us, from the fans, from everyone. So yeah, managing that together with all the games over all the weeks is the biggest challenge.
Grant, final question before we let you go rejoin your team, because we know they're about to take the stage in just a little bit. What are your expectations for the Overwatch team? How many points do you need from them?
I don't want to put the pressure on them, but look, I think we'd be very happy to talk to you. I think realistically, it's the same as all of last season. It's us and it's Crazy Raccoon. And let's see if this is the time we can take them down.
I love that call out. Best of luck. We'll let you rejoin your team. But in the meantime, let's find out, how did the Falcons get here? It wasn't pretty. They had to battle through the LCQ.
Teams came to the Last Chance qualifier with hope in their hearts. A final shot at making it to the mid-season championship. Among them stood Team Falcons, a team with a legacy to protect. Despite the pressure, Falcons made a bold move, bringing in Proper to replace Stalker. A high-risk, high-reward swap, which quickly paid off. From the first match to the final round, Proper's mechanics and synergy with Sparkle turned the tide. Team Falcons surged through the bracket, and when they met Zeta Division in the grand final, they didn't just win, they dominated with a clean 3-0 sweep. With a revamped roster and a read on the current meta, Team Falcons are looking stronger than ever, and they're headed into the mid-season championship with momentum on their side.
Falcons bringing in some big hitters this year, and so are we on the studio desk. We've got Avril Jake, and in the middle, 6'9", Johnny Larson is joining us live. Mr. Reinforced, one of the original champions in Overwatch. How are we feeling about Riyadh round 2?
That was a long time ago. I'm so excited. It's the first time I'm here as well, so I'm really excited to just take part of this event, of course. Like you just mentioned, like the operations are massive. It's a huge event, so many venues, so many different games taking place, 7 full weeks of esports action. I couldn't believe it.
And we have a massive tournament here, Johnny, because we brought out 16 of the world's best teams, and we put them all in 4 groups. So, Avril, walk me through this competition. How is the tournament format going to work here?
Yeah, so we've got 4 groups of 4 teams. The top 2 make it through into the playoffs. It's GSL-style groups, so you got to basically play through mini double elimination brackets in each of our groups. It's going to be first to 2 for our opening matches. Then we're going to go into first to 3s, and then eventually in the grand finals, it's going to be first to 4.
Love that call out. So win 2 in the groups, you're through. Lose 2, and you're walking away with just the prize money you made it for coming here, Johnny.
Absolutely. You lose twice in the group and you're out, but also it's a single elimination bracket. We don't really do single elimination brackets in Overwatch at all. It's always double elimination, which gives you that extra life. But here at EWC, in the playoffs, it's single elimination, 1 loss, you're out. So that's going to be no room for errors.
And the bans are going to have a huge impact on the metas that we see in-game. Jake, if you're looking to do some bans, what do you think is the key role to shut down?
we might see a little bit more favored bans on tanks and supports, but honestly, teams have really been adapting to the ban system through the year and deploying it in all sorts of different ways. For folks who've been watching OWCS this whole year, there's going to be no surprises. The same ban system we've been working with. For newcomers, all you can see is you're going to have a ban each map, one per team. Can't ban two of the same role, and you can't ban the same hero more than once in a series. And so basically, there's a couple restrictions on the bans, but you're going to be able to attack just a little bit your opponent's preferred strategies and maybe mitigate some of their strongest suits coming into the competition.
And knowing that these opening rounds are the first to 2 wins, get those crucial bans in early. Let's take a look at our groups because they sorted out quite interesting. If you look at the 16 teams, 3 of the top 5 might be in Group A. Avril, walk me through what we're seeing here.
It's all Falcons. The fact that they came through LCQ means that we ended up with 2 Korean teams in Group A. It's the only group that has 2 Korean teams in them. We also have Weibo Gaming, first seed from China, VP, Virtus Pro, who've played really well in EMEA, particularly at last EWC and Stage 1 as well. So 4 really strong teams in Group A. I mean, this is by far, in my opinion, the group of death.
And Jake, which is the easiest group out of those?
Oh man, I don't know if any group is
the rest
exactly
of them. All the rest of them.
It's a brutal question, I know.
I guess I'd say maybe it's Group C, because outside of Katsuya and GK, I think CC and Zocorp are probably going to have the toughest time playing against the top teams in their group. I think GK and Katsuya almost shoo-ins in that group. Would be very surprised to see an upset.
Johnny, for you and I, though, we're cheering on Weibo Gaming. They went down as LGDOA last year, and they were in a 3-way tie with teams like the Falcons. Unfortunately, they did not make it to the playoff bracket. If they could finish in the top 8, this would be huge for China.
Yeah, I mean, they are a Chinese super team. They're a force you always have to reckon with, and Champions Clash, which took place in May, I mean, we saw the full force of that. Like, they're a team that can take down some of the best Korean teams, especially if the Korean teams play into their dive matchups, right? So we got to be ready to see what they have to bring this tournament.
Over in Group B, though, we have the returning champions from EWC 2024. The Crazy Raccoons were flawless in the grand finals. Thoughts about our top dogs coming into Group B?
Crazy Raccoons, as good as ever. You can just never count this team out. They know how to lift a trophy. They know how to get to that position and put themselves in winning form. They also know how to adapt. They've been maybe the most successful team globally in the world of the ban system, because this is a team that is just amorphous. You can't pin them down. You can't predict what they're going to play. They can throw absolutely anything at you. They will take your strongest strategy and turn it right around in your face.
Looking at this group as well, Team Liquid has to be the other team to look out for. I think they have the strongest chance after Crazy Raccoon to make it out. Obviously, top 2 go through. So Varel and Rock, it's going to be tough for them. Liquid at this stage, second in NA. They've got a really flexible roster. Infected, I think, one of the most flexible tanks in North America as well. I'm looking forward to TL.
Over in Group C, we take a look at Alcancia as one of the top opponents here. And Johnny, what I love here is just how good the Saudi Arabian players are becoming. We saw Surmajed was part of a lineup last year for the Falcons. Now we have 3 teams with some stars. Talk to me about this top dog.
Yeah, I mean, I think we have to mention Siad, which is a future superstar in the Overwatch scene. 17 years old, tank player coming into this team, and is having massive amounts of impact on the Brawl heroes, but also being able to play the Diva at a really high level. And this entire squad has just rallied behind their tank player. Checkmate can play a Symmetra at a really high level, which seems to be the meta right now. And then you also have Landon, which kind of like steers the ship from the backline. So Alcancia, if you go by the Scrimbox pocket, they are one of the best teams at the tournament.
Alcancia favorite if you listen to our pros on site against CC in the opening round. But talk to me about GK.
GK are a team that is talk about like a wild card team. I mean, they may be the #1 seed from NA, but they are a very hard team to predict. They've innovated, played a lot of really wild strategies that many teams have decried and said, okay, it's not going to work, it's not going to work. And then eventually you go up against GK and it still works. So this is a team that is going to be very scary for some opponents to face off against if they aren't ready for that level of adaptability. You know, people counted GK out. They lost some strong players in previous seasons, but they've still managed to deliver wins.
Avril, as we take a look at our 4th and final group, Group D, break it down for me. Who are the favorites and who is the underdog that could go the distance here?
Might have to rename those to the Group T instead, because I'm looking at Twisted Minds and T1. It's all about the T teams. Sign Esports and, well, Gatos Guapos. They have a T at the start of the Gatos Guapos, I guess. Sign Esports, I think they got a decent dark horse run in this group, but really, we look at the current meta, the reasons why Alcacia are good, we look at Symbral, Twisted Minds, the same thing, and they look at T1. T1 are the team that, coming through from Korea, have just been so damn good.
And Johnny, you and I are cheering on this squad, though. It's not just for the colors of their jerseys, the name, the Gatos Guapos, the Handsome Cats. What should we know about Color Hex's team here?
I mean, I think they're a bit of a fan favorite going into this tournament because they have veteran players like Punk, for example, the tank player, Rack Attack. You know, one of the biggest streamers in the Overwatch space now. So Rack Attack didn't get picked up for stage 1, stage 2, and then joined this squad and actually qualified for the Esports World Cup. So it's an amazing story for Rack Attack and a big fan favorite here in this tournament.
It's going to be such a great event. As we mentioned, if you're just joining the show, we're starting on groups for day 1 and 2. Once we get to day 3 and 4, it's all about that single elimination bracket. Jake, though, we have a feeling we know who is going to make it to that bracket. Let's take a look at our Aramco Power Rankings to find out who you think are the top dogs from each region.
Yeah, so for our Aramco Power Rankings today, we decided to first just look at who are our regional favorites. So, I mean, we picked Crazy Raccoon coming out of Korea. It's hard to bet against them in terms of, winning in an international championship. Weibo Gaming out of China, monster team, previously, once again, LGD, but now Weibo Gaming. This is the same group of monster players out of China that have continued to deliver big results in the international stage. GK taking first place out of North America. We had to put them on top. And Alcadzia, we've been saying, is a real threat to win it all out of EMEA.
So you mentioned earlier that T1 and Twisted Minds are 2 contenders, our teams to watch in Group D. Who do you think is the second strongest? Would you go with T1 or are you going Twisted Minds?
I think T1. I think T1 in Korea, they went to like 6 maps, nearly 7 versus Crazy Raccoon in the Korea final. This team has really gone from strength to strength. They have some of the best players. I think Doik on T1, the tank player, best current tank in all of Overwatch. Proud, best up and coming hit scan after Lip as well. So just a ton of firepower in T1.
That's some good gas right there, Avril. You got me jacked up. I'm ready for these games. Ladies and gentlemen, let's take a look at our full lineup here on day number 1. And keep in mind, we have 2 streams. Over on your Alpha stream, though, we've got the banger matchup. It's AG versus Falcons to open the day. Crazy Raccoon, the returning champions, taking on the top squad from Japan and Veryl. We'll see Alcadzia versus CC, Twisted Minds and Sign. And then in the 5th and 6th match of the day, these are the important ones. These are your winners from the previous rounds playing for the first 2 spots in the playoff bracket.
Yeah, what a relief that would be to just day 1, you qualify immediately and you can take a bit of a breather there to prepare for your match there, of course. So, it's crucial to get off to a hot start. This first match between AG and Falcons, I think it has so much importance because in a group of death, if you lose once and now your back's against the wall, you're sweating already, that's a terrible spot to be in. So this first one coming up, Puck, it's going to be a good one.
Speaking of sweaty, I know 2 gentlemen who are outside right now with some great news. What do you got for me, Matt?
Honestly, I was kind of planning to start my health kick or resume it, when I got here to Riyadh, but bro, I'm realizing very quickly that's not happening.
You were not here last year. I mean, the food here is incredible.
Dude.
I mean, the sights are incredible as well here as we walk the boulevard. I'm super stoked for today.
Yeah, again, I think, it's worth talking about our SNB match of the day because it's the one we get to cast straight off the bat.
Right.
All gamers going up against Team Falcons. 2 teams, honestly, that if you're not watching Korea closely, you might not know what to expect.
Yeah, and I think we're going to see how Falcons looks in form today, right in front of the home crowd. I'm excited to see how they get behind their hometown team.
Again, I was not overwhelmed, I would say, by their performance in Korea.
I don't think anybody
when
was.
you have a team that has to make it through the LCQ to sort of be here and really falls out of that playoff bracket really early on, whereas all gamers have been quietly building that head of steam throughout the year in Korea, I do think that it has to be a very special land showing from Falcons, otherwise they could be in trouble.
Yeah, but we get proper back,
to say that.
We get proper back, though, so we'll see proper back in action for Falcons. It's always a sight seeing him play.
I mean, it's like a revolving door of amazing tanks and DPS players on that team, right? Whereas all gamers, a little less known, but I think Ade and Sonjun are very good, man.
Sonjun is a sick player. I mean, if they're going to win, it's going to be because he pops off.
Got to be tight either way. I'm looking forward to it. Let's get on with the games, nerds.
We are the champion.
They don't stand a chance, and it is going to be Falcons full pushing Esperanto, punching their ticket to the Esports World Cup in style.
We were undefeated in Stage 2 EMEA, and we are going to be undefeated here as well.
And Alcadzia are fighting back into this game. Shio's off the map now. Checkmate returns to the point as Alcadzia will set up. There's nothing Proper can do against this.
We always win.
터치가 됐어요. 자, 시간 공격. 이야기 시간
We still hungry.
You heard from Shu and Crazy Raccoons that they are still hungry, but the competition is taken to another level here in 2025. Now in our Jamil Motorsports Arrival Grand, we have AG coming into the stadium.
Yeah, led by Coach Dong Su at the front of the pack there going into the stage. And honestly, this team is full of players that if you haven't been looking at Korea recently, you're about to find out. They've taken essentially the third spot in Korea from Zeta Division, knocking them to LCQ, within Falcons knocked out of the LCQ. So Zeta's just not here. AG are the top 3 in Korea right now, which means a lot because if you can make top 3 in Korea, essentially in my mind, you're probably top 3 in the world. Sonjun and Aid, this DPS line, super deadly. Aid, extremely good hit scan.
Love that call out.
Yeah, and I think for this team as well, they might not be the favorites to win the tournament, but any points are good when it comes to the club championship here at the Esports World Cup. And AG, they're actually tied for 3rd right now with Team Falcons, and crucially, they've already won a tournament, so they are eligible to be the winner of the club championship as well. So if this team can just rack up any points, I think that would be a great achievement for this squad. They're coming in as underdogs. If you can get deep in the single elimination bracket, maybe top 4, that would be a great achievement for this team.
Let's take a look at their success so far on this season. We've had a few events. Jake, how have they played?
They've had a solid performance, like you were mentioning, right? Getting to top 3 in Korea is incredible. That's typically you come out 3rd place in Korea, you could easily be maybe number 1 in some of the other less competitive regions. But as we were saying, this is a young team. There's a lot of newcomers onto the scene. Maybe old head fans of Overwatch don't even know some of these players, and they want to see what they can do here on the server. But everyone's going to be watching this first match, right? Defending your spot as top 3. You're not top 3 anymore if Falcons take it away from you, right? And that's, I think, what everyone's going to be thinking about coming into this match 1.
For now, they're considered the favorites because the Falcons had to come through the LCQ, and they are ready to walk into the STC arena. Here is a look at our friends in our Jamil Motorsports Arrival Cam. Any nerves for the boys? They just kind of had a clean sweep in the LCQ. Does that boost your confidence coming into a LAN?
Yeah, I think winning LCQ and demolishing Zeta 3-0 gives you a ton of confidence. And, talking to Grant as well, it's about when the team is actually good. Okay, they struggled in Stage 2, we know that, but now they're powering up. They're getting ready to just get into this heavy sim brawl meta that Falcons are so damn good at.
This is a team that, pressure, it's just not a factor for these guys, right? I've coached Mara before. This guy is icy. In the most high-pressure situations, he gives you nothing but no emotion, just pure performance. It's exactly what you want. Everybody wants to play with this guy. He gets so much done with so little. The rest of the squad is absolutely on that level as well. These guys are all champion players. They've all had huge international performances, and this is just the beginning for them. I think they know that, yeah, they might have come from the LCQ, but this is a team with much higher expectations than almost any other last chance qualified team at the Esports World Cup.
They were runners-up at the Champions Clash, but you see that Asia Stage 1, they were already able to raise 1 trophy. Johnny, what's the likelihood the Falcons find that form again?
Well, I think it's quite likely because this is a team that is all about tournament play. Yes, they had a bit of a slip-up during the regular season, and it was honestly the first time that this team has really slipped up in like 18 months. Like, they've been dominant for so long, and this was the first time where we look at Falcons and, they're messing around with the roster, they're not quite sure which lineup to play, but going into the LCQ, like Avril said, they look like they're on the same page again, and going into the Esports World Cup, you put them as contenders, I would say that they are a top 3 team going into the tournament until proven otherwise here.
Well, we know that Merritt and someone were picked up by the squad between 2024 and 2025. They're hoping those two can be a huge impact, and we caught up with someone before the matchup.
What's up, everybody? Danny Lim here. The match is about to begin between Team Falcons versus AGAL, and I'm here with someone from Team Falcons to have a quick chat. Someone, please say hello.
Hello, I'm Team Falcon for Tang. My name is Summer. Nice to meet you.
Let's go. All right. This is gonna be really quick. Pre-match interview. Yeah. Someone. It's been a while since you've been in an international offline event. So how does that make you feel? 자, 되게 오랜만에 이렇게 국제적 오프라인 어떻게 보면 경기장에 오랜만에 오시게 되는데 소감 말씀 부탁드릴게요.
저가 국제전을 못 올 거라고 생각 못했는데, 그러니까 LCQ까지는 좀 더 불안했거든요. 근데 이제 LCQ 오고 나서부터는 많이 이제 자신감 붙었고. 좀 좋은 성적을 낼 것 같습니다.
Yeah. To be honest, I didn't think we were gonna make it. I mean, I did think that after going through LCQ, I gained a lot more confidence. But before that, I didn't really think that we were gonna make it this far. But now that after LCQ, I've gained a lot of confidence, and I feel like we could give out a really good performance. All right, talking about your first match against AGAL, how do you think it's gonna play out? 자, 첫 번째 경기입니다. AGAL과 올게이머스와 경기가 있는데 어떻게 경기가 흘러가실 것 같으신가요?
그 AGAL은 저는 솔직히 말해서 그렇게 어려운 팀은 아니라고 생각하고 근데 이게 3판 2선이다 보니까 방심만 안 하면 진짜 쉽게 이길 것 같습니다.
Yeah. To be honest, I don't think it's gonna be a very close matchup. If we just don't make a lot of mistakes, I feel like it's going to be an easy win for the Team Falcons. All right, Soma, thank you so much for the interview.
Thank you.
Right, good luck.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Let's go.
Chat, which one looks better in blonde? Let us know between someone and Danny Lim. Love having both of these two entertainers here, but we got to talk maps because the match is almost ready and we have a new one since season 17, I should say. Atlas is in the competition, but we also have some old school maps like Lijiang Tower and Watchpoint Gibraltar. What do you want to see on day one, Avril?
I want to see a lot of Atlas. I want to see how teams are going to navigate our new Flashpoint map. We don't have Survivors here, which could hurt some teams. Speaking of maps that we don't have, no Ilios either. So those are two really strong ball maps, two really strong dive maps. Gibraltar is going to be that single dive map that's still in the pool. And because, well, so many ball teams like Crazy Raccoon are here, and AG is one of them, that could impact the results.
And Johnny, it's just like last year. We're always going to play control first, and then loser gets to pick the next game, right?
Absolutely, and of course Ilios is missing for that first control map, which is the default pick for so many teams that love to play dive. Now you have to pivot, you have to play Lijiang Tower perhaps, but that features control center, which is more brawl heavy, so it might change the tactics a little bit for some of these teams.
Okay, so Jake, let's dive in a little deeper. We're about to see our first 10 players take the stage, AG taking on Falcons. Give me the expectations for both teams. Will we see a game 3?
Look, I honestly think this one's going to be really dominant for Falcons. They came in out of the LCQ. They may technically be a lower seed, but just looking at their strength, I think we always knew that anything less than like a top 2 spot in Korea is an underperformance for Falcons. They've shown that, as Grant mentioned earlier, they can absolutely do better and deliver championship performances. And I think they're going to do that again here at the Esports World Cup. I got a ton of faith in Merit and someone.
Johnny, Falcons?
Yeah, I just got to be on board with Falcons because a lot of people going into this event, they've been kind of sleeping on them. Oh, they're coming from the LCQ, but I'm just like, these are pros. Like, these are some of the best. Just look at this roster. It's an amazing roster. Some of the most winningest player of all time. Gio and Fielder, of course. One of the best tank players in the world. Like I said before, Merit can just take over the game as the hit scan player. And Proper, I mean, Avril, you're all about Proper as well. This guy, when he's playing at his best,
I'm all about the whole team, really, but yeah, Proper as well. I'm going to go for Falcons as well here, Puckett, because I think it's about who is good right now in this current meta, and I think there's going to be two types of teams in this tournament. Sim teams who are good at the brawl, and teams who can't play the Symmetra, and I think AG are going to be the type of team that can't really play that Symmetra as well, so Falcons should be a 2-0.
We're going to give our players about a 2-minute buffer here to take the stage, so we have a little bit more time to chew on this. Can we take a look at AG, because we all said they are the higher seed coming in. Technically, they're the favorites, but in a lot of fans' eyes, they are the underdogs. So walk me through this roster. Where is the highest ceiling? Who could pop off and potentially hand the Falcons another L tonight?
I'm going with Sonjin here. I think one of the key ways you can deal with a lot of the Symmetra play coming through is on your flex DPS. You need to be looking towards Fire, you need to be looking towards Venture. Sonjin can play both, but particularly the Venture is a bit of a Korean special. They've been playing into the Sim that we've seen even in, you know, the latest parts of Stage 2. So for AG, that's going to have to be their strength. I'm looking at that guy.
I was quite surprised you didn't mention Ada, actually. You know, especially been seeing a new hit scan hero as well, because we've been playing Sojourn for so long, right? Yeah. But now Freya's come into the mix in Stage 2 and really changed up the game. A lot of these hit scan players now, they've struggled to pick up Freya because it features more projectile kind of arrows, right? And so it's not quite the same character. And so I think that is going to be another story to follow throughout this tournament. What hit scan players can really fire on all cylinders, and Aid will have to step up big for this team, I think.
Jake, we didn't see him in the starting roster card, but there is a pair of brothers on this squad, and this is something so unique in sports, and especially esports. Tell me a little bit about the history on AG. We have Aid and Milgaru, who could potentially be from the same family in the same lobby.
I mean, that would be pretty incredible. I can't recall where else we've seen that in esports. It's pretty awesome for them as a team. And I think across this roster, you got to think that a lot of these names, these guys are next up, right, in Korea. They're all very young players, all at the very early part of their career. Sonjin has shown really big performances on other squads as well. I think you're right to highlight him as a key factor for this team. But remember, that's also a lot of like rookie, you know, early in their career energy. I'm kind of interested to see how do they perform at the Esports World Cup. This is the biggest esports event of the year. If pressure is ever going to be an issue for you, this is the time it's going to rear its ugly head. And against a squad like the Falcons, they're going to put every bit of pressure on you from minute one, from the first second of this competition.
I also think, to speak highly of AG, that when you look at their Stage 2 results, they did actually beat Crazy Raccoon even in the seeding decided matches in Korea. They also beat Falcons as well in the regular season. So talking about a team that on stages, you want to play on stage, you want to play in a LAN environment. Korea is played entirely on LAN. They have all this LAN experience stuff. They have 3 former Overwatch League players, including Marco, who was on the bench for Mayhem when they won the Overwatch League in 2023. So, yeah, they have the experience of actually beating the top teams, including Falcons.
All right, we're going to put a few more minutes on the clock while the teams get situated on the stage. Johnny, can we walk through these groups again? Because we are going to see all 4 of them. We're going to see Group A, then B, C, then D before we get to our qualifiers. So let's start with the daily showdown and then, of course, what we expect to see a little bit later. On our Alpha stream, you have AG versus Falcons. But what's the expectations for that Bravo match of Weibo taking on Virtus Pro?
Well, I think this group is so difficult to call, really, because usually I would say that Weibo Gaming is a team really to be feared when they're playing at their best. They're just firing on all cylinders. Shy can just take over games as well. But the meta is slightly different. It doesn't favor them as much. There's no Ilios in the pool. And I think that might even play to Virtus Pro strengths here as well. So I really do think it's a toss-up. Like, I'm not trying to prevent a prediction here, but I really do think it's a 50-50 scenario between these 2 teams.
Jake, Virtus Pro was looking good last year. Are they underdogs? Can they do any damage?
I would argue that Virtus Pro really underperformed in EMEA to even be down in this, I believe, their 3rd seed out of EMEA, which, for this team, they've had much higher highs. And so they've had a bit of time off since the end of Stage 2 to kind of recuperate, readjust with Sim being a bit more dominant in the meta. I'm very curious what a player like Jwoo could do if he gets his hands on the Symmetra. I mean, the guy has looked immaculate on a very wide variety of heroes. I think talk about a player who's next up. Jwoo is that guy for me right now, playing in Virtus Pro. And if they can really put the ball in his court and find the strategy that lets Jwoo shine, Virtus Pro is a team, like you said, that could punch up. I kind of like them over Weibo right now.
We've brought in the best teams from around the world. They are all here to compete for the Esports World Cup title and to be crowned champions in front of all the fans. Day 1 of 4 begins right now.
to the OWCS Mid-Season Championship, coming to you live from the EWC here in beautiful Riyadh. And for this one, we brought out more teams than ever before. 16 teams hailing from 6 regions, all competing for the lion's share of $1 million.
Absolutely. One team will rise above the rest and fly out of Riyadh $400,000 richer. And of course, along with club championship points and the prestigious mid-season championship title.
That's right. But you know what? Fame, fortune is far away as all these teams have to fight their way through an exciting and very stacked group stage, followed by a very high-stakes single elimination playoffs bracket.
Absolutely. We are in for crushed keys, shattered dreams, and moments that will define the rest of the season. But let's not get ahead of ourselves because we've got a group stage to get to first.
We do indeed. 4 days of action ahead of us, and it all starts right here, right now. What do you say, Fancy? Are we ready for the teams?
Let's do it. Let's welcome the first team that's walking on stage. It is Weibo Gaming.
Next up, Virtus Pro.
Please welcome Team Liquid.
Next up, Rock Esports.
Up next, it's Barrel.
And GK Esports.
Please welcome Al-Qadisiyah.
And Team CC.
Zucorp Esports.
Welcome T1.
Please welcome Twisted Minds.
And Sign Esports.
Up next, the Gatos Guapos.
And now the defending Overwatch 2 title winners of EWC, Crazy Raccoon.
The last two teams that will walk on stage will be our opening match of the day. Please welcome the new generation of the Korean Overwatch Elite, AGAL.
And they will be going up against your reigning EWC champions. Please welcome Team Falcons!
This marks the official start of the mid-season championship at the Esports World Cup. 16 teams, 1 championship. Let's get this started.
Thank you very much, Fancy and Zoe. It's Mitch Leslie and Matt Morello in the booth for you for our kickoff match here of our OWCS mid-season championship. And I'm going to say, straight off the bat, good to hear the Saudi crowd getting involved. A little bit of booze as well for
I love it.
Yeah.
You know, I think this is actually pretty good for Falcons, right? Because not only, obviously, they're like the hometown favorite, right? Everybody going crazy for Falcons. I think it's actually big for somebody like someone, right? Who, like, you know, kind of gets the crowd behind him, likes to play up to them at times. I think having him in the mix there and you know, having that crowd behind them, I think that's going to pay off.
I couldn't tell if the shoe was putting the thumbs down for, you know, to echo the reaction to CR or to send it back to the crowd. But obviously, there's a rivalry there between Falcons and CR. But we have a couple of games before we can even get there, and it's worth sinking our teeth into this matchup a little bit because, look, we caught Falcons on a bit of a downswing, I think, here stage 2 over in Korea. Obviously having to fight through it, we talked about it on the Boulevard, bloody hot out there, I'll tell you what. Having to fight through the LCQ, not always the most auspicious sign, but these guys in those Korea playoffs did get a couple of maps off Crazy Raccoon, but I don't know if they're quite on that level footing in that rivalry like they used to be, not like they were in Hangzhou earlier this year.
And also, obviously, they're trying different things in terms of their team, right? Adding new players into the roster. There'll be a Freya ban here. You know, for Falcons, and then on the other side for all gamers, it will be a Kiri ban. I was surprised a little bit, not by the fact that Johnny didn't make a prediction, that's normal, but by the fact that you can make a case for all gamers this series. You very well could, right?
Historically, I mean, these two teams obviously dodge each other in the OWCS Korea playoffs here in stage 2, but they do go head-to-head early on in the groups, and it is a sweep. 3-0 for this AGAL team. Falcons obviously looked a lot shakier back then, and we expect them to have maybe stabilized a little bit here, at least really zeroed in on what their ideal lineup is supposed to look like. So we still expect big things, of course, of this reigning EWC champion.
And to remind you guys at home, this is a previous patch, right? So the map reworks are not in. It'll be a very similar meta probably to what you saw in stage 2 here. So, I mean, with a Freya gone early, right, you're looking at potentially we're going to see like Cassidy, we're going to see Sojourn, obviously, and then also probably like Bap Lucio with the Kiri gone.
Yeah, exactly. Kiri definitely, banned out on multiple occasions. Less of those Juno-based comps, unless there's the kind of map where you can really stick a Malga comp in there. We do see that pop up on, Control every now and then, seen it on Nepal, for example. But this AGAL team, genuine young bloods rising up. Yes, as Kevin mentioned, obviously, a few of these players have featured on Overwatch League teams in the past, but have they found that spotlight for themselves? Not quite yet. They knocked a bunch of heads together over in their home region, though, so they should be hitting the ground running.
And this is a first to 2, right? All these early games in groups will be first to 2. Look, if you're going to pick an underdog, this is the type of scenario you would do it, right?
Who's the underdog here, Matt?
That's a really, honestly, it's a really interesting, I think you're relying on, for Falcons, right, like a little bit of hometown love, hometown advantage, but also that they'll return to form and kind of get things back on track. But you're not sure on that, right?
Yeah, again, it's Falcons a little bit of an enigma. That last chance qualifier, they don't really face a whole lot of competition. Obviously, we open that up to the wider Asia region, and they kind of just walk in there with a very clear objective, and no one really slows them down. If there's a time to peak, though, it's about now.
Does it tell you something, though, when someone did the interview with Danny, he was like, I didn't think we would make it?
I mean, I don't know if that's classic, South Korean sandbagging. Or, I mean, to be fair, you see, he had a shaky hand on him there as well. Like,
I talked to Astro. I saw him up in the player lounge. You'll find this funny. And I was like, yeah, we haven't had the talent group text where it's like somebody talked to one of the teams coming from South Korea and said, oh, we're not very good.
Oh no, we got that.
Typically do.
I got that yesterday in the media day. Oh yes, there was a typical level of sandbagging coming from many of our teams, but a lot of teams from Korea definitely respecting what's coming out of EMEA right now. Obviously, Alcatia and Twisted Minds are two teams that many even expected to be in the top 2 of this tournament. One of those teams.
I think Alcatia is tremendous. I think they have the talent to win the whole thing. This group also has Virtus Pro in it as well. I mean, this group is brutal, man. I mean, again, making out of this one's going to be tough.
It's a warning to Virtus Pro fans because they did not adopt the Symmetra compositions, I don't think. Not even really pick them up in a way that would really made a compelling case for them out in that region. Look at this. You only need so many keys, guys. Don't worry about the other ones.
I was like, is this the delay? That would be a new first. Somebody's building their keyboard on stage.
Yeah, that would be hilarious. I mean, again, I think he's also making it so he can't talk smack in the chat. Like, is the temptation, obviously, to...
Yeah, what is the benefit of getting rid of all of the other keys?
Well, I would say you can't fat finger the other ones, but you kind of can. It's just a little bit harder.
It's just, yeah.
Honestly, I think that's such Sigma gaming mindset. Just, eliminate every distraction, every key that doesn't have a legitimate function. And of course, Falcons fans are already getting on their feet. I think they made it very clear what they thought of their opponents as well.
I mean, you walk the boulevard, there was spectators in Falcons jerseys. The team's got a little bit of a pop-up booth going on. I mean, everybody here supporting Falcons. And they're doing pretty well in that club championship, but they need to get a game win, right, to be eligible for that #1 spot, which here in Overwatch 2, it might be their best shot.
Pretty weird year for Falcons so far. I think when you take a team that is so good and then you just add, you add Merit and someone into the mix, right? All of a sudden it's like, okay, like how are these guys supposed to fit in with the rest of the team, right? Is Stalker even here in Saudi Arabia? I don't even know. I mean, I haven't even seen him, but you still, you also sort of put all your eggs in the Hanbin basket on this team, right? Decided that you didn't really feel like you wanted a rotating tank core, and then someone came in. You're like, okay, maybe we do want extra options. So, they had extra DPS, they had extra tanks on this team for a while, and I think iterating and finding the best 5 probably took them all off stage 2 in Korea to do.
It is quite interesting though that a team that was obviously playing as well as Falcons and look, I mean, since OWCS has been created, right? They've been 1-2 every event. I mean, they've been Crazy Raccoon. That you would make an adjustment like that, right? Because it's a big adjustment, right? Bringing in another tank when Hanbin has been, very good for this team, and what he's known for is playing all of the tanks, right? So now Hanbin's like, well, what is my role here?
Exactly.
Right? How do I fit in? And then Merit coming in, it's like, sometimes okay, is it for Proper? Is it for Stalker? Then nobody's in a rhythm. You kind of mess up the rhythm of the team, so to speak. And your hope, I think, though, in the long run, it works out way better.
You'll notice here on the stage that Melgaru is actually starting in the lineup here for AG over Jasmine. So Melgaru, obviously more the Wrecking Ball player, someone that sort of gets mixed in here. We've seen the map select already, and in a first to 2, I think this control map obviously takes far more precedence, far more important to really come out here with a strong showing. So it might be a ball, but obviously it really depends on how the maps sort of drop down. If we end up in control center, obviously it can be a little bit harder to pilot that Wrecking Ball. And it is the kind of comp that has been sort of talked about as something that can answer these sim looks, right? Popping up a sim into the air, making it quite vulnerable to that hit scan or that sort of Freya pressure from longer distance if she's available, which she isn't in this game. Obviously, it's a very powerful combination. So look to see whether it's Sojin or even Cassidy in some of these cases, try and find a way to punish him before she even gets to the front line and gets charged up.
Yeah, and we're getting the comms all sorted out on stage. That's what we're waiting for at the moment. Did you catch that Falcon sign, though? It's the Grim Reaper with the Falcons logo and all the other team logos around. That's a good one. Where with the first map being Lijiang Tower, having your ball player in here, Melaguru, it's interesting because they talked about it even when they were over at the studio.
There are some maps where you could play the ball, right? They mentioned that Ilios not in the map pool here, right? Which definitely hurts some ball play where, picking Lijiang Tower and then going for it, right? You're hoping it's not like Control Center.
And again, I think the best arena for ball on Ilios was, of course, Ruins, and then sometimes we moved to Lighthouse, and some teams preferred to, fold the DV into some more of those compositions. Ideally, Team Falcons have a lineup now. They've sort of zeroed in on this 5-player team that can kind of do it all. I think that's something you need to be able to provide here. And teams can absolutely target you if you're a little bit more telegraphed in the kinds of comps you want to play. I'm going to use the ultimates from EMEA as a good example of this, right? Now, of course, with our ban function, can really try and take away some of those strong picks here. We've seen Kiriko being removed and also Freya out of the mix. Those are your two bans here heading into Lijiang Tower straight off the bat. This is your reigning EWC champion in Team Falcons, coming off a bit of a suspect stage 2 out in Korea against his AGAL team with it all to prove. And in terms of the wider club championship, both they and Falcons are still live to take it all.
Yeah, we still have a lot of EWC left, right? There's still a few weeks left after this one, so still an opportunity to make up some points in that club championship.
Moments away here from jumping into our first map of this 1st-to-2 series, folks. We're on night market first here on Lijiang Tower, so it's a question of whether we see Mialgaru on this wrecking ball or something similarly mobile. And again, pretty important. These opening matches, you don't have a lot of room for error in 1st-to-2 games.
Yeah, I mean, especially, right, you get into control here, you can end up with a loss pretty quickly, and then now you're basically at one map pick, right, to kind of turn your series around. So control, obviously always important as the first game in the series, but even more important here in this 1st-to-2.
Off to the races we go, folks. The mid-season championship is officially underway. Already having a look at some of these early hovers. Obviously, we know the Team Falcons have looked to try and bring much more of those Symmetra comps in. Lucio and Baptiste with Kiriko being banned here, a bit more common. But in these Ramatra shells, you can take the chance of folding the Juno in. She just tends to look a little more vulnerable to that hit scan pressure that Sojourn can provide.
And as the gates open here, Mitch, we'll see if HEAL stay to this as okay, so they're going to play the Moira with a Reaper. So this is like zombie comp level of stuff here from HEAL. And we saw some of this in EMEA, right? We saw some teams play Moira, just kind of in that like bunker, death brawly style. Now bringing the Reaper in, that's a really interesting look.
It's HEAL want these shorter fights. They might go aggressive even on this defense side, lest those healing resources get teased out of them before they can put them to best use. So forward they come here. Mialgaru going a little bit low already, and it's tough for the Moira outside of the Biotic Orb to keep them standing. Not enough healing throughput here for AGAL, and so Falcons come knocking with the Tracer in their composition. Pretty good at harassing that pretty fragile-looking backline. They'll be in control first.
I think one of the biggest things there is for Falcons, you have the bat, right? So you get someone right in Mialgaru's face and, just kind of exchanging punches. Someone has the benefit of the immortality build, right? You're just having that Moira just constantly just trying to heal up the Ramatra on your side for HEAL, and it's just not enough.
Yeah, it's a problem for the Moira composition. They've got to get through that immortality field before, their throughput really actually matters in the grand scheme of things. Merit's in an awkward spot, but is able to transition away comfortably. It's Mialgaru getting picked off here. Falcons with that extra damage from the Baptiste in the backline, putting it to good use here. Marker out of the picture is Curtains for AGAL. Feels like a much stronger composition in the hands of Falcons.
Yeah, you would want to see all gamers end up switching and running the Baptiste. But now you're so close to both these support ults, you're probably going to stay on this for another fight. I don't think it's going to go any better, to be quite frank, even with some ults.
Again, yeah, they really want to make use of this coalescence here, and I have to assume the thinking already for AGL is that they've probably not landed on the right composition for this map, but they're going to stick to it for at least one more fight. But by that time, they're going to be almost too far behind the 8 ball to have a chance in this round. It's someone commanding space in the middle of the map for the time being. He's already built up that annihilation, so AGAL definitely have to think twice about challenging the Ramatra up front. Merit really in no hurry here, just wants to take a pretty slow flank. He's heard the coalescence go off, and now it's time to go from the backside. It's going to be an amplification matrix sound barrier. Going to be employed by both sides. This Merit off to the side, sees the coalescence coming in, but knows it can't last too much longer. Sonjun down, Annihilation getting good purchase here, but Merit has been picked off, so now someone and co have to do the rest of the dirty work, but with Proper still standing, the damage is going to be there in spades. Mialgaru utterly ignored now as someone chases down the Moira who fades away. Marker has to give up the point. And AJL punished for sticking to this Moira look now in last fight territory without a lot to work with.
I mean, he got this overclock, right? But who's even going to get a touch? It looks like Sunjin goes to a TP up on the high ground. He'll be the one who touches it.
Overclock now comes in from Aid. Can he find a key pick? It's going to be proper, already wending his way into the middle of things. That Immortality Field comes up, and look how low AGAL are. There's just not really enough throughput. They've got to have a fast fight win, and that could be a lot to ask for. Probably gets caught out, though, by a Biotic Orb that just licks him down to 0 health. Milgaru able to command this space with an Annihilation.
All right.
Some power of ultimates here for AGAL, keeping the round.
Yeah, behind Aid's overclock, and then the Annihilation there, you're able to actually turn this. Okay, so we're going to see Venture come into play. We've seen Venture, like Avril mentioned, in Korea, and they're really good at combining with like a Reaper for a dive, going to the backline and just blowing up targets.
Yeah, Venture here for Aid. I think AGL really want to try and find their way towards the Baptiste in these fights as early as possible, but they've lost Sunjin yet again, and someone, though, will be dragged down.
It feels like, though, that might be worth it. You see Aid's positioning there. He just separates the support so far from someone, and someone not able to get any healing. He falls first, and the Venture's so difficult to get out of the fight.
A decent place to take the fight here for AGL as well, Matt. Stick to that right side room, and now they've honestly built themselves the opportunity to develop a coalescence once more. Once more, this fast-moving brawl comp that wants to emerge in the middle of Team Falcons' setup. Going to be a little bit hard to get early poke damage on.
Yeah, I mean, with 99 on the point, though, you're going to be able to use probably this sound barrier coming up soon, right? So, Maka's going to use the Coalescence. It's going to kind of push Falcons back, but Falcons comes out on top. It's going to be Merit getting 2 kills. I don't think you invest the sound barrier here. You use the Amp Matrix, but for Falcons, they actually do get towards that point. See, it looks like actually the players from all gamers push back to the spawn, so an opportunity to potentially steal the round.
Yeah, at least it means able to get a touch here, but the fact that Chio doesn't have a chance to employ the sound barrier, Matt, and they still win the fight says
that's crazy.
Everything you need to know. Celebratory beat at the end there, but it was unnecessary in the end. We see a switch here over towards Adventure. Look, Aid looks pretty good in that situation. Remember, it's a setup alongside Reaper's Wraithwalk that means it's tough to poke you down before you get that fight started, but I've got some concerns about the backline choice here.
Yeah, and I think there's opportunity, though, for all gamers to make some changes as we take a look through some of the highlights here from round number 1. I think the Venture swap was pretty effective, right? It's just a little bit too late. I mean, maybe if you had it earlier.
Moira doesn't necessarily want to have to heal your team up against poke damage coming in. Like, she really wants you just to only need healing when the fight is started and you're relatively clumped together so that Biotic Orb or Coalescence find max value. So I think it's a better look to supplement the Moira, make sure everyone is a bit more of a death ball.
Also, if you were trying to play ball, are these the 2 worst ones to get?
Well, you don't get Garden, so unlucky, I guess. But Milgaru here on the Ramatra definitely looks more than serviceable.
Yeah.
It's more of a wholesale issue that maybe AGAL are suffering so far. And sorry, Sunjin, you don't have enough rope to get away there. Low health in the Wraithwalk.
I mean, this is a great setup, though, for Falcons, right? Someone extremely comfortable playing Ram, you have Proper playing Tracer, and then Merit on Sojourn. I mean, you couldn't get a better setup here for Falcons.
Oh, trust me, they opened the wallet for it as well. Make no mistake. Yeah. And again, they had Stalker, of course, waiting in the wings there. Obviously not featuring at this tournament. I've been told that he is chilling at home for the time being. It's in a Mortality Field now. It's going to be used for Falcons to be able to fall away, but Chio was still caught because Aid won't really give him that room to breathe. Trade those. Proper's found Sunjin. This Tracer is something to look for. Proper now coming off injury, looking much improved and right at home.
They just haven't been able to combo with the Venture, like whether it's with the Reaper or, the Ramatra going on in. They've never been able to make a play for that back line as right now the Coalescence goes for nothing. Falcons is going to be able to flip this point. And they only had to use that Amp Matrix. I mean, they didn't really have to use anything at all here. And now you're going to be walking into this Merit overclock. Could be quite devastating here for all gamers.
AGL have enough to work with, at least. I think the Annihilation catch is going to be pretty crucial. Sound barriers are going to be required in this fight. First, though, it's going to be an overclock from Merit, and it's got a lot of room here. Milgaru defending himself doesn't quite have the speed, but that Annihilation comes in a great response. Speed boost for Chio, gets everybody out of trouble. Milgaru falls, though, to the Annihilation of someone, only at the cost of Fielder, which might have been worth it if the Death Blossom hadn't come in and taken that last remaining healer out of Falcon's composition. But AJL lack a frontliner. The best they can do is contest this point, but never get the flip, and never take the lead back from Falcons.
And that's what? Death Blossom, Sound Barrier, your Annihilation. This is looking pretty rough here for all gamers. You're still on this Moira, so now you're playing for like Coalescence here towards the end of the game. I would have loved to see them swap.
Oh, he didn't have Wraith Walk available.
But imagine if he had an Immortality Field.
Right, or that cooldown, but it was 4 seconds away. But yeah, point taken. I don't know if you want to burn that early, but yes, that would be a great way to answer a Pulse Bomb. And that's devastating that AGAL don't have an answer for that. That's basically required reading at this point. Tech shock here. Aid goes in, and again, Baptista's nowhere to go. He only has the vertical mobility, which means he still gets caught, and Maka and Sonjun out of the game already. This should be curtains on Ilios now. Aid really struggling to find a target that's willing to take a face full of damage, and Fielder is basically unassailable from this higher ground position. Merritt a little bit low now. It's going to be an overclock popped by the man himself, and Aid tries to go upstairs, and it costs the Baptiste, but there's just nothing to be done. Fielder barely shrugs him off. And now Amp Matrix, unnecessary. Healing will be boosted, and of course, it's just the Moira standing. Maka will be allowed to hang around a little bit longer, and that'll be that.
And I mean, look, we have seen teams in the history of Overwatch esports try and challenge that backline with Fielder and Chio constantly and make plays for them, and they come up empty, and that's exactly what happened with all gamers.
Coach Sparkle looking pleased about that, and it's exactly the opener you want to see. We've seen plenty of teams work the Moira, and it's not out of the ordinary necessarily. No. We've even seen some teams aim an early ban at her on these control maps, but a lot of things need to go right for you. Whereas with the Baptiste, you've got some really nice panic button cooldowns, right? You know, you obviously have a nice little burst, AoE heal, the immortality field. There's a lot to offer, whereas Moira, you're a little bit narrower. You have a small window at which you need most of the impact of your team to be expressed. While that Biotic Orb is in play, or, you know, within the window of a Coalescence. So, tough break here for AGAL. Not the opener they were looking for, but Falcons make an early statement here. They are here to play.
No reason for someone to feel like they didn't, you know, they weren't going to make it, right, or they were going to fall behind, especially with that type of performance. And I think you get these heroes into the mix. I think you're in a great spot, and the crowd going crazy with one more game. That's all we need for a Falcons win here early on.
Here we go. So discussion, of course, about our next map pick in this series. It's a first to two, folks. So again, we don't often see quote unquote best of 3 Overwatch, but in these high stakes opener matches,
yeah,
you can't really afford to, obviously you can't afford to drop your map pick.
Right, and we see that there. They never get the opportunity to potentially play the ball, right, if we're thinking that's going to be the case. So we'll see as the map selection and bans coming in here live, how things will pan out here. It does feel like Falcons, though, has a bit of an advantage.
It's unclear whether Jasmine is going to be tapped to sub in here for all gamers, or Melgari will be their go-to for yet another map. Naturally, it's map dependent. And these are only decided after the loss of the first map. I can't shush. My job is to talk.
Who's telling you to shush?
I don't know. I'm just assuming it's the Falcons fans. I've got good things to say about your team, guys. Don't worry about it.
No, I mean, they're awesome to be able to watch play. I mean, some of these players just like historic throughout Overwatch history, right?
Some.
Like
all of them,
run. Man. Yeah. Oh, what? Did I say some?
You did.
I did say some? All right. Well, all of them. No, that'll...
And yet, I spent some time with the players yesterday, and I asked them to sort of, you know, one of the TikTok questions I asked them was to create your all-star team. Right?
You asked them the TikTok?
Well, it was in the TikTok format, I guess, by definition. It was TikTok questions. I said, create your all-star team of 5 of the best players of every era of Overwatch. So I'm giving them access to, like, Jonak. I'm giving them access to, like, those, you know...
The boomer era.
Yeah, the Fletters of the world. And they basically... Many answers were, just give me Crazy Raccoon. With either of the tanks.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. And that should tell you everything you need to know. The game has evolved drastically since those very early years of the Overwatch League, and yet, you know, Crazy Raccoon are one team that's expressing just some of the greatest skill we've maybe ever seen across the game.
I'm surprised you didn't show them any of your famous TikTok dances.
Oh, no, I did.
Oh.
I
can't wait for that.
I don't know if they made the final cut, though.
Right.
Yeah. I did ask Elysium to do one with me, but, yeah.
It doesn't sound like it worked out.
No, it wasn't about it.
Yeah, I mean, this era of Overwatch, just as a whole, right? Even with the players and all gamers, like, you think back, I mean, it seems like a long time ago, but it's really not that long ago, where like you had specialists for like, you know, hit scan, and like it's so different now. I mean, you have to be able to play just about everything.
Can we get some of these Saudi fans out for the rest of our road shows here?
Right?
The vibes are actually premium. Good stuff, guys. Keep that up. Big fan of it. And again, this Falcon chants are going to be coming in thick and fast. Well, we've got some great games, of course, still around the corner for you today, folks. We're in for a treat. Coming up next, we've got Crazy Raccoon and Varel going head-to-head. Again, that's another first 2-2. Al-Qadsiya will take on Team CC, a team that has some legends of the past, including one Dia, who is, I don't know what he's been up to, you know, maybe living a normal life. He's been streaming a little bit, you know, over in China since...
Ziad, though,
oh, man.
He ain't going out like that.
I tell you, no, I mean, I think that Al-Qadsiya are to be feared in that particular matchup, and that's consistent with what I'm hearing from a lot of the teams that have had the chance to scrim against them. Look at this, a lens cleaner. Love that, being folded ever so lovingly.
And, yeah, the lens cleaner, they're kitted out on stage. The keyboard with like no keys.
I've seen how these guys get treated out here in Saudi. They've been furnished with everything that they could ask.
And you see fans from both sides, right? All gamers fans here. I've seen people walking around in you know, Gen G gear for different games. It's really fun to see like how passionate everybody is in the arena.
Yeah, if you're like, I don't know, if you're interested in sort of following along with the club championship at the Esports World Cup, you know that both of these teams are sort of in the top 3 right now, and obviously like high placement across a number of games is kind of required, but Falcons were the club champions last year.
Okay, did you see that's Meligaru's keyboard? And where the WASD is, you can see it here. Actually, his name. That's pretty sweet.
There's no A.
Yeah.
It's been... because he's already got an A. And I guess he would have to get another set of keycaps for the other A.
Right.
So he just got one set of keycaps. I mean, that's fair.
I think you need to hook him up.
You want me to hook him up?
With another set. Yeah,
yeah.
It out.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, the Uber Shouts line of keycaps coming straight to you, folks, don't worry. Okay, Artless going to be the pick here. So, obviously, one of our newest map coming in at Flashpoint, obviously based on Marrakesh, which I love the vibe of. We got the bands already coming in. Ramatra and Kiriko band. So, both teams actually bringing out Kiriko bands in these first 2.
Which is interesting because like all gamers didn't seem to want to play like a BAP there early on. So like they may have wanted to play like Lucio Kiri, right? And then when the Kiri's gone, their fallback is to Moira, which I think if their fallback is to Moira, right? If you're Falcons, sure, get rid of the Kiri and make them play Moira Lucio. The Ram being gone is interesting. This map, at least early on, right, seems to play a little bit brawly. So curious what we'll see. Maybe we see like a Risa, maybe we see a Malga in the mix, right? We've seen teams in Korea run like the Venture with Malga, right? Combo. Ever since they've both been introduced to the game, that's always been a really good combo, right? The Malga stomp into the Venture burrow and then come out with the amount of damage usually is enough to kill a target.
I do think the Ramatra ban is pretty decisive coming out from AG here. Melgari had to match up against someone in that mirror, but I don't really think the issue for the composition originated from the fact that we had a Ramatra mirror. We obviously pointed fingers at the Moira comp and maybe felt that, the way to play it successfully wasn't something that AG were able to tap into. I'm going to try and put it as diplomatically as possible.
Well, when you went on with that long hiatus during stage 2, and I got the cast with the wonderful,
that is absurd.
With the wonderful Jake, he did not like these Moira comps. I bet you he's in the green room fuming, watching all gamers come out here playing Moira off the.
I mean, the problem is that is a composition whose failure state is the fight lasts longer than 15 seconds. And again, when you're up against a very good team and a Baptiste who is designed to
extend fights,
that is obviously a problem. I do think like the switch to the Venture to pressure Baptiste is effective because he does not have lateral mobility. So when you see Venture coming at you as Baptiste, you know that even with Exo boots, you can't escape.
You do have the perk where you can dash, right? We did see Fielder end up picking that up.
That is true.
And being able to just get out of the way quite easily. So we'll get right back into game here in just a second as Atlas loading up. I think this is the first time us casting it.
Yep.
I've been gaming it.
Came in on season 17, so we didn't see it featured in the OWCS stage 2 whatsoever. So obviously, I think this first point is pretty brutal to play around. Obviously, Station is that sort of concentric part of the map. Again, I do think that it's no surprise to see these teams try to take Ramatra out. If you're AGAL, obviously these Brawly style setups can look pretty good here.
Points like this traditionally in Overwatch are pretty brutal, right? Like low ground, high ground, where especially like there's hit scans in the meta. Whether it be Sojourn, Freya is available here for this map, or even Cassidy, and just being able to rain down on players. It's a brutal scenario. So these types of points always
reminds me of like
painful for some of these teams.
Oasis City Center in some ways, right? Like with that high ground is pretty readily available to you.
The art team always crushes it for these maps, man.
I mean, honestly, Garden also looks fantastic. I really like the look of Station, of course. Bazaar is really good. They're all very distinctive from each other, folks, but it does start over on Station. Sondren here with a Gurkmeister shout out. Big fan of that one, bro. Miss Gurkmeister in MEA.
So let's see. So Falcons could end up playing the D.Va. They could also end up pausing. So
there's a problem here. Okay, so the issue is that when we have our bans, normally the way the API has worked in the past is that you can actually select that hero in the lobby. Kiriko is banned. Marka has currently selected Kiriko in spawn.
That doesn't seem like it should be something that happens.
No, you don't want that. That was obviously Falcons' follow-up ban.
I don't work in League Ops, but that would be something I would be a little
I think that playing the banned hero is to be avoided, if I'm honest with you.
Everybody's scrolling TikTok. They don't even know they're on cam.
That's okay. These guys know they're on cam.
They do. The Falcons fans getting hyped. So this is a team comms issue, so we'll get that one sorted. We'll get right back into game. And I gotta tell you, you were right. We got to get these Falcons fans out.
Yep.
I mean,
I'm not kidding. The Ultras go hard.
Even like through the pauses, it's like, you know what? Let's keep going.
Yeah.
Let's keep going. They remind me of like Optic Gaming fans.
Also,
Gaming fans.
Falcons, you credit to them because they double dip heavily into the Korean fan base, who's also amazing, and the Saudi fan base. So like, it kind of doesn't matter where you go with these guys. There's always going to be chance in the crowd. Obviously, big shout out to those that made the trip out here, and of course to the locals who have shown us some fantastic hospitality.
Oh, the food. I mean, we talked about it on the
I know. Yeah.
Walk.
I mean, sounds scripted, folks, but I meant what I said. I was, thinking about the old, staying off the good food out here, but I've been we went out with Fancy this morning for breakfast.
You do usually say that, though, every place we go. So I don't know when this diet actually kicks in.
It actually happens in the gaps between the travel, and sometimes they get a little...
When nobody's around. Yeah.
That's it.
That's what they all say.
Tell you what, Fielder here as well, just trying to make sure he can be heard across the rest of his team.
We're getting... audio all sorted, water all sorted, but I would love to see them try and play ball. That seems like that was going to be like their intent potentially there on Lijiang Tower. So you think about the other Flashpoint in the pool, New Junk City, there's no chance of doing it there, right? I mean, you have limited options to be able to do it.
It feels a little constrained on a map like Artless, at least on some points anyway.
I think we got Surmajet in the venue doing a coach stream as well. So Surmajet on Twitter, he's getting the coach team fired up.
He's having a great time. Also, we had a chance to check in with the player lounge in this very venue. I've never seen anything like it, frankly. Players very well looked after out here.
I'd live in the player lounge. I mean, it is. If I was a player, I probably wouldn't make it to the stage. I'd probably just hang out by the iced coffee.
Yeah, there's a lot to do here. Yeah, even if you're not gaming. So, to those teams that don't quite make it into the main stage of this mid-season championship, they'll be able to keep themselves busy enough, surely enough. Okay, so Wrecking Ball is the look here for Melgaru. Someone going to be on the D.Va. We have Kiris here for both sides. Okay.
Potentially the bans are inaccurate because we do see Kiri in the game. So,
okay.
Maybe there's an option to veto a ban we didn't hear about.
Okay.
But, no,
that's fine.
It does change things a little bit. Like the Kiri is awesome, the combo with the Wrecking Ball, right?
There's right. It was actually a Symmetra ban for those that are wondering here. So still, obviously, Wrecking Ball pretty good at going after comps with a centerpiece. I think Sojourn is obviously kind of the glue that holds the Falcons comp together. So
Falcons ban Sim. Sunjin's play a good amount of it. I think, though, with I would have loved to see them ban the Kiri instead, right? Maybe because Ramatra's gone, you're like, we want to play D.Va, so you want Kiri yourself. But knowing the other team is going to play ball, I feel like they get a much more sizable advantage with the Kiri with the ball as opposed to you with the D.Va.
Well, yeah, it also gives you the option to take these side fights, alongside your Tracers. Ball's a bit more self-sufficient. D.Va to some degree as well can always make use of those health packs and be where she's needed for easy healing. Falcons are gone, though, over towards the Reaper. And there's always like a spectrum you see as teams start to switch their comms to answer a Wrecking Ball. It's like, okay, now they're going for a Brig, now they're bringing a Sombra in, now a Cassidy. Falcons are hoping that the Reaper's enough here to sort of stave off the Wrecking Ball, and so far not so bad. They've been able to find Lee Sumin up towards that high ground. Pulse no stick here for Sonjin, but he's been causing problems just the old-fashioned way over much of the course of this game. And now Proper's been able to zero in on the enemy Tracer, and you'll probably see him try and control these flank angles a little bit more with the pulse bomb of his own in hand.
And this ball is going to be tough to get off the point, so you're not going to see the pulse bomb come out there from Proper. You're just going to get hit by a drive-by as they're never able to deal with the ball. Venture also causing chaos, as this is going to be all gamers taking that first point.
That's a great look. Someone has to drop to the low ground there to try and fight and contest, and then he heads upstairs, but kind of leaves his backline alone. I think it was Fielder that actually just got blown up by Aid, and that's an issue as well when you sort of have your D.Va away from home, or when she's trying to, taking a more aggressive stance or put pressure on a backline. It can be a little bit hard to protect your own team as you've headed elsewhere.
I for a second thought we were going to get like a pile driver minefield on the rotation here, but it's going to be Maka ends up using the Kitsune Rush. It's going to be a sound barrier here for Chio, and a later Kitsune Rush from Fielder, but he drops.
It's the start that we're looking for here for Team Falcons. Maka and Lee Sumin already fall by the wayside, and Proper here is starting to heat up just that little bit more. Pulse Bomb still being held onto, not necessary thus far. And Falcons might be showing you a bit of a blueprint here to deal with these Wrecking Ball compositions. They haven't really had to do too much contortionism to find a setup that at least puts them on even footing with it.
It's still really difficult to get the ball out of these fights, and now all gamers, they actually hold on to their sound barrier, so a distinct advantage coming into this fight. You're going to have Minefield plus sound barrier, going to be very difficult to take out some of these targets.
Melgaro over the top there. You see the TP comes in from Maka to try and join up with them. Lee Sumin with a sound barrier, but everyone's kind of split. Oh! Okay, knocked up. All right, still. Sound barrier deployed. Aid went pretty low, though, before that came in. Sonjin's already lost that overshield now, dropping low himself. A sound barrier here for Merit's found two. Aid and Maka fall. But Melgaro's been able to dig up both healers from Falcon's side of things. That's a good sign. However, still more work to be done. Melgaro trying to stay scarce of a lot of this pressure, and a minefield deployed over the point likely means that AG at least should have themselves a flip, something that someone will try and stall off a little longer.
And you have Chio and Proper here, so not out of this just yet. You're going to be able to kind of extend this to possibly 99 here for Falcons. Now someone gets demeched. I think this is probably it.
Someone desuited, but I think Falcons are more than happy with this kind of result. And if they can stay in the fight, they may not even need him later. Proper with a recall. Pulse Bomb still at the ready. Someone, though, was taken down out of mech with nothing but the Bunny Blaster to work with. Aid topped up as well. Sonjin trying to stay off the point for the time being, but AG just have to contest in bits and pieces. They've got to make use of the absence here of Falcon's tank, but someone's going to be returning on the Minston. Mark is going to be able to avoid that Pulse Bomb, though. Proper not quite able to find a stick, and now sound barrier here for Falcons. They are back to fight, and they've got a Kitsune Rush to work with as well. Only Lee Sumin left for the healing now for Falcons, and they're looking much improved now, evening up the flashpoints here on Atlas.
It's incredible that All Gamers was not able to flip that. I mean, Falcons, between Proper and Chio, Merit, able to juggle the points. Someone goes over to Winston, which is arguably a signature hero. So we see them tying it up there with a 0.1. But I think that was also one where All Gamers, I mean, look, I don't think they should have won it, right? But you could have at least started to flip it and gain some progress. And then who knows what happens after that.
Kitsune Rush here held onto by Fielder. Not needed in that last fight whatsoever. Melgaro's got to be careful, but you see Aid really trying to push with him, and the Tectonic Shock, perfectly timed, is all of them.
Rush from Fielder too.
Yes. Popsicle got blown up instantly. Don't know if there's any value to be extracted from it. You can see it there off in the distance, but Falcons made the choice to move into the choke there and really got punished.
And I thought we were going to get Melgaro's minefield, but now it comes as they're trying to walk out of the spawn here, goes up high, trying to separate some of these players from each other, maybe find a dive target, but really it's just now Falcons rotating around the outside.
Oh, no.
No TP.
Yep. 6-second cooldown still on that TP. That's a tough pill to swallow for Merit. And so AGAL already up to 42% on this flashpoint. You see they're going straight for spawn. The disruption Melgaro is wreaking He knows it's going to be very, very hard for Falcons to get their ducks in a row to have a chance to contest this. And now they sit on a Kitsune Rush of their own, Sound Barrier to combine with it. Deck is stacked in favor of AG.
I think if you're AG, though, you try and get away with one, and that's going to be the Kitsune Rush. And Chio takes out Maka, so that goes for nothing. Lisamin's going to use that Sound Barrier, come to the high ground, connects with everybody, going to negate really anything happening with that Death Blast.
So Maka makes a risky decision to actually get the Kitsune Rush off, even though he knows he's likely going to die. And AG actually make decent use of it. But they've committed both ults, so that's not good at all. Sunjin, I think, caught on a drive by Milgaru, who might have been stuck. Either way, a double pulse here. Flips the fight very quickly back in Falcon's favor. Proper is back.
That is definitely a pulse bomb that connected onto the Wrecking Ball and just swings himself into the Tracer and gives Proper a 2-for-1 there with the pulse bomb. And okay, now you take out Proper. This is huge. Primal's probably going to have to be used by someone here at some point.
Yeah, likely just to stall this. Minefield is a bit of a problem. Even a Primal Winston can get blown up quickly by that. Gio here's got a bit of help, but he's having to fight Sonjin. Definitely a more aggressive Lucio player, rather. Pulse here for Sonjin, no connection. Might have been a recall there from Proper, and that is someone has to go for this Primal. Dangerous for Aid is, they're going to be knocked over the edge. Marker has the swift step away, and Falcons still have control at this point now. They know they're going to maintain it, but Fielder's going to be coming back into the fight with a Kitsune Rush, and someone's looking for yet another target to harass, to harry down. Someone will be topped up, and Falcons look to be in a position to go 2-1 up now if AG don't have a convincing fight. Look at they go forward with this rush match, perfectly employing it. And AG have to try and regroup, but not quickly enough for Marker to stay alive.
I love the aggression there from Falcons. They kind of rotate around and they catch AG off guard a little bit. As Melagaru is going on a bit of a flank, they actually come forward, they use that Kitsune Rush, and they barrel down 2 players, and having that advantage, that's going to allow Falcons to take this point.
Yeah, look, AG do have the mobility, right? But Milgaru's not able to stay alive and stall long enough. It's 2-1 in flashpoints now. Just as AG looked like they got off to a dream start on Ardless, Team Falcons have been able to wrest the game back into their favor.
So it is a Winston swap from someone. The Reaper in play as well. I think the Curie making it through has been huge here for both teams. It's allowed AG to play, obviously, this Wrecking Ball. It's also given Falcons an opportunity to play a little bit faster.
Yeah, give someone, proper someone to play alongside. Here's the Death Blossom coming through. Aid gets caught out. Looks like Merritt might have been knocked actually into the rest of that AG lineup. Milgaru not able to displace the Reaper away from the soft underbelly of their composition. The Falcons get the perfect start here of what could be our final flashpoint.
And we'll see with all gamers, right? You're going to have double support ult here. I think if you blow through these and you don't flip it, you are, I mean, there's not much else you can do, right? Maybe you decide to save one, give yourself a second fight opportunity.
Again, notice that Falcons happen to play off the point for the most part. That Sound Barrier now comes in. This is going to buy Fielder time to get towards this Kitsune Rush, but a little cheeky back cap there from Marker. This is awkward. Kitsune Rush now thrown down as AG get ready to defend the territory they just wrested from Falcons' hands. Rush comes in from Falcons. The orange big road being traversed, but Chio is down already. Fielder made use of his rush now, but it's not panning out as Marker's been able to find yet another kunai elimination. Merritt this time falling. Falcons are going to have to pay the piper and regroup.
I hated that fight from Falcons. I'm going to agree with you. Like using the Sound Barrier that early on, especially when they were
it starts with the back cap.
Yeah,
for me, that is just...
Okay, yeah, playing for the back cap at that time, they kind of happen around the same time. But then you're just at such a huge support ultimate disadvantage there where all gamers, they're able to flip that pretty early, Mitch, where they're already going to have 70%.
All right, Proper though. Found a bit of damage on Aid. Chio's able to chase it down. Okay, very quickly, Falcons, without having to make use of any of these ultimates outside of just the Primal Rage for sustain of someone, clean that fight up comfortably. Aid caught a little bit out there. Didn't quite have the defensive cooldowns that often invulnerability frames to avoid the Lucio and Tracer pressure.
So we'll see Falcons push up. They don't have like a Kitsune Rush to work with here, right? So maybe they're seeing if they can catch out like the Lucio, put some pressure onto a Tracer, like force recall here is a lot of pressure here from Proper onto Melagaru. He's trying to get towards the point.
Proper's Pulse Bomb could end the series, but it's another pick-off on Aid. He's just been having some trouble, I think, getting where he needs to be. Fielder really matching Marker in terms of that kill pressure offered by Kiriko. Milgaro again looking to disrupt, but really it's hard to take the eyes off Lee Soo-min. That's not great for AG here. They are running out of healers and time as we're going to head into yet another STC overtime, and there's no presence here for AG on the point. The fight is so split, so disparate, and Aid can barely get to the point. Proper spins a pulse bomb and forcing out the Wraithwalk, and now, yep, that Shadow Step can only be used to get Aid to the point. He instantly is taken down as Chio comes to collect. Milgaro takes a face full of damage off that Death Blossom, and there you have it, folks, a dream scenario for our defending champions. Falcons start strong in game one.
And if you were a little bit worried about them coming into this event, that is a great sign to see for a lot of the fans in the crowd. So Falcons takes care of business against a bit of a frisky all-gamers team. I think it'll give some teams in this group some trouble.
And again, I think, there's always a reality check you have to face when there's a team like Falcons who maybe underperform a little bit throughout the regular stage and qualifying for this mid-season championship. These are the games that matter. When you turn up looking like this, like you finally trimmed the fat on this team, when you've streamlined your roster to offer you the very best in every position, Falcons reminding us that they are a team to be feared in any stage of the season.
Yeah, and we've seen teams in the history of Overwatch, right, where they have a larger roster, they get rid of some players, or whether they shrink down the roster for an event and they get a better performance. Maybe we see that with Falcons.
I honestly, I really think this team is going to come out of the gate swinging. I think any discerning viewer is probably not going to undersell them even after having to fight their way through the LCQ. The fact is, there are so many incredible teams out there in OWCS career, and not all of them can auto-qualify. Let's head now back to the studio. Puckett and the boys are going to break down our first match of our mid-season championship.
Great work there, UberX. Love that combo back together here. And we have Avril and Jake, a fantastic analyst combo on my desk. I want to start with you, Jake. I saw some familiar faces here. Reaper, will he be in every single match? Is he part of the meta that we expect to see at EWC?
Reaper's a bit of a twist. We heard a little bit that something that AG wanted to deploy, but I like that Merritt went to it responsibly to the ball dive. Really, all he has to do in that comp is just live a little bit longer, contribute a little bit more. And Reaper, while maybe not the most meta pick, actually proved to be a real problem for the Wrecking Ball, for the Lucio Kiriko. A lot of those, 2-kill Death Blossoms were fight winning there on Atlas.
One of our favorite duelists to watch, but on the other side of this duo, you had the Tracer. And that was the impact that I feel that everyone felt on that stage. Proper with the sticks. He got a 2-piece at one point, causing all kinds of problems. Who has the better Tracer as this tournament goes on?
It's got to be probably one of the top tracers in the entire world, in this entire tournament. He's going to be tough to be able to match. And this is a team that has Stalker on the lineup as well. I don't believe he's at this event, but he's also got another insanely good tracer. So just an embarrassment of riches for this team of Falcons. But you look at this type of composition, what's really interesting is we got the Ram matchup early on, but we actually didn't see the Sim yet. Falcons are a team that are capable of playing that. It was banned on the second map, and that's something they can still bring on through. So we haven't even seen, I think, the real width and the breadth of what Falcons can bring to the table in terms of their flexibility. And what you're seeing here is just a masterclass from the mechanics of proper on that Tracer. Second map of Atlas, double pulse bomb, really brought that map back.
A quick 2-0. What do you think of Atlas hit competition?
It's great to see, some of the diversity, seeing the Wrecking Ball come out there, even the Winston. I really didn't think we'd see too much Winston this tournament, but maybe we'll see a little bit more of it, someone able to bring it out to great effect there. And I think a lot of this is both teams showing the diversity that they have. I don't think that's something that Falcons necessarily practiced or had super tightly prepared, but they're just very comfortable flexibly adapting to the matchup.
Well, you see from AG as well, that's really part of their identity. Milgaro on the ball, so they start with Milgaro. They could have Jasmine as well, so we're probably looking forward to Jasmine coming in at some stage. He's also someone that will play the Marcher, could play the Orisa as well, but when Milgaro's in, ball's going to be viable, plays it on that second map of Atlas, and honestly, they're kind of winning for a decent amount of Atlas. It's a new map, maybe teams are not particularly sure what the meta actually is on that map, how to really navigate that one through. AG clearly have an identity. You talked about the Reaper coming through as well, but I want to also talk about the Venture, because I thought the Venture coming in from Aid was beautiful to watch. And the interesting thing about this team is Sonjin is actually typically your Venture player, but Aid being able to also go on the Venture really just shows how much depth there is in this roster.
So what comps are we expecting more Venture play?
just anything where you're going to see a very fast-paced brawl or dive comp where everyone's going to be, jumping in, going as hard as they can, trying to get a quick kill. That's what really Venture's made for in Overwatch, is setting up, burrowing in under your opponents, starting with a dig, and then the rest of your team kind of jumps in and supports you when you go in for that committed play. And that type of strategy is something we definitely could see more of. But I think it's really, this is two Korean teams matching up, so we get to see more of that flair. I think when we see some of the European teams and North American teams, they may have different takes. So I think when we see those cross-regional matchups is when things are going to get really interesting.
I know it's super early in the tournament. It's only one match in, but who is shining from the Falcons right now? Can you identify one individual on that five-man squad?
I mean, if you just take a look at the highlights, I think it was pretty clear there. It was a lot of Proper on the Tracer. However, I do think moving forward in the tournament, you're not just going to see Proper Tracer. He's got a lot of flexibility. I do think at some stage, he will flex onto the Sim. People are probably thinking, is Proper a Sim player? Remember, they have Sparkle on the coaching side. You see Sparkle standing behind the team. Sparkle was one of the progenitors of the Symmetra compositions way back 2022 Dallas Field with Rush, with Fearless. Symmetra was like kind of the bread and butter of that team, and Sparkle, the pilot of that particular hero. So now bringing that expertise into Falcons as what I still like to believe is probably the best Brawl team in the world. Falcons literally won Stockholm World Championship last year, playing Brawl, beating Crazy Raccoon, and now we're back into another Brawl meta. So get ready in future maps, future matches. I think Proper will flex a little bit, but right now, look at that Tracer performance. Can't ask for much more.
I love the fan. All the haters. You see Proper and crew taking care of business, a clean 2-0 start. Also on that leaderboard for our bracket, you saw Weibo is up one game over Virtus Pro. Any surprises there in our Bravo matchup?
Yeah, I was watching a little bit of that on the B stream. It looked pretty strong for Weibo. I mean, going back to their bread and butter, they're playing the Hazard Dive so far, at least that we've seen in that matchup. So it's something great to see from Gushue, flexing a little bit off the Winston, but still a composition that their team is very comfortable on. And they're a team historically that stylistically just does their own thing. They play their own style, come hell or high water.
Reminder, we have two streams here at the Esports World Cup for Overwatch. To make sure you have both Alpha and Bravo open. We are going to come back with our second match of the day. But if you want to watch Falcons here on the main stage, come back in about 4 hours. They will be playing for the first spot in our playoff bracket around 8:45. As we go to break, we remind you all, hit that follow button. We'll be right back with Game 2.
What's good, everybody? Danny Lim here. Overwatch is just beginning, but other games are currently in the heat of competition, just like PUBG Mobile. And we got Veracity here to tell us a bit more about PUBG Mobile. Who are the top 3 teams right now?
Well, right now we have Horror Esports, Fireflux, and of course Power, the MENA team themselves. It's been an incredible showing so far, and Horror have just topped the charts during our survival stage.
Sounds very interesting. I mean, if you have time, you should come over to Overwatch site as well. We're literally right over there. Okay? So as soon as this is done, you should come over because we got some great games.
Done deal. I'm absolutely going to come and check it out.
All right.
Level up your gaming experience with over 8 billion playlists, only on Spotify, the official audio streaming partner for the 2025 Esports World Cup.
Welcome to the Boulevard, everybody. This is where the fun starts and ends. I mean, if you're waiting for your favorite match to start, this is the place to be. If you're in the middle of waiting and if you got some time to kill, this is where you're supposed to be. Why? Because we got tons of attraction, tons of fun stuff, food, beverage, you name it, it's all here at the Boulevard. Now, I feel like it's better to just show than tell, right? So less talking, more showing. Let's take a look. Follow me.
Welcome to the Mid-Season Championship at Esports World Cup 2025. This is your Jameel Motorsports arrival cam of Crazy Raccoon, the 2024 champions, taking the stage once again. Johnny, everyone has been talking about this squad. Why are Crazy Raccoon considered the greatest to touch Overwatch?
Well, they're the reigning champions, first of all, when it comes to the Overwatch majors, because Champions Clash was played this spring, of course, and they beat Team Falcons in the grand final. So they hold the current top crown. Now, of course, they had a bit of a slip-up in OWCS Korea. They didn't win then. But still, I mean, they are the reigning champions here at Esports World Cup as well. They just, every major they compete, they make it, they qualify for the grand final. They got a super strong roster. I think they are the #1 favorite to win the entire thing this weekend again.
You know, we were so excited for Shu last year as he took home the MVP honors for their performance in the grand finals. He was quoted for saying, "We're still hungry, Avril. This team still with a lot to prove."
I know, and that's like I love to see that aspiration coming through from the team, because really what they have still left to prove is to be world champion again. They won EWC last year, but they lost Stockholm to Falcons. They're looking for a perfect year. They already won Hangzhou earlier. Chu already has an MVP from EWC last year, and he's got an MVP from Hangzhou as well for Champions Clash. He wants another MVP on top of that. He is probably the best support, not even probably, he is the best support player of all time.
Taking a look at this roster, what is the scariest portion? Is it their front line? Is it the back line? Is it the tanks? What do you got, John?
I mean, boring answer, but it's the full team really, because every single player is arguably the best player at their role. But I will say Lip, arguably the greatest player of all time in Overwatch, and can just take over games when it comes to the hit scan role, especially in playoff tournaments. Lip can just step it up and just like kill 5 opposing players. So you gotta really look out for Lip in this one.
I really do like watching Lip. Remember last year, he won the MVP for the first 2 days. What should we know about this star player entering this matchup, Avril?
I think it probably is the GOAT at this stage. I mean, there have been many conversations. I've been batting for Violet for many a time, many a year, but at this stage, Lip has won more. He is the best hit scan player in the entire world. And, you know, there are rumors about how long he's still got left to go. This could be his last year. So he wants to go out with as many titles as possible. He wants to take an MVP from Shu if he can as well. He's got a very important role to play on this team. He's one of the most veteran players in all of Overwatch, and really high expectations for him and his team.
Looking to go back-to-back is Crazy Raccoon here at EWC, and we caught up with Max.
What's up, everybody? I'm here joined by Max from Crazy Raccoons. Right before their match, we're gonna have a quick chat, pre-match chat. Max, how are you doing? 일단 어떠신가요 지금 사우디?
너무 뜨거워요 진짜.
Max says that it's very hot. All right, let's make this quick. Your first match is up against Veryl. What's your read on your opponents? 자, 첫 번째 경기 바렐과의 경기가 있습니다. 좀 바렐은 좀 어떤 팀인가요?
일단 바렐 일본 1등 팀인 걸로 아는데 그래도 저희 코리안대는 안 되죠.
As far as I know Veryl is the #1 team coming from Japan, but against us, I don't think it's gonna be a good matchup. All right. I mean, also Crazy Raccoons, you guys won EWC last year for the Overwatch side. Do you honestly believe that you guys can win it again? Do you guys have a high chance of becoming the champions of 2025 EWC? 자, 작년에 우승을 하고 또 이번에도 어떻게 보면 굉장히 좋은 성적을 내고 있는데 어떻게 맥스 선수 보시기에 이번 연도도 우승을 쉽게 좀 하실 것 같으신가요?
지금 다른 팀들도 다 스크림을 해봤는데 다 폼이 올라왔는데 그래도 저희가 이번 연도도 우승해가지고 또 챔피언 라운지 가겠습니다 내년에.
Okay. All right. I mean, according to the scrims, it does feel like a lot of other teams have leveled up, but I do honestly feel like we are going to be crowned the champions again, and I think that's how it's gonna go. All right, Max, that's it for the interview. Thank you so much. Good luck on your match. 자, 감사합니다.
감사합니다.
Max and squad already in the STC arena, but here comes their opponent from Japan. We have Vero, and Japan, an upcoming region, Johnny. They're getting stronger every month. What have we seen from them recently? Expectations coming into EWC.
Well, I think expectations are pretty rough for this team because, again, you're playing the favorite of the entire tournament. And Vero, they've been really dominant in Japan for a very long time now, but they haven't quite been able to face off against some of these better teams in other regions. Looking at this squad here, of course, I'm expecting to see a lot of Top Dragon actually in the lineup as this tournament progresses. That's one of my favorite players actually, but been a bit of a journeyman as of recent. Last year, played in OWCS EMEA, went to OWCS Korea for a while, and now finds himself in OWCS Japan representing Varol. So this is going to be a really interesting squad. They can bring some double flex support lineups. But as we already saw in the first match, Pocket, I mean, it's all about pace. It's about playing Lucio and playing with speed. I don't think that really caters to Varol's strength.
With this being a 1-2, is it better that you're playing Crazy Raccoon in a shorter series? Is there a better opportunity to maybe steal back-to-back games?
I don't know if it's really going to help them, unfortunately. This is the type of game. Overwatch in general is the type of game where typically the better team is going to be that much better. I do want to speak positively, though. Varol is currently the best team in Japan.
Without a doubt.
Without a doubt, twice this year. Stage 1, Stage 2 champions. Most recently this stage, they went 4-0 in the finals. Even better than that, they were completely undefeated. The last time they even lost a series in the OWCS was against Zeta Division in the Asia Stage 1 matches where they got the Korea and Japan matches go and the Pacific matches go. So domestically, this entire Stage 2, they have been untouched. So this is the best Varol that we've ever seen. Unfortunately, Puckett, they got up against Crazy Raccoon.
The good news is loser picks map 2. So even if control doesn't go your way, you maybe get to go to your best map and mode. Johnny, what do you think could maybe throw Crazy Raccoon off? Is there anything that they don't practice you can throw into the mix here?
Well, actually, I gotta say that with Crazy Raccoon, I know it was a bit of a one-off, but they did lose to Nightmare at the Champions Clash, and we actually had Kaffa talk about that experience, and he even said himself, well, we think Crazy Raccoon, they underestimated us a little bit. They weren't prepared for us to play that well. I think in a scenario like this, Crazy Raccoon, they're the big favorite of the entire tournament. They're looking at Varol saying, no problem, we should sweep these guys. And that actually could be an opportunity for Varol to play up. Again, very unlikely, but, you gotta make a case for it.
You're playing the best team in the game, the returning champions here at EWC. It's stacked against you, but we got to take a look here at the big picture and what is going on, because this is group stages. This is your turn to take that life if you need. You have a second life down in the losers bracket, but Group B, not one of the easier ones, Johnny. I'm looking here. You're playing either Liquid or our Rock Esports in that second round. The winner of that matchup will be playing, of course, the winner of this.
Right, and I think actually Liquid, we predict them to be the second best team in the group, but they're kind of the team for beat for either Rock or Varol. Yes, you're going to play against Crazy Raccoon, of course, it's bound to happen, but if you can at least put up a good result, if you can have a good showing, maybe go back, learn something from this game, and just prepare yourself better for a match against Liquid, that is where the real upset could happen. And I think Liquid, they're another team with a lot of pressure on their shoulders. That is the team that Rock and Varol will look to upset.
Yeah, I think Varol need to really look towards the Liquid game. We're probably looking towards Varol and Rock being in the lower side of the bracket. So first of all, they have to get past Rock, and that won't be an easy target for them either. I think Rock are probably a team that are around the same level, maybe even slightly better. There's no other way for me to say it other than I do think Varol are the biggest underdog in this group, or otherwise known as, I think they're probably 4th best in this group out of 4.
We're being kind here.
Japan is a developing region. Varol have a lot to prove. This is the best version of the roster they've had. Top Dragon is an incredibly good player, but there's still a lot of work for this region and this team to do. I think they can beat Rock when the time comes if they play an extremely good game, but Crazy Raccoon, they're like the best team in the world still. If it's not Falcons, it's probably Crazy Raccoon. And so going up against either of these two teams, it's just asking for so much.
And Johnny, I was telling everyone on Call of Duty last week, when you have your top squad, you might as just use this as a scouting report for the rest of the tournament. So let's turn our attention to Crazy Raccoon. If we want to see just what level they're playing at, how can you tell when they're playing in peak form?
Well, they're going to be dominant. That's how we'll be able to tell. But that is a problem when you're playing some of these Korean teams. They actually sometimes, they like not necessarily to hide things, but they like to gather information, like you just put it, Pocket. They will scrim some of these best teams in the world, EMEA, North America, and they just want to learn, what are these teams doing? How can we put up better results against them when it comes to official tournament play? And so they're kind of like hiding their own strength a little bit. They're not using bans and picks the same way in practice. And so I think for Crazy Raccoon, I think if they come out and just fire on all cylinders, that'd be one thing. But actually, if they, maybe let Varel into the series a little bit, that could be them playing with confidence and saying, we don't need to show everything we got.
Chat, we went all the way through the run of the show, and then I was told the players are not ready yet. So let's pull this back a little bit. We got about 5 minutes before this match is ready. So let's kind of overview on the day. We're going into match 2 in our groups. At the end of the day, we're going to be sending 2 teams into that playoff bracket, and that's where the real money is scored. But this is an opportunity to put on for your region, right? This is the world competition that we've been waiting for, where everyone gets to see where they stack up. Where are we at right now? Korea's still head and shoulders above the rest of the world?
Yeah, absolutely. And the really interesting thing here is Japan, this is like their first real international event because they've been to stage like an Asia stage final before where you get to play against the rest of Asia. When we talk about international majors where you get EMEA in North America and now China in this 2025 year as well, Japan hasn't had that opportunity realistically yet. So, I mean, with Varel especially, they have a lot to prove here. So, I mean, Korea's obviously got to be top dogs by default. I think EMA's really closed the gap a lot. EMEA should be pretty damn good this tournament. NA will try to catch up to EMEA, even though at Hangzhou, NA probably outperformed EMEA, but power rankings, at least in my opinion, have shifted a little. China is always going to be a wild card because Weibo Gaming, they're about the Korea level, but the rest of China is probably not quite there just yet. In Japan, well, they're catching up to everyone else, unfortunately.
Speaking of Weibo, I'm told they're over on Bravo. Let's check in with that broadcast when we can. I want to see, are they going to be able to get a clean 2-0 over Virtus Pro? Johnny, we're jumping into map 2. What are we witnessing?
Well, it's a bit of a surprise here. Avril mentioned it to me before we went on. Ice Gnome, the tank player for Virtus Pro, is actually playing Symmetra for this Virtus Pro squad. It's something we talked about, reflecting on stage 2. Virtus Pro, they're not really a Symmetra team. Jwoo was not able to pick up this hero, and it put them at a disadvantage going up against teams like Alcadzia, Twisted Minds. So now they're putting their tank player on this hero to give them the best chance in the tournament. But Weibo Gaming, they're up 1-0 right now. They are looking really comfortable with Shy on this Sojourn. So Weibo Gaming is looking like they're firing on all cylinders.
And to sort of give a little bit of hopium to Virtus Pro here, Ixnom has played a lot of Symmetra recently. He's hit pretty high ranks on the ladder for Symmetra, so he's been really grinding this hero. It is very strange. You don't normally see a tank roll swap into a DPS, specifically one as intricate and unique as Symmetra. I mean, this is typically Symmetra is like a niche pick. You need to be a specialist almost to really get the most out of this hero. We did see, like you said, Johnny, in Stage 2, in EMEA, Virtus Pro, the reason they're so far behind Alcadzia and Twisted Minds in that playoffs and the rest of the stage is they just couldn't wrap their minds around getting the Symmetra into the team. We saw a lot of Jwoo trying to get it for the team, and it just wasn't quite there. So Smash and the rest of the team now are trying to change things up a little, see if they can fit another play into that role and find the success. But for VP, I think this game's a struggle right now. I don't know if they can win against Weibo.
Weibo looks like they got a lot of ultimates coming online, Johnny. Is this the finish here?
This could be the finish right here, and actually I'm quite pleasantly surprised to see Weibo Gaming playing these kind of compositions because I talked about it in the pre-show. Shy, Overclock running right now, Sunbury coming through from Fixa, going to keep Virtus Pro alive. But when Shy plays this hero, I mean, absolute difference maker, and that is going to propel Weibo further as this tournament progresses. So them playing Lucio Kiri with a Sojourn, that is real good news for Weibo Gaming. They might not be able to flex over to the Symmetra as some of the other top teams in the tournament, but at least against a team like Virtus Pro, this is giving Weibo Gaming a real good chance with 2 minutes 30 on the clock here.
If you're paying attention as well, there's one really interesting thing about Weibo. If you look at the tank position, Gushray's been subbed out for Liga, so many people may not be aware because Liga doesn't play very often for this team, but he is the off tank for Weibo Gaming. He is going to be the one coming in if they need to play Diva, if they need to play the Orisa, obviously, potentially even the Ram. I know Gushray's also been playing a ton of Ram at the moment.
All right, gentlemen, we got to jump out of that one because our stage is ready to go. We're going into Group B while Group A continues over on Bravo. Reminder, open up both of those streams, but it's time to get the official predictions in. Crazy Raccoon 2-0?
Has to be, yeah. It'll be insane for them not to.
Where can Viral take a map? Game 2, they get to choose the map, Johnny.
Don't go to Watchpoint Gibraltar. Just don't do that. Go anywhere else.
Go anywhere but Watchpoint Gibraltar. The casters have their picks in. Put yours in the chat right now, because Game 2 of the day starts on the stage.
Well, that first match was a one-sided affair, Fancy, but I have to admit it is quite great to see Falcons back on their winning ways.
Absolutely, they for sure did. Our next match, though, features two teams who made serious waves in their home regions, and they're looking to prove themselves right here on an international stage.
Yeah, I am very excited to see both of them play right here and potentially riding the momentum that they both had during the regular season play.
Absolutely, so let's not waste another second and let's call out the teams. First, we've got OWCS Stage 2 winners from Japan just last month, and they're hungry to show what they can do right here in Riyadh. Please welcome Viral.
But they are going up against a team which is predicted to win it all, a team with a legacy and therefore also a target on their back. They're looking for back-to-back international titles. Please make some noise for Crazy Raccoon.
Styles are about to clash, and the winner walks away with a massive step forward towards the playoffs. Casters, take it away.
Thank you very much, So in Fancy. This matchup, while at first of the day, on paper, looked to be a bit of a tight one, this could be viewed as a bit of a mismatch. Viral obviously dominated over in their home region, Matt.
Yes.
Even taking down a reject team that featured Edison and Kalios.
Oh, that's...
Well, that's a throwback. 4-0.
Yeah.
No, that was the name of the team was Reject. Yeah, that was the name. Yeah. To get obviously to this tournament, whereas it's Crazy Raccoon.
It's a little bit too true, though.
I would never say that about them, mate. All right, that is crazy work.
Just did.
Crazy Raccoon obviously didn't have to win OWC's Career Stage 2, being our Champions Clash champions, but they did it anyway, just because they can.
And they feel inevitable. I think that's why the fans are constantly booing them, because they know that eventually Falcons will have to play them, you would think, at some point, right? Bizarre, potentially some upset along the way. To be able to win the whole thing. And you see Shu already starting with the crowd, right? Every time comes out, he's got his thumbs down.
Was he is he cooking? What was the other one?
Yeah,
stirring?
He was stirring the pot a little bit. He's cooking, stirring the pot. I mean, a little bit both. Yeah.
Now, if you joined us for 2023 Overwatch World Cup, you'd actually recognize a number of these Viral players. Obviously, Japan did not feature heavily in the later stages of that tournament, but there's some, we call them like old heads, I would say, of the Japanese scene, have turned up yet. Players such as Nico, such as KSG. Viral here are a dominant team in their home region. They've been supplemented by the mercenary duo of Top Dragon and Slay, who sort of just made their way across Asia, finding the best team possible to represent.
No, with the OWCS, though, the support for Japan, it is popped off, though. It's one of the regions that's really, got a lot of fanfare behind them. So great to see Viral represented on this stage as well. Unfortunately for Viral, though, I mean, they run into one of the matchups I think everybody would have loved to avoid, right? They're kind of our sacrifice to Crazy Raccoon here early on.
And of course, Coach Moon is at the helm of this Crazy Raccoon team. We had a word with him earlier actually today, just kind of asked him on his thoughts about, Viral, for example, and he said, well, honestly, we don't know a ton about them. Like we obviously don't sort of scrim each other very heavily coming into this, given that we know we're facing off in the opener. So we've sort of independently been making our preparations here, but just having a look at their style, having a look at some of the comps, he said, definitely respect Top Dragon. Think they've got some quality, but, we're the best in the world for a reason.
They're not worried about anything. I mean, when you look at this roster top to bottom, and you were saying that you were asking a lot of these players, like, who could you have as like a dream team?
Yeah.
I mean, you look up and down the roster, and it's like hard to really make an argument of like, who would you get rid of, if you had to kind of make a dream team, all-star team for Overwatch? As I mean, all of like Shu, I feel like we talk so much about all like Lip and Heesang and obviously the tanks. Like Shu is still so good. Like, compared to obviously we have a lot of great flex supports in Overwatch, but like I still feel like he's like head and shoulders above like everybody else.
I'd say 80% of the players that I asked, at least Chorong and Shu were the backline of their all-star team.
Yeah.
Right? Like, these guys are unbelievable. Chorong is one of the most stable players. He obviously led the Florida Mayhem to a Overwatch League championship by an incredible margin. That team was dominant in that year. Chorong, as a Brigitte player, but also showed many of those other looks on Lucio as well. Just incredible. So Ramattra already being targeted by so many teams early on in some of these control maps. Kiriko also tends to be the response from them. Again, sometimes it's an answer saying, hey, like, we know Crazy Raccoon are a team that can play ball.
Yeah.
Junbin will play Wrecking Ball, especially when Ilios was back in the pool. So sometimes removing that Kiriko makes it a little bit less robust, a little bit harder to set up those comps that want to use Tracer and Kiri as a 1-2 punch on a flanking angle. You've got to be afraid of Crazy Raccoon if you sort of leave those heroes available.
And Ramattra is so good at playing so many different styles of play, right? I think that's another reason why teams are like getting rid of Ramattra early on is we got the Max Junbin jerseys. I think that's why teams also kind of like to get rid of the Ramattra. It's just he can be a nuisance to just about all the dive tanks. He can be really difficult for like just about any of them to play into. Where you get him off the board, it seems like a lot of value.
Great Crazy Raccoon representation in the crowd out here in Riyadh. Of course, this is a team whose fans know when they tag along with them to an event like this, they're likely to, be hanging around for a while. They're likely to have a reason to cheer in the final days of one of these tournaments.
They booked their hotel for all 3 days. They're not looking to go home early.
Man, I mean, the last time we saw Crazy Raccoon at an international event, man, I think we had one of the most banger games of all time.
Yeah.
That Falcons matchup that sort of went to 7 in the end, or at least to 6. I was delirious. It was like 3 a.m. in Burbank while we were covering the Hangzhou games, but some of just the most memorable Overwatch that you could ask for. These guys are, delivering excellence here, and expect no less of them than to breeze through this opener. I'm really going to try and give it to you straight here. Varel are not a team that I would expect to be able to stand on even footing with Crazy Raccoon, not on their best day.
And also something with Falcons is like, some of these teams that are obviously as good as them, they can have moments where it feels like they kind of like play down to competition and, maybe let their foot off the gas. With Coach Moon behind them, that is not the case. I mean, they come in here with the intent to just destroy everybody.
Coach Moon explained to me the way that they've been scrimming, and not to disrespect their opponents, but they've just been opening up the ban. So what that means is they're just banning random stuff.
Yeah.
And then just sort of seeing what gets through. Whatever their opponents want to play, they're not banning anything that would actually like hamper their opponents from playing their perfect looks. And they've been pretty comfortable doing that. They've just not really practiced that ban strategy. I know they've got one developed, and I know they're going to be happy to use it when push comes to shove here, but a Ramattra ban might just be pretty arbitrary, not necessarily targeted, as a lot of teams don't really want to play that Nero right now.
It could be more just to get rid of the Ramattra to open up the ability for you to play the dive, heroes that you would like to play, right? I don't think it's like, I know we're worried about, Varel, in their Ramattra comp, right? I think it's more to just kind of benefit what Crazy Raccoon is trying to do.
All right, there is real potential for Wrecking Ball, but this is probably one of the harder maps for that to be made to work here. Also, we've seen a limited amount of Freya in that first game. She is available and unbanned in this series.
So we'll get a chance here in a bit. We'll see what Crazy Raccoon actually decides to do.
Are we throwing back to Dallas with the Junbin Roadhog? That would be so good.
So Varel will actually come out here. They will run an Orisa-based composition, with that BAP Lucio we talked a little bit about in that first series, right? Probably one of the better support lines, and Junbin will end up playing the ball here, and you're going to have the Pharah for some insane poke
But see that disruption that actually forces Nico out of the ideal sidelines to be able to pressure someone like Heesang across the map.
Yeah.
So the Pharah's got a ton of breathing room early, and KSG needs to respect this. The damage that he's taking now puts pressure on his backline to keep the throughput at a very high point. And watch out for concussive blast here. Dangerous to play on the edge of the map.
Well, it's also brutal because you're taking damage from every part of the map, right? When you're KSG and you go to the point, you have the Shu Ana from one angle, you have Heesang on the far in another angle as a conk there. So
would you like
not going well here.
Would you like to tell me what about going up against a Wrecking Ball Pharah comp makes you want to play on that part of the map?
None. Really none. I think they were trying to actually make a play for Shu, and they ended up getting him. They TP'd out. But after that, I mean, nothing able to happen.
No, they Javelin Bro off the map, which is fine. That's great. You do have to go after this Ana in this composition if you're Varel. It's one of the biggest things that keep Junbin in a position where he doesn't have to, leave and, benefit from health packs, but that's a big ask. Junbin just over the top. Just, what do they call that? I see that in American football when they just jump over the defender's head.
A hurdle.
A hurdle. He absolutely hurdles the diva. Thank you, Matt. KSG going to be close to de-suiting here. Chorong's been picked off, though. Top Dragon has switched off the sim and is going over to Author Tracer, and that's paying off much better for him. Finally, Nico, with that pressure being relieved, is able to get back into good sight lines to challenge Heesang.
And you just need to withstand the dive that comes in from Junbin, right? You're able to use that immortality field to be able to kind of pressure him back, and then that's when you need to go on the attack. Also helps that Nico connects to some shots, but I mean, KSG just gets deleted there by Lip.
Well, he opted not to drop off the map and just come back from spawn. You could, in theory, taxi KSG back, but he'll be in the fray momentarily. Created an opening, though, for Crazy Raccoon to flip this point, and now a longer fight will just give them more and more percentage.
I mean, are you going to be able to flip this off this Am Matrix?
No.
I mean, Junbin is gone.
You can just none of the Pharah here. This is dangerous. You're going to be looking at a Heesang barrage if you're not careful. And already the immortality field got drawn out of Farrell. This is dangerous. Heesang, though, doesn't feel like he really needs to go for an aggressive barrage, but he's really punishing with his splash damage in his close quarters.
It's going to be sound barriers from both sides. It'll be a Deadeye here from Nico. Gets canceled, though, as the barrage now comes in as Nico takes another rocket there, gets finished off as Chorong's still alive. You end up losing Shu, and direct there onto the baby diva. That is filthy.
And again, I've got to call back to Varel's decision to keep KSG around in the fight in that mini diva form and in the front line. I know you've got to try and get ult charge back with the Bunny Blaster, but you gave a free kill over to Lip, and therefore, like a 10-second delay on your diva getting back into the fray. Questionable indeed. Crazy Raccoon here canvass the point with mines, and Varel don't have a chance to even touch it.
Yeah, it's a pretty rough start there for Varel, but I think Crazy Raccoon just taking care of business, as I think most of us expect. For Varel, I think they did a decent job keeping their back line alive, right? Using that immortality field. They had to use it really early on, though, in a lot of the fights. So maybe you just want to hold on to it a little bit longer, get a slightly more value out of it.
Yeah, like my issues, I think, for Varel more on the macro side of things here, Matt. That is an egregious situation for KSG. Look, the answer to the Pharah is a tough one. Coming up with that Tracer switch up there for Top Dragon. Excuse me, folks. Just a mild blip there. But yeah, Top Dragon switched to the Tracer and is actually able to run through the backline in one of those fights, which let Nico get out into the open.
And we're going to see Freya come in here. So Freya, we haven't seen so far here today on this stream. It's been banned, and we actually see it get banned a decent amount. So Nico will be able to play the Freya, maybe offer a little bit more range there, but Heesang goes off the side.
Both the Varel as well have a Iliari in their composition, so they're playing a very poke-heavy, somewhat greedy backline, but one that can really, put a lot of heal pressure down on Heesang, forced, Chorong and Shu to be looking in the Pharah direction more so than the Wrecking Ball one. And Nico's done well opening things up here, dealing with Chorong. Lip, though, wants to hang around. He finally clears out that healing pylon, takes up residence in the dojo now while he waits for reinforcements.
Well, I guess ultimately, if you're Varel, right, they were running the Lucio in the last round. Like, what do you really need Sound Barrier for? Like, there's not a huge ultimate you're going to be able to, survive. Like, you're not going to survive a Nano Barrage with it, right? So you trade that in for a little bit more damage with the Ilari.
Fight here in close quarters by the looks of things. Nico benefiting from the immortality field for a time, and eventually Junbin's kind of going to come back around for another pass. Shu, safe position to be in, but we know Top Dragon is going to be looking to drag the Ana down. So far, though, he's not been able to take Shu's eyes off the prize. That is the badonkadonk of his teammates as he keeps those healing darts coming in. KSG on the D-suit.
Crazy Raccoon concede 36% before flipping back.
And it's a really tough comp for KSG to play into because you're obviously trying to use the defense matrix for, the far rockets, whether there's a bio grenade coming in, but then also trying to use it a little bit more defensively to end up, trying to take away some of that damage that Junbin or Lip would put on the back line, some of that pressure. You just don't have that much defense matrix, right? You're going to have to give up something, and that time turns and just gets rocketed from behind.
Oh, Nico, nowhere to go. A little bit snarled up there on the eaves of that rooftop map, but many parts of this Varel composition are a little bit vulnerable to getting dove on by Lip and Junbin in quick succession. Some mobility there, sure, between Outburst and Exo Boots, and the dash of Cloud can work his way towards that perk, but still very, very challenging to handle this look for Crazy Raccoon, and they look so comfortable. Recall there as an unsuccessful pulse bomb came out there from Lip and Nico. When you're forced inside, it means, yep, you're susceptible to a Bionade.
Yeah, no follow-up, though, as the rocket spam still coming in from Heesang is... now you'll actually get a touch here as KSG will step up onto the point. Gonna have a self-destruct race, so gonna have a ability to get the mech back. I wonder if Chorong and Crow, it's gonna be a sound barrier. They're gonna go fast.
Captive Sun here from Slay, but it's gonna be ignored for Crazy Raccoon as they look to take it up front, close and personal engagement. And there's Cloud picked up first. Slay held onto the Captive Sun for a long time and will be able to pick off Shu with the detonation of that debuff, but there's surely more work to be done here. Junbin though eventually falls, that extra healing not available, and Heesang throws in a bit of a risky barrage that comes up with nothing but a Diva mech.
I'm a bit surprised end up using the barrage because you were going to have the nano to be able to combo with it here. Maybe you feel good enough to be able to just nano the Pharah even without the nano, without the barrage, and come up with some kills. That's exactly what they're going to do.
All right, there we go. Shu getting his own nano, of course, as it's given over to Heesang primarily, and there's nothing Cloud could do about that. KSG turns around, tries to intervene, but he's a little bit too slow, too late to keep the Baptiste standing. And with Slay having already been picked up, that is curtains for Varel.
Now, honestly, they're lucky that KSG didn't get demeched, ends up making it out with the mech.
That would have been bad.
That would have been horrible. So now one last chance here for Varel. It'll be KSG and Top Dragon who get on the point, so they'll get a touch.
Pulse for Top Dragon here might find some use if Junbin gets a little bit too close. And Nico, of course, with this bowler shot, has to hope that Crazy Raccoon group up in some regard and just sort of using it on Junbin here. Pulse bomb though there, great little 1-2 punch from the DPS of Varel, gets rid of Junbin. And that puts Varel in a position to extend the game a little bit. Nico forced away. Heesang caught by a bolt, and Cloud's able to finish the job. You heard it. The eat of the pulse bomb. And the KSG gets max value from that fight.
It was going to be a pulse bomb that was going to connect to Slay and just turns and ends up eating it with the defense matrix. So huge play there by KSG keeps Varel in the game. So you probably got two more opportunity here for Crazy Raccoon, and then look at this, Mitch. You're going to have Heesang switch over and play Sombra here. Amp Matrix used early. Crazy Raccoon will back up, so maybe here you're just looking at like a hack on the Diva, a D-Mech, and then that's how you're going to win the round.
Yeah, target the Diva first here, ideally. If you get an anti-heal as well, it's just, there's nothing that can be done to keep them in the fight. Oh, okay, Captive Sun does get deployed. He's saying affected by the debuff, but no one's there to actually get enough damage to trigger it. Over the edge, apparently. Maybe knocked off course there by Junbin. It's a dangerous part of the map to play, and there's the virus connection on Slay. Top Dragon, though, was there to help, and there was a healing pylon, so Slay will still be standing. Here's a minefield now from Junbin. It's a bit of threat generated on that proximity of the point as the healing pylon's cleared out. Nico looking for a way in, and KSG ideally should create one as Varel still have control of the point and can even afford to let it flip back, but we'll have to get involved and intervene before the round ends. Lip with the pulse, KSG going low once more. We have a Moira now into the fight. Slay making the switch up as a bowler shot came through from Nico, but Lip's able to take him down. It's Cloud out of the picture. That's not ideal. Moira has to carry the lion's share of the hearing load now for Varel, and Lip is waiting for the gold. Oh, no! Oh, Junbin, that is... You can't be doing that, bro.
For the game as well.
You can't be doing that. You cannot be doing that. Oh, buddy, that is so tough for Lip there. As, of course, Junbin sailed on past him with the pulse bomb stuck to him and ended up blowing both of them up. Hey. Top Dragon couldn't be happier with that little exchange.
And longer sight lines, right? Able to use that Freya here to kind of counter some of the stuff that the Pharah can do. So this is that barrage they end up using when they don't have the nano to combo with it. So this is a little interesting. Obviously, maybe not an opportunity to because he gets spotted, but the virus does so much more damage with the hack. The hack didn't actually come through.
This is... buddy. Yeah. Well, it happens to the best of them, as has just been proven. Top Dragon with a big impact in that first round, Matt. That Tracer play has been excellent.
A map win for Varel here would be crazy, right? To go up 1-0. Crazy Raccoon obviously would have 2 map selections there at the, well, I have a map selection. You probably get another one there if it goes to the distance, where this would be a huge steal.
He's waiting for something. Looking for a chance to knock Cloud off the map. Stuck with the ball here. He's got to commit and at least finds a 1-for-1 exchange. That's going to have to be enough for Heesang. Top Dragon is starting to get a little bit hungry. Pressure on Shu. Chorong taken low as well. And KSG turning up just where he's needed. That's the risk of playing with these Wrecking Ball comps. Junbin can't always get back, and honestly, appealing ball is not really an appealing concept.
Well, you see when Nico is able to at least even trade with Heesang. These are fights that Varel is able to come out on top in constantly, and that's going to have Heesang switch away from Pharah and move over to Echo. Echo's still going to be pretty tough to play against here. With here, Mitch, because like the Frey is pretty good against Echo. Tracer historically has been pretty good. You have 2 poking, support, so you're in a pretty good spot here. I still think if you're Varel.
Yeah, still this though, difference maker. Yeah. When Pharah wants the longer fights, I mean, you can just have Echo come in, dump cooldowns, and just take someone out of the game, because he's saying playing the Pharah, you want to hang around, get consistent damage, but you're very exposed to Nico, to the whole backline as well. This is a better choice, I think, against his high poke look.
I'd consider Cassidy maybe for the Freya if I'm Varel, where you have an opportunity to kind of play with the Cassidy around both of those supports. Not as long distance is Echo compared to the Pharah, as they get Shu. It's going to force the sound barrier out.
Yeah, Chorong's able to find Cloud, though, and Slate falls to a pulse bomb. Junbin clearing things out here. Now as a bowler shot gets wound up, but Nico gets blown up before he can really make any use of it. This, I think, more up-tempo look is better for Crazy Raccoon against a slightly, I mean, look, it's a backline that doesn't have a sustain ultimate. I think that's like a big deal. So you could get in there, blow them up quickly. It's not like you can respond with a sound barrier or something to kick you in the fight. Pulse bomb there, fair enough, but Junbin this time doesn't carry it to his teammates, so Varel can't turn it into anything more.
Yeah, and that's why I was saying maybe go Cassidy here, right? Kind of play into a little bit of that, slower play style where Nico's going to play at range. Maybe the opportunity to kind of stack up, play around your BAP, and go, that is one that is a little far right
thinking. I think
I love it.
Heesang with the dupe of the diva here. Immortality Field thrown down, and it all means that KSC is going to be able to get back into the back. But in the meantime, Junbin just turned Nico and Cloud into Marmalade. Flatten them in the back line. Cloud's Immortality Field having already been cleared out just earlier, and Heesang is really adding a lot of virtual health points to this fight. Pops out of mech, of course, with a fresh set of cooldowns and expends them, taking KSG out of mech once more.
And Top Dragon just getting near the point, trying to maybe touch. I would say not the most value out of the Captive Sun there. Using it as an aerial zoning tool.
Yes, I think you might need some the heat-seeking perk upgrade. The one that makes Captive Sun home? Yeah, that could be good.
Get that one on Custer's desk.
Scotty, make it happen, brother, for the boys. All right, 88% and counting now. Lipton with a pulse bomb to work with an Immortality Field coming down early, which means the way is open here for a potential Tracer ultimate to take the game. The Top Dragon has to be addressed. He's threatening the point, so Lip has to double back, and Junbin eventually just runs out of sustain. 4 players up here for Crazy Raccoon. Shu isolated out towards the edges of the engagement, so Top Dragon has done his job, keeping Crazy Raccoon at the fringes of the point.
But without a support ultimate in terms of sustain, how does Varel combat through this sound barrier that's going to come through, right? It feels like they can sound barrier and just run on through them there. The sound barrier actually connects with 3.
Yeah, and they have to hope to have comparable healing throughput to match the sound barrier's impact, and with the big cooldowns at Cloud and
that was not a good beat.
It's possible. No, a little bit hasty, I think, for Crazy Raccoon, and now that map win possibility you floated earlier on might just be on the cards. Varel, yes, have to spend their ramp matrix and their bowler shot in that fight, but they brave the storm of the sound barrier from CR.
And without the sound barrier, obviously there's no support ultimate option in terms of sustain for Crazy Raccoon. If you see Shu just shoot that Captive Sun,
So what happened here though, Cloud couldn't quite get away. The minefield was a dangerous prospect to drop down on, and he got caught by the Tracer in mid-air. Shu picked off though, Nika's able to get rid of him, and the Captive Sun has now been wound up and is in play. Junbin trying to break line of sight, dodge away. It's going to be Heesang cleaning up Nico. There were sticky bombs, and now Lip can double down. Junbin joins him for the fight, and Slay goes by the wayside. KSC looking low impact and pretty submissive, frankly, in this position. Knocked out of mech, and an Immortality Field won't let KSG stay around long enough to get back in the mech with the Bunny Blaster. Lip deals with Top Dragon AR Pulse Bomb that never had to be used as Crazy Raccoon play it close, but Farrell fumble at the finish line.
Extremely competitive though. First game there from these two teams, right? I think a lot of people, probably us included, expected Crazy Raccoon to come in and just kind of roll through Varel, but that map one was very close. Could have went either way.
Yeah, plenty to hang your hat on. I think if you're a Varel fan, Top Dragon with a great individual performance over both of these stages. The Tracer play looked very good. He stands up to Lip on many an occasion. And of course, for this team, like, the objective is pretty clear, Matt. It's avoid Junbin, prevent him from disrupting you, burst him down so he has to go for health packs, and then find Shu. Dig out the Ana on some part of the map and take them down. Yeah, that was not a great look.
You think that's when he got rolled into with the pulse bomb?
Might have been, because I think that was actually Heesang falling off the map as Farah, which is something you don't expect to see. Shaky for Crazy Raccoon, but still, the result is what matters, and coming out of map one with a dub is all they really need at the end of the day. I also quite like the Baptiste Iliari backline,
yes,
especially into the ball. It's a backline that can stand on its own 2 feet, can really fire back. But when you come into fights where your opponent has sound barrier or have this rush of supportive utility, whether from overshield or like healing amplification, it's hard to really meet them with the same level of impact in those windows.
I'm so curious what the map pick and bans are going to be from Varel here. So looks like Coach Moon just figuring out what they want to do on the Crazy Raccoon side in terms of bans. But like, what are you necessarily, like, are you worried about the ball per se on like other maps? Because it seemed at times they were able to kind of battle it back. I think the comp actually looked way more beatable for Varel when the Farah was out of the way, right?
Yeah, look, I mean, Heesang made that switch, of course, because he didn't want to, you know, have those more sustained sort of episodes where he has to, you know, put bits of damage here and there and allow it to be followed up on by Lip, whereas Echo can actually is the one that cleans off those kills. Focusing Beam, of course, being far more effective on those lower health targets. So the idea is get in, burst people down with the cooldowns, get back out, get back to safety, fall back to where Shu at least has good line of sight to you, and you can just regenerate those cooldowns. So I feel like it was a wise choice considering just how much poke pressure the Varel's composition had. Still risky. You're still floating. You're still an airborne target.
Yeah, there's also a world in which you get rid of the Freya, right? If you're Crazy Raccoon, if that's if you want to continue to kind of play some of that Farah comp. So maybe that's the route they decide to go with. So maybe we see that come in from Crazy Raccoon, where looks like at least the map pick we're seeing, potentially Circuit. So that would be an interesting one. That is one you can definitely play the Bapillari, right?
Do you remember the last map at Champions Clash?
Yeah.
Circuit Royal that featured none other than Reinhardt picked in that game. The most bizarre.
Oh, that was
Overwatch.
That was like 5 a.m. I think everybody was losing to that.
I mean, I can't forget it. It was such an odd. Obviously, that was a series that like went the distance, right? Went all the way. Both the teams are, really pushing each other to the limit. It was a 4-2, so it went to 6 in the end. But Circuit Royal was classic because it was a map where like there was a Ramatra ban and a Juno ban. So like you couldn't really, a lot of teams weren't trying to play those sort of rush comps. But I think there was like Sim Reinhardt mixed in there. Just legendary Overwatch. So Crazy Raccoon, in the discussion of whether this is a map pick that Varel are trying to catch Crazy Raccoon out on, there's no way. These guys are just trying to put themselves in the best battlefield for their favorite comp and see if they can take a map away from these tournament favorites.
And I also think like Crazy Raccoon isn't necessarily going to ban, like would they ban BAP or Alari? per se, because like they can play that as well.
You can definitely Ben Baptiste. Like obviously Shu is probably credited with some of the most legendary moments on that particular hero. But folks, we're stepping aside for a moment. We've got a substitution occurring on stage. I think you could probably guess what it's going to be. So we'll be back, of course, with our second map of this first of two opener of Group B between Crazy Raccoon and Varel of Japan.
This land is calling.
was you that put me in. Promised me that we'd be okay. All of your lies I was believing. You were there most of the time, but it was
Group B here at the OWCS Mid-Season Championship is an interesting place featuring Crazy Raccoon, Rock Esports, Team Liquid, and their current opponents, Varel. And I will say, Matthew, that first map of Lijiang Tower was a bit of an eyebrow raiser for me, and a positive one for Varel as they play it pretty close in the end, with a Baptiste Iliari composition that causes some issues for Crazy Raccoon's Wrecking Ball setup. But Map 2, of course, is just around the corner. Varel dropping, obviously, Lijiang Tower. And a substitution here being made for Crazy Raccoon. Max has been brought into the fold.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm sure you guys can assume at home when we're talking about a sub what's going to happen. Is Varel's waving to the fans. They got some fans here. They're having a great time. But Max coming in here for Junbin, Circuit Royal. So it makes a lot of sense in terms of the sub.
Yeah, look, this is the kind of map where obviously teams that go away from playing those high mobility tank comps, the dive setups, you can
You can play Diva here, but we have seen teams trend away from that more in the direction of Ramatra, all those brawl-style compositions. We've even seen Sigma worked into the poke setup. But this map selection might also influence the choice of bans, because Max and Junmin have some overlap between their hero pools, but in general, we know that Max likes to play more in those rush comps.
Yeah, and I wonder what the bans will end up being, right? Like, for Crazy Raccoon, you probably want Ramatra, Sigma, even like an Orisa to kind of like make their way through, right? To be of value here on circuit. And then for Varel, I think you're fine playing that like a Ilari BAP backline. So we'll get a chance to get you guys the bans once we have them. But I'm curious to see where they both decide to go.
Now, we shouldn't be too far from jumping in the game here, folks. Of course, there's some real legends of the game on stage right now, on the Crazy Raccoon side more than anything. And again, I wouldn't mind seeing the run back of the Iliari backline here for Varel. Like back Iliari, look very reasonable. I think also you might want to look at something like the Venture, which we saw make its way into play earlier on. But either way, you are not going to be able to ban Ramatra out here if you are Varel.
Yes, a lot of other options potentially though for Varel. So players are in game. We're getting it all kind of set up here shortly. But I think it's I think this is a pretty good look. If you're a Crazy Raccoon, you obviously expect to win this series. It's proven to be pretty tasty, pretty good warm up here moving forward.
Absolutely. I've enjoyed what we saw from our first map there of Lijiang Tower. Here are your bans. Lucio getting banned here first by Varel. Follow-up will be the Venture.
Yeah, so Venture goes here from CR. So they want to get rid of the Venture. They're pretty aggressive towards the back line, right? So we get rid of that. And then Lucio gone on the other side for Varel. It also ends up protecting, like, let's say them banning like a BAP or something along those lines. So I think it's a pretty good option here for Varel. They weren't probably going to play the Lucio anyway, so now getting it out, I think it allows him to secure the backline that they want.
Yeah, tougher for those, the rush comps to function, or without that burst of speed that lets you hit a backline. So obviously opens up those more squishy options when it comes to your support. We've seen that Batiste Iliari already.
This isn't really a Venture map, though.
No.
Like, you can play them on this map, but it wouldn't be one I'd be like scared of, like Venture, like them dominating.
Yeah. I mean, again, as a follow-up ban, it's not a protect. So you know that they are, which, I mean, yeah, you're right. It is interesting to see the Venture being looked at in such a way. It could have come out of scrims, obviously. Venture wants more like of a concentric environment, right? Like a static point as opposed to like a dynamic objective that's sort of moving across the map. But they can still be difficult to deal with in some flank lines.
They could have banned Freya, but I guess maybe it's because Lip wants to play it?
Yeah. I mean, pretty reasonable option here. Freya really feels like problematic, I think we've got teams on the wrong sides here, folks. So we just need to go back to lobby and get them flipped over. Obviously, is when you get to choose map, that side choice, I believe, goes to your opponent.
Shu MVP. I mean, that is
it's another Sunday.
Always something in play. Yeah.
Yeah, probably one of the winningest support players when it comes to MVP titles picked up, I think.
Yeah, I mean, you think like early on, like even Owl, right? Like it was like Jonak, and then I think players like Shu took it to a whole another level. I mean.
Yeah, I think we're definitely at the point where we can consider Jonak's legacy superseded by someone like Shu, just in terms of tenure and just the uncanny rate that he delivers those moments that are really match-defining. So you saw Chorong on your screen there briefly. He was someone who, remember when he first landed on that Florida team, the rumors were that he was given the bag, and I tell you what, he was worth it. It was absolutely worth the spend on him. He really, really impressed us a lot of the time with his Lucio, but more so at the time, the Brig play. We were in a meta that featured a lot of like Brig and Ashe, and a lot of maps where defenders really wanted to push their high ground advantage. And Brig obviously functioned nicely alongside the Ashe to deny that dive. That was obviously pretty crucial. Todd Dragon in good spirits. Great to chat with him, of course. Obviously, he spent a fair bit of time across a bunch of different teams. He was on the Vision roster in EMEA. He went over to Wei, which now is AGAL, over in South Korea, and then made his way over to Japan. So really well-spoken guy. Had a great chat with him, and he obviously extends a great deal of respect to his opponents. None more.
Yeah, what are you doing that you got time to chat to everybody?
Yeah,
with Moon, chatting with Top Dragon. I mean,
it's very helpful because like he and Slay, I had them in the booth, just like some rapid fire questions, but some of them required some explaining. So Top Dragon was gracious enough to translate for me to Slay, and I was able to speak to him through Top Dragon. So it was fantastic. Yeah, good bunch of guys.
We got the sides swamped that one, so this time we'll be ready to go. All things considered, yeah, I was like a Crazy Raccoon have banned. Like if they want to play far, right? Could they have just banned the Freya? Like that seemed to give them the most trouble.
I feel like we've moved away from seeing a ton of the Pharah on maps like this.
Yeah,
I think that like. I like the Mei on defense here, right? It's one of the few things that can stop Ramatra in his tracks when he's in Annihilation.
Yeah.
Either by a wall, but more commonly like saving Blizzard specifically to counter it. And I think the matchup, between the Ramatra and the Orisa in the front line is a pretty interesting one. Definitely cooldown oriented, as Orisa is definitely the one that really wants to get in the face, and Ramatra has some space creating tools to get a bit of breathing room. And then obviously an entire sense of modality when he pops that Nemesis form. He'll try and run past the Orisa into the back line and knock some heads together.
Let's see.
Okay.
So maybe they think there was going to be like D.Va on defense. We'll see if Max decides to change. Yeah. So it'll be Orisa in the mix. We have seen more Zarya like into D.Va as of late.
Some of her perks are really interesting, honestly. Yeah. The way that she can actually offer more utility than just the shield to teammates. I think the Spawner perk, it's called, gives them move speed, which is kind of crazy. It's the one sort of buff in the game that has seemed to be so sought after in every meta. Crazy Raccoon, they'll come out with the Juno and the Ana composition, and they will have a sim in place, so keep an eye out here for these flanks to the right side of your screen, up those staircases, but in order to do that, Crazy Raccoon have got to get in position without taking casualties, and Lip is the first to fall.
Yeah, Top Dragon just kind of like peeks around this corner, just rips him with a headshot, so that'll stop things. But yeah, you have Heesang being able to use this TP, just kind of get around this dangerous corner, put Lip in off angle, get the entire team into the back line, a lot of different options. Maywall here, not super good.
Yeah, not effective, but with the Bionic Grenade connecting onto KSG, he just has to get that ground straight away. Now, Crazy Raccoon have a genuine staging point to really try and fight for this coastline. See, Top Dragon walls up just for a little bit of safety. There is a sim turret in play, and Top Dragon flanked out. The orbs that are coming in. Max opts to go through there as well. This leaves the door open for KSG to run into Crazy Raccoon's backline, but all he could do was get Shu. That is not enough. There's 4 other legends of the game pummeling you.
And I mean, that is a nano onto the Orisa, just using the spear spin, getting into the back line, and that is first point here for CR. And all they have to use is that nano. A fantastic start here from Crazy Raccoon.
Yeah. And again, they played it, slow and steady. Maywall from Top Dragon is awkward and doesn't really give KSG any defensive zone. Cloud here can set up, of course, with an Matrix and make sure KSG has a buttload of healing to benefit from. He's going to pop up here on the high ground and do just that, but Top Dragon goes low and has been forced out of the fight for now. Heesang gets that sim wall in play now. Terra Surge popped by Max, probably just for the extra durability. I don't know if Lip was looking for that one. Matty clips the masonry there with that bowler shot, and it doesn't catch onto his intended target, but he does stick Nico with explosive bolt. There will be a trade of kills out from those Freyas, but a less than convincing engagement from Crazy Raccoon.
Yeah, this is going to be one where Varel comes out on top, and I think if you're Varel, like we've seen in EMEA, I'm curious where they decide to play. A lot of teams we've seen play where like KSG is, right? Like play for that low ground, don't allow them to get that position, start work their way up the ramp. I'm curious to see how aggressive Varel is going to end up playing here.
And first things first, try and put Slay in a bit more of an awkward off angle, force him to set up a more defensive healing pylon. See where it is. Located just around that corner, cleared often by the attackers. And here's that orbital rate coming out now. Varel maybe too slow, realizing this could be a big issue for them. Annihilation use. This is a defensive application of that Ramatra ultimate. And KSG loses it pretty quickly as Crazy Raccoon will rapidly disengage away.
It looks like they want Top Dragon pretty bad, though. Top Dragon, ends up in the low ground, being chased there by Max, his Lip. just kind of searching for players here. As,
so much space for him.
Yeah, doesn't have access to the high ground. But KSG, is he controlling that space as the Ram? Doing a really nice job.
He's dead.
Yeah, once the sim come off spawn, a little surprised.
Yeah, I think Cloud was maybe hoping to throw a longer range Immortality field down there, but KSG was playing inside the small room, and it made it a little bit awkward for his backline to keep him topped up. That's something we're going to be tracking very closely, Matt, because in this matchup, KSG is going to become a pincushion to Max or Lip or even Shu.
This might be second point. I don't know if you're going to be able to challenge this for Varel, and it looks like they're going to indeed end up giving it up, so they'll back out here.
And that TP gives them bridge access straight away. So Max gets set up in a very forward position, and this virtually gives Shu and Lip a huge amount of space to work with. And this Amp Matrix is, okay, it's going to give Varel a look in here, but Max has the cooldowns to rotate, and it's a huge spend for an ultimate that actually doesn't get Varel back in pole position.
I'm worried they're going to nano Max and just shoot him through that door with the Terror Surge, and they're going to be in a lot of trouble.
SG's working very hard to keep Max at bay, and it's worked out so far. Lip just loses out in a duel against Nico, and Shu doesn't really want to heal. Max is the nano going over. Caught by the Captive Sun connection. No one he's saying is going to fall now. Max finds himself face-to-face with Cloud and is able to deal with him. And with that Terror Surge still available, Lip pumping damage out, there's still much to do in this fight. There's the Surge, used mostly for the Fortify to stave off the slowing effect. And yeah, Tot Dragon could not walk far enough away. Crazy Raccoon with 2 up, take a big fight. One in which Varel spend that ultimate from the Ilarian.
I mean, that is a huge fight win there from Crazy Raccoon, just continuing to move the payload down the map here is Bola Shot. You'll have Orbital Ray here to be able to fight in.
Oh no!
That's a double bio there from Shu.
I mean, yeah, Nico also caught by one of the bolts from Lip. So there's no escape. He was bioed and stuck. He was guaranteed dead. All right, Blizzard going to come out here. The bowl shot is available to Lip, and the Orbital Ray is going to allow Crazy Raccoon to surge forward and control that higher ground. Now, Varel have well and truly lost control of this defensive side, and will barely have a chance to touch here. Lip holding onto the bowler, sends it straight on in. KSG with the Annihilation, trying to stay alive, but there's a symbol in play. It's too easy to kite away from that area of effect. Damage from the Ramatra. Ice block used for Top Dragon to try and stall, but he's too far off the point to contest.
226 is a long time to finish with in the time bank there. From Crazy Raccoon. I wonder also, like, obviously map 1 was
that was
a
nice.
sick shot. Map 1 was a little bit closer than I think we expected, probably Crazy Raccoon expected. I wonder if that was like, all right, we need to turn up on map number 2. Like, we can't take it easy.
So this one follows the script that I anticipated a little bit more closely, with the asterisk that I think Top Dragon is really holding his own up against Hisang and Lip, which is an accolade in and of itself. This moment here, though, a great fight from Crazy Raccoon. They're very short-handed, but Max is able to pop a Terror Surge that he held onto for a hot minute. And was doing a good job at actually forcing KSG to fight in positions where he doesn't have good sightlines to his supports.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not surprised with Top Dragon's performance. Like, we know he can hang with this level of players, right? I know, as you talked about, it's like bounced around the regions, bounced around teams, but we've seen top play from him everywhere he goes. So nothing surprising about Top Dragon's play. Obviously, you just need more from the rest of the team.
This is what Max also can provide to a really stalwart Sigma player, allowing Chorong Jishu to play this pretty high damage, poke-centric, aggressive-looking backline. Chorong on the Liari is it's forced to be reckoned with, and Shoes Baptiste has actually been etched in the annals of Overwatch history on more than one occasion.
I wonder, are they going to play, let's see, there's still some, I was like, are they going to play the Alari with the Juno? And it seems like they are. So dropping the BAP for the Alari, you obviously get some speed to maybe get past the shield here from Max.
So this poke comp isn't great at retaking space to take the healing pylon down. So against the Sigma comp, I think Iliara is pretty heads up, and you probably want the Orbital Ray to, enhance KSG's ability just to run people down. The Max, obviously, with the Hyperspheres, can get them into some of those corners where the healing pylons are set up, and Slade probably would have wanted to recall that before it got blown up, but Varel are still moving forward. But this corner, this is where the defenders really like to stake their claim to the map.
a lot used here by Varel to just kind of gain this position, right? They end up using their speed ring, a May wall, they end up using a Nemesis Form, so a lot of cooldowns used there, and everybody just backs up for CR, and then they take the space right back.
Max has done such a good job of rotating his cooldowns and backing up, gaining space, and in trying to take the space that Max is giving up, KSG's taking damage from 30 different angles. It's coming from Chorong, Shu, Lip, some of them are on the coastline, some of them are in the back line. Really tough to keep your Ram topped up when you've got to move out of range of that healing pylon to actually take the space.
You need to execute this perfectly, it feels like, for Varel to be able to make it work, especially no Lucio. It'll be a captive Sun here from Slay.
Okay, Gravitic Flux out in response. Juno was caught, but not enough damage before dropping down to get the insta-kill. Slay's able to deal with Chorong now, really trying to go after these backliners on their own and shoot. Doesn't have an immortality field to lean on. Nice little passage of play from the one of two Koreans on this squad. And Slay has allowed Varel get this first checkpoint.
Yeah, and KSG ends up throwing a Ram shield up there to kind of protect him as he drops to the low ground, as CR will change. They will match the Ramatra here. So really only difference is that BAP obviously for Crazy Raccoon, and then the Sim in play.
You see these positions, like where that pylon is? A poke comp of Sigma won't be able to clear that.
Yes.
This comp can. Max switches over to more of a rush style here, but they still have that fairly aggressive backline look. Orbital Ray comes in, but Varel actually losing their opportunity to really benefit from it now, as it looked like that Captive Sun forced them all to sort of group up or disengage. So not only, Matt, do they lose Nico, but that Orbital Ray goes for very little.
Well, I think it was the combination of the Amp Matrix plus the Captive Sun that got them pretty scared, even with their Orbital Ray to push on through.
I mean, you can't group up in an Orbital Ray under a Captive Sun. I mean, you are going to get fried. Maybe an overpush here, though, for Crazy Raccoon. Max definitely getting a little close to the sun. I mean that literally and figuratively. Caught with a bowler shot here. Frosty reception for Max, but Nico also suffers it from Lip. Things are slowed down for Varel, but Crazy Raccoon are ready to repost up on this corner.
Yeah, but Varel end up having their Captive Sun, Annihilation, and Blizzard here. So maybe you can catch this Ram out. You end up losing Nico, but look at this. Shu is actually caught off on his own. He uses the Immortality Field. That's not going to end up keeping him alive.
So he bought himself some precious seconds, and there was a Sim TP into the backline by Crazy Raccoon, and Heesang was able to take Top Dragon out of the fight. So that May wall that would otherwise slow Maxed out is now off the field. This should be enough here for Crazy Raccoon to regroup with, and looks like KSG running into the backline, bites off more than he can chew, and Slay is picked off at longer range in the meantime.
Yeah, although KSG pushes on through and he kills Shu, it just ends up with Varel so split, right? And players from Crazy Raccoon on both sides of them, they were never really able to kind of like prioritize any of the targets and just kind of whittle down over time, where now the time bank here from Crazy Raccoon still 226. The one from Varel is not, even if they kind of speed ran the rest of the map.
That's right.
Yeah, they've been close.
Really slowed down in the second phase of the map here, understandably. Here's that Annihilation, though. Crazy Raccoon look like they want to linger around. The Sim wall's going to force KSG back away. Yet another Varel ultimate that is, frankly, upfront countered by what Crazy Raccoon can leverage. And once again, you've got Amp Matrix, Captive Sun available. Scary, because Varel want to use their Orbital Ray, but they may be denied it yet again. Here's the Sun. Slay sees it, blinded, seared into his memory was Chorong running him down. And there's nowhere for Nico to go either. Chorong won't be denied. Max does fall, the cart's on the move. The Maywall could be a problem, and another dodgy boulder shot there from Lip goes into the Maywall, thrown up in his face. But only insult, no injury, as Varel are unable to convert.
So I was like, oh, maybe they get Max towards the end, and you still had KSG alive. Maybe it gets a little bit interesting, but you know, losing Nico, you lost a lot of your damage output here from Varel. So now you're walking back into another Amp Matrix. You're going to be able to use your own Captive Sun, so I think like try and get that Immortality Field out, Captive Sun, maybe even use the Captive Sun to do it, and then follow it up with like Blizzard. You're going to have that pretty soon here from Top Dragon.
Top Dragon on the sneak up. Blizzard to stop Max will be crucial, but he doesn't have Annihilation here, and will happily disengage away. Shu caught inside the bowler shop, is going to have an Immortality Field to keep him alive, and there's a Sim TP that will allow him to translate across the map. That's been cleared. He's essentially stuck here for the time being, and Nico is on the hunt. Max knocked back by this outburst. Slay putting big damage down into Max, and he's able to dodge away from the Vortex.
Oh, he gets here at the final second to contest.
Not quite a cap there. Max can intervene and stop Top Dragon from doing his job, and Shu desperately trying to keep his team in the game. I think he's done enough here. Nico, big damage on Shu. Yet another self-immortality field keeps Shu in the game.
We don't see it, but how in the world does he play on that high ground and then alone get all the way back to the rest of the team alive to be able to kind of use that immortality field and make that play? I mean, it's literally only things that he does.
There's an ethereal quality about that man, Matt. Make no mistake, Shu is a god of the game. Jorong, big flank, catches on with the captive sun in the direction of Slay. And it's going to be the elimination now of the Iliari. KSD in trouble here with the bowler shot. Lip flattens him. Shu was able to take down the Ramantra, and that will be the end of the line here for Varel on this map. Not much more to be done now as the Blizzard is thrown out. The card is unbesmirched, and Crazy Raccoon advance out of their opener. A clean 2-0.
Yeah, map 1 was really close. Varel put up a great fight. Map 2, though, after Varel took that first point, didn't really make a ton of progress there towards getting that second checkpoint, where even if they did, the time bank for Crazy Raccoon was going to be really difficult, even if you completed the map to beat.
Honestly, I'm impressed by the South Korean duo of Top Dragon and Slay on Varel's side of things. They look very good, and the rest of this group features Rock Esports and Team Liquid. Opportunities abound for this Varel team to continue to demonstrate their quality and to make it through. But it's a tough road from here on out, and Crazy Raccoon are simply delivering on the promise they made coming into this Esports World Cup. This time, they plan to be champions. Strong showing in Hangzhou at the Champions Clash. They really took Falcons to task over a longer series. And now they're here to claim, well, even more of that glory for themselves. This is the most important tournament of the year to date. And this Champions Clash winning team are here to throw down on our mid-season championship.
And a lot like Falcons, a lot of fans here for Crazy Raccoon. Let's go to the studio to hear their thoughts.
Crazy Raccoon playing just like I do here in Overwatch 2. A 2-0, but this was a little bit closer than we expected. I got Avril and Johnny, aka Reinforced, here in the studio. As we take a look back at some of these highlights, Slay, Top Dragon, doing what they could for Varel. Crazy Raccoon is just on another level.
Crazy Raccoon, they're on another level, and they're playing really comfortable. Remember how I said going into this one, if they maybe let Varel into the series a little bit, I think that's actually a sign that Crazy Raccoon, they are just taking this relatively easy. And they came out, they played their signature composition, which is going to be the Wrecking Ball, it's going to be the Pharah as well. And that is just what Crazy Raccoon do. They play that composition because it plays to their strengths, and then they just sweep their opponents. That's a sign, in my opinion, that they don't respect you.
Yikes. I don't think Crazy Raccoon was showing their best here. They did drop a round to Varel, but let's be clear about something. He's saying he'd played a lot more Pharah than he probably should have been playing. He was playing it into a Freya Diva is on the other side. Credit goes to Top Dragon, though. He performed absolutely well on that Tracer, so he's really given a lot to this team of Varel. But when you look at what Crazy Raccoon were actually playing, not just a Fire, but Shu playing a bunch of Ana here as well, I don't think Ana's really meta, but he's Shu. He's the best Ana player in the world. He's the best support player in the world. He's going to make it work, but I think later on in the tournament, you are, in my opinion, going to see Shu move over to Kiriko. So in this particular game, probably just saving a few strats, playing a few specialty heroes like the Wrecking Ball and the Ana now, while you're up against Varel before you head up against teams like Falcons and other Korean teams, or Alcacia maybe later on.
Yeah, I mean, it's absolutely brutal when you go up against a team like this that can just play a really difficult composition. The Wrecking Ball, the Pharah, these heroes, they force the enemy team to make a change. The question is, what do we play against a roster like this? I like the response from Varel. There was a lot of hit scan involved there, which obviously makes things difficult for the Pharah, and they made it pretty close there on Lijiang Tower. But this is Crazy Raccoon, who, you know, that's a squad that is not playing the premier meta compositions that are the best in the tournament. So I'm waiting to see what Crazy Raccoon got when they play at their absolute best.
Lemon Kiwi and Jaws are whispering nice things into my ear. They're excited for these matchups, Johnny, and for good reason. This is Crazy Raccoon's first performance. But what can we take away from Varel? You're playing the top dogs in the tournament. They were all smiles at the end of that match.
I think mechanically, the Varel showed a lot of good stuff, because despite what Crazy Raccoon may be doing compositionally, again, I don't believe Crazy Raccoon were playing their real comps and their real style here. However, when you look at the actual matchups and the duels, the fact that Top Dragon can do what he's doing in these clips here, go toe-to-toe with the likes of Lip and Heesang and Jimbin as well. There's a crazy two-man stick here as well. He gets the stick onto Jimbin, and Jimbin runs the pulse bomb into Heesang. So these mechanics are really good to see coming through from Varel. Nico as well on map 2 on the Frey, I thought did a really good job. So you can really start to see where the talent on Varel is. And that means when they go up against other teams like Rock and maybe Team Liquid, they have a good shot there.
Yeah, it's a good sign. I think this is definitely a good sign if you're Varel that you brought it close against Crazy Raccoon in the first map. And again, I think they're playing to their strengths. They played some double flex support compositions. We saw it later on in Circuit Royale, the second map as well. This is what Varel have done over in OWCS Japan. And so if they can bring their strengths into this tournament and Top Dragon performs like that on the flex role, I think that's really good for Varel.
Circuit Royale was a lot of fun for me to watch as a former May main. Great to see her still in action.
May main bucket.
What can you tell me? Yeah, it's Super
That doesn't
May.
sound like
By the way,
Doomfist.
if you ever ran into Super May on Ranked, that was me. Tell me a little bit, though, about Juno. Will we see any more Juno play in this tournament, or was that just a test against Crazy Raccoon?
I think we might see some Juno. We have seen Juno being integrated into brawl compositions with the Juno Brig. Sometimes we see teams, they go for a double speed comp when they play the Lucio Juno. I would more say that the BAP is more heavily favored, but Juno, fragile, but could be useful. In
She was selling us my Baptiste
I think the reason why we saw any Juno at all is because of the Lucio ban. If that didn't happen, probably wouldn't have had the Juno in there. So teams are trying to find the alternative to the Lucio with the speed boost in there. I don't really think Juno's going to really be heavily featured in this tournament at all, unless Lucio's banned.
We've got a lot of games going on. You just witnessed what was happening here at the STC Arena, but let's check out what's been happening on our Bravo stream. Remember, this was Weibo Gaming going up against Virtus Pro. Virtus Pro ended up winning that game too, where we thought Weibo had it all locked up. That forced this Game 3, the finale to the series out.
Yeah, what's important to note is we kind of talked about this before we headed off, is the fact that Liga did sub in for Map 2 on Circuit. Now, Circuit Royale is a Virtus Pro specialty. If they lose Map 1, they're going to go to Circuit Royale. They're going to test out the Ice Stomp Symmetra. They're going to ban away a DPS like Freya so they can lock in the sim and protect the sim choice so other teams can't just target ban Ice Stomp. But then you go to map 3. It's like, okay, you got to play your game, Virtus Pro. We subbed in Liga, tried to make this brawl matchup work. But tell you what, when we get to the dive again, and it's now Hazard from VP going to Goucher's Winston, one of the most legendary Winston players of all time. Now that Fearless is gone, you might say that Goucher is currently the top dog in the Winston. I was surprised they made the Winston work, given that Winston isn't meta. But this is Weibo Gaming. They're an amazing dive team. Shy played out of his mind on the Sojin as expected, and then Goucher just topped it all off with some Primal Rages, some Primal Blades, and they won Esperanza.
Reinforce used to be my favorite Reinhardt. Can you give me Reinforce's tank rankings? Ram, top tank right now? Who's
Ram
behind
is the
him?
top tank. Yeah, Ram is the top tank right now. Just mitigates so much damage, has some really effective crowd control. So really sticky on the points, right? Where it is difficult to remove the Ram. Then I'd probably say the Orisa, as an alternative when it comes to the brawl compositions. But given we're seeing a lot of Symmetra, the beam goes through the Spin Sphere, that is going to be a difficult matchup. And then, we could see some dive here.
I think Hazard.
Sigma on Circuit Royale, Hazard for sure. It gets a bit more open after the first two, I'd say.
Final thoughts, Avril.
I think we got out of both of those games what we probably expected. I think great from Virtus Pro to be able to take that one map. It shows that Virtus Pro have something in the bank. We'll see what they can do in the lower bracket now. But yeah, Weibo versus Falcons is going to be a good game.
We saw the Falcons fans going crazy in the STC Arena, and we expect that place to get equally loud when we come back. Alcancia is taking on Team CC. We head to Group C after this.
So the Boulevard is a pretty big place, and if you're lost or if you want to go somewhere and you can't find your way, don't be worried, because there are people called wayfinders. They are people that have exclamation marks and question marks walking around the Boulevard, so grab them and they will help you out. And we got one right there, and let's see if he could help us out. Hello? Hey, what's up, man? Wayfinder? You're a Wayfinder. Okay. So it's either exclamation mark or question mark. Both are Wayfinders, right?
What?
You guys are all Wayfinders, right?
All right. Wayfinder to guide you wherever you want to go in Boulevard Riyadh or EWC 2025.
All right.
Welcome. What's your name?
My name is Danny. What's your name?
Teddy?
Danny.
Danny.
Daddy would be a crazy name. Daddy is a crazy name. I didn't say that.
It's great though. It will be Danny or Daddy. It's great.
Or both.
For you. My name is Adib. They call me Deeb in here.
Deeb.
They call me Deeb.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Quick question. I want to find the Jamil Motorsports. Where is that?
Okay. First, sorry for my bad English because
your English is better than mine.
Because I didn't practice very well in here because we speak Arabic. So guys, forgive me for it. But if you want to go to Jamil Motorsport, straightforward from here, then turn right to found the Publisher Park or Aramco. Then turn right, you'll find a fountain the water came from above.
Yeah.
You will find Jamil Motorsport right over here.
All right, thank you. One more question. I heard that there's a place that has like crazy lights and mirrors. What was the name? House of Hype.
Yes,
House of Hype. How do I get there?
Okay, the same way you want to go to Jamil Motorsport. You went to the fountain. Turn right. Turn left. Sorry.
Yeah.
Turn left. Then straight forward.
Okay.
Okay. You will find a big round sphere. You will find it in the right side.
See, guys, these guys are so helpful. One final question. I really need to use the restroom. Where's the closest restroom?
This is Mushi.
Right there?
Yes.
Right there? Okay, I gotta go.
Great burgers.
Oh, have their burgers and restrooms?
Yeah, great burgers.
Okay, burgers. I will get burgers and I need to use the restroom. Wayfinder, thank you so much. I'm gonna go. Bye. Bye-bye. What's up, everybody? Danny Lim here for a cross-stage report, and this time around, we're going to learn a little bit about Mobile Legends Bang Bang, and we got A Turner here to teach me some ropes. I mean, it's a cross-stage, so I'm going to start first. I'll teach you a little bit about Overwatch. Okay. Last year, Crazy Raccoons was a team that won the Overwatch side.
Okay.
But as you know, Team Falcons were the club champions. So how about Mobile Legends Bang Bang? What happened on this side?
It's a little bit complicated here. Honestly, coming to the knockout stages, things have been very, very close. So to say we have an idea of who's going to the grand finals, I can't say exactly who.
Give me like one team. Do you have a favorite team?
I have a bias.
Okay, you have a bias.
So I'm from Indonesia. My bias is Onyx ID. But they're going up against TLPH, who are looking really strong right now. So that's why I'm a little worried, because that's happening tomorrow.
I mean, that's why we love upsets, right? There's always a chance for upsets in these competitive games. Hey, Turner, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much, Danny. Thank you so much.
Welcome back to the mid-season championship here at the Esports World Cup 2025. I'm your host, Chris Bucket, alongside Jake and Reinforce, and we're about to get into our third match. Jake, before we get into it, though, we got to see what's been going on around the B stream, because we have two stages in action today.
naturally. I mean, the B stream has been some hot games on there too. We've been watching both backstage. Right now we're checking in on ROC versus Team Liquid. I'd say Team Liquid are the heavy favorites here, but ROC punching back.
Are Team Liquid North America's best chance to win a trophy, Johnny?
Well, I'd actually say GK is the best chance, but Liquid, I'd say they are one of the best teams when it comes to young potential. Infected, very young player, great prospect for this team. Vega and RuPaul, they stuck together last year as well, but this team is all about the potential this team has, and this tournament, Puckett, is another big opportunity for some of these young players to leave a mark and to really build some of their careers, right? So I'm looking at someone like Tree, for example, big superstar potential from this guy, and going up against Rock Esports, it's a good opportunity for them to leave a mark.
And Jake, I feel like I've seen Symmetra now in about 75% of our games across the two streams. Is she going to be one of the highest picked heroes on the night?
There's going to be some teams that I think really get a lot of mileage out of Symmetra, and I think in the end, I personally think Symmetra is going to be one of the strongest picks, but some teams are going to be really opposed to it and just really go a different direction, right? We saw a team, from Weibo Gaming, they were just like fully playing to counter, not trying to mirror it, so it is a very divisive hero that kind of sets the tone whether a team wants to play it or not.
Impressive plays on both sides. It was Team Liquid who had the early upper hand. If they secure this point, they will go up 1-0. And remember, it's all about winning the first two maps. That's all you got to do in this opening round. When we get later tonight, we'll go to the first to 3 map wins, Johnny.
Absolutely, and we already have our first winners match locked in, of course, from Group A, because we've seen those matches already, so can't wait to see this one. But of course, in these, you mentioned it earlier, Puckett, the fact that it's first to 2 now, I think that actually opens up the potential for some of these upsets, right? Just needing to win 2 maps instead of 3. That's an opportunity for some of these underdogs to maybe surprise some of our favorites here in the group.
If you're a Liquid fan or a Rock fan, go check out the Bravo stream, because right now on Alpha, we are going to turn our attention to Group C, because this is Alcadzia's group. They're at the top of it right now, and they're coming in with a lot of confidence. We saw this squad arriving a little bit earlier in the Jamil Motorsports arrival cam. Will just show you just the confidence on day one. Johnny, what should we know about this squad?
Well, this squad right here, I think going into this meta, they were the best team at it because they have a fantastic Symmetra player in Checkmate, of course. And like I said earlier, superstar Saudi Arabian tank player in Siyad, of course, 17 years old, that is going to guide this team in the tank role. So I'm really looking forward to see this Alcadzia team in action. If they can fulfill the promise of the Scrim Bucks, everyone's got them as a big favorite. Well, you got to prove it.
A 17-year-old is your tank. Good thing, bad thing for an EWC level tournament.
I mean, the way Ziada's performed this year, it's a good thing, right? They have made the most of this guy. They brought that rookie talent in with a lot of veterans around him to maybe stabilize that performance. And this is also, we talk about, Symmetra a lot. This is arguably the team that forced the rest of the world to really consider this pick. It was Alcadzia who did it first, who innovated it and forced the rest of EMEA to bend the knee. Now the question is, can they do the same on the global stage against these Korean and Chinese powerhouses?
On the other side, we have Team CC from China. What should we know about these guys coming in, Johnny?
Well, we talked about the other Chinese powerhouse, of course, and I think this is the second best Chinese team with a lot of veteran players. Going back to the Overwatch League, of course, Hangzhou Spark, Chengdu Hunters, some familiar faces here with Pineapple, Kaneki, Gaga is in the mix, who, of course, has always been the second best tank player in this region behind Gushui. So I'm looking at this team as a bit of like an underdog who could upset. They have all the experience they need, great individual plays coming in from this team. I think the problem is they've been out of the scene for so long with China not really being involved as much, and now you have to play some of these best teams in the world.
This is the updated Faraway, though. I don't know if you saw it, but he's Faraway 2025.
Oh my God, he changed his name again. This guy loves to swap it up. Honestly, here's the thing about the Chinese teams. Weibo Gaming, they're really strong. They have been globally competitive time and time again in these international competitions, but the pressure's building on China to deliver another relevant team because, frankly, Team CC and Rock, they've kind of been those next couple teams from China, but frankly, they haven't really been impressive to me at all on the international stage. They haven't been competitive on the global stage, and so I think kind of the pressure is building for them to deliver that performance.
I love it. We are 20 seconds away. One-word answers. Who wins this?
Well, for this one, I'm sorry, Team CC. I don't know if I can go there.
Alcadzia?
Alcadzia.
Alcadzia. We're going with the top dogs in the group. Do they take it here? It's time to find out.
Right on. Varel making up map 1, a competitive affair, but ultimately, this David could not take down our Goliath. So, 2 matches done, many more to come as we're headed into Group C.
Absolutely, another group featuring some hometown heroes. So I expect things to get loud in here once again.
So do I, because both of these teams are coming in this with a bang. They're looking for redemption after finishing earlier this year with a shared 7th and 8th place in Hangzhou. Shall we bring them out?
Let's bring them out. First, you've got OWCS EMEA Stage 2 winners getting to play on home soil with a crowd buff. Please welcome Al-Qadsiya!
Twice denied the crown in China, now aiming to change the script on a world stage. Please welcome Team CC.
The teams are ready, so are we. Let's send it over to our wonderful casters, Lemon, Kiwi, and Jack in the mics for this one.
Thank you very much, Fancy and Zoe down on the stage. EMEA's #1 seed, Al-Qadsiya, versus China's 2nd seed in Team CC.
This is an important tone setter for both of these teams. You need 2 wins before those 2 losses. This is your path to the #1 seed, and you can really only afford one of those losses, especially when you still have GK in this group.
Yeah, and word on the street is as well, Al-Qadsiya are dominating the Scrimbucks right now. So we'll see if that comes to fruition here. Of course, not only winning the Stage 2, they went undefeated, dropping 3 maps in that regular season, and Landon as well, Stage 2 superstar, 5 MVPs coming through for the lad. And they're against Team CC, who, when we talk about China, and Jake and even Kevin, I was talking to him backstage, like, look, we know Weibo are like tippity top. China's #1 squad coming in, and then there's a bit of a gap. Team CC now trying to propel themselves upwards, trying to prove that they really are the #2 seed, and hey, they can just bring it on the big stage. Hangzhou was not a good performance from them, and Al-Qadsiya are going to make it a tough first match.
And I think it's that clash of styles that's really going to catch Team CC by surprise, because China in general doesn't play that much Symmetra. They didn't really face this at the Hangzhou Major, so it's going to be a challenge for Team CC. How are they going to execute maybe the Symmetra and the Diva bans in this best of 3? How are they going to space out against a team that can just rush you from close to mid-range with the Diva, but also TP towards you? How will this affect the hit scan choices of someone like Pineapple? And I really don't see Team CC moving away with, from their strengths being those dive maps and those dive heroes for Gaga.
Yeah, we've seen Wrecking Ball. Seen a little bit even of Winston today. I didn't expect to see too much of that, considering how popular Hazard, Ram, Orisa have been. But Gaga, like you said, very good on those kind of dive heroes, very fast. We probably won't see Al-Qadsiya anytime soon, going to something like Watch Point Gibraltar. Ain't no way they're going to take him on a dive map. And they want to clean 2-0 here. They just want to move on, and like you said, get those 2 wins before those 2 losses. They want to make that upper bracket run.
And as Al-Qadsiya are the higher seed, they're going to have that first choice of map and first ban, depending on if they want to differ that or not. But they typically really like to go to Oasis, and they run a mix of that Diva Sim with either a Mei or a Sojourn to complement that, depending on which round we go. And Team CC haven't played Oasis all season. So my only concern is, how are they going to answer that Symmetra, and is Kaneki going to want to mirror that Mei or not if that does come out? But this still should be a good map for someone like Gaga if he plays the ball, or Kaneki or the Tracer. Not easy though.
Hazard ban. Al-Qadsiya, yeah, Team CC banning the Sim. We know Sim is going to be so strong throughout this tournament. If we load in onto map 1, Oasis, a very finicky map, and it really does depend where you go. Very different stages. You could look at Gardens, for example, very good for something like the dive, but even Rush, very powerful there too. But less so when it comes to City Center. Like, that is such a good dive map. We'll see where we end up going for that stage 1. A lot of ex-Overwatch League players, of course, on the side of Team CC. Chengdu Hunters, Hangzhou Spark, Charge, like all of the great Chinese teams. They've got representation here in this lobby.
And just thinking about Pineapple and Kaneki, man, the effort that they've went through throughout their career to swapping from DPS to support from support to back to DPS, and, you know, playing the flex support kind of fits your mechanics, you know, playing a lot of Kiriko in those cases, but they work so hard from being in the Overwatch League to dropping down to contenders, being on road, having really good showings there, to working their way back up to the Overwatch League, and eventually having such a good showing that they made it onto Team CC. I still think it's going to be a really difficult matchup, and Checkmate has really proven to be not only just a very capable flex DPS, but improving his Tracer quite a lot. And Junkbuck has talked about in interviews that Checkmate, what's incredible about him is not just his mechanics and his success, but his awareness and his read on the game. You don't really get to see that level of intelligence until you're on the same team as a player like that, and a lot of appreciation coming from that coach.
Yeah, the DPS you have to be scared of, for sure. Checkmate, master of all, and Labda too. Scariest hit scan DPS in EMEA right now. He's giving Quartz for a run for his money on the Sojourn, that's for sure. Ziad, the GOAT, has also been, honestly, a superstar on the tank role. Came through, obviously, Saudi E-League, and he's looking good on the global stage. A lot of fans in the audience right now. And I will say, those jerseys looking clean too, the red and black fade. Yeah. I love it.
And Junkbuck also talked about the personality that Ziad comes with. So first, he's puts out these monstrous performances, but his personality meshes so well and bodes well to becoming a pro. He's good at taking pressure, criticism, and he's really easy to work with. And as a tank, you need someone that you're able to mold, especially as like the new kid on the block.
Man on you there, the Danish dynamo, Kellex. Kellex has been around forever. And now, hey, so have a lot of the Korean players. And he's making a legacy for himself, and he does every single year, and he's always finding himself on these top teams, especially in EMEA. See if he continues that. I mean, Alcati are just such a scary team, and every other squad that I've spoken to, even some of the Korean teams, are like, hey, Alcati are quite scary at this current moment in time. Looks like we're just getting everybody loaded into the lobby. Then we'll be ready to go for Oasis.
And, you know, speaking on those personalities, Kellex, very professional, mature, good personality to have on the team. Kind of like shows up to teams, wins, and then disappears. Super consistent, makes everyone happy behind the scenes too. And he knows his limits. He's not gonna ever be the reason that you're losing a map. And it's just really good for the team mental. So I think Kellex and Landon that you mentioned earlier, super great additions to this team, because Landon's not just a master Baptiste anymore. It's the Kiriko, it's the Juno. He's more flexible, best support in EU, and I agree with that.
Yeah, Kellex ain't just the vibes guy, that's for sure. A beast. And obviously a scary backline. I like that, yeah, eventually, you know, Landon, it's like, oh, we have to step away from the Baptiste for a little bit, but yeah, an absolute just beast on the Kiriko, like you said. Just a lot of things in his wheelhouse right now. Team CC are going to have to contend with, and they can only ban Sim once. Luckily, obviously, it's a first to 2. It will be 0-3. But we'll see how they end up faring. It's got to be a big worry. I mean, it almost feels like the last series in the Crazy Raccoon Varel, where it's like, okay, Crazy Raccoon, on a different level to a lot of other teams. Varel, like this new contender trying to punch up. Feels like Team CC in the same boat coming into the series.
Yeah, that Sim ban is going to be a really good destabilizer, and everyone is playing Sim or maybe Diva or stuff like that in EMEA, so you're not going to see too many bans against you like that. So I don't think a lot of teams in EMEA have been able to make Alcatia uncomfortable when it comes to those bans. So, but obviously you're aware of this system and you are prepared to work around that. So you're not going to see Alcatia at their peak without the Symmetra, but I'm looking forward to seeing what that plan B is going to be.
Still waiting for a couple of players to jump on in. We saw Kaneki join the lobby, so won't be too much longer. We should be good to go. A lot of flags in there. I'm surprised people can see behind them, I'm not gonna lie. So a line of flags.
That's all you need to see right now in the game as it started, I guess.
That's true, I guess, yeah.
Yeah, on the side of Team CC, their preferred map one is Helios, but just anything dive-friendly for Gaga, of course. You guys remember these names from the old Owl days, known for their dive chops from way long ago. Billadang's also a substitute tank. We're expecting to see him more on like a circuit, maybe a Runa Sapi for more of the ground tanks. And But a lot of the teams in these boot camps are just talking about how maybe they are just underrating China. I don't know, but their just dive is not strong in the meta according to them. So if Team CC, if just the Chinese teams in general don't adapt to these Symmetras, if they don't get off these dive tanks when they're getting countered, especially when you have a diva into the mix who can bully you out of these bubbles if you're Winston, can chase you around if you're Symmetra. If you got the heavy rockets perk, it's going to hurt even more. So this is going to be a tough matchup for Team CC.
It is honestly horrible coming into a tournament. You're like, okay, what is the meta currently? Oh, it's Sim. Oh, and EMEA are showing up. Oh, okay, well, this isn't good. We love the Brawl. We love Symmetra. We love just running at people, running it down. And honestly, it's going to be one of the top bans this tournament too, I'd imagine. Sim is going to be hotly contested. At least one ban throughout every single series, it feels like. Looks like all the players are locked in and ready to go. First map. Go to Oasis. Remember, first to 2 as well to start off the day, and then we'll be back to the normal first to 3 to round it out to secure some playoff spots for the weekend.
Just excited to see Kaneki in just this starting role in the spotlight. You may remember him from the LGD days back in Contenders China where he had to be a starter, but then he really got to be on everyone's radar because of his time on Road. And like I said, the role swap, I think that's really demanding for players like Kaneki and Pineapple who both had to do the same thing. So they've been all over the place, but it speaks to how selfless they've been and the level of skill it takes to learn all of these heroes, to transfer your mechanics, the playstyle changes, and to just do whatever the team asks and to do whatever it takes to win.
Yep, the airburger's in the air. Landon trying to find a perfect angle. All right. Yeah, it looks like we'll be good to go in just a moment. Sorry for the delay. Just making sure everything's all good. Junkbot, still with a big smile on his face. Big cheeky grin.
He's
obviously,
always smiling.
Yeah, that is true. If you're him right now, you're like, okay, just get this match over with. Like Team CC, you know, look at their performance in that first major. Didn't do so hot. Didn't look good for the squad. So Junkbug, you can imagine, this is another just rushing off the shoulder, prepare for the later games. A couple of these groups look mighty scary, and this being one of them, especially without Kadzia in.
And someone like Junkbug has very, very high expectations for this team and aren't obviously going to be threatened. They are a very high confidence team. It's a high confidence coach who will crash out if anything goes wrong in this match. And it's a best of 3, so there's not a lot of time to recoup, but also not a lot of time to bounce back. You ride that momentum. If you win map 1, then you'll see what the losing team will have to offer up on their map choice.
Just got a small team comms issue, just making sure everything's good. God, we got to get a keyboard cam as well at some point.
Oh, God.
We saw the almost 0 keyless keyboard earlier on. We've got the faded pink keyboard on the side of Team CC as well. They're just looking clean, I won't lie. I love seeing the custom keeps.
I love seeing the good hairdos as well. Just
match day hairdo.
Yeah.
Didn't have to do my hair today, luckily.
Yo, blink check?
All good. He's not blinking.
He is so locked in. All right, looks like we're entering game here. Thanks, folks. But yeah, first match of the day for both of these teams. So now you're able to settle into your chair, get the right height, get the right temperature, and get the speech from Junkbuck and just everyone in the back room.
Yeah, right temperature. If you're ZP, you're probably looking at about 30 degrees Fahrenheit or -2.
I hate that. The casters,
in the soda moment.
Yeah, a couple of weeks when I was here for EWC, the casters and the players had to fight over what temperature we wanted the room to be at, where the casters wanted it cool, you know, because all the lights, and the players want it warm because you want warm hands. So we settled our differences.
Hey, it's a little cold up on stage. Every single stage, in fact, not just this one. I mean, at the end of the day, you need warm hands. You don't want cold ones. Stiff hands don't make for good aim. So yeah, I prefer a little bit cooler. The lights do get rather hot. Here we go, though. Map number 1, round 1 on control. Team CC against Alkadzia, the number 2 China C, coming against the number 1 EMEA with a hazard ban for Alkadzia. And Team CC banning away that sim. And you best believe they're thankful we're going to this stage as well, so Gaga can lock the ball.
And what's going to be the hit scan of choice now for Lambda now that the Symmetra is out of the pool? So that's been the big question on all of our minds, and I think Cassidy's a great choice to try and deter that that ball coming out of Gaga, but how is Gaga going to play on his own? And this is how we roll out. I want to see him collapse onto either the backline, but especially that Cassidy as the most vulnerable hero on the Alcatia side.
Protect Labda here, that's the aim of the game. They've been doing that basically all stage. Guy's been an absolute monster. It's going to be hard for Kaneki really to do much, honestly. Waiting for Gaga to go in, burn that Hindenade, and then hopefully follow up. Checkmate though with the first blood. Pineapple down, sliced up, eaten for breakfast, and Team CC falling over, unable to get on top of Labda. Checkmate, Ziad, they're all on the kill feed now as the point is capped.
Okay, Checkmate is just popping 3 heads. And this is, if you play too passive on a round like this, there are so many flank routes, lots of health packs for the Tracer. You cannot let Checkmate go unchecked. So Kaneki needs to lock in. This is going to be a hard matchup for him, but you can sync up with Faraway. Land is going to hope to do the same thing with Checkmate while also babysitting Labda. You do not want him to get dove on by Gaga, who's actually going to swap to the Ramatra to try more and play this death ball.
Yeah, Pineapple 2 off the Freya. Cassidy's been so good against the Freya. That's not where you want to be if you're far away. Little swift step away, though, will get him out of danger as Ziad overextends somewhat. This death ball working out well for them as they find the D-Mech. Lab just still trying to hold down the fort, although he's going to get just collapsed upon. A rush in return. Same with this high noon. Checkmate in the back line, paying attention to Pineapple, and what an odd spot now for Gaga to be in. Had Nemesis form, so instantly popped that, but they allowed Ziad to get mech back, and they didn't even get the cap.
He looked like Shaq behind that tree when against the high noon. I don't even know if it made contact with Gaga, but Checkmate is on fire, lands the pulse on Pineapple, and Alcatia are rolling. I don't even know how many deaths they've had, and Ziad back into mech. I don't even know if he got punished. He'll have bomb coming up, so Alcatia are chilling.
Chilling like a villain. Yeah, the sound barrier is coming through, so you can even beat into the rush, just overpower them. Although not normally advised. Normally you just want to speed boost away, then beat into them as the rush kind of fades. We'll see. Of course, Pineapple pretty close to this overclock, despite having to change, but Ziad trying to go aggressive, and Unknown instantly dies. Sound barrier connects from Kellex, and they're making this last fight as Team CC just evaporating on the point.
Silver lining, you lost that quickly if you're Team CC, so Unknown could go for the rollout of his life and try to get a touch, so Kitsune Rush may assist getting the whole team together for this. Also, Kaneki is using a lot of blinks and not making too much mobility or too many moves towards the point.
Gaga, they do manage to get the touch, but it won't be Gaga. Will be Kaneki, I'd imagine there. Rush on the point, Landon goes down to the railgun. And yeah, you've got the bomb as well to clear the point. Pineapple receives the sound barrier, so Team CC aren't out just yet. Although Ziad managed to get the remech as well. So stall potential here from Alcatia. Kellex going pretty low. Frontlining still is Ziad, but he's 1 HP. They've still yet to give up the blip. But there it is. Team CC come back in. A sound barrier from Unknown saves the day.
Also the Kitsune Rush from far away, and just whoever got to touch the point, because Alcatia were heading for the spawn room doors, Gaga's on the ball, and now they're starting to match the tempo. Alcatia was just way too fast for them. Gaga felt like he had to peel. He went to the Ramatra, but now that Gaga can play in a forward position, they're in control of the point. Now Team CC can dictate how these fights are going to begin. So look for Gaga and Team CC to look a lot better initiating these dives.
Yeah. They got the rush, Lab just got overclock as well. These are just fight winners. This pulse bomb too is going to be rather deadly. Faraway is going to have to keep an eye on the Tracer. Suzu's going to be paramount to actually connect if that pulse bomb does land on somebody. Checkmate not even forced a recall there, so he's happy just to back away, take the 1v1. Oh, and the free flip as well. Oh, Team CC, you can't let that happen. And here comes the overclock from Labda. They've got the rush on the side of Team CC as well. And they are just dissecting them currently. Unknown no way near Faraway. And that's going to be round 1. A D-Mech from Gaga. And the ball is just going to be rolling around. But unfortunately, Gaga's history is Alcatia claim round 1.
Alcatia are just so suffocating. First it's the Kitsune Rush. Team CC head for the hills, and as soon as they step off the point, Alcatia cap. And it's just a tempo that Team CC haven't been able to relent against. They just give up so much space. They're trying to peel and answer back, and they're just not able to. I mean, Checkmate pops a 3K in the first fight. He's been on fire throughout this, and Kaneki is still just forming up. I don't know, maybe it's a temp check in the arena, but you can't let nerves get to you. I know you you don't get to face teams like this every day, but Alcatia are looking very dominant. I'm surprised this wasn't just 100-0. Like, Team CC had the last second touch just to get this going.
Little 13-0 from your boy as well. Checkmate. Looking good. 0 deaths. Okay, we'll see if we can keep that. University now. Very different stage. Gaga now forced to pivot onto the Ram. No Wrecking Ball, no dive tanks available for this stage, sadly. There's absolutely no way. It'll be a fool's errand.
Yeah, kind of surprised you didn't want to play any Mei here, but this has just been the comp that's worked for Alcatia, and Checkmate's been incredible on the Tracer so far. And I like Labda when he went for the Sojourn. When there was just a Hammond all over him, he went to a character that's going to be able to escape that a lot more easily. So Labda's going to adjust. Now on the Cassidy, he's not going to be against a dive, and he's going to just deathball and be really protected by a D.Va and just everyone surrounding him. So Alcatia are looking for the point first. Here's a flank from Labda and gets the finish on Gaga.
Just a shooting gallery for the Cassidy. Oh, Kaneki gives him a little back smack. Shouldn't matter though, point's been capped. I've even able to catch the Tracer too. Checkmate does have recall, but no, 24 HP, sides against it.
Alcatia get to defend once again, which is so great. There's 2 lanes to try and flank from, so Team CC don't want to stay in one place, but with that opening pick, a big punish on the Checkmate. Now it's Team CC, who don't have ults, but could insert Kaneki into the backline of Alcatia. That's what you want to watch Kaneki do.
Oh, Pineapple. Okay, he does manage to dash away. Looked like maybe accidentally caught on the step there. Could have gone down to Ziad, but good team firepower from Team CC. They do end up losing Gaga in amongst this, and of course, Alcatia still have the point. Checkmate, a little dance there in front of Pineapple as Labda let loose a high noon on the high ground. Unfortunately, no marks were found as Team CC capped the point, and they've saved ults as well. 2 support ults coming up.
And there's 2 styles of playing Tracer, whether you want to be a tank buster or a backline hitter, try to force those cooldowns. And you want to get as much of this Matrix out of Ziad as possible to just make him an ult battery. So Kaneki wanted to go after that D.Va, but somehow a no gets caught before the B comes out.
Yeah, 99% as well. Far away in trouble. Swift step in 1 second. Swift steps away to the Ram. In fact, a double one straight across the map in a different postcode now. Gaga ends up ripping this Annihilation, but he's just getting owned by Kellex and Checkmate on the side. That is an unfortunate early death there on Team CC side. Sound Barrier comes in, but only hits 3. Kellex dead though, so no return Sound Barrier here from Alcatia, but they're not going to need it. I mean, Ziad alive on this high ground here can just matrix all the damage coming in, and hey, even eat that ult as well. Kaneki's pulse bomb not looking so hot. Is Alcatia, they save his Sound Barrier, pulse bomb, and the self-destruct as they get point.
I don't hate the 3v4 Sound Barrier, but Kaneki was the only DPS alive. Then he gets his pulse bomb eaten. He's had similar damage to Checkmate, but not as many final blows, so he really has to connect with his team, try and get this Matrix out of Ziad, and kind of play this from front to back, to be honest.
Checkmate forced the recall to the Kaneki there really early. Here comes the Sound Barrier, which Team CC unfortunately do not have now. Unknown dies to the flashbang, and Checkmate is still killing in the back line. Pulse bomb connections with Pineapple. I mean, this is all over, gent. 90%. It's just about done. Maybe Unknown touches the point, but Checkmate's just going to be camping there. And there it is. Alcatia with a 2-0 start on Oasis. That's one map on the board. 1 more to go. Team CC not looking so hot out the gate. Alcatia, on the other hand, well, they're looking as fine as ever.
Very strong start, even while the Symmetra is being taken away. So Alcatia is showing many different looks in that. We were thinking this was going to be a weaker version for them, but not at all. But I think it's a lot about the Tracer matchup of Kaneki has such an important role. Do you want to go tank bust? Do you want to try and harass the supports? Do you keep Checkmate in check? Funny enough. And it was difficult to do any of them. Checkmate was on fire throughout that match, trying to threaten the best backlines of Landon and Kellex seems like a very tall task. And Kaneki just tried to do what he could, which was shred the tank. And even then, there's a lot of Matrix from Ziad being saved and conserved for these very moments. So I think Kaneki just had a hard time, and then there's only so much a hit scan can do.
So this slow-mo on Landon's crazy. Let's have a look where we go to map number 2. Team CC's choice. They get to ban first as well.
Yeah, for maps, CC, I think they really like to serve us, but it's not in this map pool. So I think like New Junk City, Dorado, just any dive map for Gaga. Honestly, the best they've looked is when they've been able to play high tempo and actually be in a position where they can initiate the dives. But the way that Ziad and friends are countering this is just being proactive, always diving the backline and forcing Gaga to kind of have to counter dive by himself without much support, and it's really, really tough. So I'm thinking for maps, Dorado, like I said, New Junk City, but there's just not really going to be a map. Even Midtown is something CC have picked before. Alcatia, they've picked New Junk City. They're not worried. The full health Twisted Minds on Midtown, no worry for Alcatia. They've picked Dorado once, and they full health Twisted Minds on it. So any map that is good for CC here will be good for Alcatia as well.
Gibraltar's in the pool. Just saying.
That as well.
Hey. We'll see. We'll see. It looks like the coach is just deliberating currently. See if Team CC has any tricks up their sleeve. But like you said, I do fear a lot of these maps are going to very much help these sim comps. Can't ban it now either. Hazard, though, cannot be banned either. So Gaga could pick that one up if he needs to. But as soon as we go to any type of map where you can play sim, it's going to be rather hard, and even harder as the series progresses. Of course, there's only a first to 2 as well, so Alcatia only need 1 now.
Also just some unlucky moments. If I had to cope for Team CC, like having your Lucio get killed at 99% before beat, like just the difference of popping that beat, tempo beat in, and try to take a fight with an early advantage could have made the whole difference there. Annihilation getting popped in kind of a dead fight is an unfortunate thing to happen for Team CC. But usually Team CC do well in mirrors. I mean, they've made Weibo sweat. They've gone into deep series against them. But this is a whole new ball game, a brand new playground, of course, and we'll see what Team CC opt for, and then also what bans are going to be coming out, because now you've used your Symmetra ban. Is the Diva ban going to be something that's considered? Obviously, depends the map.
Yeah, I mean, Twisted Minds is the only team realistically that have given Alcatia a run for their money. Took a couple of maps off them in the grand finals, a couple of maps off them as well in that upper bracket. Twisted Minds another kind of force to be reckoned with, who came second, of course, in EMEA, only dropping that single series to Alcatia.
And I mean, I've already talked about the growth of Pineapple and Kaneki, but the same thing for Lambda, to go from a projectile master to now a hit scan god, like the Saudi players have really erupted the Overwatch scene. Like ever since like Overwatch World Cup 2023 where they won it, they were, you know, the Saudi E-League comes out, finally they get to be in the spotlight to prove that, okay, Korea isn't just the #1 region. And then it was like China was up there, a team from China were really impressive. But now the Saudi players are showing up, and I mean, pick your club, they are all really good.
Oh, look at that. Peek over the shoulder. Watch point Gibraltar looks like is going to be the map choice from Team CC. That's as dive can get realistically. Alcatia not too, you know, like if you think about dive, like Zia can just hop on the Diva. It's not like it's something they can't play. Landon Kellex too. I mean, Landon could even play BAP if he really wanted to on this map. Play a very, very slow style of supports. We've seen a little bit of Alari, BAP, Alari, Kiri kind of thing. Like, it is possible.
It's a more ranged map, so Diva definitely has to approach, and we're getting the boosters going, so we'll see if Ziad will succumb to any poke in that regard, but also more space to see if Pineapple and Kaneki can withstand. Also, a larger map makes things a bit easier for Tracer to kind of hide about and find the right moment to pinch in. And then there's obviously the option of Hazard. That's been banned in the previous map. That's going to be available for Team CC if they want to try that one. And Alcatia, I think they can still stick to the Diva, especially on defense. You can just play the peel Diva style and just blow up the Winston or whatever dive hero comes towards you. I'm more curious about what Ziad's going to want to do on the attack.
I want one of those little once again banners. Yo, hook me up.
I love the pink.
Yeah, the pink never gets old. The pink skins in the game, is all I'm saying.
Sells like hotcakes.
Oh yeah.
You got those team packs too coming out, so.
Just seeing the bans as well. It's actually going to be a Diva ban for Team CC, so taking Ziad off of his third hero. And now Katsuya banning the Ana.
Yeah, it was definitely going to be the Symmetra Diva bans that made the most sense for Team CC, so now Katsuya will have to rely on something else, whether it's the Orisa. We've also seen the Ram out of Ziad. He can really play anything. He's most known for his Diva, so wondering if that's going to be a mirror, but I think Gaga will have a ton of fun on Gibraltar now that he won't have a Diva blowing him up all the time if he wants to opt for the Winston. But this is also such a large map where Gaga can swing away on the Hammond if he wants to.
Yeah, it feels like more of a Hammond angle, in all honesty. I mean, I think I leave the Gushue to Winston, like we saw on the B stream earlier. We'll see as we load on in. Watch point Gibraltar. Katsuya already with a map, taking Oasis 2-0. Looking to secure their first win here at the midseason in Group C.
And yeah, that Ana ban to obviously cripple Faraway, who loves to run the Ana to supplement Gaga on the Winston. So I definitely agree with you that the Hammond's looking more encouraged here, but very much be an anti-hero if you get caught by any CC, and is Labda going to want to go to the Cassidy to kind of protect himself. Still vulnerable, but will be very much a dive target. Of course, unless he wants to go to the Sojourn to just have that extra mobility to get away.
Something we saw at the tail end of North America was the kind of small rise in Sombra play as well. So that is always an option. It's like a hazard pick from Ziad on the defense. Checkmate on the Sim. It's going to be Labs' best friend here on the Symmetra. Being able to teleport the Cassidy around the map, especially on these high grounds too. If you make a dive, it's like, okay, well, that's fine, because we can TP away and then get a better angle on the Winston. You have to reset, because normally you've used your bubble on that initial dive. If you don't, you're just going to get blown up by the Cassidy. Gates unlocking in about 10 seconds or so. Gaga sticking on the Winston, potentially. Okay, called my bluff a little bit there. No Wrecking Ball here from Team CC, at least not for now.
I think that's fine. You could just kind of play an aggressive dive where Faraway can TP with Gaga and Suzu if needed, or take an off angle with Pineapple. A lot of good options for Faraway to try and reinforce the angles that they're going to try and take around this Alcatsia stack.
Oh, there's the hazard. Okay, imagine the hazard instead, Jen.
Yeah, just to and have so much more damage, and to really keep that space a lot better, but you're able to hop on top of this bridge. But is it going to be Labda? You could see that this defense, landing Kelix, trying to present themselves and can easily boop them down. Suzu, if you do get dove on, so Gaga is going to try and just go after the other tank now that Ziad's on the ground.
Really nice wall. Incredible stuff there from Ziad, just blocking off the heels. TP in from Faraway, hits that Suzu and dealt with almost instantly. A very aggressive push there from Gaga, kind of jumping out of the LOS. Of course, Faraway and Unknown with the AoE heal, but Faraway has to like over-peak that, and as soon as you do, you're going to get shot in the head by Labda. So good early presence there from Alcadzia.
Yeah, Gaga's had that issue before where he breaks line of sight with his supports and he's expecting Faraway to TP in there, but Alcadzia had all 5 around Ziad, and he baited this fight into Car Wash, which is, like you said, very difficult for lines of sights for the DPS. So Team CC really got to go all in. Wherever Gaga goes, the rest of the team have to go as well.
Oh, you are doing no damage to Ziad. Like, you are doing negative damage. Checkmate has joined the party, though. There's the teleport up to the high ground. No fear there against the Tracer, and Kaneki just attempting to get cart presence. They've eventually kind of forced Alcadzia off of this high ground, but Lander's already got this rush.
Gaga is also dropping his armor very easily, so Faraway has to be on top of this, and on top of this Kitsune rush. Once they drop down on Car Wash, you can activate this and really have Alcadzia's backs against the wall, but you're also getting free push here, so you force that final fight so that if you win it, you get the cap on point A. But this corner is going to be very strong for Ziad. Landon's going to also have the Kitsune rush. Checkmate up to his ultimate as well. We'll see who pops theirs first.
They can straight up wall this Kitsune rush off, though, from Team CC. In about 4% or so. Bowler ends up connecting in server room. A nice little Suzu there from Landon to heal everybody up, even a high noon. Oh, the pulse one from Kaneki. Weave that one in. As Labda goes down mid-ult. Wall is going to separate the team for now, but looks like CC, most of them are on the same page, going to the left-hand side, but Pineapple in trouble. Kelix with a nice little kill there, booping Pineapple onto the sky, and not much mobility can get you down from there, sadly. Speaking about mobility, no one from Alcatia had anything there as that downpour from Gaga connected with a couple. Kaneki, though, so low. Gets 2 kills, but Landon with the headshot with the kunai will clean him up. And with 1 minute and 10 seconds to go, this has been a bit of a slugfest. Team CC vying for every single centimeter.
Checkmate had a fantastic barrier. This blocked the line of sight from Faraway Unknown, who were sitting on the high ground, and they had to drop down. That meant no resources for the front line of Team CC, who were just trying to tempo up. So Alcatia knew how to kind of activate the emergency and go into defense mode and turtle up, and Team CC got a stack together.
Got the sound barrier though. Oh, they're just going to be engaged, in fact. Knowing that Alcatia don't have that beat. Lambda ends up going down. Downpour. Dodged. That's it. Wall there is going to separate Gaga from the rest of the team, but little damage now do Alcatia have. I mean, they've lost their Cassidy. Good follow-up from Kaneki as well. Landon with a very short-range, swift step, quickly dealt with by the Tracer as Kaneki puts Team CC on the board. That should be the first point cap.
Really love to see Kaneki step up to the plate like this, because if he didn't, this is going to be cooked. You're the most mobile character in this lobby, so you need to take advantage of that and try to make Checkmate uncomfortable, force the TPs, force cooldowns, get Labda's attention, because that means maybe your supports can be more comfortable as well. So Team CC now need to take ship control. This point B of Gibraltar is all about momentum. You do not want to let Alcatia get comfortable. Ziad doesn't have armor. This is time to push for CC.
Well, Labda super low as well. Took a bolt on the exit there, but nice Suzu again from Landon, coating everybody in invincibility. They're again pretty low, but still happy to kind of contest, but not going to be happy about that as Pineapple carves him a new one as Gaga now chasing Ziad across the map, who's just in no man's land. Just falls in a crumpled mess onto the floor as Team CC continue their push.
Great pressure from CC. You got Alcatia dispersing. You're using the hazard walls to isolate Ziad. So this has been a really great job. And CC have Kitsune Rush coming in. They're going to be holding the front door. They may even force a C9 if this hazard wall is used appropriately. Here's Checkmate breaking up the fight, though.
Yeah, it's going to be so tough now. Sound barrier and the sim wall. Like, yeah, good luck. Gaga in trouble. Use that wall on the floor. Cuts Checkmate's line of sight off there for half a second or so as Checkmate matches the high ground presence of Team CC with a nice little teleport, but 2 meters to go, and without a tank, it's going to be pretty hard for Team CC to maintain control of this high ground. They're doing a lot of work, though, doing a lot of damage to Ziad, in fact. An overextension by Alcatia.
And this is what I want to see out of CC. How do you space against the Symmetra? Well, Kaga probably can't get out easily, but the rest of CC pulled through on this fight. A team effort, and also Kaneki coming alive for CC. They'll be able to cap point B by the skin of their teeth after losing their tank early. Building up now the barrier. Expect this to be how they tempo up in this initial fight. And if they can collapse onto Labda before the high noon gets value, that's even better for CC. They're on the high ground. They're looking for picks too.
They're trying to just make sure they get a free leap over to this high ground. Looks like they're going to be able to as well. Ziad kind of struggling to get on height there. But Pineapple's on the other side of the map, just using that updraft to get back over to safety after attempting to go for a pick. And now Ziad trying to force people off this height. High Noon's going to help, though. Cheeky teleporter. Couple of skulls. No, not quite. Tried for the 180, but little damage, but that's it.
Maybe a little greedy. I thought maybe he could have connected on the Kaneki. Maybe didn't feel like he charged up the high noon enough. Either way, Team CC managed to hide from that and not get separated from Ziad trying to break them up. So, all right, he forced Ziad back to the low ground, and here's Kitsune Rush from the defense.
Gaga is so low as well. Pineapple's in a good spot here to do some damage, but Alcatia, recognizing that fact, just put themselves in the backline of Team CC. Again, a familiar situation. 1 minute and 20 seconds to go as Faraway teleports away. And that just shuts down that Lucio. And this downpour is going to be so deadly. Alcatia, I'm going to be honest with you, they could hold super far up here. Really punish Team CC. Make them use the ult to get out of this spawn.
Like, I guess CC got the car to around the corner, but I don't like that they just had the high ground and didn't really do anything with it. Just looking for picks and tried to just position away from Ziad, but you could have beat engaged. Now you have Kitsune Rush. Maybe you just go for the guaranteed fight win. If you're CC, you got stacked ultimates, you have to win this.
Galaxy, this ult so bad as well. A couple of percent away. There it is. Okay, sound barriers on both sides available, but like you said, that rush from far away could be deadly around this corner. Gaga trying to hold it. Wall hits, and here comes the rush. Okay, Kellex instantly speed boosting back. No amp, but it's all good. They already had the read that this rush was going to get used, and a perfect kite isn't going to result in any casualties. In fact, Kaneki is the one that goes down. Still holding on to this sound barrier is Kellex. Same with Unknown. I mean, you got to use it eventually, buddy. It's 15 seconds to go, and Gaga's already dead. There's 2 ults still available from Team CC. I know Katsi are holding on to 4. TP to the high ground, and yeah, that's one out of bounds Lucio. There's no shot he even touches, right? He's gonna, no. Does it? You put beat there, you're gonna die anyway. To jump into the STC overtime. High noon, wall. Trying to tear it down, but yeah, it's all over. Team CC just unable to connect with their ults, losing people so early on in that fight. Alcatia hold third.
Definitely sinking issues on the CC side, whether it was like losing Gaga every now and then, who breaks line of sight. You already saw that on point A, but once you activated the Kitsune Rush from far away on point C, you saw just Alcatia head for the hills. I wanted to see CC just commit to that. Go and touch the spawn room doors if you need it. But they're so paranoid about Checkmate TPing behind them with like a high nude from Lambda that CC are almost respecting Checkmate too much in that regard. I'd rather see like some backliners die and CC actually at least trade kills than them just play scared and kind of just go for the slowest progress push of all time. Like you said, they had so many ults that they could have been aggressive with from beat to other things, and CC let Alcatia escape.
Most valuable teammate, Lambda's title. Ain't that true? Quick side swap here. There's Alcatia. Yep, still running the same thing. I can't imagine there's going to be any changes.
I still think that's a very strong push for CC. Like Gibraltar, you can stall out and just get held at point B if you don't win that initial fight. And CC, I mean, almost could have been held at A. Things looked really scary with how strong Checkmate has been with his ultimates to kind of create this bunker fortress for Alcatia when things get hairy. But CC push through on the edge of these time banks and get pretty much almost at the end of C. So this is still very winnable for them.
Pineapple still on the Freya too. So look how they do here. Ideal is just get Lambda on this high ground. And then just let him do what he does best, and that's shoot people in the head as Cass. Tough spot for Kaneki to be in as well. Nice double hit there from Lambda, and Landon was able to finish Pineapple off super early. Can Team CC actually get a reset? Gaga is really low. They might be able to stabilize on this high ground, but with this teleport, it's just going to be so difficult. Yeah, that's a very early fight win from Alcatia. Put them in good stead. Crowd loving that one.
Lambda's very good at marking Kaneki, but Kaneki is also a little too antsy to try and be involved in these fights. He's playing at the front. He's trying to sink in and maybe go after Ziad, but there's a lot more room for Kaneki to operate. I don't want him to be in line of sight of Lambda at all. I want Lambda to be distracted. Kaneki needs... He's only going to get value if Lambda isn't looking at him, but hey, this card's about to get capped. Is CC going to touch?
Did you manage to get there in time? Oh, good. Gaga had that block available, that spike guard. It's going to be tough, though, because, again, Checkmate also just kind of chilling there, sitting on the point with all the turrets and just holding down the left click. Yeah, without ults, it's very difficult. Both hazards trading, but there is the cap for Alcatia. Making it look easy right now.
You're just not taking enough damage if you're CC'd. Like, you're at a 25% disadvantage.
Okay,
of
Kaneki, that was cheeky. That would have been a good highlight if you got that TP and then the pulse bomb on top of it. I think it might have gone on the other side of the blue box. Not sure what happened, but that's -1 ult.
Huge time bank advantage for Alcatia. They get to the high ground easily with the teleport, and Farway has to build this up quickly, and Kaneki is just always taking shots. He can't like do anything without Lambda or someone looking at him.
They're just 4xing the payload right now. Oh, Landon. Unfortunate. You got to touch though, Team CC.
My God. Yeah.
Eventually you got to get there. Yeah, 0.8 meters. Better late than never. But unfortunately, I think it's going to be a never. There is going to be the cap. Nice little boop, and they walked that one in despite losing Landon on an off angle. Ooh, this is all falling apart for Team CC.
You got Ziad giggling and kicking his feet at 17. Like, CC are not making this team sweat at all. They've not been able to stabilize whatsoever. I mean, from the last second touches on point A means you just don't get to set up for ship on point B. You tried to touch last second at C. Maybe now CC can try and burn this 5-minute time bank, but the box of victories around the corner. This is kind of last fight territory.
Could just continually ward off. There's the rush around the corner. There's going to be a bolus that hits the payload. Actually scores nothing. Little bolt connection onto Labda, but that's about it. Pineapple needs some heals there as the wall comes in. No, that sound barrier from Unknown only connects with 3. Wall stops it from hitting Gaga and Kaneki. TP, high ground, high noon. Not a much of a better combo than that, and they're just going to dunk the payload in. Team CC fall over to Alcatia. Nice little 2-0 to start their tournament journey off.
Alcatia just so proactive with these sim TPs, and how can you not be when CC sit back and let you be the ones who put your pawns forward? They let you be the ones who make the first move, and CC's reactive play style of just trying to see where's the sim TP going to end up, and let's just react to where the destination or where that fight is going to end up, and they kind of just worry too much to give up so much space, and Gaga just didn't get enough support in my opinion. He's constantly at like quarter health, having to block, having to just wait for heals, and doesn't kind of help Gaga's confidence to try and engage when he always has to wait for heals. There's a clear desync on the Team CC side, but this is just the first match for EWC, and Alcatia firing on all cylinders. They got to play their composition. They showed different flavors of it without the Diva, without the Symmetra, and they proved that they could just kick butt at anything.
Yeah, look, the Scrimbucks, they're looking good. They are looking good right now. Let's jump down to the studio, though. Puckett and the gang can break down the series thus far.
I feel like that comp is cheating, Johnny. You should not be able to teleport across the map and shoot me in the face.
Yeah, that's kind of why all the teams are playing it right now. Having the positional advantage is just so superior in this meta, and so this is one of the reasons why we think Alcatia is one of the favorites. They're just looking so comfortable right now.
The fans are behind them as well. Even our audio guy was cheering them on. Jake, let's talk a little bit about what we witnessed, though, in this 2-0. Was it close at all in this series? Was Alcatia ever nervous?
I definitely don't think they're nervous. I mean, just look at the face cam shots of Ziad. I mean, he's living it up. He's eating it up with the fans, and that's a great thing to see. Where you talk about young players, one of those sort of variables for them is how do they perform in the LAN, you know, with the fans there, with the pressure and the crowd. Ziad is not feeling that pressure. I mean, he's looking totally relaxed and confident. And as a coach, as Junkbuck, I think you're feeling very, very good off this first performance.
You're going to give me a 17-year-old star. I will make use of it, says Junkbuck. Let's take a look here at some of the big plays. We saw the Diva in action. But where is Ziad most impressive, Johnny?
Well, the Diva is actually one of those factors because usually you don't see tank players who are really proficient at brawl heroes like Orisa, Ramatra, Mauga, like Ziad is. But being able to bring in this Diva as well, it just adds this extra dimension to how Alcatia are playing, and you saw that as well. A Diva ban was required on Gibraltar from TCC to really try to like counter what Alcatia was doing, and so I think you see they had the right idea. They have some nice individual plays, but because Alcatia, there's so many dimensions to their play with the Symmetra, but also the Diva, it makes them a really difficult team to play against.
Is Checkmate the player to watch moving forward? He was the one who had my eye throughout this series, Jake.
Checkmate is a crucial factor for Alcatia. I think you can't overstate how much he does for this team. I think not only does he bring the sim and play it on an incredibly high level, but he is not a one-trick, right? It's not that they're reliant on the sim. It is an incredibly dangerous weapon, one that you feel like you almost are obligated to ban at some point in the series, facing off against Alcatia. But we saw in that map 1, yeah, you take away the sim and he just comes out on the Tracer swinging. We know Checkmate, one of the top flex DPS in the world, and so it gives this team at real strong flair. They have an incredibly strong sim look, and then they can play a standard comp as good as just about anybody else in the tournament. So this is a team that not only do I expect them to qual very, very quickly, I also think this could be another team we see maybe deep into the tournament, maybe on Championship Sunday.
Now, Team CC is not done for the tournament. We should remind everybody they get a second life. They'll be playing against the loser of the other Group C matchup. So, Johnny, what did you learn from them? What can we look forward to in their next matchup, potentially going up against ZK or GK in the next round?
Yeah, look, I think still that they are one of those teams who can't play the Symmetra, and so they're going to go fast. And we saw that on Gibraltar, Hazard, Lucio, Kiriko. They're saying, okay, we'll give you the positional advantage with the Symmetra. We don't care about position. We're going to get into your backline. And so I think playing with pace, if you can have individual players step up, like Kaneki, for example, big individual pace coming out from him, that's going to help you win team fights. And so it's all about the individuals more than the team who can make the plays happen to win some of those team fights and ultimately come out the match winner.
We have a bunch of matches going on. You just witnessed the action on the STC Arena stage, but over on Bravo, we were finishing Group B. Remember the last time we checked in, it was Team Liquid about to score the first map point. Well, spoiler, they got that map point. They went on to win the series against Rock Esports, Jake.
Yeah, another, not a very surprising result. Liquid, it's great to see them coming out strong here in the Esports World Cup. Despite being the second seed in North America behind GK, I think this is a team that if they pull all the pieces together, if they can, show their best form, they're also potentially one of those teams that could be competitive against the best teams in the world from Korea, maybe even Weibo Gaming from China, right? Like, these are maybe some of the best North American squads, frankly, that have ever been fielded from the region. And so high hopes for them here in this international
Johnny,
competition.
do you agree with that North Americans' take on the North American teams?
Yeah, I think for Liquid, it's really interesting because coming into this tournament, talk all about Symmetra. Symmetra's the best hero. Team Liquid, they haven't really played that hero. Knife actually came in, their substitute player, to play Symmetra once in a while, but that didn't really work for them. So they actually had Zero, their Genji Tracer player, play the Symmetra in that matchup. And so against a tougher team that's not Rocky Esports, I want to see how Zero does on the Symmetra because I think that is going to be the pivotal hero for Liquid in this tournament.
All right, this marks the halfway point on day number 1. We still have 3 matches to go and one more group to look at. When we return, we're going to Group D. We'll see you there.
Hi friends, look who I found. Mythic Kiriko right here at EWC. I mean, amazing cosplay. I just wanted to talk to you and say that you did an amazing job.
Thank you so much. Hello everyone.
I mean, did you make your own costume?
Some of the part is actually I made by myself, and some of the other part is my friend made for me. Yeah.
And also, where are you flying in from?
I fly from China. It's a 10-hour flight.
Yeah.
That's you.
Yeah, that's a far fly. I mean, I'm guessing that you have a favorite team. That's why you're here in your amazing cosplay. Who are you rooting for?
I actually support for WBG.
Any message for your favorite team?
Fighting, and I will see you next match. Yeah.
All right, thank you so much. Great talking to you. Have fun, okay?
Yeah, thank you so
All
much.
right, thank you so much. What's up everybody, Danny Lim here for another cross-stage check. And this time around we are talking about chess and we have Mike here to do some explanation. I mean, I'm seeing Team Falcons player on chess stage right now. Are they doing pretty well right now?
They are. They already have one player through to the semifinals.
player on the left, blocked by our cameraman there, is actually also trying to get into the semifinals. It is possible we will have a Falcons v Falcons final.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, yeah, Team Falcons is one of the powerhouses in Overwatch as well, and they did win the club championship last year. So maybe they have a chance of winning it all again this year, right?
I mean, yeah, this is a pretty important room for Team Falcons right now. 1,000 club championship points are on the line, and if they want to defend their title or even get to their score last year, they might need one of their players to win the club championship for chess.
Interesting. Team Falcons, good luck. I mean, Mike, thank you so much for your time.
Thanks, Dan.
All right, back to you guys. What's up, everybody? Danny Lim here, back again, and right in front of the STC Arena, we got some Twisted Mind fans waiting for them to take the stage, and I'm going to interview a really quick interview with a fan. Introduce yourself.
I am Tariq. I am the marketing specialist of Twisted Minds. I am Ultra's leader. We are here, as you see, guys, and we are ready to the match against everyone in Overwatch, and we are going to win. Twisted! Twisted! Twisted!
All right, what do you think about that? That was great. That was great. What makes Twisted Minds? Sorry. What makes Twisted Minds special?
It's actually Twisted Mind. What do you think about? Yeah, it's twisted. Come on, and the mind. Everything is about the mind. When you get the mind, you will win every single match. That's for sure, guys. Come on.
Do you guys believe in Twisted Minds? Yeah. All right.
Everyone believes in Twisted Mind. We will get it. Twisted. Twisted. Twisted.
The fans here at the Esports World Cup are so much fun. Big love to Danny Lim and the Twisted Mind crew who are ready to head into the STC Arena. Speaking of TM, the squad ready to roll deep. Who should I know about wearing green today?
I think this is a team that really is benefiting from the current sim meta, so you need to know about Yubi. He's a team captain. He's basically the coach of the team at this point as well. He's a Symmetra specialist. I mean, that's like his primary here. Might also play a little bit of the Tracer coming on through, but this is one of the original teams. Looking even last year, OWC Stage 1, when Twisted Minds won as well, in 2024 for EMEA, a very good brawl team, a very Symmetra-focused team led by Yubi.
Johnny, I have to say, it feels like the fan favorites are winning on day one. We saw the Falcons fans going crazy. Can the Twisted Minds fans meet their energy?
Yeah, I think a lot of people are talking about Alcatia because they were the #1 seed out of EMEA. But Twisted Minds, I mean, they were very close behind, and this has been a huge rivalry in EMEA so far this year. Alcatia against Twisted Minds, obviously in the Saudi E-League here as well. And so going up against Sign Esports from North America, I actually think Twisted Minds, because of this Symmetra boon, is really going to be a favorite in this one.
Of course, up next, you see, we will have our Group A decider as Falcons will be taking on Weibo Gaming as we send our first team to the playoffs. But this is our last first round in a bracket. So it's first to two. Avril, Twisted Minds, they're the favorite. But what should we expect on the other side of this matchup as we have some very strong competitors playing for Sign Esports?
Yeah, I'm really happy to see this team here because a lot of these players on Sign Esports haven't quite had the opportunity to be able to make it to these international events. For a team like Twisted Minds, they were here at EWC last year. They actually won their group to memory as well, which was very impressive. And that Twisted Minds team that we saw at EWC, I don't think is anywhere near as good as the Twisted Minds team that we have here today in 2025 for the mid-season championship. So this is so far the best we've ever seen at Twisted Minds. They're about on the same level as Alcatia, and we just saw how good Alcatia were.
Was that Funny Astro, aka the legendary Lucio?
Oh yeah, you know it. I mean, this roster is stacked because not only do you have someone like TVNT who is really competent when it comes to the brawl tank. Quartz, one of the best hit scan players for the past
I think he's the best.
years now. Yeah, I mean, they won the World Cup with Saudi Arabia, way back. So I think this team is really stacked. They have the Symmetra competence because of UB. They got a real opportunity to win the entire thing, in my opinion.
Saudi squads are looking even stronger. They're picking up some foreign pieces, and they're finding success so far. Avril, they are one of the top favorites in this group, but if you look at their EMEA run so far, a 4th place and a 2nd place, they're looking to finish even stronger here in Riyadh.
I mean, they are improving this year. This team has also gone through some roster changes between last year and this year, but a couple of the staple pieces have remained. We talk about UB being the staple here in terms of the Symmetra position. You mentioned Quartz as well, Johnny. Very important. He's got a very important role to play in this particular meta. We can see how important some of these hit scans have been. We have genuinely, the hit scan matchups are ridiculous. You got Lip in this tournament, Quartz here as well, Shy and Weibo Gaming. So these guys popping off on the Sojus and Freya is going to be super, super big. But I just think for Twisted Minds, they really have driven themselves in a position where they are in the correct meta for this tournament. They're one of the best teams in this meta.
They feel happy to be in Group D, and we talked to Funny Astro about it. Here's what he had to say.
What's up, everybody? Danny Lim here, joined by Funny Astro from Twisted Minds. Funny Astro, how are you doing?
I'm good, thanks. Thanks for having me.
All right. I mean, your first match is coming up. You're going up against Sign Esports. What are your thoughts about your opponents?
It should be a pretty easy opponent. We don't really have much of a warm-up scrim, so we're going to kind of treat them like the warm-up scrim. We're more looking forward to our T1 match later today after we beat Sign.
That's true. I mean, hey, you got a big match. This is your first match in EWC. I mean, and you're also in front of your home crowd, so do you have any message for your fans?
I mean, we really appreciate all the fans. During our walkout, it was crazy having all of them cheer for us, so I hope they bring that energy to the match today, make Sign a little bit scared, make them nervous on stage. They've got some rookie players. I'm sure it'll help us a lot.
Do you feel like the home ground buff is gonna help you guys out?
Yeah, of course. Yeah. We love the home crowd here. It's amazing to play.
All right, well, thanks for the interview. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you guys.
The giant Funny Astro and Danny Lim having fun out there on the boulevard. He is a monster in-game as well, Avril.
Yeah, he should feel good about this tournament. I think Funny Astro has been an amazing addition to the team, what Twisted Minds have really needed, so no worries there. One interesting thing is Psycho is starting the roster, so we'll see what happens, because UB's not starting in today for map 1.
Psycho played really well here at EWC last year, but let's talk about his opponents, because on the other side of the stage, we have Sign Esports, and this squad had a different name just 3 weeks ago. So Nightmare getting rebranded. What are our thoughts for this Sign squad?
Well, I think the story for Sign Esports really is an underdog story, because coming into Stage 2 in North America, we didn't really expect this team to be, a top team in the region at all. We expected Liquid, GK, Space Station Gaming, who did not qualify for the Esports World Cup. Instead, it was Sign Esports. Big rookies here, but some big standout players. I think Chronic, for example, a hit scan player in North America that took it to some of the best in the region, and now we're just waiting to see, can they do the same on the global stage?
I'll say it straight up, Rhino is the best name for a tank in any esport. Well done to that young man, but I was told about the Crockett duo. You got to look out for Chronic and Rocket. Why is this DPS duo so deadly?
Rocket's been on the come up for a very long time. Very good on that tracer. We'll be interested to see how he performs with Symmetra if Sign Esports want to lean into that. But might just be the case that this is going to be one of those teams that wants to stay away from that, maybe counter the Sim instead. But Chronic, he is, I think, the best Freya in North America. He took down Seeker. This team took down SSG on their way through the playoffs, locked in that 3rd spot, qualified for this event. Painkiller is actually not starting here. Rhino is, which is very interesting. So we'll see if Painkiller comes in maybe a little bit later. He more specializes on the Orisa, so it may just be the case that Rhino will be playing the Ram today.
Is Circuit Royale the only Orisa map? That's all I've seen from her today. Where else could she be played, Johnny?
No, I would actually play Orisa on a lot of different maps. We got Atlas coming in, for example. I think that is another good Orisa map. And so I think Orisa and Ram is going to be the default for most of the time, actually. The crucial thing is going to be when we go to Circuit Real, will we see Sigma, more poke-heavy styles, with Watchpoint Gibraltar, more with Dive, Hazard. So I think Orisa is going to be a really stable pick so far this tournament alongside Ramatra, and we'll kind of see if other teams can force Dive heroes around that.
We'll see what bans come out here. Before we do, a quick reminder, yes, this is the final group. We are in Group D. Who else is here? Well, it's pretty stacked. Sign Esports could be taking on Twisted Minds, but on the other side, it's the squad Avril warned us about at the start of the day. T1 may be the team to watch here.
One of the top teams here, I mean, they're a Korean team, so already you know that means they're going to be troublesome for everybody else. But they just came second in the Korea playoffs for Stage 2, nearly took down Crazy-kun in that final as well. So any team that can do that versus Crazy-kun, particularly in like a BO7 Grand Final, is a team that has to be a major threat.
Just a reminder, open up both streams, catch all of the action, because our Alpha stage is 1 minute away, which means it is time to lock in some official predictions. Johnny, how does this series play out, the first in Group D?
Well, Sign Esports fans hate me because I keep underestimating this team, but I gotta go with Twisted Minds again. I think the Symmetra dominance is inarguable. They have so many great players, Avril. I don't really see it go any other way.
2-0?
I'm going with a 2-0 Twisted Minds for sure.
2-0, all right.
I think 2-0 is a safe bet here. I'll probably go with that again, but I think there are target bans. For example, when Yubi gets subbed in, target ban Symmetra could be really important here, but target ban against the Freya Chronic will also be important.
Final question. Give me one player to watch.
It's gotta be Yubi. It's gotta be Yubi.
Chronic.
Funny Astro. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise. It is time to get the final Group D started as we send it over to the STC Arena.
Another quick 2-0 from Al Qadsiya as we head into the next match. And for the next one, it's going to be the first match in Group D.
Yeah, and this is a group with so much potential. Dark horses, real good title contenders. It's going to be difficult to predict who's going to come out on top of that group.
Absolutely, and a quick reminder for everyone, every match counts and the group stage is short because the top 2 teams will be heading into the playoffs bracket immediately after the group stage, which is happening in 2 days only. Zoe, you want to welcome the teams?
Let's do it. Up first, the team we did not get to see in our first LAN event of the year, but they qualified to this event with a near flawless stage 2 in EMEA. Let's make some noise. Let's welcome them back to the big stage. It's Twisted Minds.
And their opponents, a different team name but familiar faces, they're about to take the stage. Please welcome Sign Esports.
Well, the crowd's ready, the stage is set, let's get to it and send it over to our casters.
Thank you very much, Zoe and Fancy, once again. Twisted Minds, and you heard it from Astro already down on the Boulevard. This hometown energy is really going to help them in this series and throughout the tournament as well. And even said, hey, we're just going to treat this as a warm-up. This is the warm-up scrim. We want to face T1 later on in the bracket.
That makes a lot of sense. So this is a high-confidence team. None other than Funny Astro is going to utter those words. Belated happy birthday to Lep as well. It's quite the party to have. Hopefully it ends up in a win for him. But on the Sign Esports side, they've had their warm-up. They're fresh from the Gen G boot camp where they spoke about how Sign Esports approached them to try and sponsor them for this event, but also make sure that they are warmed up and ready to go, because a lot of the players from Sign Esports don't have that LAN experience. They're a lot newer and have less experience compared to the Twisted Minds side.
Yeah, Twisted Minds, a very scary team, only taking that one loss against Al Qadsiya in the regular season. Of course, Nightmare, which was Sign Esports' name in the regular season, they went into the regional playoffs and they actually lost to Team Liquid in that upper bracket game. And then they eventually ended up coming third at the hands of Yike, who knocked them out in that the lower bracket semifinals. It's going to be a big game here for Twisted Minds. And Johnny and Avril specifically saying, you know what, it's a safe bet here, thinking that Twisted Minds take this as a 2-0, but a target ban onto the Freya, it's got to be, surely. That's what's coming out the gate, in my mind, at the least, Lemon.
Especially the Symmetra ban, a best of 3 can kind of get rid of the big 2 from any team, but Twisted Minds basically invented the Symmetra composition, like all the way back to Overwatch World Cup 2023. They can play against any counter. You can't really trip them up that easily. They're not married to the composition, but they're in a very deeply committed relationship. And then they also have Psycho, who can sub in Tracer Genji. They can also lean on Yubi for that Tracer as well. Our first map's getting selected though by Twisted Minds. They're going to opt for Lijiang Tower.
I think it's quite scary not banning the Freya. Twisted Minds opting to ban the Pharah instead with the Kiriko ban on Sign Esports side. Chronic was seen as the best Freya in North America at the time. I mean, stage 2, he got that Superstar award and 5 MVPs to his name as well, tying with Lethal in the regular season. So yeah, Twisted Minds, they've got their work cut out for them, that's for sure.
Yeah, Fire ban definitely to just enable the Symmetra and also protect the DPS role in general. So super solid for Twisted Minds. You know, that Team Saudi Arabia core who have been so dominant. These are some of the best Saudi players in the world. And then you throw Funny Astro and Simple, who amazing Lucio for so many years at Astro. Simple, everyone is talking about how
beast.
This guy is the GOAT. You are like such a Simple fan too, so I'm excited.
I asked Astro when they picked him up, I was like, hey, you know, Simple, how's he going to mix with the team? How is he going to perform? And he said, just watch, just wait and see. And Simple, just a flexible beast. Like he's even popping out with the Zen. He's like, Astro, okay, you go Juno, I'll play the Zen now. And they dominate, honestly. There's a lot of times where he also picks up the Alari on maps like Midtown as well. High hopes for Simple and Twisted Minds. A really nice player to round out their team. You see a lot of Twisted Minds banners, flags, and the whatnot in the audience there. Even a few boos coming through. Well, okay, I say a few. There were a lot of boos coming through as soon as Sign Esports walked onto the stage, and that might affect them as well because even Astro sent a couple of rookies on their side, you know, and at the end of the day, this is one of your first times playing on stage. I know for Painkiller that's very much the case. Might rattle the nerves a little bit.
Hey, for a lot of the players on Sign Esports, they come from collegiate teams. They know all about pressure, okay? Midterms and being a professional player.
Okay,
sure.
That's not what the pressure.
But also, you come into Saudi Arabia, obviously knowing all the whole Saudi audience is going to be behind these teams. The Ultras almost attacked Danny. Like, he looked really
scared for his life.
He was hyped. I would have been scared too. They are loud and they are proud. But Painkiller said in an interview, they know the crowd is going to be against them, and they're fine with that. They know they have the underdog potential though. Everyone's been underrating them, but then they go on and sweep Liquid. They beat SSG 3-1. They went to map 5 against GK. A lot of people don't expect much out of Sign Esports, but they know they're capable of so much more.
Yeah, living up to this big name you created for yourselves under the Nightmare banner. Of course, Nightmare from Hangzhou then turned into GK, and then Nightmare took on this roster.
That's so confusing, yeah.
Yeah, it was a little bit of a roster mania there with different teams under different banners. Now Nightmare now under a different banner in Sign Esports. But still, this core remains this Chronic Rocket DPS duo, a powerhouse. They have been for a long time in the North American scene too, even when Overwatch League was on as well. It was seen as like the next up-and-comers. Those are going to make it eventually, right? And now's their chance to really prove it on this big stage. Lijiang Tower, first map, Twisted Minds versus Sign Esports. A Pharah ban and a Kiriko ban, so you best believe Chronic's rocking that Freya.
And Sign are not a team that come out with just the same set comps. They've talked about how their flexibility is a big boon for them. Chronic can played all 3 hit scans on over different maps. Luke Camino can play BAP to Kiriko. They can swap to anything that the bans are going to throw at them. But NA is not known for their Symmetra, so that's not something they faced a lot of. I know Liquid are trying to run it, but we'll see how they'll face Twisted Minds out that Symmetra is open.
Cool, KSA hovering the Mauga too. Pretty decent on this stage, actually, on this point. We'll see if he ends up sticking. Not quite, yeah. I didn't think we'd see too much Mauga, although I wouldn't be too surprised if an EMEA team did run out with it at some point, but it's going to be Ram on either side, and Quartz, actually, going over to the Freya, which is a little surprising, honestly. Quartz has more favored the Sojourn, at least on the latter half of the stage. So we'll see how the very best of North Americans Freyas can match up to Quartz, who has just been a superstar, not only for Twisted Minds, but for the region as a whole.
I could see that being an ego mirror as well, just trying to beat Chronic at his own game, but that's the narrative I made up in my head. And Rocket goes to the Venture to maybe try to knock this Death Ball away and out of the TP, and is pretty successful at getting the supports away.
Yeah, they do all manage to teleport away off the point, though, and that gives Sign Esports enough time to actually get the cap. Rocket's going to burrow yet again, try and force out a teleport, or just force a little bit of damage. Saving that drill dash is going to be important, but the Venture's very vulnerable. Very high cooldowns on the Venture, although it can be quite slippery. And Yubi in the front line, I've already pointed it out over on the desk. The Symmetra play from this guy is just superb.
Yeah, you just can't let UB generate all this. Sign had good tempo at the beginning to just destabilize Twisted Minds when they knocked him out of the portal, and Sign Esports got the cap, but as soon as the re-engage happened from Twisted Minds, they kind of pocket UB. That is the strat. It's not going to always be about these teleports, and Sign Esports have to not only mark where those teleports are going to be, but where Quartz is, who is building up towards that ult. You also have window up first for Simple. You're going to defend with that, and that's going to buy a lot of time.
Simple's got a window too. They can just kind of bait Sign in here, pop a window down, and maybe instantly get a kill or just force a rotation. Simple, though, ends up popping the lamp. Sound barrier from Funny Astro does hit 5 as Rocket bites the dust already. As Sign Esports tried to match the window, but Quartz, oh boy, is he online already. Chronic shuts him down, but shouldn't matter. There's the kill from Yubi to finish off the rest. Team kill and a nice little teleport as well from Yubi. Getting them back to full fighting strength.
Quartz is just a generational talent when it comes to hit scan in general. I mean, he just had the crowd erupted back at the World Cup with just a Sojourn, and now he's going to be showing up to Chronic at his own game. I like that Yubi places the teleport too to get the chase down. Because obviously you want to kill Sign Esports, but you're farming up ultimates. Being able to cycle those is how you're going to get up to 100%. Annihilation, Yubi can protect the point with the barrier coming up, and they're going to bring the fight to Sign.
Lucamino, wrong place, wrong time, but doesn't seem to matter. A nice kill there from Chronic to start us off as that wall separates the team. Chronic shouldn't need to use this ult here either, so saving this one for the next fight's good, and getting the wall out of the way. One of the more frustrating ultimates for the Venture to deal with. Good flip from Sign.
Just good timing for UB too to pop the teleport, get behind Sign Esports as they were already trying to leave, but Twisted Minds are very economical too to just not pop more than they already are. So Sign Esports really have to rely on Rocket to initiate this and Painkiller to be really synced up, and they don't have Lep having a barrier, so missing out on some key support ultimates to get the sustain going for Sign.
Bowler for Quartz. Oh, and here comes the bowler as well from Chronic. Annihilation. Rocket repositioning into the mid. Using that perk to its full effect, getting those cooldowns back way quicker, 300% quicker when popping that tectonic shock as Funny Astro just turned to dust. Going to be an archaeological dig later in time, I'd imagine, as Sign Esports. And they do end up losing Rocket here, but still control the point. Nice little jump over there from Lucamino, a sharpshooter across the map, but the fight's not done. KSA still wants to force Painkiller off of this point. It's Twisted Minds. They've got support ultimates, but unfortunately they've not got the bodies to stick on the point. The flip came through, so denied Sign Esports a little bit of percent, but a very fast fight win there as Twisted Mind to regroup for a final fight.
Yeah, 2 opportunities for Astro to pop the barrier there to save the fight, even just extend it, even if it's not 100% winnable, but just Twisted Minds were so split from each other. Some were taking the teleport, Simple's on the high ground away from the fight, so Astro wants to get the most value that he can. This is final fight, and Sign Esports are facing that dreaded barrier from Astro. They'll try, and also the window from Simple.
Wow, that is a very early investment there from Astro. I don't know about that. Sign Esports are able to back up straight away. Oh, but Quartz on an off angle. Sees Chronic as well through the wall, just needs to win the Sky Duel, misses a couple of shots. The bonus also, it does end up connecting there, destroys the lamp. And the touch had to come through. Sign Esports are looking to force the cap as Yubi takes a take-aim shot, but it's messy. It's a messy fight as KSA is going to be able to rejoin the rest of the team, but Simple could not get back to the point in time. So they've only got Funny Astro heals as they get the reflip.
Yeah, proactive B from Astro, but they needed to chase down those kills, and letting Sign Esports live means a retake that is coming in off of the Lucamino window, but nice counter on the barrier from the Sim.
Oh, but Yubi goes down. And now you can't just dance around the shield and be a menace to Sign Esports are going to wipe Twisted Minds at the very final hurdle. That early investment from Funny Astro there, they popped the window down on the point, and it looked like Sign Esports had already disengaged, and Astro thought, you know, maybe we can kind of catch them here with the sound barrier.
and then by the time he put it down and then they chased them, that overhealth was, well, cut to 0 pretty much.
So much chaos in the Twisted Minds camp with this Lucio composition. They're trying to be aggressive at all times, but sometimes you really do have to slow it down and kind of group up for barrier. And I think Astro just had a hard time rallying the troops. And then when they finally did drop the beat in that last fight, when they had about 80%, they really need to chase down those kills. And I think they just felt like they could have defended and stopped Sign from recontesting. But unfortunately for them, Sign got back in and they had their ults and they won the round. Now we go to Control Center. This is, again, another Ram playground.
The Quartz. Oh! Yeah, Quartz is on gas, so it's going to be a very, very tough game now in these close quarters. You know, Chronic's going to want to perma-play this Freya as well. Oh, he's just so clean. And like you said, Lemon, I got to agree, a truly generational talent on the hit scan. Even a lot of the Korean players, too, saying how much of a beast this guy is.
And Rocket's a top tracer in the league, in my opinion, just a true prodigy. So I think if he can stick on that, try to make Yubi uncomfortable, that'll be important. But Quartz, his job is going to be to mark this tracer at all times. I don't think Rocket's going to have as much freedom. He'll have to stick to his tank and help Painkiller win this tank war because he's losing it to KSA.
Yeah, goodbye, team. All right. Quartz is dead, but yeah, it doesn't matter. Yeah, KSA's going to clean up. Easy as that. And Yubi still on his best hero. I mean, this Symmetra, you know, as a North American team, when you go into a tournament where Sim is good, you're in for a rough time, and you can see exactly why. Twisted Minds with a good early lead, and Simple has also already got the window.
Yeah. That's just how you defend from here, and that's like a 15% advantage he had over Lucamino, so I'd be popping this now, but they're in server, which doesn't have the best line of sight. You're trying to let Sign Esports get on the point and be in open area so this window gets more value.
There's the window, but Quartz with a one-tap on Talep. Again, gets traded. Simple in a little bit of trouble. Dashes away, though. Annihilation is going to tickle Rocket to death. And Painkiller is going to suffer the same fate. Twisted Minds standing tall right now. Back-to-back fight wins. They got sound barrier, and look at Lep's percent as well. Lemon, 60 on the beat. So far away.
Yeah, getting picked by Quartz will do that to you. And so Astro is going to have a huge advantage for Twisted Minds, being able to defend. And I like that Twisted Minds are very good at drawing Sign Esports into open area where all this poke could also just decide the fight before it begins. This is the last fight for Twisted Minds to try and force that round 3.
I think, honestly, if you're Twisted Minds here, you probably just be into them around 85 to 90%. There's the High Noon first. They've even got Wall as well. Teleport behind us too. Oh, no, wait. I take it back. We're in the front lines now. Or in server.
Sign need to fight in server. They keep going to point, but now you just have to play on point because it's 99.
Lep needs his as well. It's 1% away. Wall is going to come through. Sound barrier connects with all 5 for Sign Esports. The Wall is going to be good here for a defensive measure for Twisted Minds, but KSA just gets bullied in the front line. They let Lep get that beat. Maybe they thought Lep was a little bit closer than realistically he was.
And Rocket swapped to the Venture to try and get past those defenses, but Sign need to fight in server a lot more, because if you have the Symmetra, they're going to TP on both sides of you, so Sign Esports are going to get sandwiched, and they do not want to be part of that pain, but they'll be able to defend for now, and having a window for Lucamino will be big. It's countered by by Simple, I should say.
Please run. It's Quartz behind a window. Don't peek, Lep. Almost got one tapped. It's 1 HP. Trying to punish this high ground here, but another teleport up. Oh, the bowler shot is so good though, but they're going to TP away. Oh, not quite. Yubi and Simple end up going down. Chronic, smart play, using that updraft to get up into the high ground and can see people through walls too if they're critical HP. Nice stuff from Chronic. You can see why. It's one of the best Freyas we have in the league.
Sign Esports got to get ahead of these rotations. Yubi's being really funny with these teleports, and he's done so with the high newts from Quartz before, and that's going to be the big ultimate coming up. And Sign Esports know how to hide away from that, but they may want to just try and set up and start the fight before Yubi teleports. And it's not going to be a deep teleport this time, just to try and get Twisted Minds established. So High Noon's not going to be finding any good angles.
Oh, nice little Ravenous Vortex there, but Quartz is going to get protected by that lamp as he pops the High Noon. Sound barrier comes in as well, no fear now. Looking into the eyes of Painkiller. Painkiller have to back off, and oh, did he just triple
Headshot Chronic there, cross map. That was dirty. Get that in the highlight package right now. Simple does end up going down though as Painkiller tried to force the issue in the backline, but UB is fully torqued, fully charged up on that beam. Sign Esports get 86%, and I think that's all they're going to garner. Rocket does end up using that burrow and pushes towards the point, triggers the STC overtime, but the Ravenous Vortex is going to bring him back down to earth. Doomfist here from Painkiller to get another touch, and a sound barrier is going to help them stay, but Leppy's just too far up, and they've got another window for Quarks to shoot through. A nice little double tap there onto Chronic, but a little bit too far away to actually deal the final blow. But Painkiller falls. And that'll be Twisted Minds with an early lead.
We go to Gardens next, and decent high noon to catch Rocket too when he had ram shields in his face and didn't think like he had a good angle. Quartz made it work, not even just with the high noon, but just headshotting everyone. I wanted Sign Esports to be proactive, but also know what fights to take, which is not to go into a high noon unless you know for sure everyone is going to focus that Cassidy down. So still think people are underestimating Sign. They've almost made the 0 to 100 comeback. They took round 1, so Sign Esports have one more chance of trying to win the map, but Quartz has to be target number 1.
That triple headshot was dirty.
Yeah.
Peggy 18 type stream. All right, let's see if Sign Esports can take this map now. Quick rotation from Painkiller, but look at that damage already. The teleports are just so quick, Lemon, putting UB in a position where he can punish Painkiller.
You can go around through White Room if you have time. Lep is just trying to speed the team over. They've already used lamps, so they're going to just try and still commit on the UB now that the charge has dissipated and the pressure is on.
Oh, what a boot! Nice stuff from Astro there. That burrow takes a little bit of time to actually put you underground. Astro with a quick boop, and, well, the turrets do the rest. That'll be a cap for Twisted Minds.
I'd like to see Sign maybe rely more on kind of setting up Chronic on a good angle to just poke away and get Twisted Minds low and then dive in. But they're kind of, as soon as they see UB place a TP, they know he has no route of escape, and Sign just only run after UB. And this bridge can be really treacherous to cross. It's just so awkward. You don't know what's around the corner. The dojo is such good protection for the defending team. Sign Esports could just counter rotate, set up Chronic in White Room, but they're going to keep trying to force the dojo fight.
They're so low. Everybody's so low on the side of Twisted Minds. Yeah, that window's just doing a lot of work for Lucamino. A very fast flip, actually, and a good team kill for Sign Esports.
Yeah, being able to force Twisted Minds out of dojo was huge, and then the lamp set up as soon as Twisted Minds were out in the open. So Sign Esports do manage to make that fight work, but now they have to go up against an attacking Windows. So here's the White Room rotation, as Simple can hope to zone out Sign Esports with just either the barrier or the window.
Oh, the wall stops the bolus. They still managed to kill UB, and here's the emergency window deployed by Simple, but I think the fight's already lost, despite the heroics there of UB blocking off that ult. KSA is kind of ripping and tearing on the point with the Annihilation, but yeah, too little too late as Sign win that fight.
Really good ult tracking too from Sign Esports to know what the plan was from Twisted Minds, and again, not let the Symmetra set up. Killed it mid-barrier, the window didn't get as much value, hide on the other side of the point. Sign are reading into the sim comp really well.
Another cheeky teleport. Tectonic shock for Rocket. KSA wants none of that now on the Diva. It's going to be hard for the Diva to stay alive in this small corridor though, and it looks like they're just going to teleport away. Look at that. Every single member of Twisted Minds practically on the same frame, hitting that interact key and getting out of danger.
Both barriers up too, Annihilation from Painkiller, but here's the TP from the other side.
That must have been a right click from UB cross map. Maybe coupled with a shot from Quartz, who's in danger now. Although easy heals coming in and a two-tap, both ZPS slaughtered by Quartz. A third as well as Painkiller falls. For Sign Esports, they're in good stead. Lemon, 78%. That's one fight. They got beat, they got window, and Annihilation.
This should catch up Twisted Minds in the score, and you gotta have your head on a swivel at all times when a Symmetra is attacking towards you. Now you can defend. You gotta worry about a Sim TP coming up from behind you, or just matching your rotations. It's beat for beat and window for window. Rocket's going in deep though.
Yeah, they're gonna use the sound barrier to sustain through that window, and they're just gonna run through it. Quartz though is good, kind of chilling on the bridge. There's a two-man squad kind of keeping him alive right now, although that annihilation is going to be painful to deal with. No support ultimates can be used now by Twisted Minds, unfortunately. Pop them at the start of the fight. This ult disadvantage now, biting Twisted Minds. As Sign Esports, they've lost Chronic, but Painkiller is alive and well on the point. A kill on the Baby Diva, and now they can chase down the backline. A Ravenous Vortex halts Quartz. And now it is final fight for Sign Esports to take this first map.
And you got all the ults mostly out of Twisted Minds, but be careful, they could be TPing into White Room. Sign Esports are looking to maybe boop them with Lep on Lucio, and he's right in front of the TP, but maybe has to get out of dodge, didn't get the angle, and you have to be careful of UB protecting the point with the barrier and trying to force the recap.
Yeah, do not insta-die challenge for UB here, cannot get sniped. Wall on point, provide a massive shield, and you should be good. They TP behind, looking for the kill onto Lucamino. Tectonic shock, and yeah, Rocket can't do anything now, tries to find a different angle, but Twisted Mind's tracking him through those walls. Self-destruct to find the remake. KSA hiding on that little corner there as the turrets fry Painkiller as he tries to move on to the points. Luby doesn't end up going down, and Chronic on a good angle. Bonus shot hits the bridge, and now Twisted Minds are scattered. Although Quartz does end up finding one, but this window on the sidelines here for Lucamino is providing suppressing fire for the front line of Signed, and Twisted Minds are going to go down as Signed pick up the first map. A little 2-1 on Lijiang Tower.
Now this is a team that can handle the pressure. First time on LAN, especially on an international stage. First time in the country, and they show up against Twisted Minds, a top team from EMEA, and the home crowd that's behind them. Sign Esports, despite the teleports being behind them, in front of them, all over. Not only did they keep up with those rotations, but they never gave up the point. Through the Diva Bomb that was thrown at them, through the Symmetra barrier on the other side, Sign Esports used just the dichotomy of the point of that central barrier, used it to their advantage of protecting themselves against damage, making sure their tank was supported and anchored, so they never gave up the objective. Because it's not always just about winning fights and killing, it can just be about zoning and getting the objective, which I think was the objective of Twisted Minds, which they never got. So then you fought through overtime, which Sign Esports eventually got ults and won in the end. So a very surprising showing out of Sign Esports.
Psycho there on the left. Prepping some big brain map picks and bans here. He's going to the second. Now it's their choice to choose where we go, and obviously ban first as well. And Astro said, you know, hey, warm-up scrim, maybe take him a little bit, not as seriously as maybe he should. Of course, he is 100% on board every single map. I mean, Astro's been around for such a long time as well. Remember his time on British Hurricane a long time ago in Contenders. He's on Gladiators as well in the Overwatch League. A veteran player at this point too. Now where do you think we're going to go if you're Twisted Minds? They want to play these sim comps. They want to play this brawl.
They've picked Kings Row, they've picked Circuit Royale. Sorabas is not in the pool, but Circuit is something they've often picked. They did it against VP and Alcatia in the past, and all solid for the Symmetra comp, but also Sim is an available ban, because that wasn't touched on Lijiang Tower, so you may want to protect that DPS rule like they did protect banning the Pharah, so you could just ban another DPS to protect the Sim, so Sign Esports in the driver's seat, very happy to go to any of those maps, of course, to play the Ramatra, because Sign even like to ban the Orisa to force the ramp. Painkiller is very comfortable on these brawl maps, so this is exciting.
You get a little 2-for-1 as well if you ban a DPS. You ban the Freya, and you protect the Sim as well. A little 2-for. Don't mind that at all. I think, yeah, any kind of like, I wouldn't say like Blizzard World, but yeah, any kind of hybrid map normally very good for these kind of comps.
It's been cool to see Rocket flex to the Venture, just because Tracer's been his signature for so many years, but you're adding so much more value because now the dive can go literally under the defenses, cause CC, force Quartz to use his mobility cooldowns to get away, whether it's Cassidy or the Freya or whatnot. So Rocket's adding a lot of pressure and focus onto Quartz, and also allowing the focus to go on him so that Painkiller's not the only one taking all the pokes. So we'll get to decide what map we're going to next, but here are the top bans at the tournament so far. A lot of them towards the Kiriko, and of course Symmetra being the flavor of the day.
Yeah, I'd imagine Symmetra's going to be near the #1 spot by the end.
have to wait and see. You can hear the chants in the crowd already for Twisted Minds.
Yeah.
Go to Circuit Royale, chosen by TN.
We'll try and maybe force that Ram mirror. Quartz has played anything from the Freya to the Sojourn. Of course, Symmetra is their favorite composition. What I do like is the Juno Bap or Juno Illari backline from Twisted Minds. Depending on whether they're on defense, they'll have the Illari for more poke. Attack, they'll like the window with Simple. That can always change, but that's just what they ran in the grand final, and this is something a pretty comfort pick out of Twisted Minds.
Yeah, I mean, Simple's going to rock the Illari for sure, I'd imagine. It's going to be a tough map for Sign if this Freya is banned. We know how good Chronic is on that pick. Obviously, he can go over to Sojourn, go over to Cassidy. And Rocket's Venture is going to be fairly decent on this map. You can play a little Tracer as well, although it's fairly rare that we see it. And I agree. I actually really like the Venture. We saw it in the first map especially. The Ravenous Vortex connecting with someone like Quartz slows them down and then obviously stops any kind of movement. You get like dragged down to the floor and then instantly that Venture is, well, either straight on top of you with a Drill Dash or is already burrowed beneath you and then attempts to assassinate you.
Might be tough to play that on Circuit just because of that initial point A is so long range. Rocket really likes to play the Tracer and the Genji just to have more verticality, of course, with the Genji, played that on the attack. This was one of the maps that Sign Esports won against GK the last time they faced them. So it was a very solid showing off of the Orisa from Painkiller. We also like to show the D.Va in sort of the short to mid-range area, especially in point A. Everyone likes to play so far back, so Painkiller can kind of soft dive there. We got the Freya ban, so probably going to be some Sojourn or Cassidy.
Yeah, and there's a Lucia ban as well, targeting Honey Astro.
Lep as well.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, though, you're like, okay, well, Simple, just play Illari, and then Astro's been playing Juno a lot of the time as well if the Lucio is banned.
So yeah, the Illari Juno, Illari Bat, but also Luke Camino likes to play the Ana if Rocket goes to the Genji, just for the good old Genji blade, the Nano Blades. So, but that is going to make rotations a lot more difficult for the team that's not running the Symmetra without the speed. But of course, you got the speed ring from Juno, so that'll be your Band-Aid replacement for that.
Something I don't think we're going to see it here, but something we've seen ever so briefly every now and then has been Mercy on the attack. Don't think that's going to be...
If you're a true believer in your DPS.
Yeah, exactly. But I don't think that's going to realistically be played, maybe just for the first shot kind of thing, but it has been propping up every now and then. Can't count it out.
Well, Sign Esports don't feel like, yes, Chronic is the best Freya in the world or in NA, we all think that, but they have touted about their flexibility of Chronic being able to play the Cassidy, the Sojourn, Painkiller, different things, and we'll see what Rocket wants to choose. So back to the Venture. So on defense, the range isn't going to affect you as much. I could see that being different on the attack, but they found that they had success at pressuring the DPS from Twisted Minds when Rocket can literally go underground to force some CC there.
It's been quite funny, actually, thinking back to kind of stage 2 where we were at in terms of defensive comps. The Lifeweaver BAP was like the immortal comp, like you will not die. Nothing can kill you because you have the grip, you have the pedal to get away. Like, it was a little ridiculous.
Kind of surprised Luke Camino didn't want to just run the BAP here. Of course, his Kiriko is also fantastic, but maybe he's thinking about TPing on an off angle with Chronic. Not that there's too many here on point A, but maybe even just to drop the Suzu. If the team teleports on top of you, you'll have some extra layers of defense.
Expected backline here with Simple on the Illari. UB on the Sim. Like I said, it's such a good ban. This Freya takes it away from Chronic. Also, then you protect the DPS on your side of things too. So you're feeling pretty confident here if you're Twisted Minds. Chronic are getting beamed from afar by the Illari, and then the right click's coming in as well from the Sim. He had to reposition almost instantly there. Looks like Painkiller was trying his hardest to push people off this high ground, but very, very tough to do against the staying power of the Illari. Can just use the outburst to push him away.
Fight for statues going to be pretty important as Rocket looks to just jump on top of this isolated support. That's huge.
Yeah, really nice stuff there from Rocket. The outburst did end up coming through from Simple, but pushed him into the wall. Rocket getting behind the Alari.
Yeah, Chronic's pretty conservative with his jumps. As soon as he's half health, he's abandoning Statue and letting Twisted Minds see if they're going to take up that space, and kind of waiting to see where this teleport from Yubi is going to end up, which not going as deep, not going behind Sign Esports, because they're spacing out quite appropriately so they don't get flanked.
They just bow from Archers trading the Annihilations on this corner. Waiting, hopefully, for Yubi to get up to full power on this Simbeam, but looks like Sign Esports want to end this fight right now as they end up using the rush around the corner. Rocket goes super aggro, though, and dies to Yubi's fist. They do trade for KSA, so it is good for Sign Esports regardless, although Quartz rips Chronic's head off.
I think, yeah, just sacrificing yourself so everyone gets into the TP. Either way, good tempo push with the Kitsune Rush, being able to build that. That's Painkiller just taking the right amount of damage so he can build up those support ultimates, and Lep dies. That's no orbital raid fight for Lep.
Yeah, this is bad. Ideally here for Twisted Minds, you just don't use ults and hopefully just win the neutral. You got 5 on board. Even just an overclock here, yeah, I don't hate this at all. Just end this fight, and Quartz is such a nuisance on this high ground as well. He's on the perfect off angle, and yeah, Lucamino didn't stand a chance. Captive Sun connects as well. In fact, they're going to throw even more in. That's 4 ults dumped in by Twisted Minds, but to be fair, Sign Esports also using their Ray, Annihilation, and Tectonic Shock. So a worthy trade for first. They had a few minutes of the time back there, almost 4.
Still a big investment, as Point B can really be tricky to get up this highway. It'll be a defense high ground advantage, but Quartz could hit some pigs as he kind of looks to charge up with the shield in place, so gotta be careful. But Quartz, he's very conservative too, and he's not too aggressive. He knows how to jump into those off angles and unleash with his ultimate. He's trying to be wary of where Rocket dives.
Painkiller. Needs some painkillers after. You see him walk into 4 turrets and just attempt to walk away with like 1 HP. KSA's also on a strange off angle here as Chronic uses this overclock. A nice proactive teleport though from UB puts KSA back into their front line. Double shot on finding Astro as he took to the skies as Chronic looks for more. A headshot round the corner isn't going to result in a kill, but UB goes exceptionally low. Alari Pylon healing him up, and this rush to finish this fight as Sign Esports just bowl over Twisted Minds and just crush them.
Yeah, Twisted Minds tried to take the power position, and all the wind out of the sails of Sign Esports of just basically trying to take the fight at the end of Point B. Had Painkiller really low, but just never had the finishing power to get enough kills to keep Twisted Minds in the driver's seat. Now they have to fight for all that space back, and where the card sits, it's pretty deep, and Sign Esports can be on this high ground and just poke and prod away and dictate when the fight starts based off of Rocket, but that's going to ruin things.
Yeah, a double headshot there. One from Quartz, one from Simple. Easy as that, and Simple gets another as well. Okay, just a clean neutral fight here from Twisted Minds. Simple, that's 3 kills for the Ilari already. Go on, give him 5. Not quite.
I don't want to dog on anyone because Quartz is just that good, but Lep has to be careful getting first picked in these fights. The orbital ray got dropped at the beginning of the map to now kind of really costed the team here, and Sign Esports should be able to touch, and Rocket will be there in time, but they don't have ults to swing this in their favor.
Saw this for a long time as the venture normally as well, but had to burrow from a considerable distance away, and now catch-22 situation. You got to walk out and touch, but then a Captive Sun is waiting for you. That's a good pick though. Quartz goes down. Chronix gets some revenge for the team. A Captive Sun does end up detonating on Painkiller, who would have loved his ultimate there. 99% that Annihilation, giving him the refresh on the Nemesis form. Might have been what they needed, but Twisted Minds are not going to let them get there as they cap second.
You just got to build additional pylons if you're Twisted Minds. You had the sim turrets, you had the simple
it's
pylons.
It's actually the builder comp almost.
They will build it. And now Twisted Minds, they'll be able to teleport onto this high ground and maybe try to displace Sign Esports. If they can drop some to the low ground, this would be huge, but it's important for Lep to get this orbital ray off. They'll just have to be careful going through this choke.
We'll try and take this high ground. Rocket kind of pressuring with that burrow. Tectonic Shock available too. Spots the pylon, easy kill. Here comes the rush on the high ground again. Lucamina not afraid to use these really early as Rocket goes up into the high ground. A nice little boop there, but should rejoin the team in just a moment. This orbital ray keeping the frontliners alive for Twisted Minds, but not for long as Lep match ray for ray. And with 2 minutes left in the time bank now, UB's turret kills Chronic. They're still going to try and get a couple of kills here. An outburst into the teleport. And both UB and Simple escape with their lives.
Yeah, it's an awkward angle to try and pop the orbital ray. I like the Kitsune rush just to force Twisted Minds off the high ground, but you haven't fully won this if you're Sign. And Rocket, again, after these DPS, UB looking to just protect the team with the barrier if needed, but they're on the offense.
It's on such a good angle as well. Pops Quartz up there too. The tag team duo of Quartz and UB still proving to be a menace. Sign now have to deal with this Symmetra wall as well, as Rocket alone in the backline right now. Couldn't even attempt to receive heals. That wall is blocking off most of it as Quartz chases them down and approaches the final stretch.
The Ultras are behind Twisted Minds. How can you not be? They're heading towards the end with a time bank to spare, but this is the Sign Esports playground. Spawn advantage. You need to build up towards this Kitsune rush quickly, and you should be able to do so now that Lep is dead.
Yeah, Captive Sun as well is going to be the final nail in the coffin, I think. Maybe there's a Suzu there. No, absolutely not. Simple gets a double. And a 55-second time bank as well for Twisted Minds. Simple looks clean on this Alari right now on Circuit Royale. Hey, you banned Lucio from Astro? That's fine. Get a deflect.
Yeah, Rocket's been the X factor, but he's also the only one that could really stand up to Twisted Minds, and they've been able to control the high grounds well, using UB's teleport to get behind, allow UB to charge up, and there has to be someone shooting at UB at all times, or he's going to charge up off of Painkiller and absolutely melt his face off. So it's going to be important to keep that momentum from Lep and Lucamino with the Kitsune rush, and of course all the Ultras are so excited. The crowd is going to give a lot of energy to Twisted Minds as well, and being able to finish this map with time is absolutely huge. You were a little bit worried when they kind of stalled out on point B and had to refight through there, but didn't waste too much time once all the pylons and the buildables were up. Like, Sign Esports could not get that space without being so distracted by all the shiny objects.
You're shooting 3 buildables.
Yeah.
3 Symmetra turrets, or 4 even, sorry, with the pylon as well. Yeah, frustrating stuff there dealing with the Sim. Ramco sideswap coming in as Sign Esports now chance to attack. But you know what you're running into now. You know Simple's on this. Opponent Astro is on Juno. Chronic unlikely to get a headshot insta-kill here, but look at those turrets and the pylon. Both Simple and UB hiding off to the left-hand side. And then they can TP away. The perfect plan. The perfect heist. Oh, Rocket's dead. To a turret.
Trying to go get some work done. Rocket gets put to bed, but also that Widow headshot knocked the armor down from KSA, but Sign were not in a position to take that fight right away, trying to see where the heck is that Sim, and they found out the hard way.
You have to get Simple off of this angle. But UB's going to make that incredibly difficult. Look, they're putting the Venture up here. They're eventually going to be able to push their way in, but they're just going to teleport. Look at this. And they're gone. Just Houdini just disappeared.
Really good at wasting Sign Esports' time, and now just trying to build up towards some
Chronic dies the turret.
Rush, or that's the win comp.
Turrets, kind of crazy. MVP so far, maybe?
Honestly, yeah. You get babysat by Simple, who's the GOAT too, and he's able to boop for you away and have constant heals on UB. That's all you got to do is pocket UB and win.
Oh, Painkiller actually activates that Nemesis form as Rocket has got no CDs left. Gets a free kill though on Simple, pushes him away. Was an early pick from Sign Esports, but somehow KSA is still kicking, or punching, I guess, as the Reladra. As Quartz also takes down Chronic. A very split fight, but KSA eventually failed. Should be an easy push from Sign Esports, but kind of a scrappy one. KSA is going to come back, and they're going to be able to hold on this second corner.
I was worried about how deep Rocket went there, but that was so worth it when he got the trade on Simple. That meant KSA did not have enough heals. He was also completely alone, as you pointed out, and Sign Esports, I guess, can just depend on Rocket being either the fight winner or the liability. That's going to be the play.
Annihilation for Painkiller, same for KSA. And there's the rush on the corner. Complete ult dump here from both sides, I'd imagine. Yep, there's the wall, there's the Ray. Captive Sun as well. Connects with the backline. Actually hits Lep too. Simple tags Lep on the exit. Doesn't even need that detonation to get the kill. Lep was that low. They need some sort of kill here. Do Sign Esports, but they're not going to get granted it. Just the wall is just so powerful from UB.
It's huge for Twisted Minds to trade all those ultimates and to still keep the space on the corner. Side Esports only have 90 seconds left and barely any ultimates to make this work. So Chronic would have to go X Games mode, and he would have to get control of Statue or something, because then as soon as you look threatening, Twisted Minds are just going to round the corner and basically break line of sight. So this is going to be an uphill battle for Sign Esports.
Yeah, really horrible fight. Oh, good first kill though. Quartz down. Orbital Ray still in the back pocket of Funny Astro, and he does use it as soon as they peek their heads around that corner. But Chronic, oh man. Yeah, that's one way to shut down an Orbital Ray. Chronic, he gets 3 with the overclock. And that'll be point 2 completed. Yeah, he's not only good at that Freya, he's got a mean Sojourn in the back pocket as well.
Just with the speed ring, and we needed him to have a legendary ult or this was over, and Chronic delivered. Now they're setting up, trying to put the pressure on Twisted Minds, but trying to also be careful of that annihilation that could be popped out of KSA, and Simple with a Captive Sun, so Sign Esports also want to get some progress on this card.
Oh, there's the annihilation. All right, 1 kill for Quartz. Yeah, it's going to be a tough fight. It's not really a chance for you to win this. You haven't got any support ultimates. Simple taking down Lucamino, and a nice stagger as well onto Painkiller. Good stuff. All right. Not a look of disappointment on Painkiller's face there. Cool, calm, and collected. The play cams.
Casey's going to be on the low ground, so he is accessible. Sign Esports are probably going to focus on him, but what's good about Twisted Minds is if all the damage goes into KSA, they could pocket him and let Quartz get these headshots. He's been a beast so far. Captive Sun, though, in the back line.
Connected with 1. Oh, a double tap as well from Lucamino onto Simple. Taken down by Yubi. 1 support versus 2 now, as Quartz has got the perfect firing line for this ult, but is not going to need to use it, I can't imagine. Painkiller, though, pretty low, and they do find the kill onto KSA. Twisted Minds, quick reset once more, using that teleport. They're just so snappy with it as well, Lemon.
It's going to be a good little lane for the Orbital Ray, too, from Lep, and Painkiller can go in off of the Annihilation, so they're just going to maximize progress here, put 3 on cart, and activate Orbital Ray, but Lucamino has to be careful. He's 1 HP. You can't afford to lose anyone.
Value pulsar torpedoes there, hitting multiple targets as Quartz goes down. Captive Sun connects in the front line, but once again, the fight, I think, is already over as Sign Esports just run over Twisted Minds despite Overclock, Wall, and Captive Sun being used there. That'll be Sign Esports capping second point, but they still got a mountain to climb. This third, so difficult to finish.
Getting all those ultimates out of Twisted Minds is huge for Sign Esports. Now it's about riding the momentum here, and Rocket's going to look for that pick along with Chronic. They've been able to match blow for blow, go toe for toe against Twisted Minds. Real chance for them. I don't know if they'll be able to finish, which has much time with Twisted Minds. All depends on how this next fight goes, and if you can put Twisted Minds' backs against the wall.
Oh, Rocket was almost kind of waiting for them there as Astro uses that Orbital Ray. Ends up going down to Lucamino. They're trading so well into these rays, I must say. Sign now just trying to escape this teleport, though. Yubi kind of isolated at the moment. Just requires 1 little love tap, and Chronic deals it to him. Now holding on to this fight, too. And without your Sin to get you out of there, KSA might be in a little bit of trouble. It's not going to be able to stay too long, but okay. Ravenous Vortex tags Lucamino on the exit.
Chronic was massive that fight. I mean, he's getting so many picks, including onto those supports. How he's able to get line of sight. He's playing forward, and this is what's helping Sign win.
KSA so low, yeah. Forced to pop that Annihilation. Just hold up those arms as Chronic just caught, like, there's not even a single right click there that went to anybody else but the Ram. Everybody else scattered. Good kind of taunt ability there from KSA as Simple goes extremely low. Use that shift to get away. Same with Quartz gets out of there, but oh, that's a Captive Sun and a half. Lucamino! 3 kills of the Captive Sun. Just lays waste to Twisted Minds. That's 4 kills in the fight for the Alari. A team kill for Sign Esports as they move on to this final golden checkpoint.
Should be a touch for Twisted Minds, and that'll mean Sign Esports will have less of a time bank if they finish at all. Here's Emergency Ball just to get the touch. Big Captive Sun has to come out of Simple, or good TPs on the flank, but you won't get behind Sign.
Oh, there's the Annihilation. Yeah, KSA is going to be able to stay alive for quite a long time with the Wrecking Ball in the front line. As the detonation onto Chronic, the Captive Sun finds one for Simple, puts him in a good spot as well. Quartz, a double hit onto Rocket, but the left clicks just too strong. Spawn advantage, however, for Twisted Minds is going to be good as KSA, full HP on the Wrecking Ball, no chance for them to get the kill on him.
Yeah, the TPs from Yubi were on both sides of Painkiller. They focused all their DPS on lasering Painkiller as soon as he lost armor, while Sign Esports were more focused on taking those high ground positions. They got pressured away, lost line of sight on Twisted Minds, left Painkiller out to dry. Now you lose all the gas in the tank. Still 20 seconds though, but it has to be a big orbital ray from Leb. Twisted Minds could also zone away if needed on both sides of the point, but fighting for the high ground is going to be key here.
They got the perfect tool as well, this wall. Might could just get deleted though, to be fair, with that orbital ray increased damage. Oh, Simple ends up going down though to Rocket. There's the wall. Yubi is not using it right now as that tectonic shock onto the payload is going to get dealt with. A nice little right click there from Yubi says, you know what, don't need the ult anyway. It's all good. Yeah, Captive Sunrise here for Captive Sun, even for Lucamino. Can he get the job done again inside this orbital ray? He's already found the kill onto Yubi, but so low. And Twisted Minds are going to hold. And that'll be a map on the board as well. We're going to a map 3.
Unfortunately for Sign, they were not able to build up towards that critical orbital ray, a big win condition for them, even when picking Simple. It's not just about, okay, you have more supports now. The respawn advantage is for Twisted Minds, and you just weren't able to finish Twisted Minds as soon as that sim barrier came up, because then you would have had to cross from the high ground perch that Sign were on all the way to the other side, which was going to be impossible to do. So you couldn't touch most of Twisted Minds, which meant ultimately you were going to lose the poke war and the respawn advantage that Twisted Minds had. So Sign Esports couldn't deliver in the end, despite having so much time for point C. Twisted Minds just know how to bunker down and swap to a defense mode off of this Symmetra. It's not always about being on the attack, it's also knowing how to defend, and Yubi knows how to make that call.
All right, now Sign Esports in the driver's seat. Where are we going to next? Our third map. That Captive Sun was sick from Lucamino. Almost managed to clutch it out here as well, using the orbital ray. Didn't quite get it there in the end. There you go, there's Astro cracking a smile. Confidence building, they want to face T1, of course. T1 do have to win against the Guapos, Rakatac's team.
Going to another Ram map would be ideal for Painkiller, or Orisa/Ram, so maybe a flashpoint or a push could be expected here. Trying to remember the bans, because Sim hasn't been touched yet, right? So
Sim has been, Sim got banned on the first map, but you can't ban the Freya anymore, which is scary to me. Sign obviously get their ban as well. They get their first ban, so they get to ban first, sorry. So you're in a good spot.
I didn't mind the Sojourn there. Quartz, I think, popped off earlier and was more consistent throughout, but Chronic also had those big moments. Like Chronic was able to pop like, what, a 3K Sojourn ultimate to get the point A cap, to get the ball rolling when it looked like Sign were gonna get full held at some point. So Chronic shows up when it matters, and he's able to flex to the other hit scan no matter if the Freya is there or not.
A lot of Twisted Minds fans in the audience right now. A lot of those banners too, I really like them. I wonder if you come into this as Sign and maybe ban, if you ban the Sojourn, then you can just like cast. So yeah, there's not really a target ban here. I think you could deal towards Quartz. And then the backline now, you can't ban the Lucio either. So like, okay, maybe you could try and go for KSA potentially.
There's so many threats on the Twisted Minds side because you want to put damage into Yubi so he doesn't just farm your tank. You don't want Quartz to be left alone because then he's picking off Lep every single fight, First Blood. And so it's kind of tough for how Chronic is going to decide who his victim is going to be. And ideally it's against his mirror matchup of Quartz. But then Painkiller starts losing a tank war if he gets lasered by Yubi, who will teleport. He'll know those windows that he can engage on and that he can get away with solo TPing behind Painkiller and just ramping up the charge. So Overwatch is not just a game about mechanics and who's shooting better and who's the best at what hero, but the key decisions that you have to make and on the fly and how you communicate those, which as also playing a Symmetra is such a high communication demanding role that Yubi has mastered over the years. And I think Sign have been able to handle all of that very well. I mean, they won Lijiang Tower against that Symmetra that was just TPing from left to right, so.
What if they even take us to the new map? I mean, Atlas has played a little bit already. It's brand new, out of the game only just recently. Not got a ton of kind of data on the map at all. Suravasa now out of the pool. It's New Junk City or Atlas for the flashpoints. Maybe trip a couple of teams up as well. I mean, it being this new, it's not like not that any map is kind of solved, but you get when you go in and load into a map, you get an idea of like, okay, we know we want to play this. Although Flashpoint does kind of err on the side of like Rush and like Brawl type comps.
Everyone's boot camping, so I'm going to assume everyone's prepared for Atlas, but maybe it's not your most experienced, most played map where you have like 5 years under your belt because it's not been out for that long. So maybe there's a weakness of Yubi's not going to know all the, well, never mind, no Symmetra TPs because that's been banned. Lucio's off the table as well, so you're going to have to go to some Juno type of comp if you still want the speed in.
Man, a Twisted Minds Lucio ban, okay. Juno for Astro. Go Kiriko, yeah. Simple could go Bat. Not sure you want to play something like the Alaria or a Zen. Way too slow for these type of maps. You're a little risky as well, to be fair. This is another perfect chance for Sign to come up big, banning the Symmetra on this last map. Twisted Minds coming in like, hey, you know, warm up scrim. We want to face T1. T1.
Ooh, let's just count our ducks before they hatch or whatever. Chickens. Yeah. That's the one that hatches.
Well, ducks hatch from eggs as well, I guess.
Yeah, I guess.
Either one works.
You got to count some before they hatch. But maybe you're trying to force a Tracer mirror as well. Now you got the Symmetra off the table where Rocket versus Yubi. I mean, usually I wouldn't say usually. Yubi still can play the Tracer. They like Psycho to be in for the Tracer Genji with usually TVNT on those control maps, right. But Psycho's got the coaching headset on right now, it seems. So, yeah, but Atlas is very chaotic, and that's where Sign won the first time on this in this series. So,
here we go then. Atlas. My first time covering this map, and it's going to be a good one. I think, especially the first point is so strange too. It's very enclosed, has a very defined high and low ground. And a lot of the time as well, the kind of snowball of Flashpoint cannot be understated. Big Brawl type map and Painkiller expected to play the Ramatra. And I've really, you pointed it out as well, Lemon, like this Rocket Venture has been looking really good for the team. Expecting the EMEA teams and maybe this tournament as well, a lot of teams to pick up the Sim. And Rocket deciding, you know what? No, we're not a Sim team, we're a Venture team. A lot more disruption. And paired with Painkiller's Ravenous Vortex on that Ram, make a very, very difficult situation for the backline. Looks like Simple. Going to be a little bit tricky on the Kiriko. Very hard supports to lock down the Juno and Kiri, so Rocket has got his work cut out for him.
A lot of people are whipping out the Venture to counter these sim comps. You can't fight fire with fire. You bring a bucket of water, I guess. And out of the last 4 matches from Sign, they've not played Rocket on the Venture. And this is a guy who has been working on his hero pool for so many years. Now Sign have chosen this map. They've boot camped for a reason. Sign are the ones who approach them. They believe in this team and how they're able to play the underdog story.
Point being contested right now. Yubi, I'd imagine, on the floor currently. Simple takes down Lucamino, sniped across the map. Same with Yubi, though. They do end up trading as Chronic finds a 2-piece, actually. Okay, on a perfect angle here. Just uncontested, as both Rams are basically just swinging at each other that entire time. Rocket as well, trying to find another angle. That's first fight win and cap for Sign.
And to get that pick on a Tracer is not easy. I mean, I can't do it. That hitbox is small, and it's catch her before she blinks away. Awesome job from Chronic. Now you get to defend with this, and what, 20% orbital ray advantage here for Leb. That'll be what the first ultimate you'll likely see unless KSA can continue to farm towards the annihilation. And you're gonna need some support, and Simple's not there.
I say it was a tough feat to take down a Slippery Kiriko, but I guess not if you're Rocket. You have to reset here. Very early death, so you are awarded a very quick reset, especially it being Kiriko 2 with a Swift Step, so you're chilling for now.
Here's the speed annihilation play for KSA, and Lucamino's low.
Now they're good though. I mean, you're seeing in the Vortex, that's fine. Annihilation available from KSA. The amount of damage he's done in the front line, outdoing Painkiller, at least for the time being, and there's the kill. UB, not only a good sim player, a good Tracer player as well. Can't forget that. Is in his wheelhouse. But this is a classic Flashpoint scenario, right? It's like, okay, you won the fight, but you used a bunch of ults, and we have a ton coming up. In fact, basically 5, right, for this next. Then we got 94%. We ult dump, and then we just kind of win.
Wow, it's already 94. Wow, time goes by fast. KSA forced the Swift Step out of Lucamino, and then Yubi got the chase down. So they're taking the right steps to force the cooldowns and to get the picks. Now, Sign Esports have Orbital Ray and Kitsune Rush. Depends on if Twisted Minds can get there in time to mirror it. Should be good.
Oh, there's the Orbital Ray. Gonna split the team up for a little bit there. High Noon from Quartz. Catches Leb before he can get himself into cover. They trade supports for support, though, as Sign Esports manages to find the flip. Danger zone for Twisted Minds right now. UV taken out by Chronic yet again. And like I said, just a big ult dump. And Chronic putting up big numbers. A brief SDC overtime there. As Sign Esports get a point on the board in Atlas.
Yeah, I think I mean, we're nowhere near the crowd, but I'm sure they're quiet. This is sketchy for sure. I think Painkiller got a lot more mileage out of his annihilation when he's able to play inside his own Orbital Ray, chasing down those supports. Never give up, never surrender. And now they'll be in the driver's seat with the first point cap and rotations.
Okay, both rushes ripped on the rotation. Ubi kind of losing Lep there, but Simple. The teamwork ends up finishing him off. Suzu, TP used. Yep, no chance for Lucamino. Twisted Minds after a hot start on the second point.
This is control adjacent type of game type, so this is where Sign Esports are really thriving in that chaos. Use a Kitsune Rush to get ahead of it. Wish you wiped out more of Twisted Minds, and still were able to buy a lot of time. KSA though, he'll have the annihilation, no support ults, but I think Twisted Minds just have to pocket him and he'll be fine.
Chronic on a nice little angle too. Of course, we do see Quartz in the sky, that updraft. Now on the Freya. KSA is just holding this high ground, refuses to budge. Nice annihilation too. Yeah, Rocket caught out. We're trying to kind of bully KSA away, push him off the height. A stagger as well, actually, on the Sim. Or on the Sojourn, sorry.
KSA didn't even drop the half health. Talk about a pocket from Twisted Minds to keep that annihilation kicking, and Sign Esports just could not put that man to sleep. Now one fight territory for Twisted Minds to match the score 1-1, and I think Sign Esports may just want to opt for rotations for the next point. I don't know if they'll be able to touch.
They're going to try at the very least. You kind of see him positioning as Simple ends up going down. Yeah, Rocket almost on the perfect hero to touch, especially with that burrow. Can't get booped when you're underground, of course. Rocket in trouble, though. Yeah, no CDs left. Chased down by Yubi and Quartz. And now Quartz on a nice off angle. Doesn't get that tag on the Sojourn. And maybe regrets it now. Again, they can let it go, though, you know. They've got 99%. Sign Esports are going to try and get as many ults as they can out of them. In fact, Chronic ends up using the overclock. Overinvestment from the Sojourn, it feels like. Nice shot there on Simple.
He looks good.
Can't be mad at that. Yeah, can't be mad at that. Good shot.
As soon as they killed KSA, they're like, well, let's farm our ults. Let's get aggressive. Especially the support ult race is on with Lucamino being ahead, but Lep versus Funny Astro will be what kicks off the fight. And then you have an annihilation advantage, and you saw just how deadly KSA was with it, but I need to see the same out of Painkiller.
Both Orbital Rays using no choke point there. Astro trying to escape this annihilation. The Orbital Ray not enough healing, unfortunately, to survive through that, as it's a fairly trivial affair for Sign Esports.
Stagger. Yeah, that'll force the last fight and potential map point if Sign Esports get ahead of this. and especially Kitsune Rush, that's going to be the big decider. But now it's the annihilation advantage for KSA. Getting through this choke, though, is so difficult and annoying. Quartz is trying to find an angle. He just gets run over.
Yeah, actually dominated there, unfortunately, for Quartz. KSA, annihilation on the point. The SDC overtime. But I don't think this is going to last too much longer. Ain't no way. That is a 2-0 lead now for Sign. Despite Twisted Minds, they're getting 99% on that first cap on second. So as we transition to this third point, it is looking dire for Twisted Minds.
Yeah, Quartz just did not like getting ran at by the tank. It's going to go to someone who could easily slip away from that. I don't think Sign Esports had any business winning that, with Painkiller just running towards Quartz and killing him. So that's what ended up winning it when Twisted Minds had the annihilation advantage, and that was used at the end of the fight to no avail. So Rocket pops Quartz like a pit bull, and he's out again.
Yeah, good luck, have fun. No way you're surviving that one, my son. 5 seconds to the point unlocks as well. He's trying to do maximum damage possible there, chasing Funny Astro away. As a triple for Rocket in the end, as a cap comes in. Could be a 3-0 here as Twisted Minds in front of their home crowd here. Not looking as hot as maybe they felt they looked coming into the series.
This could be the biggest upset. I mean, look how upset the crowd is at the very least. This is insane. Still have to capture one more point, and Chronic, he has leveled up and has become a true beast. And he has to be the one that continues to get those picks, or Rocket could even just go after Quartz as soon as he sees that jump get activated. Quartz has been target number 1 of Sign.
Man, they're chasing Yubi to the end of the earth there. Overclock popped, Funny Astro down, and Chronic's going to take it to him now. The Nemesis Swarm was in pot, but the Annihilation is going to hurt even more. Yubi, though, still manages to come up with a kill, but Rocket is going to be tough to deal with, and this is final fight here, Lemon. And Lucamino's got that rush available to him, and they're going to maybe even chase Quartz. Not sure they're going to be able to get the kill. Nope, they decide to back off. Don't want to overextend.
Take an early fight with Lucamino, absolutely. Orbital Rave, the lane, and the time is right. This is Sign Esports that can dictate this map and this next fight.
They're just going to go. Lep has also got this Orbital Ray as well. They've got so many tools they can use. Yubi's going to go for the cap. KSA pops the Annihilation, but dealt with. A backcat comes in, but where is the staying power? There is 2 Subbolt ultimates coming up for Twisted Minds, but it should be a fairly easy flip.
Yeah, Sign Esports popped both those ults for 1 kill. I don't know if that was really worth it. The Twisted Minds are separated. They're rallying up and they're countering.
You gotta go, KSA back on the Malga. All right, Orbital Ray used to push them on the point, and luckily, their UB held on for long enough to get another touch. OT here as Twisted Minds now trying to gun down Sign Esports. A 99% though is going to be good. Again, they can come back into this fight, and not on an ideal here pick for KSA, but one he is very familiar with. One of the best Malgas in EMEA.
Sign can't choke here. I don't like that they still went for the point. You saw Kitsune Rush and Orbital Ray, just leave. Don't have to take that fight. You're at 99%. They're at 0. Let them cap and fight on a better day. Now you sacrifice time, but maybe they want to fight for ult charge, because it's only going to take 1 fight for Sign to win the series.
Yubi can come up clutch here as well with this pulse bomb. Oh, nice Vortex there. Oh, Astro's down though. A pick from Chronic, and now Yubi, it's your chance to come alive. Malga's going to pop that cardiac overdrive there to keep everybody healthy in the front line, but this rush is going to be tough to deal with. They're also going to have to deal with this tectonic shock. Yubi's already been forced out as Rocket is hunting for bodies, and he's already found one. KSA falls as he dashes back to the point. The flip comes in for Sign, and they're going to take down Twisted Minds in front of their home crowd. A 2-1 as they win their upper bracket match. Twisted Minds, they wanted to face T1, and they were so certain of it as well. And Chronic and Rocket really hyped up now. I mean, look, if you're coming out and they're booing you, you've got to feel good when you take him down like that. Rocket with hugs all around. What a showing here in the first day. of the midseason.
And a showing like that on their first international showing against like the home team, a team they've not scrimmed. But Sign Esports, I don't think really respected the Saudi clubs. They went up against Falcons in their boot camp and said they're a beatable region, that's a beatable team, and that's what they said about Falcons, who are rated above Twisted Minds. They put Rocket on the Venture, who constantly hunted Quartz down. They love yapping against this crowd, but also big respect to the work that they've done to warm up for the stage, to boot camp, to get these fresher players comfortable and ready to go.
That is the energy he's going to bring every single time he hits the stage now. Boosh cheers, doesn't care. Look at that face. Happy as you can be. Oh, look at that. I love it. Let's throw down to Chris Puckett down in the studio. They can wrap this game up.
Biggest upset on the day, I think it's safe to say, as all of our analysts thought this was going to be Twisted Minds match 2-0. Instead, Sign Esport coming out with a shocker on day number 1, and they let the fans in Riyadh know about it. Welcome back into the studio, everybody. It's Chris Puckett alongside Reinforce and Avril. And Avril, start me off here. Did you see Sign with this level of play?
I mean, the signs were there, but this is very impressive. Johnny, I can't believe you didn't root for Sign. I can't believe you played against Sign Esports. How dare you? You always underestimate them. No, I got some egg on my face as well on this one. Twisted Minds did not play to the standard that I thought they were going to be able to bring. They are like a quintessential Symmetra team, but I think a key thing that happened here was the Venture coming through from Rocket. Chronic played an incredibly good game. One thing that was really important was the fact that even though Frey was banned on Circuit Royale, he comes through and he is able to match Quartz and even beat him on the Sojourn. But that Rocket's pick on the Venture to be able to sort of do the soft counter versus the Sim, and then even bring it back on Atlas to kind of force at certain times Quartz on the Cassie just to deal with it. Rocket's done an incredible job with that hero.
Rocket was so fun to watch, but for me, Johnny, I'm with the chat. I'm saying, why would you ever put Quartz on anything other than Sojourn? Let's take a look at some of the highlights from this guy, because keep in mind, Twisted Minds is not out of the tournament, but they have a way tougher road ahead of them now.
Yeah, they're very much alive still, and we might even see a rematch of these two teams play later on in the tournament. But I think what was so smart from Sign Esports as well is they didn't ban the Symmetra in the very first map. They recognized that Twisted Minds banned the Kiriko, and they said, oh, so we still have the Venture and we still have Freya available to play on Lijiang Tower. We think that's good enough of a counter for the Symmetra composition that we saved the Symmetra ban for the third map. So not only did they get the map pick, they also banned Symmetra, and you saw the third map, how dominant that was. That was a result of them saving that Symmetra ban to kick off map 1.
That's some confidence knowing you're going to a game 3.
And that's the thing as well. I think it's really confident of them to say, look, we can play the Symmetra. We are capable of countering the Symmetra. We can play the Venture. Rocket absolutely popped off, but then they're going to map 3. The other thing that was a bit strange from my position is we also got the Lucio ban from Twisted Minds. That's usually a very important ban against Twisted Minds because it's targeting Funny Astro. His hero pool on the support is on the weaker side. He wants to play as much Lucio as possible. They did win with the Juno mirror on Circle Royale, so I'm thinking from TM's perspective, they're thinking maybe we play the Juno, run that back onto Atlas. They lost both the Sim and the Lucio on that map, and I think that did impact them. And of course, we started off.
This might be why it's hard to live when you have Rocket in your face as often as he was.
I mean, Rocket, Chronic as well, with the fact that, again, they banned away Freya from Chronic. He's like, yeah, I'll just play the Soj, and I can match up against Quartz and even beat him in that matchup. But to speak more about Atlas, I just don't think TM had the best ban veto, like hero banning situation for that map.
All right, so maybe making some coaching mistakes, but when it came to the gameplay, Johnny, who played above their average tonight? Can you expect more of this from Rocket and Chronic?
Absolutely. I mean, I think Chronic has been obviously a standout regionally, and I question him going into this series. Well, can you bring it to the global stage? And that is exactly what we wanted to see from Chronic. I think credit to Rocket, of course, being able to play the Venture. We thought maybe it would be a good counter towards the Symmetra, but I mean, Chronic just, you saw on the third map, opened up these fights with first picks, right? That is what you need from your player, and now you find yourself in the upper bracket match here to potentially advance through the group.
Congratulations, Sign Esports, formerly Nightmare, living up to that potential that we thought they had coming in. In fact, handing out the first upset, according to our analysts. But that's not the only match that's going on. You saw T1 is currently up 1-0 in their match, as you called, Avril. But over in Group C, we had to see the finish of GK, because a lot of folks were excited to know what will the top NA squad do in this event. It looks like they're able to walk away with a convincing 2-0 over the South Americans.
I think Zocorp definitely coming as a major underdog into this tournament, just like the Gatos Guapos team. So it's just going to be a very difficult sort of matchup. When we talked about the fact that Val versus Crazy Raccoon was just going to be fairly lopsided, you're going up against one of the best teams in the world. GK is also still one of the best teams in the world. Speaking of teams that have beaten Crazy Raccoon, GK Esports in Hangzhou under the Nightmare brand was able to do that. So yeah, Zocorp, they definitely will have to look for a lower bracket win somewhere.
Now GK could be taking the stage tomorrow, potentially if they fall later. But Johnny, who should we expect to see shining tonight? Because we have Alcazia and GK set up for the next round, and then CCZK will be a losers match for elimination in Group C.
Yeah, I think this upper bracket match is going to be so great to watch. We got the #1 team from EMEA and the #1 team from North America. I just can't wait to see this showdown. And also, again, it's going to be a matchup between a Symmetra team like Alcazia against a team like GK, who might not favor that as much. These are different of styles and two regions who very much are rivals.
Avril, our production team may be the best in the business, because they told me we have another highlight for you, Puckett. It is the T1 finish to Game 2. It just happened over on Bravo. Let's take a look at how they 2-0 the Gatos Guapos, despite a Doomfist coming out for the Guapos in this series.
And by the way, I know you're a big Doomfist guy, but look at Dongak. I think he's currently the best Doomfist in the world. So anyone wants to see what Doomfist can really do, even though he's a bit of a nerfed character, I think Dongak is the guy here. But yeah, part of the reason, I also look at this Gatos Guapos squad, and I think the light role swap as well is a little bit odd. It may impact the performance. He's sort of moved between a couple roles. He was a flexible player. Now he's filling for tank. Hearing that Punk may not have had enough practice, and he obviously is another tank player on the team, but Light's starting over Punk. So just seeing if Gatos Guapos can, work that around. But it is a very difficult matchup. This is like seeing Varel versus Crazy Raccoon again, but two different teams instead.
T1 getting us back on schedule on Bravo means that after this break, we are done with the opening round in our upper bracket. When we come back, we decide who is entering the playoffs. We'll be sending our first of 8 on their way.
Reach your impossible. Lenovo Legion.
What's up, everybody? Danny Lim here, back again. Remember I told you guys that there's a lot of attractions and fun stuff to do here at the Boulevard at EWC? Well, you're looking at one right now here at Jamil Motorsports. You could see this cart, right? You could get on these carts and go racing with your friends. If you don't have friends like me, you could do it by yourself as well. I mean, there's a lot of stuff to do, but for now, what we're gonna do, or what I'm gonna do, is show you how fast this thing can go, all right? Let's get on. And ladies and gentlemen, please be safe. Wear a helmet. Hey, what's up, everybody? Danny Lim here to bring you guys some exciting news from chess side. We got quick shot from chess. I mean, things are looking very intense right now. What's going on?
Okay, so we're in the second semi-final. The two pre-tournament favorites of Hikaru and Magnus Carlsen are facing off in the semi-final. This was supposed to be our finals. Massive upset in the group stage sent Hikaru here from Team Falcons. And the thing is, this is the second semi-final. Both of these teams need to win the final to get a title under their belt. Falcons and Liquid are both falling behind AGAL and Team Vitality in the club championship.
Oh, that sounds very exciting. I mean, talking about Team Falcons, I did also hear that because Team Falcons won the first semi-finals, they're in the lead for the club championship.
Right now, they are second, but because they are expecting to do very well, they got 2250 points behind Vitality. Vitality have crashed out of chess. Both of their players dumpstered, frankly. What happened was in the group stage, Ali Reza, who's the first finalist qualified, he actually took down Hikaru. It was a massive surprise.
Okay.
He took down Gen G in the semi-final as a player named Arjun. And Gen G also sitting up top. They're 6th in the standings right now. So more important for both Team Falcons or Team Liquid to pick up this trophy, you have to win a trophy to be eligible for the club championship.
All right. I mean, it looks pretty intense. I mean, it sounds very exciting as well. Let's watch some chess now, all right? Thank you, guys.
Great update and great to see Quick Shot alongside Danny. They're chess in full force here at EWC as we welcome it in its second year. But here on the main stage, we got Overwatch 2. It's our second time around. I got Avril and Jake. And Jake, we're about to go into the banger matches. Why is this part of the tournament so important?
This is where, teams are earning potentially their slot to qualify into that elimination stage, into the bracket, which is where you really start to rack up those points for the club championship. And I mean, this particular matchup, there's a lot of history riding in it. Last time at the Esports World Cup, pretty much these same two teams matched up against each other. And it was the Chinese team that really played spoiler on Falcons' whole tournament, really stole their momentum away, and arguably was a big reason that things didn't go how Falcons had planned. So this is an opportunity very early in the tournament for Falcons to get revenge and to book their ticket here into that playoff stage.
Let's take a look at what the Falcons accomplished earlier, Avril, because it was a quick 2-0.
Yeah, AGAL, unfortunately, they didn't quite have what it took to take down Falcons, who, again, despite what happened in the regular season for Stage 2 in Korea, right now, your current power level, how good are you in this current meta is what matters. And Falcons, they brought Proper back into the lineup. Someone is starting on that Ramatra as well. They look comfortable, and we haven't even seen all of what Falcons can do yet, because, again, they can play the sim as well. They haven't shown it yet. They don't need to against earlier games if they don't necessarily want to, but versus a team like Wobo, I wonder if we're going to get more of a dive sort of situation. Also, Bucket, we're into BO5s again. It's 1st to 3 now, not 1st to 2.
If I'm going to see dive and someone to pull out a Winston again, does Kiriko have to be in play? How do you give Winston the best odds of success here?
Winston's will be an interesting question if we see it or not. I think teams might lean a little bit more in the hazard direction right now to be playing dive. But for both of these teams, I think there's a little bit of pride on the line. I think it's maybe more likely we'll see a bit of dive coming out than in other matchups, because if Weibo start to have some success on dive, I see a team like Falcons be probably more interested in mirroring. However, I also think just Ramatra, Baptiste, there's a very stable hit scan rush comp for Falcons that is hard to crack for a dive comp, even a team as good as Weibo.
Let's see if Proper slipped up and he told us what he's going to be running.
What's up, everybody? Danny Lim here, joined by Proper from Team Falcons. They are just getting ready for their match against Weibo Gaming. Let's talk about Weibo Gaming. I mean, how confident are you going into that matchup? 자, 두 번째 경기입니다. 오늘 두 번째 경기죠. 일단 오늘 첫 번째 경기 승리하신 거 축하드리면서 두 번째 웨이보 게이밍과의 경기 좀 이길 수 있다는 자신감 있으신가요?
웨이보랑 경기할 때마다 항상 거의 풀세트를 좀 많이 간 것 같은데 이번에는 좀 더 쉽게 이길 것 같아요.
Yeah. Every time we went up against Weibo Gaming, it was always very close, always neck on neck. We always went to the final map, but this time around, I feel like it's going to be a lot easier. Why do you say that? 왜 이번엔 좀 더 쉬울 거라고 예상을 하시나요?
지금 제 폼이 좋아가지고 그것 때문인 것 같아요.
Yeah. I think it's pretty simple because right now my performance is kind of peaking. I'm doing pretty good, so I feel like it's going to be an easy win. All right, next question. Last year at EWC, you guys, Team Falcons unfortunately lost. But this time around, how confident are you that you guys could win it all? 자, 작년에는 아쉽게 우승을 못했지만 이번 2025년도 EWC에서는 우승을 할 자신이 있으신가요?
일단은 저희가 홈그라운드 버프를 좀 얻으니까 무조건 우승해야 되고 또 이제 우승은 무조건 팔콘이 먹어야 된다 생각해가지고 우승은 저희가 가져가는 걸로.
처음에 어떤 버프라고 그랬죠?
홈그라운드 버프.
Homeground buffer. 네. Right. So, Proper says that, because we have the home ground buff, I feel like this year it is going to be definitely us getting the win, winning it all for EWC 2025. All right, Proper. Thank you so much. I'm going to let you go. Good luck on your match against Weibo Gaming. 자, 오늘 경기 화이팅 하시길 바라겠습니다. 감사합니다.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Last time it was the Falcons edging out LGD-OA in a three-way tie to make it into the bracket. But LGD is now under a new name, and Weibo Gaming controls their destiny. A win here will send them to the playoffs.
And they nearly beat Falcons in Hangzhou as well. It was a single map difference. You could even say it was a single fight. Mew, unfortunately, Ajaxing, dropping his beat, didn't quite land that, dying, and then that ended up turning the Esperanza in Falcons' favor. So we have multiple times now where these two teams have faced off, and it has potentially gone either way. I mean, it has literally gone either way because Falcons have won, but also Weibo won. Weibo do come into this one, I think, in a situation where the meta doesn't quite favor them as much. Gushue's hero pool is a little bit more limited. He could be a bit of a target for specific hero bans. We've seen Liga being subbed in over Gushue on certain maps like Circuit Royale as well. That was the one map that they dropped against Virtus Pro in their 2-1 victory. And so maps like Circuit Royale could be a bit of a problem for Weibo Gaming. Subbing Liga in might be a bit of a problem as well if they don't have Gushue.
Jake, give me two players to look out for in a pink jersey, because the Spark were always my favorite. Now it's going to be a new squad.
We'd be remiss if we don't talk about Chai. I mean, just on the hit scan roll, he is a ridiculous producer. However, he may have met his match in the man in green across the way in Merit. That's a serious knockdown, drag out for the ages. I think also the tank role. We got to talk about someone versus Gushue. As much as Gushue might have a limited hero pool, it's been a signature style for this team. It's what they play, and it's what they've made their bread and butter.
So, prediction, you got 10 seconds.
I'm taking Falcons here, but I think it's going to be a close one. I think this is going to be I think it's going to say 3-1 Falcons.
It's first to 3 here.
3-2. 3-2 Falcons. Look for Lee versus Proper, 2 MVPs.
I just want a game 5. Let's get to the STC Arena to get the party started. And I'm going to pause the stage for a moment and bring it back into the studio as Zoe gets her high heels ready. We got Jake to break this down one more time for us. Jake, we know we're starting with Control, but with this being our first best of 5, where do you expect our teams to take us for map 2 and 3?
I think one of the Falcons picks that I really expect to see if they do drop a map is Shambali Monastery. I think it's a very hard map to dive on. It almost forces a rush style that I think Falcons are going to be much more comfortable on. By the same token, though, there are maps like, maybe we could bring it to something like a New Junk City for Falcons for the same sort of effect, like mitigating some of those dive styles, forcing things into a closer quarters engagement.
Well, let's talk compositions then. You mentioned dive might come out. How have the bans been playing out so far, Avril? And any surprise to see Kiriko and Symmetra at the top of the list with 5 each?
I think Kiriko may be a little bit more surprising. I thought Lucia would be banned out a little bit more, but Kiriko ban basically necessitates you play the BAP instead, so that changes the style slightly. Symmetra obviously going to be copying a lot of bans. Diva will probably be going up in bans as well at some stage because certain teams want to be able to play the Pharah into the Symmetra. You may even be starting to see some target bans versus Venture players. Hazard will be an important ban in this particular series because you need to target Gushue. His best hero in this tournament right now is going to be on the Hazard. And on the DPS side, I think at some point you may end up doing a Symmetra ban against Falcons, particularly if we're going to go to a map like Circuit Royale. Jake, you mentioned Shambali, but I think Circuit is already now shown as a bit of a weakness for the Weibo side. I just want to see how these DPSs go because where Weibo can win, I think right now Shai is still the better Sojin over Merit. However, if this goes to Freya, Merit might have the edge there. I believe in Shai the whole way. I still think he's the #1 Sojin in the world.
#1 Sojourn in the world. He's got an opportunity to prove it here, Jake.
Look, Shai is an amazing player, but I've played with Merit before. This guy, I have the utmost respect.
He's biased, is what he's saying.
I am biased, but I gotta say, I mean, Merit delivers, man. He delivers in the clutch. He does it time and time again. I think he's one of the very few players in the world that I think can take it to Shai.
We got a big sue from someone. The Falcons fans are getting rowdy, and they are ready. Ladies and gentlemen, in just 10 seconds, we will begin the first qualifying match to find out who will move in to the Final 8 here for Overwatch 2. Make some noise. It's time to head back to the STC Arena.
Our first 3-map series of the day did see the NA squad of Sign Esports shut down Twisted Minds' comeback.
Absolutely, and just like that, our group stage opening matches are done, and the first few tickets to the playoffs are on the line.
That's right. The team winning this next series will not just move into the top 8. No, they also get a whole day off to kick back, relax, observe, and gear up for the knockout bracket. I can't even hear myself think right now because they're ready for this match.
Absolutely, the crowd is going electric, and this one is going to be an exciting one. So let's welcome the first team on stage. First, we have China's superstar teams stacked from top to bottom. Please welcome Weibo Gaming.
And their opponents, their LCQ detour to get here already seems like a faraway fever dream. They look as dominant as ever. Please welcome to the stage, Team Falcons.
The winners move on, and the losers will get another shot at redemption tomorrow. Let's begin.
Suffice to say, folks, Team Falcons have arrived at the hometown crowd. Couldn't be any happier. We had some questions about the match coming into their first Group A match, but those doubts were quickly silenced. These guys are here to play. Chio getting the fake tears ready, of course, to express his appreciation to the support from home.
No, they looked sick earlier today when we saw them, Team Falcons. But hey, the Weibo Gaming squad, no joke. I mean, these two teams, they've had some history, and we always know, like, this is China's best. They are going to show up and play well.
They gave us, hands down, the exception of the final, I guess, but outside of that, hands down, the most banger match that we had at the Champions Clash in Hangzhou. It was electrifying because neither of these teams really gave an inch. We know just how fast a team like at the time, once again, liked to play. Falcons played up to that pace. They really can handle, both ends of the spectrum when it comes to Overwatch. So a great show was given in general. It went all the way to 5 maps, and Falcons were the ones that edged them out. So it's time to write a new chapter in this more than budding, blooming rivalry between Weibo Gaming and Team Falcons. This time, well, it's a slot in the elimination bracket on the line.
And the crowd could not be any more behind Falcons, right? I mean, you can hear when Zoe and Fancy were on stage. I mean, you could barely hear them. I mean, they were just so jacked up, ready for this match. As I think that crowd, it's almost like a little bit of like a return to the favor, right? Like the Hangzhou crowd was going crazy for Weibo. Now they're on home turf of the Falcons here for this one. Merit versus Shy is gonna be a duel. I mean, Shy always makes some plays. It feels like Merit is like more consistent, but then Shy has like 4 or 5 minutes where he just dominates the game.
It just becomes server admin for a hot second. And we'd be remiss not to mention Leave versus Proper is another matchup to highlight this game.
By the way,
You basically have cherry-picked the best players from either of these two regions, that's South Korea and China respectively, and you pitted them against each other. Weibo Gaming, the Mercy. Okay, well, we know that's probably something more of the nature of a protect, or just throwing that one out there. That's reminiscent of how a couple teams have said they've scrimmed, just ban whatever and see what comes out. Falcons, though, take the Sojourn away. The fear for Shy has not abated.
Interesting. So now, I guess for Merit, you're looking at playing like Freya I guess for Shy on the other side, Freya as well. Could also end up seeing some Cassidy on Oasis, right? We've seen a decent amount of Cassidy on this map. These are also two teams who may opt to just play Winston Overwatch and just bring in Winston and just go at it.
We know Gushui is a little bit more focused in terms of his hero pool, a bit more of a stronger idea of what he wants to play. Someone, a very deep, a wide hero pool, but if he sees an opportunity to take the Winston mirror, I think he's going to do it. He won an Overwatch League champion on that hero. He will be happy to run it back. And what a way to test yourself then against a player like Gushui.
Yeah, this one could devolve into Overwatch Classic, so to speak, right? I know the good old Winston dive. We'll have to see, though, once this one gets underway. Oasis, a little bit of an interesting pick. The games that we've had today have all been, at least on speed, all been Lijiang. Yep. So, teams wanting to play some ball and maybe some more brawl styles. Oasis gives a little bit more opportunity to play for that dive.
And it might well play into the hands of this Weibo team. So today on the B stream earlier, Gushui showing us some of those hazard mechanics. Obviously, a hero that definitely wants to close the gap, has maybe even a greater degree of kill pressure than a Winston, unless it's, of course, Gushui playing the Winston. In that case, it's a completely different story. So we'll likely see him pedal that out at some point through this series.
That's true.
But again, this is for that top spot. This is our Group A decider match, our first to three
and you don't
game of the day.
You don't want to end up like Twisted Minds just ended up, right? You got the crowd behind you. You end up losing the sign in their case. And
Rocket with a young pop-off.
Yeah, and now all of the pressure going into tomorrow, right? They're not going to be able to sleep tonight. XQC to the Falcons. Get it going. Get it going. Why not? Bring it back.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure someone will be more than happy to step aside for the Juicer Warlord himself. I remember we were hanging out with him a few weeks ago covering the game. He was playing. He still got it. Don't worry.
Felix, he's still good.
Now, of course,
this team would sell pretty good with Felix in line.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I mean, I absolutely think they do pretty well. You'd have to give him the bag, though. Tough to get Felix out of his mansion at the moment. Now, remember, Weibo, if you've been checking out the B stream, of course, shout out to the boys over there, managed to take the game against Virtus Pro, but it was not without losing a map. So, Virtus Pro in Hangzhou, well, the chips fell a bit of a weird time for that team. They weren't ready to play the dive style.
They had Ice Gnome on Sim today.
Right.
So still in a weird era.
Yeah, VP picked up Ice Gnome to actually give them a dive tank option. Now, though, that's not really, it's not really in vogue to go for the Winston play, so they've made use of him. And clearly that was something that, this Weibo Gaming team struggled a bit with. So I don't really want to see a map drop to VP if you're now going to go up against Falcons. Let's see if Weibo have been able to make use of that as a warm-up here as deep breaths are being taken across both sides of the stage. Someone already hitting the Sioux there in front of the crowd. Bit of fan service there for the Falcons mob. The Ultras out there have been making noise all day long, and I'm quite sure, Matt, this best of five, or best of first to three, rather, will be no exception.
It doesn't feel like, though, that Falcons are just going to end up playing like the Sim, right? It feels like potentially it's a team that doesn't want to go for that, right? I think they're fine playing proper on Tracer and a Merit on whatever hit scan in combination with a Ramatra.
Well, that might have been a problem for Team Falcons at OWCS Korea Stage 2. It won't be an issue for them here. If they look to match what Weibo Gaming are bringing, it's bound to be a match full of fireworks. As we head, of course, though, onto Oasis, kick things off. Ramatra definitely has been the go-to for many of these teams, but it's been a backline sort of arrangement there. We've seen some variation of Falcons. Okay, we actually saw this from AG against them. They brought that Moira comp in. Falcons were able to handle it pretty comfortably.
I confirm with Jake, he's still not a fan.
Okay, good.
of the Moira. Here on Oasis, there's maybe a little bit more of an argument for the close quarters, but it'll be Fielder going to the Juno. Now going back to Kiri. So Kiri, Lucio, backline. Yeah, we're going to get a good old mirror here.
All right, Gushui and someone already meeting in the middle here as Gushui looked at just to knock Chio back towards the low ground. Someone that was able to get in and get a Vortex on towards Shy. That's the perfect opening here. No Freya to speak of for Weibo. Straight off the bat of Falcons instantly striking their heart.
I mean, it was also, Gushui turns the corner, sees Chio and just immediately pops Nemesis form and tries to chase him. Someone is able to take like a few more seconds, more space, and just push up, get a kill on the Shy, and then end up using his Nemesis form a little bit later to chase some players down. Just a really early commitment there from Gushue.
Straight away, the protocols for Team Falcons in terms of their achieving their win condition, Matt, look way more streamlined, way tighter. They instantly are able to take Shy down first, and now they're at risk of locking Weibo Gaming back in their own spawn. This is Weibo, of course, going for a rush style, which has not been a signature for them, and definitely not one that has brought them the biggest of results. And
no, this is not a comp you would say is like to their strength.
And they don't look great on it so far. You were only one fight in, but it was a pretty convincing L that Falcons handed them. Now they'll at least be able to reassemble themselves. But keep an eye up towards that higher ground here as Merritt's got all the room in the world and a bowler shot now to employ. Proper doesn't fancy sticking around for too long, but Lee's going to pursue him after the recall came in. A couple blinks will get the young prodigy out of the fight. And now Weibo are knocking on the front door with a sound barrier in hand.
You got a bowler shot for Merritt, so look, it's like maybe they kind of work through the choke. And they just kind of spam that one in. I think they're trying to bait some ults out so you can have Mew come from the high ground and use that sound barrier.
Well, they're going to get what they ask for. It's going to be a trade of Kitsune rushes here and a pulse bomb stuck in the direction of the front line, and Proper is dominating. Dirty stuff. A pulse caught onto Shy, and then he cleans up. Wasn't quite a double pulse kill like we saw in their first series, but it's damn near close enough.
So Weibo holds on to the sound barrier. That's a positive. Everything else is a negative, though. I mean, they use that Kitsune rush, the double pulse there from Proper, and I mean, someone has this Annihilation to work with. I mean, you're still in a fantastic spot for Falcons to just sweep through this first round.
Tick-tock, Weibo Gaming, 85% and counting now for Team Falcons. Shy still feeling pressure already, and only Susu employed to try and keep alive. He at least is able to pick Merritt off with the help of Leave. Now he'll take it off angle. Someone has collapsed, so Weibo, no real reason to throw any more ultimates into the bag. They'll at least get on the board, but it has been a tough run so far this round.
So maybe there's an opportunity, though, for them to come back, right? You're going to end up with a faster Kitsune rush here, as Monk is going to be able to go towards that pretty quick.
Bloody hell, someone is, well, he's making sure there's no mistaking his calls right now. He's hanging back for the time being. Meridot's been caught out. There was a bit of a disconnect there for Falcons. For whatever reason, someone wasn't really leading from the front.
Yeah, so this is another fight win here for Weibo, and they're also going to be able to hold on to some of these ultimates. You're going to build up towards that Kitsune rush. You can turn this 30% into 90, like, extremely quick here for Weibo Gaming. They are not out of it.
That's right, it's not a get-rich-quick scheme. It's just good Overwatch if Weibo can hold it down. You already talked about how many ultimates they're working with. However, for Falcons, a burst kill from a proper pulse bomb could unravel that entire game plan. And he's hunting. Has to recall away from the boulder connected onto him. Now it's going to be a Kitsune rush from Monk down on the point. Merritt, though, found a Kiriko. And this is what we were talking about. Shy, not a chance to deploy that bowler. He is taken down, and Proper just throws away the pulse because, frankly, he doesn't need it. Gushue on the low ground with zero support to speak of. And ultimates be damn, Falcons clap Weibo Gaming, and they'll have the round.
That's crazy. I mean, Annihilation and Kitsune rush, pulse bomb as well, and you end up losing the fight. I mean, that is
egregious. It's not good.
You gotta go out of your way for that to happen. As the Annihilation from someone, though, is quite big, using it inside of the Kitsune rush of the opponents. And then also, I mean, Proper on Tracer, just always next level. This is early on. You actually see Gushue when he pops. I mean, he uses it so early, there's no way he's going to be able to get back, put up anything.
Someone didn't even have to run into the back line.
No.
Looks like it was like damage from Proper and the Vortex picked up the kill. That was a weird split that we saw where someone was kind of left behind, but here, Proper's just gone so much for free. Monk like goes in for a hard Kitsune rush, but it doesn't really have a lot of protective zoning clearly from Gushue's. He just dies. So look, I mean, if we're being honest, great round from Falcons. This team doesn't really make mistakes. Weibo need to force them, and they made too many unforced errors of their own.
We're going to see the mirror yet again. So we've already seen Falcons, how good they've been in this mirror so far against Weibo. Look at the space they've just taken already. Gushue ends up finding Chio this time, being a little bit aggressive. So this one, it looks like potentially working out in favor of Weibo.
Yeah, Chio appeared to be a little too far forward there. As there was a Vortex that caught onto someone. It looked like he was trying to wade through molasses. So that created a staggering to Team Falcons setup there that just, their Lucio overextended.
But Falcons got exactly what they wanted, right? They took up that high ground, pushed them back into the stairway. Like, that's a horrible spot to be in if you're Weibo Gaming.
Sure,
so,
but if you trade that for 249 health points of your Lucio, probably not worth it.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that's a fair, fair assessment.
Merritt here, of course, looking to control that mega area, but Promise already dipping more than just his toes into the bubbling soup here. Someone again in the vortex, but will be able to make his way to the point. This time, Gooseway just gets battered in that front line. Now we're in stall protocols for Weibo Gaming. Leave trying to keep himself safe here from some of that front line pressure. Builder, though, will go to work and try and keep Merritt in the game. It was almost a one clip there from Lee. Pretty disgusting stuff, and unfortunately, he doesn't quite have the support. Now the cat will begin. Sound barrier comes out for Weibo Gaming. They really want to stake their claim to the point and commit to this fight. Somehow, someone stays alive. It's going to be a bowler shot, though, onto Chio that connects with him, and there's not enough healing for Falcons. They never quite built up that sound barrier. Kill the will fall with Kitsune Rush in hand.
No, and I mean, awesome plays from Weibo. Even after they lose Gooseway, able to stall the point, playing for Mew's sound barrier, he gets it. Leave does a tremendous job staying alive, even without recall there. Gets the benefits of the sound barrier, drops to the low ground. They have the Kitsune Rush as well, and they win the fight.
Gio from the top rope. It's always terrifying to see that, but hey, he lands. It's in a perfect 10 from the judges. Leave and Shy. Both are brought down as a result. Gooseway with an annihilation now developed. Fell earlier on and won't have a place in this engagement.
Yeah, somewhere Violet's watching and he's like, why couldn't it have worked out like that for me?
Why can't it be me?
why did it have to be me? As Chio goes from the high ground there, high up on the wall, sound barrier connects. Dude, they hold on to 4 ultimates. I mean, they just run them over with that sound barrier. Weibo obviously did a tremendous job winning that first fight and then extending the second one. But now Falcons have a ton to work with.
Leave is locked in. Understands that he's got a pretty big job to do in this fight. Really needs to try and set up or follow up on the damage that Shy's able to put out and secure some of these eliminations. Right now, he's dragging the attention of someone away from the action, but Mew is the one that gets caught, and someone is now shoving into them from that main area. Builder still doesn't have to use his Kitsune Rush. It's a bowler shot that honestly didn't even really need to be drawn out. Merritt would have been happy enough holding on to it, but again, let one of them go and you can build up the next few pretty quickly if you can chain those eliminations together, and Falcons have still got a ton to work with.
Yeah, so the bowler shot gone, and now Weibo, though, that's a nice pick there. So Leave actually just gets right into the back line, just gets rid of Merritt. But on the other side, you actually lose the Freya as well.
Yeah, Chio followed up on the damage that came in from Merritt initially, so it ends up being just a raw trade. Pulse missed, but it doesn't seem to matter. Proper finds Mew low, someone trying to get forward. It's going to be Annihilation now coming out from Gooseway. Kitsune Rush in play here for Weibo Gaming, and Chio ends up falling. Gets too close into it. To the epicenter. Into the middle of the Maelstrom we are, and someone is the healthier, but he still needs to get Gooseway down. And Monk and Mew are keeping him standing. Now someone's in trouble. Full health a moment ago. Blink of an eye. Now he is down. Leave here knows Frey is hiding up on that higher ground, but Falcons have had to concede the point after at least gaining a slim lead.
Yes, Chio, I think, is trying to heal someone or maybe even knock Gooseway back, but walks into the Annihilation when he's so low and just ticks down. So looks like we'll get potentially a final fight scenario here. Mew with that sound barrier advantage. I wonder if Weibo knows and they want to get aggressive.
Mew, obviously, the last time these two played, it was a bit of an Ajax from him that let the series slip for them. Doesn't let that happen this time. It's a clean deployment of the sound barrier, but Chio has one to match it. Leave, it's a question of who he's hunting. Maybe even looking for somebody low enough to perish here to a pulse, and somehow Weibo have just allowed this to occur. Falcons move in, flip the point. Merritt has the high ground now as well. Big advantage for your team in orange. Leave is trying to go to work on his Frey, but now he's got Merritt's attention. Shy and Monk are down. Merritt just staying safe, staying alive, and stalling out these Weibo Gaming players. They're down to Leave and Gooseway. They were on an ill-advised mission to take down the Frey, while the rest of their team got cut down to size. And so, Falcons will secure Oasis, the first map in this first of 3.
And when Weibo pushes in with the sound barrier and the sound barrier comes out for Falcons, instead of like rotating around and giving point to Falcons, they just needed to fight. The sound barrier wasn't that much later that you were at like a crazy disadvantage. You're at a worse position if you don't fight it, give them point and high ground, and then 99. I mean, that's a way worse situation, and you see how it played out.
The fans of this Weibo Gaming team, obviously seeing them opt into the rush composition is probably a new sensation, because over the years, over the eras of Overwatch, this team under many different names has existed. They've always played their own style. They've always forced that dive look. Very rarely have they sort of gone away from it. And sure, they've got someone like Lige who can give them some flexibility in that tank role as well. But Zichio going down early, there just feels like it was an overextension. It wasn't the best start for Falcons there on that second map, or at least second round of this first map. But still, we are going to see a Weibo Gaming map pick coming up. They might look to try and craft a battlefield a little more to their advantage. We kind of know that Falcons will meet them where they're at, no matter where they go.
So you feel like they'll ban Ramatra at some point, right? That feels like something that Weibo would decide to do.
Or functionally ban him with a map that's quite hostile for him, right?
Yeah.
You seem unconvinced that there is one.
I mean,
we got Gibraltar in the pool.
Yeah, okay. You could pick Gibraltar, not ban the Ram, and do you ban like? Do you ban Tracer? Like Leave can play like. I mean, I don't even know what you would play at that point. I mean, Tracer's so dominant.
I mean, depending on the tank, like you'd open things up for Sojourn. You could also, I guess, play Echo in some parts of this map. You could go airborne.
Which like Leave is really good at like Echo. He can play Pharah. If you went Gibraltar, you could put him on like Genji if you felt like that was something that was like viable.
You know, I thought we'd see it again. The comp doesn't really lend itself, of course, to the Genji, that rush style, but with the changes to the DPS passive, right, you feel as Genji, you're justified in your commitment and trying to dive them now. It's a little bit easy to work them down with that sort of heal reduction, but we have not really seen any Genji to speak of. Venture has been more prolific so far through this tournament, but maps like Gibraltar may really not lend themselves to their sort of game style.
Yeah, I mean, it wouldn't. So, like, if you're going to play Venture, you're looking at, like, New Junk City you could play, right? Play Brawl. But you're also probably signing up to play Ramatra at that point, right?
Yeah,
or, I mean, do you want to bring out, like, I mean, do you think Mauga, like, works? Like, that's, you know, we've seen, like, Mauga Venture comps. Like,
I generally think, like, you've got two opportunities to ban Ramatra this series. One with the map pick, one with the ban itself, right?
Yeah.
Providing that if Weibo win here, we don't see like a tank first ban to sort of protect that Ramatra, but I can't see someone feeling like they, you know, his team should be spending resources on letting him play the Ramatra, considering his pool is infinite when it comes to those tanks.
Right. So it's just a matter of what they want to do. Do you want to play like a Gibraltar and then save the Ram ban? Because then let's say you win Gibraltar, right? Then they have to pick. Maybe they pick like a New Junk City and they ban something else, and then you have the Ram ban, right? So I think it's kind of curious what Weibo Gaming decides to do here.
There are some pretty insane MVPs, world champions on this stage right now. Weibo Gaming plays the game so close, but never quite were able to touch glory in that Overwatch League era. Obviously with a third place finish in Toronto, that final year of Overwatch League.
They're always so close.
And they always give us a banger game doing so as well. They have been that team that have produced incredible matches that they sadly have not been able to win.
Yeah, it's just been a little bit of a curse there for Weibo Gaming, right? Not able to kind of get over the hump as Falcons.
Well, I mean, if the hump is Team Falcons, it's more like an Everest. You know, you really, it's not for the faint of heart to try and scale these particular heights.
If
Weibo Gaming are familiar with them.
In an alternate universe where Falcons and Crazy Raccoon don't exist, Weibo Gaming could like be like the team.
Okay. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, in fairness, then like your T1s of the world.
T1 would also have something to say about it.
AGALs.
Alcatia.
Yeah, jeez. Yeah, they look good. I mean, there's no faltering step from Alcatia, like some of the rest of those EMEA representatives.
But we could see that, though, when we were casting, like, the EMEA games, like, how good they were. I mean, that was, like, you know, you were watching some EMEA games, you're like, all right, this is EMEA Overwatch. When you were watching Alcatia, you're like, all right, this
is something different.
Yeah.
I will say, though, that I'm a little surprised to see some of the struggles from Twisted Minds, considering they really play Alcatia close over in EMEA. There were some genuinely compelling matchups, but might be looking like it's a one-team region out there at the moment.
Right. It's still waiting for the map selection. I am curious, waiting for the update on our side. So we'll get a chance here in just a bit. But I think the Gibraltar's a really good shout. I think Gibraltar playing that. Do you play like a? So I also think, do you want to pick Gibraltar as well? because like you wouldn't have an opportunity to pick it? Like maybe they actually take you to
there is that risk
or something.
Yeah,
right?
if your best map is one that you risk giving up by not picking it here, then I think you've got to sort of go for it. Yeah, I mean, there's still a lot to be decided here. Now, if we get the map that I am seeing hovered right now, there's so much history in this map. So I'm seeing Esperanza hovered at the moment, folks. I don't have a confirmation whether we're going there, but that's the map 5 map from these guys' series in Hangzhou. This is the map where it was like 119 meters to like 93, and basically Weibo are about to win, and then we have the nastiest of Ajaxes there. Mew goes for a sound barrier, and basically things go haywire. Things go haywire, and they end up losing that map. And it's like Falcons just kind of come back from behind a position where we really didn't think they'd be winning that map. So it's kind of legendary. This is also the map where someone and Merit, I suppose, kind of win, or someone wins the Overwatch League. So.
We were discussing this. Weibo actually does decide to use the Ram ban here. So they go Esperanza, they use the Ram ban. It feels like a must win, right? Because if you don't win here, I guess you go to Gibraltar, the Ram slips through, but then you're looking at do you end up having to play in Atlas or New Junk City, something like that, like on Flashpoint, which is like pretty nasty to play like Brawl into. So it is a Falcons ban of the Kiri, so that does impact the ability to play like some of the dive compositions that maybe Weibo would like to play. But I still think this is probably a better scenario for Weibo with the Ram gone and the Kiri gone, as opposed to letting the Ram slip through.
Now, there's a good chance we see hazards pitted against each other on this map. Someone who obviously has the mobility and that mantle capacity to play from some of those high grades a bit comfortably. D.Va's definitely an option.
Well, it feels like we haven't seen as much D.Va because like the BAP Lucio backline has been extremely good. Remember in EMEA we used to see teams just play like Brig a ton to stop the D.Va. It seems like I know Lucio BAP also pretty decent against it. It looks like Falcons will end up playing the D.Va. Weibo, okay, so they're going to
play different comps.
An Orisa-based setup. So they're also bringing in Venture, so a very different look.
Yeah. Shy versus Merit, Sojourn versus Cassidy, of course. It's Weibo versus Falcons in the second map. Esperanza is the battleground. And Shy ostensibly has a significant range advantage over Merit. The Falcons, of course, have got a highly mobile composition outside of that with a Symmetra in the mix, so they do want to play this classic sim comp, and they can really just appear in the midst of Weibo Gaming's formation at a moment's notice. Keep an eye out for Proper in these TPs.
Well, Weibo also has like some sneaky burst potential, right? Like Shy with a railgun shot and then leave, coming in with a drill, just taking a player out like out of nowhere. We'll see how that kind of plays out. As right now they just have Leave on Venture just contesting the bot.
Falcons are probably hoping for, Weibo to try and take the initiative here. They've set up a lot of these sim turrets, and they eventually decide to come forward. You see that TP, they're really very quickly going to be able to engage.
They used Immortality Field already for Weibo, and you didn't even see anybody get near them really.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the call was there, because straight away Merit's able to get close enough, I think, to Leave to catch onto him with a hindrance grenade, with a flashbang, and now Falcons have this high ground. Bot obviously is going to move now through that bridge underneath, and this is a very good spot to have a D.Va Cassidy composition set up. You can see that Weibo want to challenge this, but they might have to wrap around with the Sojourn.
Maybe it was a little bit of a panic. They thought they were going to lose Leave because he had already used the burrow, and he got hit with the flashbang. But still, not a great use of that Immortality Field early on. Sound barriers from both sides here.
Merit getting a speed boost there inside the Deadeye, but it's going to be interrupted by a Javelin that comes in from Gushue. Amplification Matrix in from Monk, but Merit's going to be able to pick him up because Field has set up one of his own. He might be isolated by Gushue now for a moment. Can he kite this? He has, of course, a regenerative burst available, and it pops in at just the right time. Fielder.
Matrix is sick.
Tough to kill, and you're right. Someone gets in his way with the Cone of Silence, and Gushue can't finish the kill. Worse than that, he's staggered out.
Yeah, someone's going to get a remake. You're probably going to get checkpoints off of this as well. This is a Weibo Gaming map pick, and mind you, they use that Ramatra ban, which we think is going to be really impactful in this series. And even with that ban and map selection, they're getting the bot just speed ran into their base.
Yeah, Falcons reminding us that they do like to play this sim comp on occasion. They definitely have to play a caliber to make it work. TPing behind and then back towards the rest of their formation. Falcons nimble on their feet, but Weibo Gaming might just hit a little bit harder up front, and they have forced Falcons to disengage to the high ground.
With the sim wall, they don't want to push into the high ground, right? So they're going to back up, give up some space here.
Defense Matrix there getting a lot of value. Here's a Terror Surge out of nowhere. Gushue using it somewhat defensively, and he snarls Proper and Chio up amidst it. Gushue Hao happy to push forward because Lee's gone to work and has taken Merit down with a tectonic shock, but seeing Mew fall gives Gushue pause for thought. He turns around and realizes someone has just torn shreds through his backline. We'll try and get the bot back to parity here, and someone is very low, admittedly.
He's up on the high ground here behind Gushue, so he's on the high ground behind him, but you see, I mean, someone's HP bar extremely low, now able to get that regen. But those kills from someone taking out the backline, that stops any progress that Weibo would have had there. I mean, those 2 kills are massive.
Weibo set up somewhat defensively here, just hoping to try and match the movements of Falcons along this high ground, but eventually, well, Falcons have to drop down. They're going to have to try and get this bot around the corner, which is advantaging Weibo Gaming for the time being. Burrow here for the Venture Merit with the TP. It's always hard to keep track of Cassidy being in virtually 2 places at once. No kill off the Deadeye, but some damage. Someone, though, gets snarled up by Weibo, maybe tempted into the net. They're trying to set in that small room on the right. Getting rid of the Diva is a good sign, and they still commit a sound barrier here. What is the plan supposed to be? Monk's going to be blown up now. Air Matrix for Shy to play through, but it's getting a little bit dicey, a little bit up close and personal. Chio in his face. Only his second kill in this fight. Unreal. The late Air Matrix fielded to the rescue, and Merit will capitalize on the damage boost. Gushue and Leave flattened. And this is looking much different to the matchup we saw last time between these 2 squads.
I mean, they're just playing with them now. I mean, that is like a 3-player sound barrier, and then Chio on the Lucio gets into that small room while Monk has the Amp Matrix going.
Starts knocking heads together.
And then Fielder's got an Amp Matrix on the backside of the door. They also don't even have someone alive for all of that, and now you lose Shy. This is going from bad to worse.
Speed here from you. Timing's going to be good. Someone with a self-destruct, but a chance to remake. It's Merit under pressure on the left side, but Leaves walked into an immortality field scenario. Here's the sim wall comes up, but Merit can't get to the right side of it, and the Terror Surge from Gushue is able to net the elimination. Someone also desuited, so Falcon's definitely in a power trough, but Proper is charged up, ready to rumble. Unfortunately, it's too target-rich an environment for him to handle.
We're already halfway through the game, though, and you got 102 meters and nothing there. That is a really tough mountain to climb here for Weibo Gaming. So see if they're able to do it. Shy up in the high ground with Overclock. You get a pick or 2, you win a fight. You probably need a second fight to get checkpoint, but still puts you in the right direction.
Yeah, look how quickly, though, they've got to give up that bridge because instantly Falcons TP up there, challenge him for that space. Cassidy much more within his optimal range, but Chio there just doesn't quite respect the railgun adequately enough. Shy's able to pick him off comfortably. No, this is Weibo getting a bit of space and potentially a first checkpoint.
That was bad from Chio and Fielder. I mean, that's a rare time where you're just in a really bad spot. And I mean, look, Shy's got an overclock. He's coming around the corner. He can't be just wall riding in that small corridor. So this may actually open up the opportunity for Weibo. It's going to be the tectonic shock here. So potentially you're going to be able to get the checkpoint out of this. Oh, Hinder comes through. Oh, Leave, though, it's sick movement, able to finish off Merit.
Lee will top himself back up again. Weibo find themselves finally in a more commanding position, but the pot has been snuck away from them. So, you're going to have to get their ducks back in a row here. Someone leading it across the map. This guy is trolling. He's able to get away alive, of course, because that's what Diva does. And that has given Falcons another chance to set up here and defend around this first checkpoint.
And the clock is just, I mean, since Weibo's gotten the bot in their control, we've got like about 2 minutes off the clock here as well. Sound barrier from Chio, going to connect with just about everybody here, but Amp Matrix up on the high ground, going to deter them from running around.
Yeah, not really a great use case for the sound barrier in that fight. Shy, though, a bit of a nuisance here from that flank position. There's a TP in play off to the right of the screen, so Falcons might be trying to group up amidst this entire chaotic mess. Fielder, Immortality Fielder, just keeps him alive, but Shy will try and chase this kill.
He is.
Fielder is hard to kill even on his worst day, but Shy will deal with him. DMAC here on someone, and it does feel like momentum getting behind Weibo.
Yeah, it definitely feels like it's turned, where now you're actually going to lose Merit here towards the end. So this should be checkpoints here for Weibo Gaming. So you're going to be able to get the checkpoints here. You know, you're going to have this Terror Surge, which we've actually seen Gushue do a really nice job picking up some kills with it. You're still probably 2 fights, though, from taking the lead, and Now you're below 3 minutes. So really, Falcons, if you win one fight, kind of send it back towards basically their checkpoint, you're in a really good spot because you're looking at that as probably below a minute.
Someone wanted to harass Shy, but I think he bit off more than he could chew there. He gets chunked down fairly low. We're now proper. It's going to have to deploy this symbol. He punished for it, though. Leaves able to pick him up with a drill rush here. Merritt, though, sees an opportunity to at least generate or emanate some threat and force Weibo back. Terror Surge now, who's caught inside of it, but Fielder, and he lacks the lateral mobility to get out of it. Sucked in, blown up. Weibo Gaming now taken into the cleaners. 79 meters and counting. And it's not out of the realm of possibility that we see an even total here.
The second half of this map has been so ugly from Falcons. I mean, just so like disoriented, like they're not on the same page. You have people just kind of running out, dying in different areas of the map. And
they're ahead, man. They're going to be ahead after this. That is wild. Proper has to recall. Now someone switching over towards the Orisa, trying to stake his claim to the space, but oh man, the winners and the sails of Weibo Gaming leaves Tech Shock, leaves Merritt reeling. Proper now with a sound barrier. Falcon's getting a little bit desperate, and Shy just picks him off like a clay pigeon in midair. Oh, Gio never had a chance to touch the ground. And here come Weibo Gaming, now in the lead, 1:16 to play.
This was 102-0. With like 3:30 on the clock. I mean, they have just dominated Weibo from that point on. And now an opportunity for them to finish the map. I mean, it doesn't even really seem like it's fueled by ultimates. Really, Leave on the bench doing a nice job assassinating players.
It's fueled by vengeance, man. Pure and simple. Chio not quite picked off there. Leave had an opportunity to go in after. Now the emergence under Proper's going to force out a recall. Boy, this guy is just throwing damage out. It's going to force Proper out of the fight for a small window. Can that be made use of by Weibo? Kushui's going quite low, gets an immortality field, so we'll stay in the mix for now. And Monk's got an air matrix, he's going to let go basically immediately. Leave trying to challenge those airborne targets, and there's Shy. Railgun accounts for Chio. Air matrix to get him topped up, and in we go. Overclock at the ready. Terror Surge for Gushui, ties them all together, and Shy wants to FedEx them out of this map. But Monk's down to a pulse bomb. Mew at least able to find the trade, and someone's off the map. Team Falcons are floundering, and Weibo Gaming charging headlong towards the end of the map. Last time they saw Esperanza, it was a disaster for this team. This time, it's a different story.
They go down 102 meters to nothing, and they run the entire map back the other direction. That is so rare for a push map, and it kind of feels like that was their series on the line a little bit. You go down 0-2 there. You've used your Ramatra ban. Feels like we're just buying time before the Falcons can celebrate on stage. And now we got ourselves a game.
Weibo kind of remind me, Matt, of Ash Ketchum. It takes a long time for him to win the Pokemon League, but he remains the protagonist.
The main guy.
Yeah, and he, it's a long time before he gets that goal that he's looking for. But every step along the way, he's loved by many. That is Weibo Gaming, folks. They always give us a show. They looked listless, absent in the first part of Esperanza, but they've now come to play. They've come alive, and they've done it here. Again, with this Orisa-based composition.
Hindered, and even with the immortality field there, I mean, Leave just makes a play. And I think you also saw a way more aggressive, like, Leave and Shy during that one, right? Like, Shy was really coming alive there on the Sojourn. It felt like early on when they were like TPing the Cassidy around, it felt like that was pretty good for Falcons. But once it actually went into a Soj head-to-head, Shy was just kind of rolling.
Spirits now high for the Weibo Gaming crew, but of course it's going to take more than that to silence the Falcons Ultras here in the STC Esports Arena. Some discussion. Of course, Weibo Gaming have to decide how they respond to the map pick of Falcons. Of course, that will give Falcons first ban as well. Now the Ramatra ban will no longer be available to Weibo Gaming. They're going to have to find other ways to try and put some pressure down or find an advantage. We've got to a break, folks. When we come back, map number 3 of this Group A decider between Weibo and Team Falcons awaits us.
Taking over control, can you feel it? Our body's moving closer, is it real? Trying to lose myself on the night shift, outside, yeah. Baby, can you feel me? Come and try it. I'm ready to move for the night, yeah. Trying to lose myself on the night shift, outside, yeah. Taking over control, can you feel it? Our bodies moving closer, is it real? Trying to lose myself on the night shift, outside, yeah. Alright, baby, can you feel me? Come and try it. I'm ready to move for the night, yeah. Trying to lose myself on the night shift, outside, yeah.
Well, night has fallen here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, but nothing is cooling down, I'll tell you that. Not the weather outside and not the atmosphere here inside the STC Esports Arena. Falcons and Weibo renewing the rivalry forged over years and years of clashes are even in a 1-to-1 series. This first to three already has been delivering.
Oh, man, and dude, this stage looks so sick. We walked around the boulevard a little bit earlier. A venture ban here for Falcons, so you could tell that bothered them a little bit there.
Rustled the Jimmy somewhat.
Yeah, and a Baptiste ban for Weibo, so this is quite interesting, right? Takes that option away from Fielder. So we go into the next map. So taking a look at the map pool, it will be New Junk City, the selection here for Falcons. So if Falcons were to lose this, right, they still have some pretty good maps available. Like you could go to Circuit, you could do like a Blizzard World, let's say, play like High Ground. Play.
You could take us to Chimbali and force that sort of rush style. Yeah. That Ramatra or Orisa sort of setup was be very much available to you. The maps definitely favor the current flavor of the month, that current rush approach. And Baptiste here out of the mix will likely send us into Kiriko, Lucio territory. And honestly, it's not all the time that we see Lucio available to play on these Flashpoint maps. Many a team like to ban that hero out coming here. Forcing us into like Juno Kiriko looks where the backline's a little bit less mobile, a little bit easier to pin down.
So do we get Lucio Kiri, right?
It depends.
I think, well, if you're going to play Ram, you probably play Juno.
Not in every case, but yes. I mean, you could obviously do a lot with that orbital ray. The Kiri, though, supplements your Tracer play a lot. Like, you play on the fringes. You can try and, assassinate backlines. You've got a lot of kill pressure. So it's not a given yet that we see that Juno brought in, because sometimes she feels a little, I don't know, a little vulnerable, a little floaty. Easy for Tracer, Kiri combos to pick off on the other side.
Kiriko just has insane survivability. The ability, we talk about how good Sim is, able to like TP the whole team around the map. Kiriko can just do that.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, the top is disgustingly mobile. They can basically pull up anywhere at a moment's notice. Deep strike at like Space Marines.
All right, so we will see Juno. Nope, we're actually going to see them swap back. So just a speed ring here at the start, just to get everybody out. Save the Lucio speed for a little bit later.
Yeah, cases can be made for both of those looks, I think, but Kiri is going to be the play for both these sides out of the gates, and it is a Sojourn Mirror. This time around, Merit's off the cast. Do not want to let this one slip through their fingers. Falcons have to be disgruntled after the loss of Esperanza. Here's Merit again, just appearing in the middle of nowhere. Now, though, Weibo want to respond to this, try and pressure that front line down, and Fielder just gets a little bit caught out.
It's a boot there from Mute, so puts Fielder in a really rough spot, and Weibo does not want to play the Sim thus far. They want to leave on the Tracer and let him do work. His proper answers here, taking out Shy. You're going to lose Mew as well. So although Falcons gives up the point, feels like they're going to be able to take it right back.
They'll have it back in moments. And I think what Weibo are trying to do is exploit that like a 2 to 3 second window after the Falcons TP comes in, where maybe their backline is exposed, or there's a chance to run at some of those heroes who would like to try and put the bulk of their tank between them and their opponents. So it's a slim window, and there's no guarantee you win the fight from there. I think Falcons are short-handed and still come away with the dub because Proper gets charged up and someone stays alive by throwing up that guard stairs.
Yeah, so Weibo will now work their way back towards the point. It feels like you're a little bit behind in terms when you're playing the Tracer. Like, Leave needs to, like, be a massive difference maker because the Sim feels like with just the mobility and the scaling damage, you're going to get some, like, there's, like, obviously there's a higher ceiling with the Tracer play, but I think with the Sim, it's just
the floor's lower.
Easy, yeah.
I think because sometimes that Kiriko can just kill you as Tracer.
Right.
Harder to do now. Again, it's a little bit easier to challenge those backliners with the DPS passive changes, but it's a very, very real possibility at this level of play. Sound barrier in the hands of both sides. Going to come out from Chio first. Weibo holding onto their ultimates. Now it's going to be a beat from you. In they come. Proper. A little bit exposed here. Where's the front line? Where's someone? League doesn't really seem to care. Pulse Bomb's going to force a swift step now out of Fielder. He'll get back to safety with the rest of his team struggling as someone attracting as much attention as he humanly can. Gets shy and Move, but is in no position to contest the point.
Yeah, and it was just Fielder there. Fielder gets out, TP's back to someone, and I think they're trying to regroup here. Maybe make a fast push on in.
We should be very wary about this. He does know someone has just used that annihilation. Needs to find the right context to make use of his. Weibo having to give up the point. They see the Kitsune Rush come in, and they respect it heavily. Looking out for an overclock. Charged up, Shy. Trying to find Merit, who's going to pop the overclock of his own. And now with the Sim wall in play, is heavily favors Falcon. It means Merit really has his pick of the litter in terms of these firing angles to take. And he might be looking to ask for more. On that low ground, someone was able to accost Leave. Apparently the Tracer could not get away. And so Team Falcons have locked up this first flashpoint well and truly. A bit of stagger as they transition to the next.
Yeah, and when Leave dips out from the point, Gushue is there to take control, but he gets so low right away. They're not able to get anybody within the line of sight to be able to heal him up. Even though he's power blocking, you're not able to have him use that like annihilation. You may have wanted to use that close quarter area, so you end up giving up the point.
Off to the next one here, and Falcons already have the entryway secured. Weibo going to have to force their way in, and they've got to be careful of these repositioning. But Mew just beats Chio out randomly.
Okay.
Throw back to the time I called him a newcomer because he changed his name from Evil Tail to Mew, which is a different Pokemon. Should have known better, honestly. And Chinese players like to change their names quite a lot.
Being able to get the point, though, for that cheap, right? Just being able to have Mew take out Chio from across the map when Chio would have had beat, it's quite massive.
Yeah, you don't always like chalk up your win condition being Mike Lucio kills your Lucio.
Right.
But if it ever happens, you are not going to look a gift horse in the mouth. The 28% and counting here for Weibo. Start that we're looking for. Gushue holding onto the annihilation from that previous flashpoint. Never had a chance to use it in order to achieve their aims of capping it.
Proper extremely low, has to back up. They're going to have to use the beat to keep him up.
Not good for Falcons, not good. They've had it forced, but someone gets forward with a burst of momentum. And a bubble pulse from Leave might have flipped the fight on its head yet again. It's Merit and Chio going down, and Gushue swinging for the fence, turns Fielder into a smear on the ground. Somehow, this back and forth fight, Weibo are able to prevent the capsize and maintain control.
Look, when you have Shy and Leave, even if things don't start off great right away, you can turn it in your team's favor.
Oh, buddy.
Filthy stuff there from Leave.
That's what you want to see. And of course now 96% and counting. Weibo Gaming have taken the second flashpoint. Another even game. Of course, no time to rest. So the look on Lee's face, he's already scoping out his next quarry.
It's going to be a rotation here. Yes, both teams are actually really close to each other on the rotation because it looked like Falcons was going to actually try and contest that. So both teams going to get here at almost the same exact time.
Yeah, off to labs we go. It's Falcons with priority though. Weibo still playing from outside. They opted just to take a beat and regroup.
They're trying to get Shy on an off angle here with the Lucio because he's got this overclock to work with.
Someone has built an ultimate, and the time it's taken Gushue to use his. Anyone have a chance to use it in this fight either? Sound barrier is not going to save the Ramacha from Weibo, and instantly they pull the plug on that fight. That is a free, well, virtually free flashpoint capture take, at least here for Falcons to start us off.
Yeah, and that time Leaves Pulse Bomb. Doesn't connect with anything. He's got 3 players on him, no recall. It's just a matter of time before he falls. So you're not going to have him now for quite a bit. So this is a pretty dire situation now for Weibo. And this is like, what, 3 or 4 fights where you haven't had Gushue end up using the Annihilation?
Yeah.
Someone's built another one already.
Yeah, he's actually saving it for the Esports World Cup in Kadia.
Yeah.
In like 6 years. Just looking for fairer passes to make use of it. Shy, though, not afraid to make use of that overclock. Glancing already came in, and Isuzu forced out of Fielder. Chia with a sound barrier now. Shy goes a little bit low. Merritt happy to fight him, especially with that sound barrier and playing Gushua. Oh man, talk about holding onto an ultimate to only have it used in an extremely underwhelming context. That was a stinker, folks.
Yes, this is going to be probably Team Falcons taking this flashpoint, right? Setting themselves up in a fantastic spot here to take this map. But if you're a Weibo, even if you lose this map, I think you still have to feel pretty decent about how you played in this Ram head-to-head.
Like escort map still in the pool, Matt.
Yep. Yeah. So, still got Gibraltar potentially as a fallback here. So Falcons on their way to the next point. You're probably going to see Weibo try and use this Kitsune rush, and the answer will be someone with the Annihilation, forcing them to fight inside of that.
Yep. Well, they have that option, though. Kitsune Rush will give Weibo the chance to disengage should they choose to and actually shift into like a poke stance in that fight. Someone says, "Fight me, coward!" Gushue might acquiesce now. Punches being thrown in the front line, but someone's always maintaining an awareness of who's standing back behind the enemy Ramatra. Leave goes down, but Merritt was actually felled by a vortex from Gushue, and so the Annihilation is used and times out because Gushue's able to play behind his own shield. Now again, vortex in the back line. Notices Chia looking like a tasty snack, but he can't quite get there. Someone a little bit low. Fielder now has a Kitsune Rush in play, and Gushue is going to batten the hatches, throw the shield up, and wait for the next round of cooldowns to come in. He's done it again. History repeats itself. And it might be on a decider flashpoint as well. That, folks, is a bona fide USDA Prime Ajax.
But that's what I was talking about, though, earlier. Like, Monk ends up using the Kitsune Rush, and sure, it looks like someone's Annihilation doesn't get much of anything because Gushue just backs up, but they get absolutely zero value from their Kitsune Rush for Weibo. And then also, they get zero value from the sound barrier.
Because it never came out. They never actually got one.
Yeah, it never actually happened.
Really just a figment of your imagination.
Yeah.
Schrodinger's sound barrier there from you.
So if you're adding it up, they didn't really get any value from their support ult.
That's not conducive to success in the great game of Overwatch, folks. Falcons have got to be cheering about this one. Very pleased now as their sound barrier catches on to everybody equally. Shy and Mew just thrown in the trash compactor, turned into faintly pink-colored pretzels. And Weibo Gaming are dashed aside. They'll have a slim window, if that, to try and keep this map alive.
They stagger Gushue, so we'll see how the spawns work out here for Weibo as it's going to be really tough. I mean, he's going to pop up here with like 88 on the clock, and then,
Not good. Not good at all.
I mean, what, Lee will get a touch?
Yes. No, he won't. Oh, God. The duality of Weibo Gaming rears its head.
That one got silly quick.
It's like the most unsightly Kraken from the depths. Yep, that's a Team Falcons map win through and through. Shakier start for them, sure, but man, they executed perfectly. And it is one of the more maladroit landings I've ever seen from Weibo Gaming. A difficult map for them to really get their hands on the reins. In fact, they were hanging from the stirrups. Never quite got into the saddle as Falcons basically dragged them over the coals.
Just a brutal last two flashpoints from Weibo. It feels like Chris Pocket got there and was like, hey, give me some content for the studio real quick. And they're like, we got you.
Give me some puck fist montages, you know what I mean?
Yeah, they're like, we got you, fam. It's, man, that's a tough one for Weibo. Especially, it felt like if you win this one, you had so much momentum with Esperanza, and now it's all gone. Let's hear what the studio thinks about that flash.
God help us all.
What a ridiculous finish to games 2 and 3. Welcome into halftime, everybody, as we are now into first of 3 mode. You got to win 3 games. Falcons, Weibo, always a fun showdown. But Jake, did you see this series being so tight?
Honestly, I think Weibo are playing about as well as you can expect them to play. They're trying to take this battle in the Rush mirror, and while I think that's a bit inadvisable, maybe it makes sense in this meta with Rush being so strong, with Falcons having deep options. This wasn't what I expected. I don't think it was what Falcons expected either, but still that surprise hasn't been enough to overwhelm a team as experienced as Falcons.
We were asking for a game 4, Avril. Is there a chance we get there?
I mean, I said this one's going to go 3-2 to Falcons. That Esperanza surprised me, though, because there was a huge 100-meter plus lead for Falcons. And then the comeback happens. You got to believe the mechanics of the team play of Weibo are good enough to compete with Falcons, but you're starting to see some crack show as well. That last New York City, as Matt said on the cast, got a little sloppy towards the end. We saw the Mew Ajax. We had a C9 on that final point as well, in a situation where actually a pretty winnable fight. 3 big ultimates coming online for the side of Weibo Gaming, and they just didn't touch.
Let's take a look back at some of the best moments. It all started with a sue from someone getting the Falcons fans fired up. And then in this opening round, I felt like Proper just took over on the Tracer, Jake.
Yeah, he absolutely came up huge here. This set the tone, I would say, for the series.
Yes.
But overall, I mean, I think this has been maybe more necessary than Falcons would have liked, right? Like, Proper are needing to put up big performances like this, and for Weibo to make a comeback here on Esperanza, they both of those show that these teams are more closely matched than some might expect. I mean, Weibo has always been that team that has kind of had Falcons' number. However, right now, someone in Merit, they're holding the line.
We got to, of course, mention what we saw from Shy as well, Avril. The man on Sojourn was a highlight for me in Map 2.
And I think that's the hero that he needs to play, right? Because we saw what happened when Sojourn was banned Map 1. Instant Map 1 respect ban. This kill right here on Chio is actually where I think the comeback on Esperanza happened. Right. Because you see how much meterage Falcons have. Well, after that kill on the Chio, it seems like momentum starts to shift in the favor of Weibo Gaming. So when they're playing the correct heroes, when they're playing the best heroes, Leave, by the way, on this map on Venture, absolutely in the clutch as well. What I want to see moving forward, though, probably Gooseray playing a bit more hazard. Go towards the dive. They haven't really shown that yet. They've really wanted to play into this brawl mirror, and they managed to squeeze that through onto Esperanza, but New Junk City just wasn't it.
It all comes down to picks and bans sometimes, so the Ramatra ban has been used. So, if you're Weibo, you're coming in this next one, what can you do to slow down your opponent again?
I mean, the bans are one thing. I think now that with Escort still available, I mean, you could take us to Gibraltar and maybe make this, maybe even a Winston mirror. I mean, honestly, I think there's Hazard is strong, but Gibraltar maybe is still a Winston map.
You want to see the monkeys out?
I think I agree with you. You want to go to Gibraltar, and the reason why is then you lock out Shambali and Circuit. These are not two good maps for Weibo Gaming.
Okay.
If they can go to Gibraltar, there's a dive-heavy map that suits their style. Ban... Obviously, protect the Winston, maybe ban the Diva away because someone sometimes does like to play that. Put it into a someone versus Gusho Winston matchup or Hazard matchup. That's probably the best look for Weibo.
Who is the most crucial player for Weibo right now, if you could identify one of the 5 on stage?
I think for this next map, I'm going to say it's Gushui. I think the tank performance is going to be critical. Now, I'm surprised neither team has picked Escort so far. If it was me coaching there, I'd have picked Escort on my first map loss because I think there's a really big variance between the 3 Escort maps. You can really control and force very different styles on those maps. But now that we're going to come towards Hybrid and Escort, this is where it's going to be really about deciding the style you want to play. And hopefully that, for Weibo, hopefully that gives them a chance to really set the tone on their pace rather than trying to match Falcons in the brawl, which at 2-1, I mean, it's not like they're getting destroyed in that mirror. However, you're not on pace for a series win. And I think Alvaro's right. You kind of do need to change direction. You have the opportunity.
We got to switch it up. It's got to get different. It's got to get weird in Game 4 if you want to force a game number 5, the first here for Overwatch 2. Quick update, though. This is Group A, and over in Group B, Crazy Raccoon just dropped a game, I'm told. Let's check in. It is Raccoon going up against Team Liquid, the NA squad, able to get the bob going their way.
Yeah, this is a really nice win for Team Liquid just to even get that single map win because they're not favored in this series. Crazy Raccoon, a strong favorite for the entire tournament. The most recent champions from Hangzhou Champions Clash as well. Crazy Raccoon, they don't want to go into this event losing to another North American team. They lost to Nightmare in Hangzhou. They want to make sure they can clean up every NA team. So the fact that Liquid is able to bring it back a little bit on a map like Coliseum, that's a great look for them.
Overwatch 2 bringing fans in from all over the world. A big shout out to everyone tuning in from their home bases, though. Make sure you open up both streams and catch all of the action because we have 2 stages up and running with the best players in Overwatch 2. Crazy Raccoon, the world champions from last year, looking to go back-to-back at EWC, 1 map away from securing their spot in the playoff. But over here on the main stage, there's a lot of Weibo Gaming fans hoping this series goes the distance, Jake.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of folks, still believing in Weibo Gaming. And I think, despite them being maybe down in this series, maybe struggling in the meta, I'll never count them out against the Falcons. It feels like they hit that 5th gear when it comes into a Falcons matchup. They really play up to that competition. And, for Falcons, there's a lot of history there. Maybe some unfortunate losses, things not going their way when it looked like Falcons were the heavy favorites.
Leaf is about to have a career game. I feel it. We're going to a Game 5. I'm going to will it to happen. Will we get a Doomfist?
Probably not on this map. I mean, Gushui's really good at Doom, but probably not on this map. Weibo need to protect their tank picks. They need to bring this to Winston Hazard. That's what I think.
Protect your tank is the final word from our analysts. We hope you are all enjoying the show. This is the first of 2 qualifying matches, and it continues right now.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chris Puckett, or Mr. EWC as he's dubbed himself. We are headed, of course, to our 4th map of this first of 3 series. Team Falcons managed to take away New Junk City. Weibo Gaming, though, have a spicy little meatball of a map pick coming in just a second. I'll spoil it. They've opted to go for Eichenwalde.
Yeah, I mean, look, this is a really good, like, dive-style map. You could also play, like, a Risa here if you wanted, like, on either side, and Weibo will get rid of Sim, so that was what Proper was playing to good effect on New Junk City. And then now, on the Falcon side of things, they get rid of the Lucio.
No Lucio on Eichenwalde. Huh. I mean, we don't see that every day, that is for sure. Curious to see how these teams opt to go around this, and we might, you kind of teased it, right? Said there's a case to be made for playing Juno in this Ramatra-based composition. Or you can bring it in here. The absence of Symmetra does make things a little bit awkward because teams that like to use her get so much value from her, not only on the castle phase, right? That seems obvious, just by being able to, access that high ground, but even on the first point, getting to go from the choke, try and wrap around towards the Hunter's Lodge on the attack side, and even as defenders to get up on the bridge behind the attackers at that first point. There's just a ton of things available, and I'm hyping it up, and you're not even going to get to see it. That's how terrible of a person I am. But a lot of other options you could take here. Tracer and either Freya or Sojourn, of course, are pretty reasonable picks. You could bring the Cassidy in there as well, and that is an Overwatch World Cup jersey with the name Leave on there. That one is quite a relic. Of course, they stopped just short of quite an incredible run back in 2023.
Yes, an opportunity, though, here to send us to a Game 5. I mean, these two teams love to battle it out. I would love to see a Game 5 between these two here at the Esports World Cup.
I need maximum Overwatch from these two teams. I think every time I see...
With this crowd as well?
Yeah.
Sign me up.
I see Weibo and Falcons matched up. I extend my hand to the heavens, and I ask for 5 maps. I'm a simple man. We're jumping in just a moment. You'll note that Weibo Gaming are starting on the attack side here, as Falcons were able to choose the map. I'll start on D. Ramatra, look here. The Brig makes an appearance.
Typically, you would see like Bap Brig, potentially, right? But they still want to end up running the Kiri. The Kiri really good. Like you mentioned a little bit earlier, comboing with the Tracer on some of those flanks.
On this map especially, it's really good.
Yeah. There's also, like, if Weibo wanted to play, like, D.Va, this is a pretty nasty comp for D.Va to play into, with, like, Falcons running the Ram and the Brig, so...
Yeah, no, I wouldn't. would not be about that.
It looks like they're going to run the... Oh, no, they're going to go back to the Ram. I think you can make an argument either way. I thought they played good enough on the Ram, on New Junk City, to run it and mirror it.
So we do have a Juno Kiri look now. Definitely owing to the ban of the Lucio. Shy and Leave. Okay, so no Farah here. Leave switches over the Tracer. So the Tracer Sojourn. Merit sort of opts to pick into the Cassidy. When you do that as a defender, you do give your opponent the opportunity to take up something like the Sojourn, to just outrange you and look to have a fundamental advantage against you at many ranges. That was scary for Gooshred. My goodness, he almost got bowled over. However, able to get back to the rest of his team and give a lot of ult charge to his supports.
A lot of players weak, though, on Weibo, so they're going to have to back out. This Proper will win the 1-on-1 against Leave. So the Cassidy, it's like, okay, you're disadvantaged in terms of range, but you saw it when Gushue turned the corner, and you have, like, Cassidy, Brig, Ram there. I mean, the Ramatra is gone in seconds. I mean, the health bar just disappears.
Not the start Weibo we're looking for. Falcons already building ahead of steam, and it starts with Proper straight up killing Leave in the 1-versus-1, best we can tell. It's obviously an unbelievable matchup, something we will want to track over the course of this map and the rest of this series. Close to a Pulse Bomb too is Proper. Weibo opting now into a Brig look of their own.
I mean, I like the Juno in offense just to give you the speed ring to turn the corner and close the gap. Maybe you're that worried about Proper, though. Proper has been a nuisance in the back line.
He warps the game just by being in it sometimes. Merit is just hitting too hard there. Jushua's got nothing to do but to throw up the Dukes and play defensively. Mew as his head popped like an overripe cherry. And Monk ain't far behind.
That's what I was talking about with like Gushui's health bar just disappears within seconds. I mean, he's just power blocking, slowly walking backwards through the choke for like 5 seconds. And the Kitsune rush was going for Falcons. Pretty difficult spot to be in if you're Weibo. And I mean, you go Brig to steal or proper, it doesn't matter though.
Yeah, and that is just the most logical target for that pulse bomb. Brig, easy enough to catch. If you don't stick the pulse to her shield, you've got yourself basically a guaranteed kill. Monk has to be patient here. He's going to have to wait for an opportunity. This Kitsune rush will be critical. And he's aware that Proper is hunting and getting ever more audacious for some of these pushes. Monk, chunked very low, almost got one clipped. And yeah, he's going to go for the rush right about now. In we go. Vortex got cleared out, but a Deadeye being popped defensively for Merit's going to buy a bit of time for Falcons. Weibo, got to think on this. Someone bowled over though. Mew still getting taken low by Proper in the backline, but Shy's able to take Geo, and that's the Brig advantage for Weibo. Finally, able to break through. Kitsune rush. It's great value for a Chinese squad.
And I mean, if you don't win that fight, the series is probably over. I mean, Weibo may have one more shot after that, but it would not have been a good attempt as, you see, if they can continue to make Proper second guess being that deep into the back line.
Do they take the Falcons Ultras chairs away, or do they just never sit down? that is commitment.
Nah, they never sit down. Merit goes over to Freya. So having access to the high ground constantly, right? Being able to get even a higher vantage point. Pretty awesome here for him.
If someone can try and hold Weibo in place here, especially with some of those vortexes cleverly employed. He's not really that interested in fighting Gushui at length. Yeah, into the back line we go. Mew spotted, forced out into the open. His ideas exposed. And so is his corpse. Team Falcons here, good hold. Looking to buy a bunch more time back after a relatively solid first point defense.
And these are some of the worst scenarios in Overwatch where you're having to think about using ultimates to get out of the spawn, right? Where here, if you're Weibo, 2:20 on the clock, let's say you end up using an ultimate or two, you end up losing that fight, you trade the ultimates. I mean, you're like a little bit above a minute left. I mean, you're in a horrible position. That is a huge pulse bomb, though. Chio had rally.
And that was after Chio already knocked him back with that whip shot. Yeah, Leave does not care. Good opener once more. Weibo's been able to find their way in, but can they land a plane? There's going to be proper running over Shy. Someone holds ground, but this is going to get a little bit ugly now as the Annihilation comes in from Gushui and is just disrespected by someone. He does not care because he knows it's all bluff and bluster. There's nothing backing Gushui up whatsoever. He'll give him the maximum Annihilation duration. He'll feed him the damage, and then he'll fall back and continue to hold this choke.
Oh, but I think he actually gets...
what happened?
Proper is behind someone here, and I think he's weak and just trickles into the vortex.
Someone here, okay, flattening Gushui is big. Just has to go forward, find a way to even the odds, but does overextend a little here. Merit instinctively falling back to the loss of his tank. There's only 90 seconds or less than on the clock. And Shy caught out Fielder. What a pick. That is going to give Falcons a chance to get someone back in the fight without giving up any ground whatsoever.
I mean, they are so aggressive with Fielder on the Kiri and then Proper on the Tracer. I mean, those two players are just constantly on the flank. Everybody on Weibo is supposed to like turn, try and make a play. They even go Brick to try and stop it, and they have not been able to do so.
Bowler shot at the ready. It's going to be a Kitsune rush from Monk. He knows he needs to be the one that starts the action off. Someone's very isolated here. At risk of being run over, but it's going to be a rally and play. Good response from Chio, but he gets stunned up. Mew had the empowered shield bash to get the CC on his opposite number. And Chio, as a result, couldn't stand tall, which means the effect of the rally is also now absent. Fielder needs a couple of moments at least to get his Kitsune rush online, but they've already lost Proper, and Falcons will be advised just to sit back and take the next engagement if they can, but Gushui might have got a little bit too close to the sun.
And it's a Falcons Kitsune rush up on the high ground, so they still have control of this key pivotal area. Shy goes over to Freya. Does not matter. Merit kind of two-taps him out of the sky. And now, you are in last fight territory. Explosive shot landed on the shield. Fortunate for Mew, that one's able to drop, but keep an eye on Proper. Pulse bomb yet again.
Time is short in the round. Less than 10 seconds. Gushui's already down to half health. Now stuck inside a vortex. Being battled around. Knocked back. Annihilation has to be used here for Weibo's tank. And Merit will be waiting on this off angle, but he takes a big hit from elsewhere. Quickly to the rescue comes Fielder. Now topped up. Gushui eventually fell. Bowler shot should account for the Brig. Mew goes low and is shoved off the cart. That is the kind of defensive hold that wins you series here. Falcons had to be pleased with it.
Crowd, I mean, you mentioned it. They don't even need to put seats.
They're not allowed to sit down.
Yeah, they'll stand, happily stand and cheer on their hometown team. And, you know, when their hometown superstars are making plays like this, you got a reason to cheer. It felt like for the first, I don't know, minute or two of the game, it felt like Proper was like invisible to Weibo. He was just in the backline basically by their spawn, just doing whatever he wanted. Nice explosive shot there. Takes out Shy. So just a quick push here from Falcons away from securing the series.
Yeah, so little of the map explored there by Weibo Gaming. Losing about 2 minutes on that first checkpoint and then essentially being stopped in their tracks. And Falcons performing pretty well in those short-handed scenarios where maybe they're in like a 4v5, 3v4. You know, Fielder on occasion just pops up with the Kiriko and finds a big kill, and all of a sudden any of the momentum that Weibo could generate by trading upwards or trading positively just dissipates.
So, I don't know, do you need to change anything up if you're Falcons here on offense? I think you're probably deciding like Freya or Sojourn. Let's see. So I imagine Fielder, because you're playing the Tracer, plays the Kiri, but yep, he's going to do it. Just speed ring here at the start, get things moving. Him and Proper have been so good on the flanks. And then you even see it with someone. He'll TP to someone, use a Suzu right on top of him while he's, brawling it out.
Yep. You also take the perk that allows you to swift step again within a short window after using it the first time, so you can actually return to your Tracer after going and Suzuing or healing up your Ramattra. It's pretty diabolical stuff. Shy's under pressure. Always going to be in a situation like this, but it's someone who actually falls first. And Team Falcons not quite lined up adequately here. Weibo Gaming looking pretty good on defense.
They just ran it down there, Falcons, right? I mean, they just ran straight down mid, so to speak. And then we see they run into the buzzsaw of Weibo. So they're just trying to get an idea where they're going to be playing from, how they're going to be able to play this. Where now you have Shy on the Cassidy, right? So we saw Shy play a lot of the Sojourn and Freya there in the first round. Now, just like Merritt, going to be playing that Cassidy on first point.
Someone just lazily throws a Vortex over towards the right there. It's going to give Shy the hot foot, force him to get moving. You see that pressure coming in from Merritt from that breach is going to keep the Cassidy out of the line of sight, and that's a stick!
Come on.
Nicely
nice
done.
Yuzu.
Yeah, had to come out there from Monk, otherwise that's pretty much the map there for Weibo, or at least this point. And in that window, Lee was able to end his way in Merritt's direction, bring down the Freya. Here's a Deadeye now. Shy just use it for an instant reload as he's under extreme duress on that point. But a Kitsune rush here from Falcons might make it even worse. And Shy eventually getting taken down. Weibo couldn't keep him standing. The rally still came out regardless. A little bit belated in order to keep the Cassidy standing, but it's going to help them deal with someone. Frontline collapses from Falcons, and Weibo Gaming yet again able to stand tall.
Dude, they are so, that is a 6 Suzu there from Monk. If they lose Shy there, it feels like they lose the point. With this much time on the clock, feels like they lose the map, right? That is a huge play there from Monk, keeping the minute. Rally and Kitsune, though, used by Weibo, so a support ult advantage here for Falcons.
Can they leverage it adequately, though? Dive in here from Lee. He was looking for a pulse option, surely. Gooch was stunned up briefly by a rallied shield bash, but he's going to pop the Annihilation now for that extra durability and staying power. Someone's got one of his own, though, in the eye of two storms. It's Merritt that perishes to a pulse bomb. Got Promise been able to trade it back. Both Tracers working overtime now across this fight. And Lee now has eyes for the Kiriko, but took a big hit and had to recall. That puts him now back in a more defensive footing. And someone opts to back up as well. Falcons get what they want so far. They're on the point. They've almost got one tick, but now the second wave and the defenders come back in from Weibo. Theoretically, Falcons should have the spawn advantage. They should be able to get their players in position quickly, or more quick. But they're off the point for the time being, and they're still looking for an opening. They never even got a tick.
Well, and you lost Proper. So Proper goes in, tries to get some kills off the spawn, and Monk having a great half here on defense. Takes him out, and that stalls everything.
Less than 1 minute remaining. Weibo trying to take us to a 5th and final map in this series. Falcons have something to say, I'm sure. Vortex thrown in, but it's going to be a roll away from it now. Suzu going to be drawn out of Monk, and now Kitsune rush to the high ground, desperately trying to keep Shy healed up, and look at how hard and fast that Peacekeeper hits. But Proper apparently hits a little harder. Shy's down, Chio's also been picked off though, and again, someone is too early a casualty for Falcons here, and I don't think they can stand up with the lack of that frontline architecture. Falcons are down the last chance here to take the first point.
And honestly, they've done a better job of not allowing Proper in to kill everybody. That's really been the difference maker here as Leave has turned up. Same with Shy, and I think Monk has saved Weibo in this second half on defense.
Oh yeah, we're getting a game as we were promised, as we hoped for, as we kind of expected. Someone close to an annihilation, but Gouchway already has his, and it's Leave once again accosting these Falcons backliners. Big stick, that's a huge one. Somehow Merritt's kept alive, but not for long as Leave has to follow up with the damage, and Shy now will operate from the top of the hunting lodge, and he definitely has the center Falcons in his nostrils. Pushed up for Gouchway, flatten someone, and Team Falcons will crumble. Weibo Gaming once again are gonna make this more than just a side note. We're headed to a decided map.
This series, there was no other way we were going than a Game 5. And you think back to Esperanza, Falcons up 102-0. Weibo able to come back, bounce back, and win that map. Obviously not able to carry on that momentum to New Jung City, but just that massive comeback gives them this opportunity here for a 5th and final map.
There are more protagonists in this game than any cinematic universe could hope to contain, and they are colliding, and the sparks are flying. What a game from Weibo here. Thought they were kind of cooked, struggling on that attack side. It looked like, frankly, all the cards were being held by Falcons. But Weibo had the ace in the sleeve. Gooseway looked fantastic. Someone always the first tank casualty in these front lines. Weibo do a very good job of keeping Gouchway fighting fit under extreme levels of pressure. And yeah, this is just a decider game. It's not an elimination match. But you can't imagine the elation that the Chinese scene experienced once again, realizing they'd be represented on the world stage. The game back in their home country, Weibo back on the stage.
I'm sure they're happy. I'm sure the Chinese fans are happy. They want to see them win one of these, though. Let's not just keep going to the Game 5. Let's get one. So I think that's what you got to be hopeful for here if you're a Weibo Gaming fan. So Sparkle talking to the rest of Falcons here. Would you ban Tracer? Because the Sim ban is gone from the other side. And Leave is basically only like, what, we've seen him play Tracer pretty much the entire time?
Yep.
Not
a meta for Genji.
Huh?
Not a meta for Genji.
No? And you would think Proper would just play Sim, potentially.
I mean, Bro is just going to play Venture if you ban the Tracer.
That's true. I mean, honestly, it might be better for Weibo if he does play the Venture. So you may want to just leave it. You could ban Venture, right?
Sure. And then just plays the Tracer.
Yeah, I mean.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you're looking at banning a hero that is more of a backup for Leave, depending on the map, right? There's some scenarios. We saw Esperanza, right? The finish was, I mean, Leave just
and we have Escort, right?
Yep, that's right. However, it's a Falcons map pick, and there are a number of maps in the Escort pool that
Circuit,
right, and also Shambali Monastery. I'd be a little surprised if they took us to Gibraltar, but both Circuit and Shambali obviously lend themselves pretty heavily towards like the Ramatra or Orisa-based compositions.
My gut would tell me it's a Circuit, but Gibraltar would feel a little bit out of left field, because that is one that you feel like Weibo would want. Like if you gave Weibo the selection of Escort, they probably would pick Gibraltar. But I mean, it's not like Falcons can't play that type of style.
I mean, where it's fan service because we're willing the Winston into existence.
Yeah.
The thing is that someone might actually be a better Winston player than Gouchway. I'm putting it out there. I mean, listen, if there's anybody you want to put in that same conversation, it's probably that guy. Yeah, I know, it's crazy.
It's a little 10:17 p.m. hot take there.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I'm just glad I don't have a Weibo account. I know the backlash should be extreme, but I'm doing it. I'm putting it. Listen, one of them is
a few lattes down an 11-hour day.
One of them is a world champion. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, we go through a lot of the players in Overwatch history. There's a lot of world champions.
But in that conversation,
I wouldn't have them in the same category.
In that conversation, only one of them is.
Right. Yeah, just like stats. You find any stat you want.
I would love to hear that like our desk's thoughts on this as well. Is it so spicy to say that someone is the best Winston player in the world? Is that really so out of pocket?
I don't think it's out of. Look, you can make the argument. I think there's probably some other people who would like to have the discussion.
I want you to say, Gouchway is a better Winston than someone. Say it right now.
I mean, I'm not going to say.
You won't. You won't. Yeah, exactly. So you don't even have a position in this argument.
I'm reinforcing.
Oh, dude, you are the obnoxious guy who always plays devil's advocate.
I'm reinforcing at the moment.
Oh my gosh, that's crazy. Considering you are the harshest critic of Johnny's when it comes to his flip-flopping or refusal to commit.
I do not think Yushui is the best Winston in the world, but
So who is then?
You want me to pick off the top of my head?
Yeah, yes, I do. Yeah, come on. How long is the list? Really? I want you to do that.
I was like, maybe it is someone.
Might be someone. Oh, that's crazy. It's almost like I said that.
It might be.
But I'm glad. I have dragged you kicking and screaming into a position where you actually have to think. And I know it hurts, but it's for your own good.
It takes a while to get the wheels turning, you know?
Yeah, that's just inertia. It happens. Or it comes for us all, folks. You might be giggling out there at Matt's cognitive ponderousness, but trust me.
At least they're giggling. When you talk, there's no giggling. Everybody's like, oh man.
Finish that sentence. Go on. Let me know.
Everyone. I mean, they're like, this Australian guy.
Oh yeah. Okay. We're going to save you, Matt. We're going to drop you into Shambali Monastery, which is going to be our 5th map. Selected, of course, by Team Falcons to try and put a stop to this Weibo Gaming research. It's because I'm not going to lie, they looked sublime on Eichenwalde.
Yeah, so Weibo will actually, the Tracer does go. That's what I was talking about. So they do get rid of Tracer. Interesting, potentially forces Weibo, like, Leave could play like an Echo, you could play Pharah, maybe they bring out the Venture again. We'll see what they decide to do. And then Weibo gets rid of D.Va here. So really kind of cementing ourselves into this Ram head-to-head.
Yeah. Looks like they're more than happy to go there. Gushue obviously not known as a D.Va player. Like I said, someone who's got a much more focused tank hero pool. Someone's kind of guy will do it all. I think he's more than happy to play the Ramattra here as well. Both teams gearing up for a Rush Mirror matchup. Lucio can't be banned, of course, comes on in.
And we'll get that flip for you guys up on the top of the screen. This is Weibo on offense first.
Right.
So it'll be Weibo Gaming on offense first. As they come out of the spawn there, Mew just firing a volley.
Yeah, sometimes it's like, you know, to the Zen, maybe they're looking for, you know, a team to be playing up close. It's been a while since we've seen the close holds here on defense. We'll have that flip for you in just a second. Attack side here is for Weibo. Leave, who obviously is not pictured there in that camera shot, will be going over towards the Venture.
Which is a little scary. This might actually be even better for Weibo. Like, they looked really good when Leave was playing Venture on Esperanza. Interesting though for Falcons, they go with like the Freya and Sojourn combination, so a lot of poke damage from the high ground.
There it is. He's hitting all the buttons, Matt.
That's why when I was like, when we were talking about the Tracer ban, it was like, well, he was so good on Venture, you might want him to just play the Tracer.
I mean,
right?
Leave is giving them all forced nose jobs out there. That is crazy. Oh my goodness, what a sequence. Now, talk about the kind of player you'd want to see get in the driver's seat of the Venture. Leave putting on a show for us here, whereas Falcons, of course, are playing this like double sort of ranged concept.
This is the best look. Like, you know, Shy was playing some Sojourn and some Cassidy during it, but this is probably the best look they had during the series, right? This is when they were really crushing on Esperanza.
Yes.
So.
Yeah, do Falcons have an answer to this, or do they find themselves now in a quandary as to how to deal with this Venture look? Here's a Kitsune rush from Monk. Fielder just develops his in time and he'll set it out a little bit later and have it in play a little bit longer. Weibo here with a sound barrier now. Chio is a long way away from his beat. Weibo able to crush Falcons as a result, hitting them hard and fast. And of course, with an extra durability, now eyes are turning towards Chio and Leave makes short work of the Lucio.
And when Venture can start like cycling their cooldowns inside of the Kitsune rush, yeah, lights out.
Yeah, almost they alongside the Ramattra like benefit so much from that haste buff.
Yeah. Now you have a Tectonic Shock coming in. Falcons still committing to the Freya and Sojourn combination.
I suppose here it's fine. You've got enough space to work with.
Well, you also take the Tracer out of proper stance, right?
Yeah. Freya.
I thought if you were going to do this, you would play Sim
Oh, tech shot from an off-angle lead. Doesn't linger too long and expose himself. Still has a couple of more of those charges, and it's done well to keep Falcons at arm's length, but they're eventually going to come to collect them. Here is the sound barrier. League looking to emerge, ideally with a good timing. Shy doesn't have a great sideline here for this overclock whatsoever, but is going to wait on it instead. Annihilation for Gushue. Keeps Weibo in the fight, but eventually that's going to expire. Yeah, can he get there in time to keep Gushue alive? It looks like he might be able to. Yeah, Gushue still on the fight. No rush, though, from Monk. It looks like Weibo, low as they were, said, let's just get what we can out of Falcons here.
Yeah, they decide to hold on to it.
Wait a minute!
I with 3, excuse me.
Okay, they lost 2-3 plays. I don't even know. Shy's going to run them over. What?
Why not?
Out of absolutely nowhere.
Well, we talk. There's like these games where he just is unkillable and does not miss for 3 minutes straight. That time, able to just casually finish off all 5 players.
He had such a poor sideline at the start of that fight.
Now you get proper going to the venture.
Okay. Soundberry here from you. Let's it go. Here come Weibo Gaming yet again. Merit just flattened by Shy. Couldn't do much, of course, with that sound barrier disadvantage. And Shy is not stopped. 7 kills in a row. Make it 8. He is working Falcons in every way possible. Someone yet again falls at Weibo now. To say the wind in their sails would be an understatement.
Yeah, if we gave Falcons a redo on the bans, they probably would have discussed it like we did and say maybe get rid of the venture instead of
that's
Tracer.
He's got such a sick position to play from as well. He's very much out of the fight.
Yeah.
And he's hitting these railgun headshots like crazy.
I mean, this is what the Chinese Overwatch fans have waited for a really long time. Obviously still in groups, right? Not a tournament-winning game by any stretch, but gives you a lot of good vibes moving forward.
Merit finally able to silence Shy, even if just for a moment. It's enough for Falcons to catch their breath, to take a beat, try and be relevant in this engagement. Leave pops up a little bit dangerously, tantalizingly dangled in front of Merit, and Code proper will be able to clean up the Annihilation.
So this can be a difficult spot to make it through for Weibo, right? Maybe you're able to get a hold here. If you are Falcons, you'll have sound barrier to work with. I guess for Weibo, like there's an opportunity here, like try and force support ultimates out, hold on, then come back. We'll see if that's how they decide to play this.
Here with yet another beat. Will be matched by Chio in this next fight. We're actually very even on ults across the board, Matt. Could be a 10-0
big rush advantage, though.
Beat from both sides here. You're right. Monk is well ahead of Fielder with that Kitsune rush, but anything could happen. Things could change in the next couple of moments. Tech shock for Leave, overclock for Shy, and in they come. Weibo Gaming, no, this is their opening to try and take this attack side. In they push, but someone's still healthy. Proper's Tech shock expires, and Fielder's going to have a very late Kitsune rush now. That comes at a pretty decent time, all things considered. Chio's able to stave off Leave, handles him comfortably. Someone falls, though, with Annihilation in hand as Mew takes him down, gives him a rough case of tinnitus. Merit sees Gushue protecting himself in that Annihilation and finds some more juicy targets to deal with. He'll turn his attention back to the Ramatra. As Weibo fall, 2 minutes on the clock here to get this round done.
And it's always just like a few seconds in Overwatch, right? They have an advantage with that Kitsune rush for like 5 to 8 seconds, and they're not able to produce any kills with it. For Weibo, that allows Fielder to end up drop his, and then now you get a fight win there for Falcons. A little bit of progress for Weibo, but not anything to get excited about there.
They spent everything. So much committed to that fight.
These beats are already back up.
Yeah, I mean, these Lucios are doing the most right now. Leave going upstairs, might have found Proper, takes him low. Proper has to burrow away himself. Sound Barrier for Chio, needs to get this one off. It's too late to keep Merit alive. Gushue pummels him before Chio can even blink. Here's Leave now again, wants to try and get past someone if possible, and it definitely hopes that now with the Annihilation that is draining his life force. But the damage on someone is good, and he lacks the backup, so he will fall. Shy, though, is the cost that Weibo play in order to take this Ramatra away. Proper emerges, has the duck back. Gushue a little bit low. Tectonic shock now, a bit of a problem as Leave was caught by it. Stunned up and removed. Gushue now at the edge of the map will be forced over it. And we're inside the final minute for Weibo. They made good progress here, Matt, but for that real peace of mind, they'd want to get Shambali cleared.
I mean, Falcons are clutching up on defense. It felt like all the momentum was going in favor of Weibo, and Falcons, they move off of the Freya plus Sojourn combination. And since then, it has been a different game.
Lead pops up to contest. Someone not taking the bait, doesn't want to overextend here. Katsina Rush comes out, Fielder repositions and will hold on to his for as long as he possibly can. Merritt's got an overclock ready to go as well. Fielder getting pressured, lead, tries to get up into the back line here and force some movements out of the supports. It's Proper though that goes down first. The attackers now have it 5 versus 3, make it 2. They are going for it, and it's going to pay off. Shia with a Soundberry just to keep himself in the game, but everybody's looking at the Lucio. And Weaver Gaming looking at an attack side completion.
It is so important that they finish, right? Because it feels like they can play for a low clock here, and you feel like you're going to put together 2 or 3 fight wins on defense just by the map geography alone, right? On that 3rd point.
This was an unbelievable sequence.
I mean, this is crazy.
And it's not just like a cheese overclock, shoot everybody with like 150 charged body shots. That was something special. And you know, if I've already let Matt start talking, we think the fight's over. We think it's done and dusted. Boy, were we wrong.
Yeah, if Mitch allows anybody on the broadcast to speak, it means there's not a fight going on.
No, there's nothing interesting and free to talk about.
Yeah. There's not a kill feed to talk about. So
I
then you let everybody else go.
know where my bread is buttered, and I've done this for years. You have? And no one's fired me yet. Not even once. Okay, there was a one time. It was close, but here I am.
Because I'm here. Anyway. Sylvie, Falcons, I want to see them I want to see them run the Venture off the start. I did not like the Freya-Soj combination.
Well, they never had any room, really, did they?
I mean, even with the room, I don't know if I would have fallen in love with it. Where this feels like, because Proper was playing so good on Tracer, obviously you ban the Tracer, so you don't have that. But still putting enough pressure onto like Weibo, I think that's where Weibo was kind of crumbling at times. Losing some of that, I think, was really impactful. So I will see a Venture head-to-head here on Shambali to close it out.
Yeah, Proper not messing about. He's just going to pick this one up off the bat. Seeing 2 mechanical geniuses play Venture kind of makes you want to pick it up yourself, even though if you knew you wouldn't come close. Merritt, obviously, at some point, might consider the wrapping around, but there's enough Weaver players on the low ground to keep Falcons interested in the action around the cart right now. With this disengagement, though, that might change. Proper, Lee does such a good job with that drill rush, knocking Proper out of the way. And Lee's going to secure a trade at best. Potential fight win here. Shiloh goes down. Muse able to accost Merritt. With that pick off, Weibo should be able to stabilize here.
You get Fielder late as well, right? So Fielder will have a little bit of a longer spawn. You're going to have players coming back here for Weibo as well. So you probably have to give up a little bit of space.
Yeah, back up on that slope. The Falcons fighting pretty doggedly for any of that distance, but spawn advantage keeps the cart moving. Gives them just that little edge. Enough to advance their game plan, get the game state rolling. Okay, Vortex plane thrown down defensively here by Weibo Gaming. Proper's got an off angle. Someone's got to do something about this at some point. But Lee's already been removed. Gushway's sort of bleeding out here, trying to back away. Proper basically ignores that railgun that came his way and is still going to place himself right in the purview of Weibo.
Oh, that is a nice vortex burrow from Gushway as Proper is trying to come up out of the ground with the burrow. He actually kind of like places it right at the spot where he's going to come up, doesn't get a launch in the slow, and they finish off Proper.
Muse on a sound barrier. Falcons, though, kind of having to regroup with 4 ultimates to play with. Could be a bit of drawn-out affair. I think these tech shocks are going to be important.
Winning another fight here for Weibo, or even extending it down to like below a minute would be huge.
You're right. Yu gets a sound barrier off, all but Shy able to benefit from it. Shy's just playing back and was probably out of line of sight around this corner. Still, safe angle, but not the best line of sight to pressure anybody but the enemy tank. And Gushway's feeling the heat, make no mistake. It's Leave, though, that suffers and is falling first. Now, though, getting a little bit dicey for Weibo Gaming. Gushway with the Annihilation in play. Shy is able to find Fielder at least, but Weibo now have to give up their tank and Lucio player. Falcons have the first checkpoint.
Yes, they try and go on a little bit of a wrap. I think if Shy gets like one pick on that flank, it's maybe a little bit of a different fight, but feels like once he falls, it's like, all right, how do we just stall this for as long as possible? The Annihilation from Gushway, they're doing everything they can to keep him up on the point. Then eventually he falls, so Falcons pretty fast. Point A take. This is where Weibo made a ton of time up, right? This is where like Leave came in with the tectonic shock, and then Shy was able to get all 5. and they speed ran through this part of the map.
Leave dives in, but doubles back. Thinks twice about that full engagement, as clearly Weibo aren't ready for that. Worker flanked from his high ground spot, but Merit is able to pick Mew off as he tries to pursue him. Oh, that's dirty stuff. Okay, Lucio gone. Yeah, you got a Kitsune Rush to lean on here, and Weibo might be forced to let it go and, yeah, look for a short-handed fight win, but it's ugly. Muck stuck in the corner there, and he was low health proper, and Merit combined to finish him off. Oh, God, it's a full-on hemorrhaging here for Weibo Gaming. Not really able to slow Falcons down on the second checkpoint. They have got to find a foothold, and fast.
This is tough. I mean, 426. Thankfully for Weibo, they completed the map, right? So
you're going to run it back again either way.
This is the opportunity, though, where they can put together 2-3 holds, right? This corner, very difficult to battle around, even with ultimates.
Yeah, but
you're gonna have beat and rush though.
Yeah, and that's gonna be used straight away. Mew has to reciprocate here, but Shy's already gone down, but he can't afford to give up more progress.
What?
They're not been given any choice. Made the right call here, I think, to die on the cart. Yusuke serves himself up as a...
So you're going to give up now here, though. This is like the part of the map you would love to play defense, right? Look at where Falcons is going to position. They're going to like kind of lock you in spawn.
Bro, this time bank is practically bulging. 3 minutes and 40. Yeah, okay, sound barrier advantage for Weibo Gaming, but there's more for Falcons to play with, and they again are setting the pace, setting the tempo, and setting the stage for a map completion. Chai and Loeb still able to win out against Meredith at Lange, but it will be traded out. Someone's able to get towards him. Proper taking his time, rotating those cooldowns diligently now as the Annihilation heralds the arrival of Team Falcons as they are breathing down the neck of Weibo Gaming. Tech Shock comes out. Lee trying to hold his own here, but he's running out of support. He's able to deal with Fielder at least, but who's up next? Shy may not even be able to touch. Knocked away by the Drill Rush, still able to touch. Barely alive, but that card sails home, and that is a monumental time bank lead for Team Falcons.
Yeah, we were talking like Falcons was done, out of it. And Weibo, they probably felt like they had this one in the bag. We were talking, oh, it's great for Weibo to be so close against these teams. You can't play defense like this. I mean, it feels like they won one fight.
The first fight was pretty good, but they still had to give some ground.
Yeah.
That was the pickoff, right?
The first fight was good. The issue was the second, the third, the fourth, the fifth, sixth. I mean, all the fights after that.
First fight was good. All they got to work on is map control, hold economy, positioning, aim.
Yeah. Just work on everything past the first minute 30 and you're good.
I mean, for a series that has been so tit for tat up until this point, we're a little surprised to see such a decisive showing.
I still don't even think Weibo's out of it. Like,
and that is fair.
Okay, like 4 minutes is a lot of time. But let's say you get close to second checkpoint here. I mean, even, look, you complete first and get up the ramp. There's still some good spots to play defense from here if you're Weibo. So,
if Weibo managed to win the map and hence series from here, it would definitely be one of the biggest comebacks we've seen on this map, in one of the most important matches on this map.
And think about it as well. They would come back in the series to win. After being down 100+ meters on Esperanza, and then having a almost 3-minute time bank disadvantage on the 5th game.
Yes. The odds are not on their side, folks, but that's the magic of this game, and honestly, it's the magic of a team like Weibo. It's never really seemed to matter to them anyway. Leave on the Farah. There's a bit more of a meticulous game plan, slow roll approach. They really would love this first checkpoint, but it's going to take a minute to get there. Leave, of course, with a concussive blast perk that draws people in, and of course that mobility during barrage. Getting some good damage here, but taking a while to build up towards that ultimate, and unfortunately, Farah might not be moving the needle quite enough for the attack side.
I understand the reasoning, though. Like, Venture can't really engage with the Farah, right?
They got one more chance at this. They're going for a mercy moment from Mew, but Shy's already down. Hey, good use case for the Resurrect, folks. Got to be crucial to bring that in, and yes, Shy is back in the game, and then Mew is out of the game. A revolving door for Weibo Gaming. They can't seem to find their feet. Falcons sweep them off them, and that is a decisive defensive effort. Sparkle's already fist pumping.
Yeah, so that's not one of the good defensive areas I was talking about for the payload.
Okay, yep.
I like the Farah pit. I actually do, because there's no way for the Venture to engage with the Farah. And the idea is like you chunk a few players down, and then your Sojourn and your Ramatra can come up with some kills. it's just a nice Vortex captures lead. They're inside the room. They kind of panic a little bit and able to get nothing after that. Is, man, Falcons, a huge clutch up for them.
Absolutely. I mean, Weibo gave them some openings, I suppose.
Man, I feel so bad for Weibo, though. I mean, they get so close in these games, man.
Yeah, I mean...
And the way they lose them is brutal.
Isn't the kind of the Vegeta of the Overwatch world, you know? Always such a fixer, so loved.
That's a good...
Never truly get in the spotlight, though.
Good analogy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're a big DBZ fan? There's no way, dude.
Not a clue.
All right, you would have teased other kids for watching it back in school.
That's probably accurate.
Probably true. It's crazy that you wound up here, actually. I think it's your divine punishment. You have to sit next to me and let me talk about anime, and you have to pretend to be nice about it.
It is kind of wild.
Yeah, it's justice.
I imagine this is just a Sonic. See what they're running.
Yeah, 3:59, excuse me, on the clock. A lot of time for Falcons. Proper on the Widow, sticking to it, in fact, at least for a moment.
I mean, one pick off.
There's no way. You can't be giving the Prince that was promised that easy headshot off the rip. There is the golden box of victory, folks. It is that close.
You're going to make an argument for Falcons to play the far here, right? Just poke them down with where you have to move the cart.
Yes, they want to stick to something a little bit more tried and true in this current meta. Proper spotted out by Lee, but he can't afford to pay attention. Please touch the cart. Touched hands on the cart. In the box, please. Weibo don't have any choice. They can't fully commit to this high ground, and so Falcons kind of get it by default. That's a huge disadvantage for the defending side, who normally can sit up there and contest the cart for a long time, but that's just not where things are standing right now. Mew, the first domino to fall. Will there be others? Yes, it's Shy, picked up by Chio. Merit commanding this high ground now, and there's not a darn thing Gushway can do about it. Eyes to the heavens, begging for reprieve as the damage keeps coming on in. Leave, though, relieves some of the pressure. Someone does fall, but with Monka out of the picture now, there might not be enough healing throughput to keep everyone at Weibo standing tall. Merit's gotten rid of Gushway. That's the front liner down. Proper trying to stave Leave off. He knows this is his last-ditch attempt to try and keep the game going, but it is not to be. And the latest chapter in his epic rivalry is staying green and white. The Falcons take flight. The top team out of Group A.
And these two teams always deliver an epic match.
This is a guaranteed banger.
Every single time. I mean, you see how hyped the fans are, and you gotta feel for the players on Weibo Gaming. I mean, they are so good, and you see the level they can play at with teams like Falcons. It's just those last moments to get over the hump. They're not able to produce.
But they're not out of it yet, Matt. Opportunities abound to get out of this Group A and into our elimination phase. And you better believe Coach Young Xiaolong and the rest of Weibo Gaming are going to put their heads together and decide how they will advance past Virtus Pro and AGAL. Two teams, of course, highly respected in their own right, but you always know there's magic in the air. And a steal from the boy. Talk about a showman. Loves to work the crowd, someone, and they love him back.
Yeah, I mean, a great moment for him, right? Getting back here, hearing all the fans get behind him and the rest of the Falcons team. They'd probably like to see it a little bit easier than that, right? But they have to know going into these games against Weibo that they are going to be slugfests.
Nothing good comes easy, Matt. That's the truth of it. And at least for now, that Falcons key looks to be well and truly intact. They'd love, of course, to take glory on a stage like this one yet again. And they were underrated, kind of doubted by many coming into this tournament after a week showing in OWC's career at this stage. But when it counts, they turn up. They show the world just how dominant they can be. And of course, getting out of Group A into the elimination phase is a big deal. They will be respected. Let's head down to the stage, the interview. Someone's live with Zoe.
Thank you so much, guys. One more time, let's hear it for Team Falcons. And someone joining me here for a quick chat after this intense series. Let's talk about it. There's so many familiar foes on the other side of the stage. What did your preparation look like going up against this team?
일단 서먼 선수 승리 축하드리고요. 일단 첫 번째 질문은 이 팀과 워낙에 좀 많이 맞붙어 보셨잖아요. 그만큼 정말 서로를 잘 알고 계셨을 텐데 이번 그 오면서 정말 이렇게까지 좀 치열한 그 각축전이 될 거라고 예상을 하셨는지 궁금합니다.
오케이. 솔직히 저는 좀 쉽게 이길 줄 알았는데 웨이보도 확실히 잘하는 팀이 하더라고요. 그래도 저희가 팔콘이란 팀이어서 이겼던 것 같습니다.
Yeah, I expected it would be an easy win, but that being said, I mean, they put up a really good fight. So the reason I won this game, it was because it was Falcons. It was Falcons. I think the reason.
Teamwork makes the dream work, and that was on showcase and on display on this very stage. Let's talk about the general prep for this event. Given that we have so many different regions, each having a little bit of a different meta, what was the preparation like, and is there any meta you might prefer playing heading into the playoffs?
이제 워낙에 이제 다양한 지역에서 또 각자 다른 메타를 또 들고 오기 때문에 이번 대회에서 좀 준비를 하시기가 생각보다 좀 까다로우셨을 텐데 좀 이번 대회에서 좀 어떤 것들을 좀 준비해 오셨는지 궁금합니다.
일단은 지금이 조금 더 팀 플레이적인 메타긴 하지만 그래도 제 장점이 좀 많은 탱커를 이용하면서 좀 상대팀 좀 혼란스럽게 할 수 있어가지고 저는 그렇게 어려웠던 것 같지 않습니다.
Yeah, even though this is a team play meta, definitely. But that being said, I'm really big on a lot of tank heroes. So that makes me a lot more useful to the team and to counter a lot of plays from the different regions.
Right, quite frankly, your team looks meta-proof. We know how much versatility you all have on your individual roles. Now, moving forward, you are in the top 8. You are getting that ticket to the playoffs, and that means that you have one extra day where you can prep, where you can get ready. What are you going to focus on as a team tomorrow?
이제 8강을 직행하셨기 때문에 이제 하루 더 여유가 있게 됐어요. 그래서 하루 정도 이제 충전을 하시면서 좀 더 8강을 여유롭게 준비할 수 있게 됐는데 그동안 좀 어떤 것들을 좀 준비를 하실지 궁금합니다.
일단 오늘 대부분 조금 아쉽게 진 부분이 있어서 그런 부분 보완하고 근데 저희 팀이 그렇게 고칠 게 많이 없는 팀이어서 지금대로 잘 하면 될 것 같습니다.
Yeah, we'll definitely fix our mistake on this match, but that being said, we don't have that much of a mistake these days, so we'll just make sure that we show our plays that we have been.
Right on. Thank you guys so much. Best of luck in all your matches coming up. We are now heading over back to the studio, and let's hear what they have to say about this match.
Puckett and Zoe on the same show again? What is this, 2018? Welcome into the Esports World Cup, where we just witnessed the Falcons finishing a Game 5. Jake, what a showing by Weibo Gaming. Game 4, they're able to take Eichenwald, going the distance in a Game 5. It was just a faster Falcon squad.
Guaranteed banger. It always is, it seems, between these two teams. And, for Falcons, I think this is a big win for them, right? To immediately qualify, solidify that position into the elimination stage, ensure that they're going to be taking home some club championship points. And in the form they're looking in right now, maybe more than just a few, right? This is a team that is showing that they can come from the last chance qualifier, but potentially go all the way here at the Esports World Cup.
Avril, I'm about to buy a someone jersey. Has he always been this much of a showman? I remember him doing the suit last year at the Esports World Cup. Now he has an entire crowd doing it with him.
I mean, he made it all the way to finals doing that last at EWC, and it's looking like Falcons have the capability to do that once again. What a game, though. Like Puckett, I did say 3-2 because I expect these teams to go the distance. Falcons, though, they are going to be able to edge it out because, well, we get to that Shambali. Jake and I had a little bit of discussion. This really should have been probably maybe a Gibraltar on map 4, then save something like the Eichenwald or save one of the hybrids for map 5. But even that map 4, man, that was an incredible comeback because we thought this could have been over 3-1.
Jake, there's no stalker here. It's all merit and proper, and it's propers whose highlights I want to visit first. You said this guy's getting a lot of praise. He's doing a lot of damage. Where is he most dangerous?
I mean, right now, I think the Tracer is as good as Proper has been historically on Tracer. Like, the eye test for me is ridiculous right now, the way he's performing. This is maybe one of his best performances I've seen on Tracer. So consistent in the couple matches we've seen from him. And just watch some of these kills. Like, this is disgusting. He's playing against some of the other best players in the world, and he's kind of making it look easy. I think merit is another crucial factor. The Freya is immaculate from him, and I think this team has really solidified around merit and proper, no longer doing DPS swaps, and that stability seems to be paying dividends.
If you're a stats nerd out there keeping track of the pulse bombs, please let me know how many players did he stick, because a few of those were getting double kills, Avril.
Yeah, certainly. I think this is where, unfortunately, Leave does lack a little bit. He hasn't been performing on that Tracer. He's looking much better on the Venture, and then Proper goes to Venture on map 5 as well. This is probably where things were a little bit lacking for the side of Falcons earlier on. We saw the sort of double hit scan, double long range out of Falcons. They don't do good on that one.
Freya, not typically one of Proper's good picks. That's normally Merit's hero. Proper would normally be playing the Sojourn if they were going to play both at the same time. He eventually goes Venture. Suddenly you look at this mirror, and then Proper performs on this hero as well. Without a doubt, to me, in this series today, maybe even the entire day, he's been the player of the match. He's been the MVP.
We got to give a big shout out to Weibo Gaming, though. They are not done in this tournament despite falling down to that elimination match later. But if you're looking for highlights, was it Leave leading the way, or who caught your eye in this match?
I mean, it's got to be Shy, right? Shy? Our Weibo Gaming, I think the Sojourn was time and time again the tip of the spear and really one of those crucial factors that's opening up and making some of these maps feel possible. However, I can't help but feel that, honestly, it was a little bit of a gimme here at the start of Shimbaldi. I was really worried that when Falcons rolled out on double hit scan, I mean, that was a terrible pick, in my opinion. They got absolutely stomped for 2 straight points. Proper finally switches to the Venture, and then, things completely turn around.
Do you think that was like a little bit of Proper ego trying to see if he could make it work with double hit scan, or do you think that was maybe just a comp choice from the coach?
I think they were, in the beginning, maybe trying to preempt a Pharah and kind of block pick it with the Freya start, but they just stuck on it way too long, deep into that second point in the tunnels where double hit scan is, I would say, just indefensible as a strategy where it's such close range in that second point.
Shy with the 5K may have one of the best highlights on the day on Sojourn. Unfortunately, it's not enough. The Venture comes out on the Falcon side, and they take a game number 5. Now we can see it'll be Weibo versus AG or Virtus Pro. They'll play the winner of that game tomorrow.
And that's scary. Whoever wins between AG and Virtus Pro, this Weibo Gaming right now is just incredibly good. I know VP did get that one map win on Circuit Royale, but again, the asterisk there is that you did have a sub-in. Liga came in for Gooseray, but you have Gooseray in the entire way through for this particular series. Really impressed by the fact that he held his own on Ramatra as long as he did. This guy is mostly known for Winston, and in this tournament, I would have expected a lot more Hazard. He didn't really play that. Stuck to the Ramatra, and in various cases, they were potentially even better than Falcons. Again, Eichenwalder was just a big surprise, the way they were able to full hold. Weibo have done a lot of work to be able to play Brawl this good up against a team like Falcons.
Jake, I was jumping around to all the chats. I was on YouTube, I was over in the Bravo, I was on Twitch, and I saw someone say, it looks like Falcons are playing with their food. Do you feel they were truly tested, or did they play around throughout this matchup?
No, I think they were truly tested. I mean, I think they got caught flat-footed at times, and like it felt like, maybe they should have won Eichenwalder and they get full held. I think from watching that first series from Weibo Gaming earlier in the day against VP, I think Weibo full on are hiding strats in that first game. They were never playing Ramatra. They were sort of playing exactly what everyone expected. Oh, we're going to play a bunch of dive. This is what we rely on. We'll always bring Liga in if we're going to play Orisa or Ram. And then, they come against Falcons and they're immediately taking the Ram mirror. I almost guarantee you they prepped the Ram mirror 100% and they were trying to mislead Falcons in that opener. So I'm really, as much as VP won a map in the first time, I think if that's a rematch or for AG, man, this Weibo Gaming team, I'm pretty confident they're going to be qualifying, maybe behind Falcons, but still they're going to get another shot.
Falcons from Group A are officially through to the bracket, but they're not the only ones. Over in Group B, we saw another Game 5 Avro, and that is not what we were expecting. At halftime, we tuned in. It was Crazy Raccoon up 2-0. All of a sudden, Liquid ties the score.
And that's the thing. You're looking at Crazy Raccoon versus Liquid. You're thinking, okay, well, unfortunately, Liquid, they're not a Korean team. Crazy Raccoon, they're like basically the best team in the world. 2-0, probably going to be a 3-0 at this point. And then Liquid, they suddenly win a Colosseo. They have a really big lead on their map. And then you're looking at more maps. You're like, wait a minute. Now there's a full hold in Midtown. What's going on?
Right.
You go to Atlas. Things are mostly Crazy Raccoon favorite, but Liquid at least get that one round and make it competitive. This Crazy Raccoon composition, though, is kind of crazy because it actually started with a Symmetra as well. It was Symmetra and Winston at the same time. Winston not particularly strong in this current meta, but in the hands of Jimbin, might actually still be really good. But paired with a Symmetra, it's like, how do they even make that work? It certainly seems to have caught Team Liquid off guard.
Group A is now with Falcons moving forward. In Group B, Crazy Raccoon have taken the top spot. Any surprises so far in your bracket, Jake?
I mean, this is what we expected, that CR would probably be dominant over Liquid, but honestly, I think Liquid is going to be feeling good about going to a Game 5. That sets us up very well to be an easy second qualifier in this group, and to be honest, not many teams in this tournament are going to take one map off Crazy Raccoon, much less two. And so I think this does bode well long term. Yeah, CR win. They proved themselves to be the stronger team, but the margin was maybe small enough, and for Liquid fans, probably a positive sign.
Go check out all those highlights over on the Bravo stream because we are headed to a break. When we come back, it's the final fight of the night in the STC Arena, the Group D decider, coming up next.
I'ma get.
Welcome to House of Hype, where what you see isn't really what it seems. Yeah, okay. Do you guys understand what I'm talking about? Look at this. Hello, EWC. So come on over to the House of Hype. Trust me when I say this, you definitely won't regret it.
Hello, one and all, and welcome back to the Overwatch Mid-Season Championship at Esports World Cup 2025. I'm your host, Chris Puckett, alongside Johnny, a.k.a. Reinforced. We got Jake on the couch, ready to rip some tires. And Jake, we haven't seen any Junkrat tonight. I haven't seen any Doomfist. Will I get it in the final fight?
Disappointing, Puckett. That's all I have to say.
Come on, Junkrat. Counter sim, right? Right?
That's what I'm saying.
We're gonna talk comps here in a moment, but first we got to introduce the competitors because there's a surprise team from NA trying to make a statement tonight. They go by the name of Signed Esports, formerly known as Nightmare, and they pulled off the 2-1, a Game 3 win over Twisted Minds that caught all of our analysts, including you, off guard, Johnny.
Just keep underestimating them, Puckett. I really do, but you gotta give them massive credit for overcoming Twisted Minds, of course, and bunch of credit goes to Chronic and Rocket being able to do it on the global stage now. And they came out with a plan. It was a really good strategy revolving around Rocket's play on the Venture, of course, which is turning into one of the more pivotal heroes here in this tournament. If you have a really good Venture, you can take care of these Symmetra teams. Now, T1, it's a bit of a bigger challenge. One of the top dogs out of Korea that doesn't necessarily revolve around playing the Symmetra in the first place. So now you kind of have to move away from this style and try to compete with T1 in more standard composition.
It was Chronic and Rocket, of course, the DPS duo that we were watching for most of this fight, but I loved what we saw from the Illari. Will we get more explosive Suns coming out, Jake, in this series?
I mean, Luke Mina was really impressed me on the Illari. I think that's another sort of a threat. It's more of a niche pick, one that might only come out on certain maps, certain situations, but you better believe on Circuit Royale and other similar map types, it's something that could be a problem. I'm also thinking, I don't think we've given enough credit to Painkiller. Painkiller has looked very rock solid to me on the Ramattra, which is, talking about pivotal heroes this meta. Yeah, Ramatra's not the flashiest, but constantly he was coming out over the top of KSA, living longer in the fights, getting the better tank trades. And I think that presence from the Ramattra is crucial. It's a must-win situation in your tank battle. And yeah, there's a lot of pressure on your team to support that play, but Painkiller's in position, the coordination is there. And I will say, defeating Twisted Minds is one thing. T1 is a different animal, an even tougher test, one that is more versatile. You go up against Twisted Minds, you know what to expect. They're a sim team. They want to play these rush comps. T1 can bring that. They can also go in very different directions. And so, yeah, they win one upset Sign, but can you win another? This one's a little bit of a tougher ask.
Well, Sign has Rocket, and Rocket has Venture. We caught up with him before the match.
Hey everybody, I'm here joined by Rocket from Sign Esports. Now, before we talk about your upcoming match, I quickly want to chat a little bit about your match against Twisted Minds. I mean, I feel like a lot of people are very surprised of the results. I've been told that it was an upset. Rocket, do you personally believe that was an upset or not?
I mean, all things considered, I'd consider it an upset, right? Like, they've been scrimming the top teams. Rumor has it on the street, they're beating all the top teams. We're barely getting... All we're getting is Chinese and Japanese scrims, right? These guys are scrimming all the best Koreans, the best Europeans. So we don't have a lot of practice versus the best teams, and we kind of just we know the rumor is that they're really good. But we had a good game plan and we had a good day. So
yeah. I mean, and that's how you guys got the win, right? Yeah. And talking about game plan, then what is your game plan against your upcoming match against T1?
Well, I have to say, I mean, a lot of teams, especially, this is our first tournament. I think every player on our team come into the tourney with a lot of fear, right? I know a lot of us grew up watching the guys we're playing against. And, it's very daunting to go into, but I speak for the whole team when I say we feel no fear, absolutely no fear. With any player, any team, we're going to come out, we're going to play our best, and it's just another day at work, honestly.
Yeah. I mean, I love that answer. Rocket, thank you so much for your time, and best of luck in your next match.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh.
I like that guy already. No fear from Rocket coming in, but they're playing against a tough squad. They go by the name of T1, and this is a notorious squad in the esports scene. What should we expect on the other side of the stage?
Yeah, I mean, Avril was really high on T1, and I'm not sure I'm that high on T1. Like, yes, they're definitely a top team coming into the tournament. Not sure if they're quite top 3. Donghak is the guy to look out for here. I mean, Avril said it himself. He thinks he's one of the best tank players in the entire world, and that a sentiment I echo. Rookie of the year in 2023. Haven't seen quite as much of him lately, competing on the global stage. But now with this T1 squad, the Wrecking Ball is, really potent. His signature hero, the Doomfist, we saw a little bit of Pocket. I'm not quite sure see it in this match, but Donghak can provide on so many different heroes with, slightly more dive tendencies in his back pocket if need be. And I think that is going to be really scary for Sign.
If they try and ban his Wrecking Ball, what does Donghak bring out after?
I mean, this is a guy who can play anything, right? It could be the Winston, the Ramattra, the Hazard. I'm not worried at all about Donghak's flexibility. He has every tank on lockdown. That's what it takes to be the best. I do want to highlight also for T1, though, their support line. I think that's something that people underrate the importance of, especially in this meta. But I think Skewed and Vigilante is a duo that I would take up against just about anybody, right? Like, this is a really mechanically talented backline that can make a lot of aggressive plays and get into the action. And both of them have had a lot of success historically on other teams. They bring that veterancy really to complement your upstart rookies in Proud and Zest. It looks like a very solid squad to me.
T1 is ready to play in front of the crowd. Here's what they had to say.
What's good, everybody? I'm here joined by Proud from T1 right before he goes onto the stage for his match. Proud, I heard that this is your very first international LAN event. So how does that make you feel? 자, 일단 제가 듣기로는 프라우드 선수가 이번 EWC가 첫 번째 국제 어떻게 보면 오프라인 경기라고 들었는데 소감 한 말씀 부탁드릴게요.
제 첫 국제 대회를 EWC라는 좋은 대회에서 하게 돼서 영광이고요. 이번 대회로서 증명해가지고 좋은 성적 내서 돌아가는 게 중요할 것 같습니다.
Yeah. I'm definitely happy and very grateful that EWC is my very first offline LAN event. And not only that, I feel like my focus right now is to try my best and bring good results for the fans as well. Talking about doing good performances, I feel like we have to talk about your next match, which is against Sign Esports. How do you think that's going to be played out? 자, 방금 어떻게 보면 좋은 성적을 낸다고 그랬는데 일단 다음 경기부터 집중을 해야겠죠. Sign Esports와의 경기가 있습니다. 좀 어떻게 흘러갈 것 같으신가요?
저만 잘하면 쉽게 3대 0으로 이길 것 같고 제스트도 좀 잘해줘야 될 것 같습니다.
누구한테요?
제스트 선수도 좀 잘해줘야 될 것
제스
같습니다.
선수도요? Alright. I feel like if I do my best, if I do really well, I think it's going to be an easy 3-0. And another thing to note, I feel like Zest should try his best as well. Alright. Thank you so much for your time and good luck in your next match. 자, 다음 경기 화이팅 하시도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다. 감사합니다.
It blows my mind. My first LAN event was 2003. It's the first LAN event for a lot of these guys about to take the stage. Is that going to affect their gameplay?
I'm not worried about T1. I think they've got the right mix of veterancy and, you know, upcoming really, really strong players like Proud. And so I think this is going to be, I'm going to say 3-1. Actually, you know what? 3-0. Now that I think about this, pound for pound, I think probably they're better on every role. I take T1 3-0.
Johnny, 10 seconds.
I'm doubting them. I'm sorry, I'm doubting Sign. I'm going with T1, 3-0 in this opinion.
We already had 2 Game 5s. I don't think we need any more.
Sorry.
T1, the favorites. Avril has sold us in the green room. Everyone is drinking the red Kool-Aid. It's time to find out if they can walk away with the clean sweep for the final match of the night in the STC Arena.
Our first playoff spot on this broadcast is locked in. 2 more to go because Crazy Raccoon have locked a spot as well on Stream B, so be sure to keep tabs on that to know who our final 8 are.
That's right. Watch all the streams, all the Overwatch, all the action happening on this very stage, where we're now down to our last match of the day. And this one is between 2 teams that have real potential to make a deep playoffs run here. 2 dark horses clashing, if you will. What a dream come true.
Absolutely, but one of them is facing a nightmare. So let's welcome the next team on stage. After 3 long years, we finally get to call them on this stage. Please welcome T1.
Going up against a team that just took down one of the top EMEA squads, already exceeding people's expectations. Makes a nose for Sign Esports. A storied return against a surging underdog. This is how we close out day 1. Let's get into it.
Thank you very much, Zoe and Fancy. Down on the stage, T1 versus Sign Esports. A lot of green faces here. Sometimes, you know, half of them their first LAN event. Lemon and Sign come off a big win earlier on today, but T1, they're just going to be a different beast to contend with entirely.
Yeah, maybe not a beast that Rocket said they faced at the boot camp before, like scrimming a lot of the Chinese and Korean teams. I don't know if T1 was under that list, but hey, they already beat Twisted Minds. They think pretty much any team is beatable, and they show up to this with no fear. I think that speaks to the plot armor and maybe the birthday buff that Lep brings to the table, and we'll see if that's run out.
Sure, they still got some of their cake in the hotel room, surely.
Surely.
All right, T1, what do you got for us? So a little bit Viper earlier on, but the T1 DPS starting lineup is going to be Proud and Zest. Donghack as well, a mean tank player, and Johnny alluded to it on the desk too, talking about how maybe Avril thinking one of the best tank players to exist right now. Diva banned away by Team 1, and a Tracer banned by Sign Esports as we head to Busan.
Yeah, just to start on the map pick here for T1, they're the higher seed coming in as a number 2. Their map choices have varied a lot throughout the stage. Oasis being their weakest, but their strongest, Nepal and Busan. They actually beat Falcons on Busan, so I'm looking towards T1. They definitely have the edge, but getting rid of the Tracer, I definitely think is going to cripple T1. This is Zest's kind of signature hero, and Nightmare have shown that Rocket has versatility away from that. He's been playing a lot of the Venture. That's how they were able to dismantle the sim comp from Twisted Minds, so we'll see how that affects T1.
You're going to come off such a massive high, though, if you're Sign. Like, everybody expected Twisted Minds in that series. Crowd too, by the way. 2-0. Went to 3 maps. Sign Esports take it to a thunderous, not applause, but boos in the audience. And Rocket especially took it in stride, leaping and bounding across the stage. That's the energy you got to kind of bring as well, right? We're not afraid of everybody. And clearly, there doesn't seem to be any nerves either.
And this is going to be the battle of 2 very flexible tanks. I mean, Donghak has been touted as one of the most hyper-flexible tanks, like rivaling someone from Doomfist, Ball, like the dive ones, to everything when it comes to Brawl. And I think Painkiller can show a lot of that. I don't know as much about the dive. I think Painkiller would really like to force the Ram Mirror as he did against Twisted Minds, and I definitely think you can pull that off on Busan. So this will be a good, stable map for Sign Esports.
Yeah, most definitely. Painkiller very good on the Mauga, back on the Mauga meta. Thankfully, those days are behind us. Only seeing a little bit throughout the tournament. I know KSA was whipping it out earlier. But this has been the big pick. It's been fairly popular throughout the later half of stage 2. This Venture, so scary. You saw what Proper could do with it earlier on. Same, to be fair, same with Waybar Gaming. DP out for both teams. Chronic, Rocket are on the Venture and the Sojourn again, but Proud and Zest, the same comp here. Only difference is Painkiller on the Ram and then Donghak on Orisa.
These javelins can be really scary too, especially if you land a hero against the wall, get a good stun going, and then you're immune to that CC when you pop the gold. So Donghak's going to try and be a stable anchor in the Ventures collide.
All right, okay. DPS traded though, but Zest being alive has to wait for those CDs to come back before he can make a name for himself in the fight again. Looks like he's going to get to the high ground. They've left Painkiller completely alone. Eventually the support will come in, but is it quick enough? Looks like the Nemesis form was enough to sustain Painkiller through that small fight. If they do cap first.
Yeah, unlucky you end up on Mecha Base when you would have liked to hit Downtown or Sanctuary to maybe see the Donghak Hammond come out, but now I'm going to swap to the Malga to just try and collapse onto Painkiller and out-brawl him. Will succumb to poke, and there it is. Chronic deals with him.
Oh yeah, Vigilante and Proud though end up picking up big kills, and Chronic is super low. Gonna get healed up eventually. Zesh trying to counter Burrow. Rocket there does eventually get the kill. Should be a fairly easy flip there. There you go. Vigilante with 3 in that fight on the Kiriko.
He's been the big difference maker. He has elevated this team to a top position, and Tier 1, T1 are now a favor in this tournament. Like, a lot of teams have been fearing them. Now they'll be able to defend with a Kitsune Rush coming up. And Luke Mito has the same thing, though. They're actually, Sign Esports going to counter-rotate to the opposite side.
Man, Let once again kind of falling victim to a later sound barrier. 65% to Skewed's beat. Painkiller's in a lot of trouble now. Stomp attempted there by Donghak, but this rush on the high ground just so deadly to deal with. And Zest now finding an off angle, forcing the supports away. Tectonic shock. Oh, a 180. Chronic didn't see that one coming. Very 10 feet under now. Rocket gives him the business though as he dashes over him and just punches him in the head. T1 losing members, thick and fast here as Rocket takes control. Led with a late sound barrier, connects with 3, and Skewed not even unleashing his. They're going to get some extra percent, but a good little boop there is going to stop Donghak from retouching.
I like that risk from Lep. Like, he was kind of too conservative with his beats before and sometimes got picked, and I like that he's just going to take control while hitting a 3-man beat to get control back at the point, but here's the counter.
Yeah, really nice sound barrier there from Skewed. They know they got that advantage, so they just throw it on in and insta-kill Chronic, who's looking a little quiet currently. It's the Rocket show right now, but he's pretty low, but still manages to take care of Skewed. Donghak with a 1v1 on the point. Painkiller versus Donghak, who's closing in on this cage. Rocket retreating slightly there, low HP, but the cage locks Painkiller in place and picked up by T1.
Wow, after all the work that Rocket did to pressure the backline, it's just been a tank diff now with Donghak taking full control, popping his ult. They'll get to defend, no ults coming up, but Kitsune Rush advantage for Luke Mino is how they're going to break through. They did counter-rotate to the other side, but they may just want to hit this head on and run into Donghak if they can get him low enough, especially when they crack that armor.
Going for the right side rotation again.
Got to be careful of this stomp. If Painkiller pushes too far up, that stomp could be deadly on the back line. Looks like a small flank here from Proud as well. Good push in, easy fight win there for T1. To be the final fight here too, Sign Esports didn't really want to use the rush too early, didn't want to use it to get out the choke. Very easy disengage from T1 there, or it would have been at least. But 15% to go, first team wipe there.
Yeah, Sign Esports just creating a lot of space between them and the opponent is just to allow Chronic to poke down Donghack, but T1 are bringing the dance to them, and speaking of that, it could be the final one. T1 are at 96.4% to cap the first point.
Tectonic shot by Zest, instantly goes into the burrow though, now looking for Lep. Dodges out the way for the time being, but Zest still just laying ruin to Sign Esports' front line. Painkiller dancing on the point, no Nemesis form to be had. Lep finds 2 kills, but will it be more? There's 3 players huddling around these columns right now. Chronic picks up another. Hey, with Lucamino, somehow they end up coming out on top. Vigilante, despite that rush being used fairly late there, you'd think that's a better rush, but T1 go down.
Malga's been really weak in the meta because he is so weak to poke, but Sign Esports can't keep the distance between them. They're not trying to follow through on the bridge. They kind of get stuck in the corner, and Donghack is literally just tossing them up and of mainly affecting this backline. Lep's beat has to be everything to save this round for Sign Esports.
I really like this switch though onto the Orisa, getting something that shoots back at the Malga. A lot of easy ult charge for the Orisa. Zest, sneaky beaky like on the left-hand side.
All right, still trying to find a moment to beat, especially when T1 are about to come in. Great javelin on the Donghack. This is the go sign.
Lep's got beat. They're just going to go for it. Strange to the backline there. First person they want to go for is Skewed, who's very close to that sound barrier. A touch has been acquired here from T1, but it is Zest on the front lines. And unfortunately, no support means one dead Venture. Proud with a shot onto Chronic there. This overclock from T1 might be good enough. This sound barrier is sustaining through the initial brunt of damage coming out from Signed. But oh! No touch there at the end. Sign picking up a big round. Nice use of the overclock at the very end. That looked very doable for T1.
Beat was really important, and also managing to sustain when there was a double CC that hit Lucamino and Lep and still somehow kept each other up, all thanks to the barrier, of course. And just to be able to defend in that moment, to stop any touches, and Sign Esports, they be stealing away victories from the brink of defeat. They have life back in their lungs. And this was pretty important for them to win Mecha Base, because I would say Brawl would be the strongest look out of Sign Esports. Now you go to parts of Busan that, yeah, are good for Brawl, but even better for Hammond.
Okay, speaking of which, yep, Donghack back on the ball. Character he's very well known for at this point. Proud on the Freya though, Lemon.
See how long that lasts, thinking we'll have the distance. Doesn't need to be the Sojourn, he just wants to have the more consistent damage. And he's already feeding right into Sign Esports. That's a big knockup.
Yeah, too easy possessed there, it felt like. Very tricky this map to play against the Venture. You can burrow on these corners, and then you can just kind of airstrike to safety if you need to, or you can just go full inwards, full into the back line. And Zest ends up picking up a nice first kill, and that'll be a point for T1.
And it was Sign that banned the Tracer. They wanted this Venture mirror, at least to try and make T1 uncomfortable away from their signature heroes. And to be able to defend and now have your Hammond set this up, he's got to coordinate this with Rocket, and it's been good so far for T1.
Nice spot out there by Lep, calling Donghack's position on the side, but Rocket's the first to fall. Oh, dearie me. This Malga pick up from Sign. It's good to kind of force the ball away. It's a bit more difficult for the ball to kind of interact with, especially with that stomp. You wait for the ball to swing in, go for a big stomp on the back line, but actually getting positioning here is going to be rather tough.
And you're not really used to playing against Dive so much if you're Sign Esports. It's more of like the Chinese special to be running a lot of Hammond and a lot of Winston. So Lucamino and Lep were just getting tossed up by a Hammond. Sign Esports are nowhere to be found, and they really got to feel for this Hammond, but you don't want to pay too much attention to the Hammond because he'll just escape. He has so much health, so Sign Esports got to find a way to counter dive.
Got mines too, didn't quite land the slam. Whoa, Chronic! I think he slid over a mine there. Booped up, Zest hit him. Easy peasy. Should be a fairly trivial fight now for the rest of T1. Donghack looking good on the ball so far, and yeah, they're not exactly used to this style of play at all, and I completely agree. Those teams in NA, Brawl, Rush, they want to play it. They're not used to the perma dive. There's a couple of teams that like to play ball in NA, but
the most success people have had is with the Ram, with the Orisa.
I just think the Orisa would be a better look for Painkiller. It's definitely something you spend a lot more time on. You could try and javelin the ball and avoid the CC with gold, but...
Ooh, left. Oh, it doesn't hit Lucamino, though, sadly. Nice little boop up into the skies there. But it doesn't matter. Wow, this is just pure domination from T1. This is not even close this round. Oh, it's an overclock from Chronic. Maybe that's what they need. No, a couple of body shots into the ball doesn't do anything as Vigilante secures the kill, and that is a 100-0 round. The cage looked cool at the end, got the ball, but yeah, T1, absolute domination.
And you have downtown left, which is still going to be good for die for T1, and you just saw how Sign don't really have an answer for it. And I don't think Mauga would be the correct one, because what are you supposed to go after? And then you're creating so much distance as you're going in as the Mauga from your supports, and Luke Mino has to decide whether you TP in and counter dive, trade kills, or try to back up your Lucio, and there's just not a lot of, the backline's just in trouble for Luke Mino and Lep. They're getting hit by this Hammond, and you just haven't been able to counter dive the other side to at least try and trade out, but Donghak is just out-tempoing them.
All right, Proud on the Freya. TP forward, Zest back on Adventure. All right, a Hazard, very different look here from Painkiller. A bit more aggro now. Just got to go before Donghak can find a good position.
Yeah, this will be good for Painkiller to try and start these counter dives we've been talking about, but Donghak's already ahead of the game, and I like that Sign Esports are staying in these small rooms that are less friendly to the Hammond, but Luke Mino's already TP'd once, and Lep can't help him.
Yep. TP, Suzu came in, go time for Donghak. Little burrow, but it doesn't mean anything. Straight off the map, maybe not. Rocket still goes down, and yeah, T1 capping.
Yeah, Sion are kind of feeling the painful end of their own demise of just the ban. The Tracer would be great to try and chase down this Hammond. Once it gets low, the most mobile character would go to try and get that finishing kill, but now Donghak defending, he'll be able to drop down whenever he wants.
I still slam on the Lucio. As the ball too hits the shields, just kind of shrugs off the damage, but that is what you want to do. As soon as that ball goes in, you've got to find that trade, and yeah, Painkiller finds Zest, but Donghak just lasers down Chronic, just no help.
Yeah, this Venture was good against the Symmetra, the less mobile comp, but now the mines are on the point, Sign trying to flip, and T1 are not going to let this happen. This is looking like another 100-0. Sign haven't really come up with a different solution, but Vigilante is still fragging. Like, it's not just the DPS, not just the tank, this is an all-around effort from T1.
Jake was, you know, a little bit hesitant on the 3-1 insta-switch to 3-0. You know, I don't blame him at all. Good initial round, of course, by Sign, but yeah, this is just a differential.
Kitsune Rush, I just think Sign need to coordinate on who is going to be the target. And I think Proud, if you can reach him, but Proud can play so far back because your Hammond is making so much space for you. But it's about Sign identifying the window where Donghak is going to be away, but there hasn't been enough damage into Donghak to force him out of the fight even for a moment.
Yeah, Painkiller's always trying to find an angle on this mega health pack. It's got the ult coming up soon, but they've been struggling. They're getting picked on the rotation as well. Oh, Zest throws in the Tectonic Shock. Sound barrier from Sign. Skewed a little bit too far away from their own, though, but Lev still ends up going down, despite Lev using that beat. Downpour connects with absolutely nobody, and that'll be it. Another 100-0, back-to-back. T1 with a win on Busan.
That last fight had something. If I really, really had to cope, Luke Mino and Lep were, Skewed and Vigilante were at 1 HP. Didn't have Barrier yet, didn't have Kitsune Rush, and Nightmare had that advantage. They popped those support ults early. They got those supports low. That was the only, I think the only time we even saw Sign Esports actually threaten the backline of T1. That was their only chance to win a single fight in the last 2 rounds. They finally got away from Donghak, and I don't know how Skewed and Vigilante slipped away, but this is a deadly backline. Just T1 firing on all cylinders on their signature comp.
Yeah, a very scary backline. Skewed, an exceptional Brig player too. I mean, both him and Vigilante. Really a big name for themselves back in the Overwatch League. We'll see where Sign want to take us. But this is T1, like this is their game through and through, it feels like. A win here, of course, does put them into the playoffs. First to 3 here, not first to 2 either, worth keeping in mind.
Just anything that's unfriendly to the ball. You clearly Sign are getting wrecked by this. They chose Circuit Royale, they chose Atlas in their previous matchup against Twisted Minds. Winning Atlas, very close call against Circuit Royale, going almost to the end. These would be solid to try and get away from the Donghak Hammond, but that's just one of the heroes that he can play.
Okay, my favorite thing right now is the time on the phone to count down the bans. Shades of Rascal last year banning the soldier on one of the maps, like, because he ran out of time and it was just a random ban.
It's the rules, but it also would stress me out more to just know that there's time left. Or that there's just a clock ticking down, so.
I mean, that man right there behind T1 is not going to panic. That is for sure. Fleda, the GOAT.
I want to see the Donghak Doomfist. That's something you don't
come
see
out again? I mean, they've had a little bit of it earlier. I'd love it, honestly. I don't think Doomfist is that good, to be honest, but
a lot of people would agree with you, including all the teams as well.
All the teams, but for fun.
Just this Hammond Venture Dive is super uncommon, but it's a special strat that T1 have popped out on quite a few maps, and Nightmare, they invited this. They banned the Tracer. Now this will be available, so I hope Rocket is warmed up and would want to try that mirror against Zest. Of course, Viper is waiting in the wings if he would want to be subbed in. We saw him on one of the maps against Gatos Guapos. But for sign choices, like I said, yeah, Circuit, Atlas, I mean, they've gone to, don't want to go to Hollywood, New Junk City, they've chosen before. They feel very confident about that for their Flashpoint. I think you'd want to avoid Flashpoints against Donghak for sure.
Definitely. I do think it was really interesting in that little interview Danny was given with Rocket earlier, and how they've only scrimmed. They scrim Varel. They scrim in some of the other teams that, you're not talking like T1, Raccoons, or anything like that. Like, they're scrimming some of the teams that are theoretically on the lower end of the totem pole in terms of power level. So they come into this unable to secure scrims with any of the Korean teams, which, for good or for bad, gives you a lot of good practice, a lot of insights, but they've done well so far. Venture ban for T1 and a Lucio ban and a Circuit Royale pick here for Sign Esports.
Yeah, going for the flex support, double flex support backline against Skewed and Vigilante. Good luck. And to ban the Venture after beating Sign Esports in the mirror is also kind of funny. But Circuit Royale, not as friendly to the ball, but Donghak could literally play anything and beat anyone at anything. So it's kind of one of the most flexible tanks that we have in the league. Avril's very high on him, of course, kind of rivaling someone on just all the number of tanks that he can play. But Painkiller's flexibility and just all around the team, you haven't been able to ban against them. Like we saw how Sign Esports weren't affected by the Freya bans against Twisted Minds. They can play anything as well, just less experience than the players maybe on T1.
Yeah, experience definitely against scrimming and playing against some of the top teams and the top talent Overwatch has to offer, right? I mean, comparatively, we even touched on at the start of this series, some of their first lands as well. So Proud was saying in his little interview against with Danny, like, hey, first big LAN for me. Little audio thing here for just. Yeah, it looks like he's getting it sorted, all good. But yeah, Circuit Royale, double flex in the backline. That is scary stuff. How are Lucamino and Lep really going to be able to deal with this?
Inside said that they had scrimmed Chinese teams in their boot camp at Gen G, so I expected them to have an answer, but also Hammond is a dive character like Winston, but very, very different on how you approach it. Like, Hammond is just so wiggly, gets in, gets out a lot quicker. He's a lot more mobile than Winston. Kind of, you can stay around. You have that window to punish Winston a little bit easier. But Hammond, if you don't have that tracer to chase him down, it's a little bit tough. And Rocket's focus was not on that Hammond. You don't want to waste your time on a Hammond if you're not going to kill him. because especially he'll just feed support ult charge, which you know how good Skewed and Vigilante were. So see if Circuit will put Donghak in an awkward position. Maybe Painkiller will get the Orisa or Ram mirror he's hoping for. And what does Rocket do? He did the Venture last time on this map, but that was against a sim comp. Does he go back to the Tracer? Does he do the Genji?
Yeah, Genji has been out for a little while. That would be a wild pick, but hey, if you want to fall back to comfort, fall back to something that you're a little bit more familiar with, potentially. Genji definitely not the strongest right now, but yeah, I do agree. Maybe we will see him eventually.
Yeah, they won against GK playing the Genji and the Ana, so it's like super old school, but it works at some points, especially on that point A, being able to climb to that bridge, try to dash it to the back line, and just get quick executions before the supports can heal up the damage. But it is so risky, right? Because if you don't get the dash resets on the Genji, you're just a huge liability, and with how strong the healing is in this game, how good Kiriko is with the Suzus, like, it's a more high-risk hero to play right now. And I like Rocket's Tracer a lot more, so I just, now that that ban's off the table, let's just focus on that.
All right, vibes seem to be still kind of high there. I saw a little smile from Lem. All right, just getting the final ready check for the players, and we're jumping into map number 2. This is a first to 3, so it won't end here if T1 take the dub. And the winner of this series, they lock themselves into the playoffs. Sign Esports with a nice upset. Big confidence builder for the team on the stage, who some of them taking their first step onto an international stage like this. But now they have to deal with the juggernauts in the backline. This Vigilante Skewed duo is scary. Wouldn't mind seeing Lucamino on the Illari again. Looks pretty good.
Oh, that was fun, yeah. Even just like the Juno Illari or Juno Bab, now that Lucio's banned, you kind of have another option of speed, especially the Orbital Ray. There's really nice long lanes on Circuit Royale. We're going to get a lot of value there, which of course you can counter position and be perpendicular in that case, but it's a Sign Esports where they started to come back in the series against Twisted Minds on their map picks, so.
You could do the honorable thing and just play Ryan, but that's not happening. All right, what you got for us on the defense? Yep, Lucamino on the Kiriko. Okay, no quick switch back on into spawn, but Rocket is playing the Mei for not T1. We'll get those graphics switched over. Sign on the left, and then, of course, T1 on the right. Oh no, Lucamino, to lie, is going to go on to the Illari. It's a lot of heavy poke. Those icicles plus the Illari just left clicks. This is nice. It helps Painkiller out a ton as well in the tank matchup, this Mei.
This was super scary for Sign Esports when they went up against Twisted Minds, because it was about these Sojourns popping the heads of the support. So Lucamino and Leb, see if there'll be a range DPS now for T1 as they'll just roll out with the Widow Shot, maybe try to crack the armor of the Ramatra, but that's gonna stick to the sim.
Yeah, I really like this. You can out-rotate this Mei. Teleport up into the high ground. The wall is going to be very valuable here. You can obviously wall the TP if required. Just wall it off, run away. They lose that kind of element of surprise, but the wall for Rocket is going to very much help Painkiller win this tank matchup, or, you know, stabilize in this.
Yeah, for T1, this is like their Midtown comp, but they're going to treat it as such. Just try to put as much damage at range and keep the distance. But look how far back Sign Esports are playing. Giving up that first corner is really crucial.
Managed to wall Zest off, but Zest is still kind of chilling. Actually receives the lamp, goes for an aggro P. Here's the right click on Rocket. Okay, Lucamino goes for a wide swing too, but speared off of the map. Oh, good headshot by Proud there. Yeah, it's going to force everybody from Sign to back up.
Yeah, Rocket's playing on an off angle, quote unquote, I guess over at the statue. I thought he would have given Painkiller a better edge in the tank battle if he would have gotten like an isolation or something, but maybe he just tried to have not the attention on him. Very fast cap for T1, and that's just kind of waiting for so much setup out of Rocket for a Mei wall or for something to happen. I think once this Blizzard comes out, if this still doesn't work for Sign Esports, I hope the Tracer comes out. Or Venture, especially against the Sim.
Oh, aggressive Captive Sun.
An
extra someone in the backline. Oh, Lucamino does it again. That lamp doesn't stop him either. Nice triple as he just one taps Proud. Okay, Lucamino.
Yeah, you ban the Lucio, you're going to invite this kind of pain. And yeah, no venture counter, of course, that's banned. So Rocket may just have to do the traditional Tracer, but building very slowly up to that Blizzard. This has to be the win con. And T1 still have an uphill battle, literally, to go up on the highway to try and draw Sign Esports into this window.
Oh, try for the bonus in the air. Yeah. Not a connection there, unfortunately. Skew does one better, though. Takes down Chronic. Says, you can fly, so could I. T1, we're going to wrap this fight up. That was a very aggressive push, by the way. Zest TP Donghak up into the high ground. Donghak flanked around to the bend here. Just being a menace. They had to deal with Donghak, who just used all the CDs imaginable. Didn't even need ult, I was surprised.
T1 won that fight with less ults. I'm starting to get really worried for Sign Esports that this is going to be a quick series if they don't get something out of this Blizzard.
Please kill the little turrets. Okay, yeah. I mean, Painkiller was getting dominated by them. Nice window usage as well. It's going to stop Sign Esports retaking this corner, and they're going to pile on the pressure, even putting that wall down too. So pretty much invulnerable at this point, and they've isolated Painkiller. He's got a couple of cooldowns to his name, but unfortunately, the same can't be said for the rest of the team. They don't even get one. It was merely a half a kill on the lamp. And this time Bank Lemon is extending even further.
Such a disgusting barrier too from Zest to separate Painkiller from the rest of his team who are trying to play at the main door. So you throw the Blizzard just because you're like, screw it, this is not working. Swap off the hero, don't care about the ult. But that kind of threw the entire point A for Sign Esports, where honestly even May is stronger here. There's more narrow choke points. Either way, Rocket's going to try and mirror this. You don't see this out of Rocket too often. Usually likes to counter the sim, not mirror it, but
Donghak is in your backline again. There's teleports all over the place. Teams don't know which side they're playing on, to be honest with you at this point. Lucamino goes down, mid-captive Sun. There's the Annihilation on the high ground. Might be able to tag and get the kill onto Proud. He can, but the teleport away is going to help Zest escape. Same with Donghak, who has just been... he might as well be playing Portal 3 at this point. Come on now. Painkiller and Chronic do end up coming up with kills, though, but Donghak is still alive and kicking. He's got all four feet to kick with as well. This is a very tough spot for Sign to be in. They've got to deal with the Captive Sun. They've got to deal with this Terror Surge that Donghak has been holding on to.
And Luke and Skewed has been so disgusting with the Captive Suns too. Sign Esports may just have to fight for this power position on the window, which Donghak is going to have to give up, but could have even Terror Surge and try to pull people off the high ground if he really wanted to be cheeky. But Sign Esports now to the Diva, which isn't always the best into the Orisa, but Sign Esports are getting desperate with the swaps for sure.
Yeah, I mean, this is all falling apart, unfortunately, for Sign. Another clean fight. No one's going to go down. They're going to stagger the Baby Diva for half a second, and yeah, this is going to be really painful. I think Painkiller is going to catch this wave respawn with Lep at the very least. Oh, Rocket! Got skewered like a kebab. All right, there it is. That is going to be T1 completing the map. Unless a miracle can come through. Nope. Unfortunately not. 2 minutes and 50 seconds in that time bank.
Yeah, I don't know if Sign Esports just kind of overthought this. They came up with a different plan playing the Mei, which they really liked either the Genji or the Tracer with a Brig, Lep on the Juno, but they're trying something new here. Didn't really kind of get to a good comp until point B, and then they got really close to wiping T1. They had about 2 of their players left, but then respawn advantages for T1 at the start of point B. And then he went to Diva, which is countered by Sim and not good into the Orisa, so really tough call there for Sign.
Yeah, I want to point out that Chronic went Widow at the very end and jumped onto the point. It would have looked cool if he got a headshot, but unfortunately he didn't. He instantly died. Aramco side swap now for both teams as T1 get their chance to defend. Not going to mix anything up. If it's working, why fix it? Just keep it rolling.
There's not been a lot of teams in T1's region that have been able to force them off of their comfort picks, off of their set comps. In Sign Esports, they swap the things, not like, I don't want to say based on vibes, because that's kind of discrediting, obviously, their read on the game, but it is on the fly, and it didn't work out against T1. And a 3-minute time bank is very GG, in my opinion. But Sign Esports, I like this look a lot more.
Hey, that's okay. You can pick something off. Oh, that was a double hit as well. Oh! Ooh, okay, Proud. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, Chronic, of course. We're bigging him up earlier and going to continue to do so. It was the scariest Freya in NA for Stage 2. No one could match the Freya performance. But Proud just kind of puts him in the bin.
Yeah, and to kind of go toe-to-toe with Quartz and to struggle like this, but Chronic was more of a late bloomer in that series. It took some time for him to ramp up, and it's still a best of 5, so there's time, but Sign Esports, you hope this doesn't ding their confidence too much. Here's a teleport over at the statue's side to get pressure on the Skewed and Vigilante.
Yeah, nice fully charged beam there by Rocket. Deciding Sim is probably the best way to go, especially against these Orissas. Needs health though, but again, full charge on the beam is rather scary, but Lucamino and Painkiller already dead. Nice kill from Rocket, but gets his revenge, at least, I suppose.
And now Vigilante will get to defend with a window coming up, so you can almost, if you're T1, let Sign Esports round the corner right into the window, but maybe you want to take this long lane fight with the windows. A lot of places to hide, so I'm interested to see how Vigilante is going to place this and what's Sign's reaction, how they're going to try and hide away. Because if you're out in the open, even for an extra second, you're cooked by a window.
See, maybe they can combo with this Captive Sun. There's no connecting, but my word. Lucamino from afar, trying to snipe Proud. A nice little beam heal there onto Painkiller, but unfortunately, again, it's all kind of falling apart. Little turrets being quite annoying to Lucamino, but he does end up tagging Proud there for half a second. No teammates to follow up with those kills. They do trade fairly well, considering the position of the attackers, but even at this point on this map as well, the lines for engagement are just, they're so similar. Like, it's very easy to come back on the defense here. And then if you really need it, you can hit wall from spawn as well if you're Zest. Like, it's, yeah.
Yeah, Chronic has to create enough threat that T1 round the corner and Sign Esports actually can approach, and not the best sim wall I've ever seen. Won't be able to take full advantage of it unless they round the corner.
Captive Sun skewed in the skybox. I don't think they're even connected either. Needs to heal up Donghack as quick as possible. Oh, the shift a little bit too early on that one, unfortunately. And yes, Skewed will pay the price. There's a Terror Surge straight into the bolus too. Donghack, though, still alive. Hits that Fortify. And Lucamino caught slacking there behind the sign. Painkiller now turning tail and running. Even eats the spear too, does Donghack. He stands tall for T1. Zero emotion on that face. Stone cold killer.
Less than a minute, and Sign Esports, I mean, their inexperience on the comp is showing. They're not able to go on as many fun little flanks with the sim TPs. Chronic is just tunneled on his duel against Proud. And T1 haven't been really made to sweat too much. And how can they? There's also the extra damage from Vigilante and Skewed. And the Orbital Ray fight didn't help Sign Esports. They're out of ults. Kitsune Rush is going to be their best chance in the last fight.
Okay, there we go. He fired 2 take aim shots at the little turret and it didn't die. A little annoying. Window on the high ground. Very defensive there from Vigilante. Here comes the rush, but Chronic's already dead. I mean, this fight might be all over already. Although saying that, Donghead does end up falling. There is a bolus though, connects with the front line. A lot of them TPing away from that, but they've got to keep themselves alive. A nice off angle coming through from Vigilante, dealt with by Painkiller. They're still making it hurt. They're still finding these like small picks. STC overtime coming in. His left ends up falling. It's messy, scrappy. And there's the Doomfish you wanted, Lemon.
Yay.
You can't see it, at least for a little bit. I mean, Donghack probably stays alive here too. Like, there's the Mega just around the corner. Like, he's chilling.
Okay, freak out.
Should get it. No, spear spun away. Unlucky. Donghack definitely thought he could touch that. Okay, there's the cap for Sign.
Hey, T1 letting their foot off the gas a little bit, but hey, this is Sign Esports that can ride a lot of momentum. You need a good sim barrier here if you're Rocket, one that's going to allow Sign Esports to defend and maybe break up Donghack away from the rest of his supports that can't TP in like a Kiriko and will be playing more distanced away.
Oh, straight to the back line. Instantly takes a take aim bolt. There's a crazy amount of shields going on right now. Donghack was just getting owned by the mini turrets, but couldn't deal with them because of the giant sim wall. Should switch
over again. No shot, he stays doomed.
So two different sim walls there. T1 are the ones that decide to break the fight in half, while Sign Esports kind of owned one lane using a more vertical or parallel wall, I should say, out of rockets. So they're able to stay together, and Donghak stays on the Doom. There's a lot of close walls to try and get that CC, and Proud is on the flank.
What's going on back there? Okay, Chronic has to be able to check Proud right now, who is 1 HP to be fair, so they found him. Skewed, pops ult, almost sunjaxes that. He managed to get it off eventually. And here comes Proud, finds 1 kill, dies to a mini turret. Deserved, if you ask me, for going on that crazy flank, but Zest on the Tracer, my word. Taking down the backline, and now Painkiller's on an island without a boat. Has to get out of there. Yeah, there's actually no shot. They stay around in this fight. Donghak being a little menace too. Looks like a quick TP away for Painkiller.
Yeah, some routes for the Tracer to take, both on the bottom staircase to the rooms around back. So finally, I got the Tracer swap I wanted. Window on the high ground is nice.
I love that. I really like that. Really aggressive window. You gotta be in these Doom comps. You can't let them go first. You've got to be really proactive, and Vigilante does just that. 30 seconds to go with team kill and a spawn cap for T1.
Zest is there too with Pulse. As Donghak set it up. The slam dunk to end it.
Oh, Rocket's so dead. Oh, still, Zest stole the health back as well. Oh, come on. Meteor Strike for Donghak in the spawn. Empowered punch to Painkiller, who has to touch. Zest still with the pulse bomb. And they don't really need to deal with Painkiller right now, but Donghak will pay him a little visit. Skewed, actually, and Zest do end up going down. Overtime is ticking. Someone still needs to touch for Sign, but Donghak's all good. Same with Proud. I mean, that's going to be it. Lemon, T1 taking a lead in the series. A 2-0 thus far. 1 map away now from securing them a place in the playoffs.
Got a little silly at the end of point A there. I felt like they could have even been held earlier on, but Sign Esports, I think, need to show a lot more depth in the sim comps, how they're going to be able to take angles around them, TP behind. The Orisa mirror is something that, yes, Sign Esports like to do, but even Ram mirror is something they prefer a lot more. But the double flex backline was the ultimate issue here for them, Jack.
Well, Sign Esports need to come back in a big way. A 2-0 and a fairly easy map here coming through for T1. We'll see where Sign want to take us. They're an underdog story from North America. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Last chance here for Sign Esports in this series at least, as T1 looking to lock their spot in the playoffs early. They just won a 3-0, go home, rest up, and wait for those playoffs matches in a couple of days. Now Sign their choice again as to where we go. Same for the bands. They also get to choose first. Yeah, that last map, 11, not really inspiring coming out from Sign.
Yeah, important to get that first seed, especially to try and avoid Crazy Raccoon. It's you want the easier side of the bracket, whatever it takes. So T1 very happy to be meeting Sign instead of Twisted Minds, but Sign, pulled off the upset. You thought they could ride that high, that momentum right into this match because everyone's been underestimating them, but they've been getting cooked by either the Hammond comps, even in the straight Orisa mirror. But I think T1 have just had stronger bans throughout this. They first banned the D.Va on the first map, to which D.Va being a tank that can chase down that Hammond, because you know that Sign don't play the Hammond. And then, of course, the Venture comes out ban-wise from T1 to enable their Symmetra composition, which isn't the bread and butter of Sign Esports. At least they have been boot camping, they've been trying it out, but now that Venture can't be banned, Tracer can't be banned, well, maybe we can just see the normal compositions out of Sign Esports. But T1 been stronger all around, everyone expected it. I kind of had some cope out for Sign, just because they've been showing up. Yeah. I think they showed up in their last series, but it is towards midnight here, so it's a long day for these players.
Nah, they're chilling. All right, we've got a couple of minutes before we load in onto the next map. Of course, Group A and Group B, we've had Team Falcons and Crazy Raccoon move on 2-0. So this will be, if T1 do end up winning here, it'll be 3 for 3 Korean teams going through to the playoffs. Of course, the rest of the groups will be decided tomorrow, of course. Last match, this one today.
And we knew that T1 were going to be a strong team coming into this tournament. I wanted to see them face a true challenge, and nothing against Gatos Guapos, but more of a team on T1's level, what they were going to look like, how were the bans going to affect them. But this is just a T1 are just a team you can't really ban against, at least in the tank department. And even from trying to get rid of the Tracer, get rid of the Venture, it hasn't affected T1. So now next map will be Sign's choice, where Circuit was something they kind of had to reinvent the wheel on. There's New Junk City, there's
Atlas.
Atlas, yeah, they won that against Twisted Minds. That was a big upset, but
it's a really good map for them, actually. Looks like we are going to a flashpoint, though. Just getting word in now. New Junk City, so no Atlas here. Even though, like you said, they did end up winning earlier on today. Okay, I mean, what do you make of this? Because it's already come down to who's banning what. Seen a lot of Venture play coming through from a lot of the DPS currently. I feel like Zest has the upper hand in that regard. Another good Tracer map, though, as well.
yeah, Rocket should definitely come out on that. Please, I'm begging. Go out kicking and screaming on your best hero, please. And Painkiller should usually rock around the Ram. They usually like the Brig BAP on this, and the BAP has been banned by T1, so they've definitely done their homework. While as on the side of T1, they like the Hazard on this map, or at least they've played this previously against Zeta Division in that semifinal, where Zest brought out the Genji, and it was the Freya Juno Brig.
Okay, so it will be a Sim ban from Sign, and then a BAP ban. T1. It's going to prompt the Vigilante locking in the Juno or the Kiriko. And then Rocket, you're getting your wish. Rocket on Tracer, the hero he's definitely most known for.
A pleasure.
This is the game type for Tracer. And this has to be make or break for Rocket to try and force a comeback in the series, but T1 have been dominant on all fronts, on the mirror, on the dive, anything you throw at them, and Zest is on the Venture. Surprised you didn't want to try and mirror the Tracer, but could be an option later on.
Yeah, we'll see how Zest does up against Rocket here. Yeah, Vigilante, no Juno, all Kiriko. We'll see how Painkiller does against Donghack's Orisa. It's been a tough matchup for him so far. Donghack's definitely had the better of him. Eating the spear there too with the spear spin. Ooh. Sprout snipes Chronic from across the way as Painkiller tries to make his move, and Unfortunately, out of position completely now as Donghak just runs him down. Regular Orisa gameplay. Very normal Orisa gameplay.
Yeah, Proud's had such an incredible series so far and just won the, was it the Freya Mirror in the Circuit Royale? A lot of the first picks went his way. The Chronic has to show up or shut up, and although he's known to be really good on Freya, he has shown versatility towards all three of the main hit scans being played right now. As Zest is kind of identifying Lep and Lu Camino, very killable, very vulnerable, and could try to start those dives to make Sign Esports uncomfortable.
Yeah, for a little bit tougher on this map, plus you get to shoot the Orisa and get a lot of right-click charge, the railgun charge. Rocket chasing away, actually forces Zest to burrow. Point is free to cap right now for Rocket if he wants to pressure, but he's decided actually the backline is where his focus shall lie. But same could be said for Proud, to be fair. And that post bomb looking rather sad as Proud picks up 4K as Vigilante picks up the 5th. Nice little team kill. Yeah, T1 are just dominating right now.
And we've talked about how Sign Esports, this is a lot of them their first LAN. Of course, some of them have collegiate LAN experience, but this is also Proud's first international LAN, and you heard it in the interview. And for him to kind of keep up this high-level performance through both matches, I'm excited for this team.
Small touch from Rocket. Terror Surge from Donghak is going to be a thorn in the side, or a rather hefty spear. Lukamino falls first as Donghak staring Painkiller dead in the face. Yeah, no chance here, unfortunately. Donghak's not even died yet either, as a 100-0 to start off this potential final map for T1.
Vigilante just secretly gets away with 2 or 3 Ks in these fights. Not the first time, won't be the last time. And why is Painkiller the only counter to Proud? Like, that's gonna be a problem. Whenever Proud dies, it's the Painkiller. And he's the killer, all right, but it's T1 that are up first on the point, and they're gonna have beat advantage over Lep.
Can try and round this corner as quick as possible, but Donghak's just going to stand in their way, yeah. Forces Suzu really early, and now you cannot touch the point at all. There's an overclock to deal with, but Painkiller's 1 HP, yeah. Ends up using the Terror Surge there for some extra sustain, but just run over. Oh, does he get away? Yeah, he does. Rocket gets out of there, but there's the cap for T1.
Didn't even have to use the beat too. He got kind of a really cheap fight win, and wow, Zest pins Rocket against the wall like that.
Yeah.
Oh,
put a thumbtack in him.
We'll post a note. But yeah, getting to defend this point with the Sojourn is always sick. Chronic will have his ultimate, but getting good vision gonna be tough unless T1 just kind of roam around outside. You could always try and punish an overeager team, but T1 are not gonna give you anything. Oh wait, Chronic finds an angle.
Signs of life, Sound Barrier comes in. Chronic booped up, boop left, boop right, dead. To Skew's right click. That's doing a lot of damage to the front line, but a perfectly timed Suzu from Lu Camino keeps him alive. Oh, a good spear. Wow, that was frame perfect by the looks of it there by Painkiller, stopping that burrow.
Rocket saving the fight.
Yeah, Rocket with a few kills at the very end. Triple kill for the Tracer. There you go, there's the momentum.
That's the Rocket we know and love. But Painkiller can't be your only carry. Chronic is showing up, only got the 1 kill, all thanks to the beat from Skew that made that Sojourn ult not as deadly. It's a good answer from Skewed. Wouldn't mind like a tempo engage with the beat, but T1 are not worried at all about Sign Esports, but may want to pop those beats earlier if you are.
I think fairly far forward here. They're giving a lot of space. Yeah, they eventually know that T1 are just moving through the small choke on the left. Both rushes now on the point. Orisa's ignoring each other and running towards the back line. Rocket forced to recall pretty early. That is a large Terror Surge, a girthy one in fact. That's going to be point being flipped too. Oh dear, a complete team kill for T1. Didn't lose a single member.
And you pop Kitsune Rush if you're Sign, which would have been a big win condition, and I don't even know if you're going to get the touch with T1 extending out like this. And you know how an Orisa can just bully you around, so can the Venture. So we'll see if Sign can touch. Up to Rocket.
Yeah, Rocket's got a pulse too. Never count this guy out. STC overtime now is, there's the flip. Okay, they let it go for free, and T1 haven't got kills either, by the way. Normally you expect to get a couple there if you give the point up. Rocket with the pulse bomb, connects it with Donghak, almost accidentally pulses himself, but nah, he's good. This might be actually a point on the board for Sign here, okay. Big signs of life, Rocket coming alive, although shut down there, but it's all good. He's done enough damage to T1. to force them to go for a late last-minute touch. Sound barrier from Skewed hits two. Proud, those snipes left in the sky. 10% away from that beat as well. Could have been something that they required for this fight win, but T1 aren't out of this just yet. Painkiller picks up the kill onto Proud, but Donghak is back in the mix.
Pretty cohesive push out of Sign Esports. They're nice and grouped up, and now that there's no ults for T1, Chronica just died though, and that's not good.
A tragedy. Absolute tragedy for Sign Esports. That looked like a guaranteed point win there, but
no, you forced the errors from T1. You got them off the point. Rocket capped in front of T1, but they couldn't react because Vigilante was 1 HP, so they're trying to stabilize and take a real fight and not kind of rush. But then Donghak just kills everything. It's kind of a tank off there between Painkiller and Donghak of who's going to carry their team.
Yeah, very rarely do you see the two-person beat work out, to be honest with you. But Student Proud got it done, and, well, they got the Tectonic Shock now. Not the best point to do it in. Not a cover to be found, of course, but this high ground, everybody's kind of carrying away from Zest. Zest pops up. There's the rush, though, on the point. Tectonic Shock, though. Lucamino in trouble. Here comes the counter rush, although the beat from Lep is going to make sure they survive any incoming damage from that Tectonic Shock, as Chronic has already found a 2K, 3K, in fact, with the overclock. That'll be point cap.
Massive beat for Lepto to save that fight. A lot of people were half HP just from the Tectonic Shock from Zest, and just a lot of the cohesion from T1 as they brought the fight towards the point, and Lep saved everyone, allowed Chronic to not only take the high ground and ult, but to stay there and actually just focus on aiming and not escaping everyone diving him.
Big thing for T1, though, is going to be their sound barrier now. Skewed just got it online, although losing Proud that early is not good. Already going to call for a swift reset. No heroics here from Skewed, as Zest also booped up away from that burrow.
This is really do or die for Sign Esports. It's 0-2 on the map, 0-2 in the series, and you got to defend this with your life. Rocket, Pulse Bomb, tough to hit when you have Beat on the other side. You have Suzu from Vigilante. Zest can burrow and just be elusive. Proud will jump away. Donghak has a trillion armor, so Rocket's been more of a tank shredder, but Beat first.
Yep. Beat connects. Oh, the Pulse Bomb whiff there from Rocket. We've got a slight hit marker there, but it's not going to matter. Terror Surge as OT approaches. Vigilante does end up going down to Painkiller, but Donghak now trying to trade their Kirikos as Lucamino falls. Proud in trouble, though, on the high ground, dueling out against Rocket. Still, point in contestation as Sign Esports are trying to just use every cooldown possible to push Donghak off, but overtime Wick takes a long time to burn, sadly, for Sign. Donghak now in trouble. He's still got this Terror Surge for emergency's sake. Does end up using it to sustain. Actually kills Rocket as well. But the flip should end up coming in.
All right, one last touch. Here comes Proud and the rest. No tank for T1. Gonna be about the DPS and friends. Try and keep this alive, and Sign Esports are going to watch this cap away. They got to step up. It's got to be Rocket.
Chronic is so scared right now. And here comes the Doomfist. Oh, but you're against the sound barrier, so good luck. Have fun. Gets a nice little two-man punch there onto Lep and Chronic, but Donghak's going to be able to keep this point alive, but without Zest, the damage is cut in half. And there it is. Okay, point on the board for Sign, keeping themselves alive in the series.
And Proud has been having the power position on this. Just Rocket and Painkiller have had good focus together. Proud has found windows where when they're not looking at him, he'll frag out, and Chronic is starting to be more even against Proud, but Sign Esports still have to make the comeback of a lifetime off the Kitsune rush, off Chronic and Rocket. A lot of Rocket's focus has been into Donghak, which now on the Tracer, you're more important than ever to chase this Doomfist down, especially when he's out of cooldowns.
Sign Esports get a nice little D20 roll here, and they actually get the point right behind them instead of across the map. Well, there's the Tectonic Shock in the backline. Chronic punched into the wall, so couldn't even use the mobility if he even had any left. Terror Surge, but fortunately, even with the kill onto Zest here, it's too little too late. This point is going the way of T1 as Skewed picks up the kill on the Orisa.
Just the Venture Doom Dive is so nasty.
The displacement is crazy.
Just how they're coordinating, just punch, dive, everything. And this is the perfect map to do so. Lots of walls that are close range, a lot of narrow pathways and ways that Sign Esports are going to be caught off guard. That was a Kitsune Rush fight that Sign Esports lost, even with the Chronic ult added on top. So this is going to be really scary because Vigilante is about to come up to his.
You actually lose control of your character for a good 5 seconds. Lucio, boop. Venture, boop. Doom, punch. Like, good luck. Proud, though. Oh my God. Wow. Delivered that one almost on a silver platter. That looked a sick kill there by Proud. Final fight now for Sign Esports. Yeah, don't hack Doomfist. Wouldn't bring it out in any other series. Like, look, if you're close to what, you might as well stick on it. And with how Zest and Scooter being so aggressive on the Lucio Venture, hey, might as well. Chronic's life a living hell, unfortunately.
Trying to retake at this point of the map against Doom Venture is so cooked. It would have taken a left sound barrier or just them finding different angles. Lep is hunted down as soon as he steps into the fight. Oh my God.
Yeah, SEC overtime now here, and Zest has already found 2, and that will be it. Not much fanfare there for Sign. A quick GG in the chat as T1 come out in the first seed in groups, lock their place in the playoffs. Just another, felt like water off their back in all honesty, Lemon.
I mean, Sign Esports talked about they don't feel fear, but definitely had to when you had a Doomfist, a Venture fighting against you. T1 showed so much depth, so much versatility in their comps, from the Hammond dive to just the Orisa mirror on circuit to the Doom to anything. You can't ban against T1 because they've shown the Sim, they've shown the Tracer. You can't ban the DPS or the tanks. Even when you try to affect the supports, they'll just double flex support against you. You try to go again away from maps that have dive to get Donghack off the Hammond. There's just no chance. And this is why a lot of people have T1 as their favorites in this tournament, because the ban system is no sweat off their shoulders.
Yeah, a lot to talk about here for Sign. Still with a chance, of course. There's one more place in the playoffs for this group. Of course, all will be decided tomorrow. Now T1 can sit back, relax, and enjoy the next day of games before they head into Saturdays. Let's jump down to the stage, though. We got the wonderful Fancy down with Vigilante.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. I am back on stage with Vigilante for the Amazon Winner interview. Just got a quick questions for you before you go off on your rest day. So you and Sign Esports came into this tournament as dark horses. What do you think gave you the edge to win this match?
일단 비질란테 선수 승리 축하드리고요. 첫 번째 질문은 일단 사인 e스포츠랑 T1 모두 이제 다크호스로 평가되는 팀인데 서로 만나보신 적은 처음이잖아요. 그래서 이번 매치에서 좀 어떤 점이 T1에게 좀 승리의 요인이 되었을까요?
우선 저희끼리 소통을 되게 열심히 했고 무엇보다 팀이 하나가 되려는 소통을 많이 했어서 그게 좀 큰 성과로 거두어진 것 같습니다.
We focused on more communication and then more cohesive communication, so I think that led to the victory.
I mean, absolutely. It was a sweep. It was in your advantage from the first map. But I do want to ask, now that you're in the playoffs, is there a team that you're already keeping an eye on?
이제 플레이오프로 직행하시게 된 만큼 이제 플레이오프에서 만나게 될 팀들을 좀 눈여겨보실 필요가 있을 것 같은데 좀 상대로 좀 눈여겨보시는 팀들이 있는지 궁금합니다.
크레이지 라쿤. 이유는 이제 저희가 오버워치 코리아 결승전에서 졌었어가지고 여기서 이번엔 결승전에서 꼭 이기고 싶습니다.
Yeah, definitely we're keeping an eye on CR because we lost to them in the Korea finals, so we definitely want the revenge.
Absolutely. I mean, Crazy Raccoon, they have a target on their back coming into this tournament, so you guys definitely would love to face them. I'll let you go for your rest day, and I hope you get to enjoy it because coming after, you're going to have a very long day ahead of you in the quarterfinals. So let's send it back to the studio to talk more about this match.
Thank you very much, Fancy, as we take a look back at the Doomfist appearance. Donghack has officially become my favorite tank, but T1 getting us in bed right before midnight. A 3-0. You saw this one coming, Jake.
Yeah, look, I mean, T1, they played maybe beyond my expectations even, like making the Doomfist look solid. Like,
come on,
I don't think this is a key part of the meta. I don't think it's that relevant, but Sign Esports are not a write-off team. They beat Twisted Minds. And so to be able to, I mean, a couple times there, make the Doomfist work, like, Sign are playing what I would think is the counter, like an Orisa Tracer comp, really, really hard to play Doom into that. And yet T1 just forced their will on the match. I mean, this is sort of shades of Crazy Raccoon playing Wrecking Ball Pharah into like insane counter matchups. This is a team that's flexing their strength in a matchup that they know they have locked down. That's the confidence you need to maybe go deep into this tournament.
Johnny, with Doomfist jokes aside, what impressed you on T1 tonight?
Well, I think they just adapted really nicely to the bans, because we saw in the first map, of course, Dongak didn't play the Doomfist, but he played the Wrecking Ball, and it really made things very difficult for Sign Esports, and Dongak was just in control on the 2 rounds we saw on Busan, of course. And then in the second map, going over to Circuit Real, I think that T1 did a really good job bringing out the symmetric composition when the right time was there. And again, Sign Esports, they just really struggled on the first 2 maps because they didn't have the answers they needed for T1. And in some of these scenarios, like Jake said, like Sign Esports, they have a good composition with the Orisa comp. It's just a massive skill gap where T1 played excellent in this series.
T1 moves into our bracket. They will join Crazy Raccoon. Who else do you expect to be making it out on day number 1, Jake? Because we've had a fantastic day of action. Bravo's not done yet.
Yeah, I think it's
Alcadzia?
Yeah, I mean, Alcadzia, I would think would be a pretty strong qualifying team. We'll have to see. I think it's not over yet. I think it was, up 2-0 when I last checked on the B stream. I mean, Alcadzia, maybe the best Western team here. I think that's not that crazy to say, and it might actually be by a pretty significant margin. Drunkbuck has really coached that team up to an incredible level in a spot where they may be in a position here to have one of the best historical performances of any Western team against, Korean squads, maybe ever in international play. Because, to be honest, they're the team that brought Sim into the meta. They're the team that played this first, and then really the whole rest of the world has followed suit. It's rare when a team's adaptation and innovation ends up being so dominant, so decisive that everyone else feels they have to copy.
Here's some of the action over on Bravo. Alcadzia going up against GK Esports, one of NA's best, and Alcadzia taking care of business. It looks like this one could keep going on, and we want to remind you all, we have 2 streams up. So if you didn't get enough Overwatch 2 right now, Johnny, you can find it over on the Bravo stream.
That's on overtime, on hybrid. Like, they got a minute each now to close down that map. That could go either way. Maybe we see a map 4 in that series, so go check it out.
All right, well, we don't know what's going to happen at the end of Group C, but we know our other groups are done for now. Group A is in the books, and we're excited to see what is going to happen, though, with the elimination matches, because if you lost today, you get 1 more life tomorrow. If you won today, though, how important is it to have a day off to be able to scout the rest of the competition, Jake?
I think it's definitely a benefit. The teams that won twice today have asserted their dominance. Every group had at least 2 strong teams in it, right? So if you win twice, especially if you're a team like T1 with a really solid second win, that's the type of thing that's going to set the tone for the tournament and show that, okay, you're one of the really serious threats that other teams have to keep track of. And now there's no more data to be given of those top teams, right? They just get to sit back and watch and gather, be prepared for their next opponents, because they can start to scout out, okay, who are we going to face off against? Who do we need to watch? And you have no choice if you're a team that lost. Look, that's the situation you're in. You're just fighting for your lives. You can't even think about your playoff matchups, preparing for next. You need to survive each match one at a time because you're all on the bubble now.
T1 is through. Alcadzia is 1 map away. Crazy Raccoon was taken to a Game 5 by Liquid, but they earned their spot. And, of course, in Group A, it was the Falcons coming out on top of our group of death. Who earns our Sony MVP award, though, Johnny?
Well, it's gotta be Proper. No shocker here, really. I mean, a standout performance by Proper. And I think going into this tournament, I think, we questioned Falcons. Are they going to be as strong as they've been? Proper, Stalker, Merit. It's been a flexible damage lineup the past few months. But I think Proper stood out more than usual, really, on some of these heroes, like the Tracer, for example.
The pulse bombs were incredible today.
Incredible pulse bombs, like just dominated. So I think it's got to be Proper here, Jake.
I mean, the Sony MVP for me was easy. Like, as much as we talk about Proper being one of the best DPS in class, I agree. This is an overperformance even for Proper. I mean, for me, it's not even the pulse bombs. It's just like the one clips. He is so fearsome on Tracer today, showing the flexibility, of course, that we know he has to also look great on the Venture, and the Sim as well. But honestly, man, the Tracer, those one clips, like, that is demon mode stuff from Proper. That is not the type of heat you want to be going up against. I think Falcons are tournament favorites for me right now.
Proper was the man to watch, but tomorrow it's all of the teams remaining in that elimination match fighting for their lives. If there is an underdog from today's Aramco Power Rankings that you think we should keep eyes on, who do you think are some of the contenders going into a day 2, Johnny?
Oh, who's an underdog?
Twisted Minds maybe bouncing back after a rough day one?
I was going to say, I think Twisted Minds, they had a surprisingly poor performance against Cyan Esports, and I don't think that's going to repeat. It's likely we see those teams matching up against each other again. So I would keep an eye out for Twisted Minds. We had a ton of fans out there in the streets, really, like cheering on for Twisted Minds. I don't think those fans will be too disappointed because I think they'll bounce back.
Jake, what matchup or what team are you most excited to watch on day 2? For me, I got to get eyes on Vega, RuPaul, the guys that went all the way to a grand final. They're playing for Liquid, and after going to a Game 5 against Crazy Raccoon, you got to think they're a threat here in this tournament.
I think they're in a great spot. I'm not worried about them qualifying out of the group. I think they are the second best team in that group. The question for me is, can you beat CR at full strength? Yes, you force Game 5, but you're playing a lot against Max. CR tend to put Max in some of these series where, since Junbin generally gets most of the playtime, they put Max in series where they think, okay, like, this is pretty solid. We're going to close this one out easy. And it slips away from them. They go to map 5. Junbin comes out, kind of get clapped in map 5. So, you know, for Liquid, I still put a little asterisk over their strong performance here. However, I think they can build momentum and maybe continue on deeper into the tournament.
Okay, so thank you for crapping on my team that I was excited to watch tomorrow. Who are you excited to watch tomorrow, Jake? Original question, back to you.
I want to see Weibo Gaming. I want to see Weibo Gaming.
Please, me too.
And like, you know, they've had some solid performances. They still have a couple, you know, serious threats in their group, right? Virtus Pro, I'm less worried about for them, but all gamers, you know, there's always a chance, right? If they can, you know, get things really wild and crazy with some ball comps, with Milgaru maybe bringing things out, you'd think, you know, Weibo Gaming is the type of team that's going to just mirror that and play dive and take that chaotic matchup. But that's the type of spot where anything can happen, and maybe the rookies could come out with a big win. But I am excited to see Weibo Gaming play because they have two interesting opponents, at least in Group A.
I got to say, I am so pumped. We have 3 more days of Overwatch 2 at the Esports World Cup. On behalf of everyone who got here 12 hours ago to get started on this show, thank you for tuning in. We're just getting started. Lock in for day 2. It's coming your way before you know it. And if you didn't get the drops from day number 1, I got some good news in my ear right now. We're going to rerun this thing. We're going to start it over from the very beginning of the show. Lock in. Get your drops. We'll see you tomorrow.